Longhushan, which has always been secluded and indifferent to worldly affairs, unexpectedly issued 108 Tianshi orders overnight. After receiving the Tianshi orders, major sects and forces rushed towards the first emperor's mausoleum in Lishan. The Long Kingdom authorities urgently evacuated residents of nearby cities and deployed 900 heavily armored tanks, 3,000 bombers, sealing off the entire Lishan area. All of this is because the Long Kingdom's first emperor is about to emerge from his coffin, and if the ancestral dragon wants to rebuild Qin, human society is likely to fall into eternal night. Not long ago, 3 tomb-raiding lieutenants and a purple-robed celestial master sneaked into the underground palace and accidentally removed the townshaft symbol, causing the 164 celestial masters who suppressed the ancestral dragon to undergo corpse changes. The shocking evil spirit swept through the entire underground palace, weakening the seal of the first emperor. Sensing this change, I, who had traveled back to become Qin Shi Huang, was overjoyed. I can now say that I have 1 foot out of the bronze coffin. Great Qin, your first emperor has returned. Looking back 2,000 years ago, in order to change the fate of the second emperor of Great Qin, I began to pay attention to health and be kind to the people. However, everything was in vain. History did not change. In the 37th year of Great Qin, the eastern county still saw the falling meteorite, announcing the death and division of the first emperor. After that, my body began to deteriorate rapidly, reaching a point where no medicine could help within a year. No matter what I did, the fate from above would always correct itself and correct the historical trajectory. Ying Zhang was destined to die early, and Great Qin was destined to perish in the second generation. In this situation, I made a crazy move. Since I had to die, I turned myself into a zombie, hoping to return to the world 100 years later. Obviously, I succeeded, and even activated the system after death. As long as I check in at various locations after leaving the coffin, I can receive huge rewards. It's a pity that I am now in the bronze coffin and can't go anywhere. If it weren't for those Taoists, I would be the only one in the world now. At this point, the evil spirit surged in my body, and the entire bronze coffin began to shake violently. Seeing this scene, the ancestor who suppressed me, Zhang Daoling, sighed. Ah, a natural disaster is imminent. His voice was full of sorrow. No one knew better than him how terrifying the first emperor in this bronze coffin was. Once he was allowed to leave the coffin, he dared not think of the consequences. I wonder how the younger generations outside are doing. Why has no one entered the imperial tomb to suppress the ancestral dragon in the past few hundred years? Could it be that no one in the world knows about the great terror in this imperial tomb anymore? Zhang Daoling muttered to himself, the first person to discover the anomaly in the first emperor's tomb. Still remember the first time I came to Mount Li. He was scared silly. He realized that the first emperor was preserving his own corpse. The first emperor in the world, revered as the ancestor dragon by later generations. The first ruler to unify the world. Such an existence, with the status of Ying Zhang, once it became stiff, he dared not imagine how terrifying it would be. So he invited a group of contemporaneous experts to enter the imperial tomb to suppress the ancestor dragon. He also left a message in the door for future generations to pass down. Now that 2,000 years have passed, only Zhang Daoling himself is struggling in a state of lingering soul. The rest of the Jinling Taoists have all ascended to immortality, and the meteorite can't hold on for much longer. Zhang Daoling looked up at the meteorite on the bronze coffin. Its light had dimmed almost completely. This meteorite was brought in by him, back then to suppress Ying Zhang. He specifically found it as the eye of the ceiling formation. This meteorite carries the fate of the fall of Qin, just enough to suppress Ying Zhang. It's a pity that it's about to fail, and the birth of the first emperor Ying Zhang is imminent. However, at this moment, a purple-robed celestial master from Dragon Tiger Mountain and 3 tomb raiders quietly arrived at the entrance of the imperial tomb palace, taking advantage of the night to quietly dig a thief hole. An hour later, a perfect thief hole was dug through, and a younger brother crawled out from inside, excitedly shouting, "Big brother, it's done!" This loud shout was followed by several beams of light shining from a distance. Who goes there? Hands up! Don't move! A pair of patrolling special police officers spotted them from afar. Helpless, the group directly entered the thief hole. The purple-robed celestial master also gritted his teeth and followed suit. At the same time, for safety, he also set up a layer of golden light outside his body. The SWAT officers patrolling in the distance also quickly ran over. How dare you! There really are some who are not afraid of death. That team of SWAT officers came to the edge of the robber hole with ugly faces. This is the first time this has happened since the tomb of the first emperor was exhibited as a scenic spot. Just now, if I'm not mistaken, there was a Taoist priest, wasn't there? That bling, or the purple-robed one. When did the people of Longhu Mountain get involved in these things? Report to the top immediately. and also have someone contact the side of Longhu Mountain to see what's going on. Immediately block off all entrances and exits of the underground palace. If you go in, you can't come out. As the orders were passed up from layer to layer, all the patrolling SWAT officers near Mount Lee were summoned to block off the entire perimeter of the underground palace. Blatant excavation of the mausoleum of the first emperor. This is no small matter. This midnight, countless people were woken up by the phone, rushed to the scene overnight. In the middle of the underground palace, Wang Wu, a dozen people in a row, carefully looked at the scene around him, sliding all the way down the robber's hole. He actually landed in the middle of a long corridor. The walls on both sides were lit with long lights, which meant that at least there was oxygen in this passageway, which also made Wang Wu relieved. Big brother, what do we do now? There are all the police outside. Wang Wu's numerous minions were filled with panic at this time. They're in now, but how do they get out? What are you afraid of? Look at you guys, you have no talent. You want to get rich but you are still afraid of death. You deserve to be poor for the rest of your life. Wang Wu spat viciously. Do you know how big the mausoleum is? Just find a place to make a hole and we'll get out. This is all good stuff here. If you just take out a piece and sell it abroad, that's a few lifetimes worth of money, said Wang Wu. Pulled out the pistol pinned behind his waist. Whoever dares to beat a retreat at this time, he will directly be a shot. If he wasn't ruthless, he wouldn't have been able to get away with it all these years. Listening to Wang Wu's words, the many little brothers also calmed down. All came to invert the fight. There is money to earn. Pocky, you go ahead and scout the road, and you'll get an extra 10% when you get out. Good Lu, big brother. The little brother called Pocky had a reluctant smile on his face. Then he took a deep breath and took the lead towards the depths of the long corridor. Wang Wu and the others followed carefully. That purple-robed Taoist priest, Jin Yangzi, didn't say a word from beginning to end, just quietly walking behind the crowd. Deep within the mausoleum of the underground palace, Zhang Daoling opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Someone's coming. Quite a few more. This is great. There's someone to follow. Zhang Daoling looked in the direction of Wang Wu and the others, his face relieved. He sensed Wang Wu and the others as soon as they entered the underground palace. There were quite a few people, at least 10. Nowadays, he is the only one who is still struggling to support the huge mausoleum of the first emperor. And now there are finally some juniors coming. When each of these people return to their positions and subdue the Qin Shi in the mausoleum, if your majesty wants to come out of the coffin, I'm afraid that we'll have to wait for another few decades. Zhang Daoling was in a good mood and looked at the bronze coffin and laughed. Is that so? Zhang's ghostly voice came out from the bronze coffin? There was a hint of laughter in that voice. Someone was indeed coming. He could also sense everything that was happening in this underground palace. But these people are not the same as those stinky Taoist priests before. If Zhang guessed correctly, these people are grave robbers. Zhang Daoling was only in the state of a remnant soul now, and could only sense that someone had entered the underground palace. This ancestral heavenly master, after 2,000 years of grinding and killing, has long since ceased to be the same. As for Zhang, now, with the weakening of the seal, his control over the outside world was getting stronger and stronger. And Wang Wu, all these people, he could clearly sense were all ordinary people, plus a weak and pathetic little yakuza. This group of grave robbers might be able to break the formations in various places ahead of time if utilized properly. It seems that some luring is needed. Zhang muttered to himself. His voice did not travel beyond the bronze coffin. Of course he wouldn't be foolish enough to remind Zhang Daoling at this time. The fact that these tomb robbers were able to enter the underground palace was a surprise to Zhang. It certainly has to be put to good use. One bad move and he could come out of his coffin today and reign over the world. Lung Fu Shan, contemporary old celestial master. Chang Hakkyun received a call from above. What? My people? Grave robbing? I'm warning you Meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I'll sue you for slander The old celestial master lay on the bed, followed by the phone. His right hand was still buckling his feet. At first glance, it didn't look like it had any semblance of a celestial master at all. But it was this somewhat cynical-looking old man who was the only supreme cultivator in the world. Saw it live? Purple-robed Taoist priest? What kind of graves are they robbing? The tomb of the first emperor. Are you sure? The old celestial master jumped 3 meters high and directly jumped off the bed. The blandness on his face had disappeared and was replaced by panic. Okay, I know. I'll go myself. By the way, tell your men to stand guard outside. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not go in. Yes, absolutely not. That robber's hole, cover it up immediately too. The old heavenly master hung up the phone, his face extremely ugly, then pushed open the door of his room and called the 2 little Taoist priests. Immediately have all the crane character generation disciples come see me. The old heavenly master's face was extremely serious, and those two little Taoist priests answered and hurriedly went down to convey the old heavenly master's meaning. Not much longer. The old heavenly master's room was then filled with all the old generation disciples of Longhu Mountain. All of these individuals, thrown out at random, are all high Taoist feats that can overthrow a party of ghost kings. Master Sect Leader, what are you calling us over for this late at night? Yes, Crane Prime. What is so urgent? Something cannot be said tomorrow. We are all old bones. The night cannot withstand the tossing and turning. A group of old Taoists looked at the old heavenly master and asked, just now, the top called me, saying that our disciples from Longhu Mountain have excelled and ran off to Rabatum, and were even seen on the spot. The old heavenly master opened his mouth after organizing his mood. Tomb raiding? Which brat, with itchy skin, ran off to Rabatum? Because of this? It's a small matter. Let the disciplinary hall's disciples go and arrest him, and punish him as they should be punished. The old celestial master sighed and continued. It's not just any tomb. It's the mausoleum of the first emperor at Mountley. What? Okay, there is no need for the precepts hall to take action. Tell the above. It should be shot and shot. This kind of calf we Longhu Mountain does not protect. As he watched the crowd discussing in a variety of ways, the old heavenly master shook his head with a bit of a headache. Of all the people present, he was the only one who understood the gravity of the matter. What to do with that disciple at the moment is not important. Everyone, pass on my heavenly master's order. The old heavenly master's aura changed. His face was majestic, and the many Tao masters present were immediately silenced. Immediately gather all disciples outside to return to Longhu Mountain. Yes, all shut-ins on the mountain. Immediately come out. Or Zhangyi Dao practitioners put down everything in their hands. Immediately move to Mountley. Not a moment to lose. It's everyone, including you all. I'll personally go down to the mountain and lead the team. The old heavenly master's eyes swept over the people present and spoke. What? Master Sect Leader, this matter isn't that serious, is it? The crowd sniffed as they each looked at the old heavenly master in shock. Tomb raiding is wrong. You can be shot for raiding the tomb of the first emperor, but it's not so bad that all of them from Longhu Mountain should make a trip, right? The old heavenly masters all came down to the mountain themselves. How many years has it been? The last time the old heavenly master came down from the mountain was 60 years ago. You guys don't understand. If we don't handle it well this time, I'm afraid that our Longhu Mountain will be destroyed in this generation, sighed the old heavenly master. He didn't know much about the secrets of the first emperor's tomb, but he also understood what kind of place it was from the inheritance of successive generations of heavenly masters. But now, places like that let grave robbers in. This kind of grave robber is a lawless master. Once he releases the one inside. At the thought of this, the old heavenly master couldn't help but have his scalp numb and looked at the crowd that was still frozen in place and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and get moving? Those disciples are not a problem. We old guys, we must arrive at Mountley before dawn." Seeing that the old heavenly master was furious, all of them did not dare to ask anything more for a while, and immediately turned around and left the room, each of them exercising their skills to rush towards Mountley, sinning, this old bones, still have to be so rushed. In the end, which little brat outside to cause trouble? The impact is so big? An old man in grey regular clothes rose up in the air and flew towards Mountley, his mouth cursing. He's 105 years old and he still has to suffer this. At the same time, there was some doubt in his heart that they, Longhu Mountain, had made a considerable contribution to the Dragon Kingdom over the years. Those few severe ghosts on the weird list could be the ones that they, Longhu Mountain, had gone out to subdue. It's not as if they're going to rectify this Dragon Tiger Mountain of theirs just because the juniors don't know any better. Listening to the old heavenly master, if one is not handled well, they will still have to exterminate the family. Boy, this is modern times. What did that brat do in the tomb of the first emperor? The crowd rushed towards Mountley with their hearts full of doubts. This night, all the disciples of Longhu Mountain from all over the world received the highest level Tianshi order from the sect, and one by one, they rushed towards Mountley without stopping. Some of them were even in the middle of killing the ghosts, and they just stopped fighting and pulled their legs out, leaving a bunch of weird faces looking at each other. MT. Lee Scenic Spot, temporary office. What's the situation now? I've heard that the Dragon Tiger Mountain has issued an order for a heavenly master. Good boy. This matter is not so bad, right? Although the tomb of the first emperor is precious, the old heavenly master isn't so bad as to issue a heavenly master's order. Is he? When was the last time you saw the order of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? It seems to be that time when 100 ghosts walked at night 60 years ago, right? Is this first emperor's tomb so special? In the office, the heads of departments gathered to discuss the situation. Bei Huang Mausoleum into the grave robbers. This thing is big, but not so big as to let the Longhu Mountain nesting point The old celestial master will be here later. Let's see what he has to say. What's the situation over at the underground palace now? All exits have been fully blocked. Seconds on exposure. The SWAT team in charge replied. Well, let's just wait and see what the old celestial master has to say then. The office went quiet, and the crowd waited in peace and quiet. Not long after, several sharp cracking sounds rang out. The crowd's spirits were shaken, knowing that it was the Dragon Tiger Mountains people who had come. As the door to the office opened, the old celestial master walked in the forefront in his white regular uniform, followed by a group of old Taoist priests in gray regular uniforms. Old celestial master. All the Taoist masters. The crowd rose and greeted. This is the kind of poker face they haven't seen in a long time. I'm afraid this is the entire Longhu Mountain. All the Crane generation of high power have come. Old celestial master. Where are you guys singing from? This is the Heavenly Master's order and the pouring out of the nest. If you don't make it clear, I don't have a clue in my heart. At this time, a middle-aged fat uncle with glasses opened his mouth and asked. He was the highest ranked of all the people present, and the overall person in charge of this contingency. Jiang Shan. Old Jiang. This time it's a big deal. Is there any movement on the side of the Earth Palace? The old Heavenly Master bitterly smiled and shook his head as he led a group of senior disciples into the office. He knew Jiang Shan fairly well and had dealt with him a few times. Nothing's moving. What's the big deal? Jiang Shan wondered. There is no movement is good. The old celestial master smelled a sigh of relief, and then spoke. This matter also rely on me. So many years of the tomb of the first emperor did not have any accidents. There is no special reminder of you, just against excavation. Oh, by your meaning, this first emperor's tomb is not simple? Jiang Shan sniffed with interest. For the excavation of the underground palace of the first emperor's tomb, several meetings have been held above, but every time the old celestial master was strongly opposed, and even once let slip that whoever dared to dig the mausoleum of the first emperor, he would dig up the ancestral graves of his family. More than that, can you mobilize the army to come here? Better prepare some of that. The old celestial master looked at Jiang Shan with a serious face and said, That one? Which one is that one? Jiang Shan was a little confused by the old celestial master's entirety. Also, what do you need an army for when you have the whole Lung Fu Shan team here? Just that one. Which one? The one that voted for the little days back in the day. You're crazy, Zhang Hacheng. Jiang Shan stood up with a slap on the table. Forget it if it doesn't work. The old heavenly master laughed sardonically. He also knew that it was a bit unrealistic. What is this place? Inside the Dragon Kingdom and damn near the city. Release the nukes. That's sick. No. It's what to nuke for. Old celestial master. What exactly happened? Jiang Shan's tone was grave. He knew that the old celestial master wouldn't just joke around. Since they said that, it must be that inside the tomb of the first emperor, there is something they don't understand. The old celestial master's eyes swept over the other departments. This matter had too great an impact, and those who shouldn't know about it, absolutely couldn't know about it. It's fine. They're all our own people. Jiang Shan understood what the old heavenly master meant, then nodded his head. Haven't you guys always wondered why all the generations of heavenly masters of my orthodox way were never buried in Longhu Mountain? This matter, you were not authorized to know about it. Even if you are from my Longhu Mountain, you only have the right to know about it if you become a contemporary heavenly master, or cultivate into a Jindan. But today, it happened so suddenly that there was no choice but to tell it with you. This rule has to do with the tomb of the first emperor. The people in the room were quiet for a moment when they heard this. They vaguely felt that next, it seemed like they were going to hear the biggest secret of their Longhu Mountain Zhang Yi Dao. All along, the successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain, not knowing what the situation is, none of them are buried in their Longhu Mountain. After passing on the throne, all of these previous generations of heavenly masters would somehow disappear, not knowing where they had gone. This matter, we still have to start from the year when I was the first heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, the ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling. In the first year of Hanan, Zhu Tianzhi was authorized by the Laojun to teach the Dao of Zheng Yi Liang Wei, and the Laojun instructed Zhu Tianzhi to cultivate this Dao when sweeping away demons and rescuing the living. Thus, the ancestral heavenly master founded our orthodox way, and then remembered his teachings and traveled the world, sweeping out demons and eliminating devils. The people in the room listened quietly, not uttering a word to interrupt the old heavenly master. While traveling, the ancestral heavenly master passed by Mount Li. I heard that a royal family is buried in Mount Li, so I thought I'd take a look. However, just this one glance caused all the generations of heavenly masters of my orthodox way to not be allowed to be buried in Longhu Mountain. Saying this, a trace of bitterness rose on the old heavenly master's face, then continued. Ancestral heavenly master saw this imperial tomb pattern is very strange. Mount Li sits in the south, the Wei Shui through the north, the mountains and the water with yang. This should have been a piece of feng shui treasure. But what he saw was a great evil to the Yin. It was like a corpse practicing place, and in the mausoleum's underground palace, the Yin Qi lingers on, and the ferocious Yin Li Qi runs rampant. This is simply an excellent place to raise corpses. A royal family buried here. In less than 100 years, will become a corpse king. After some inquiries, the ancestral heavenly master knew whose tomb it was. The mausoleum of the first emperor, Ing Zheng. Speaking of which, quite a few people had already reacted, and one by one, they looked at the old heavenly master with wide eyes. Senior sect master, you mean someone is using the first emperor's tomb to raise corpses? At this moment, even the many Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain were shocked. The beginning emperor? There is a possibility of transforming the stiff? It can't be? Don't lie to me, old celestial master. It's a big night. Let's be nice. Don't joke around. Zhang Shan had a far-fetched smile on his face and he didn't know anything about Taoism, but this was terrifying to hear. Oh, Ing Zheng, old ancestor, the first emperor, such a being turning into a zombie, is that conceivable? Generally speaking, the higher the status and the higher the position, the more massive the chi that occupies it. And it's extremely difficult for necrophilia to occur in this category. Throughout history, no emperor has ever been corpsed. But what do they hear now? The first emperor of heaven and earth, the ancestor of the true dragon. It's highly likely that the zombies will turn. Who chose this ancestor's mausoleum for him? Is he trying to destroy the world? That's right. What's even more terrifying is that ancestral heavenly master entered the imperial tomb at that time and discovered a secret. The first emperor, Ing Zheng, is actively raising corpses. He wanted to turn into a corpse after his death and return to the earth, so he took the initiative to change the pattern of the royal tomb into a place of great evil and extreme Yin. That the first emperor used Mercury as 100 rivers and seas, arranged throughout the imperial tomb to maintain the Yin Qi of the imperial tomb for 1,000 years. The compendium recorded Mercury, and even the essence of the Yin. With such a huge amount of Mercury to provide Yin Qi, the feng shui pattern of Mount Li would not be altered again by later generations. In addition, there are 100,000 terracotta warriors to accompany the burial. The terracotta warriors are made of living people. Once the corpse of the first emperor changes, the 100,000 terracotta warriors will also be stiff. Crowd numb. They thought that it was some feng shui master, or an evil cultivator, who had intentionally changed the pattern and wanted to raise a terrifying corpse emperor out. I didn't realize that it was that first emperor himself who did it, and pulled in 100,000 troops for a living sacrifice. What does he want? To rule the world and be the emperor of the earth while he's still alive. Is it possible that you want to rule the underworld and become a corpse emperor after death? By the time the ancestral heavenly master came to that first emperor's coffin, that first emperor had already begun his necrophilia, which is irreversible. The only way to delay it a little bit is to suppress it. The old heavenly master's eyes were filled with worry. Such an existence cannot be eradicated. It can only be suppressed. Sooner or later something is going to happen. For this reason, the ancestral heavenly master found the meteorite that killed Qin back then. Using this as the eye of the formation, he set up a formation to suppress the first emperor. It also widely invites the strongest people in the world to enter the imperial tomb to constantly provide power for that meteorite. In my Zhang sect, I have also left a corresponding message that all Jindan cultivators must go to the imperial tomb to guard it. These Taoist priests who enter the imperial tomb are then known as Jinling Taoist priests. Let's just say that in that tomb of the first emperor, there are the bones of 165 heavenly masters of my Zhang sect. More than that, there are uncountable feathers of the world's fellow travelers in it. But now, a hairy thief has gone in, and there's also a rebellious disciple of my Longhu Mountain. As soon as at this point, the old heavenly master paused, but everyone in the room understood what he meant. Once those few that go and destroy something, things can get big. If that one comes out of the coffin, what's the point of playing? Its original position is already the first on earth. Another 2,000 years of power built up in the coffin. Once Ing Zhang's corpse comes out of the coffin, the world will be plunged into eternal night. That I'll ask a question, After you heavenly masters die, will your corpses turn? At this time, the head of the SWAT team weakly opened his mouth and asked. Everyone was thinking about what would happen if Ing Zhang came out of the coffin, but he was thinking about the corpses of the 165 celestial masters. Well, the first emperor's tomb isn't the only one with an ancestral dragon. Crowd. The sights of the many Dao masters of Longhu Mountain stared over. It would, but the ancestors would have thought of that, right? The old celestial master was a little uncertain. Things are big. They had forgotten about it. The celestial masters would also be necrophiliacs, especially since there was a Yin river of mercury converging in the dungeon of the tomb of the first emperor. In here, There are 165 celestial masters. Think about it. Once the first emperor comes out of the coffin, followed by 100,000 terracotta warriors and 165 celestial masters from Lungfu Shan. How to hit? Take a headshot. Zhang Shan silently took out his cell phone and typed a request report to the top. Ginger, what are you doing? The old celestial master couldn't help but open his mouth and ask when he saw that Zhang Shan had been there tinkering with his cell phone and not saying anything. Ha! Oh, old heavenly master. As you know, I'm 60 and will retire soon. I've been pushed from above to fill out and turn in my retirement report. I'm just taking some time off to work on it. Not because I'm afraid. No way. The legal retirement age has arrived. Zhang Shan put away the cell phone, corrected his face and said, "Crowd, things haven't gotten to that point yet." The old celestial master shook his head and lost his smile. He also knew that Zhang Shan wasn't really making any retirement reports. He was just afraid that the news would be too heavy to liven up the atmosphere. Back then, the ancestral heavenly master laid down a great array to seal the tomb. And there were countless fellow travelers who entered the tomb to help. And there were even 1,000 years of my Longhu mountain, where 100 heavenly masters went before and after. The seal isn't that easy to break. There's still a chance to save it now. Those few grave robbers, it's still a toss-up whether they can get into the main chamber. So don't scare yourself. The old heavenly master relieved the people present. He didn't know much about the situation in the underground palace, but this 1,000-year-old seal, it shouldn't be so easy to destroy it. So what now? Send a small team in first? The head of the SWAT team opened his mouth and asked, The beginning emperor's underground palace. I'm afraid there are still some secrets we don't know. Those who go in here will most likely not be able to come out. The old heavenly master hesitated to speak. For thousands of years, countless human cultivators have entered the underground palace to guard the imperial tomb, but none ever came out. This beginning emperor's underground palace is easy to get in and hard to get out. Or maybe it won't come out at all. In this, there are limitations that they are not aware of. Until now, the various sects, the talent withered, the skills lost. The tomb of the first emperor accounted for a large part of the reason. Because the ancestors, all of them entered here and never came out again. The inheritance was broken. Various sects and factions now do not even have a Jindan, including his old Tianshi himself, are only half-step Jindan. Otherwise he would have long entered the imperial tomb to become a Jinling Taoist. If we were to send a small team in, I'm afraid we'd have to be prepared to never get out for the rest of our lives. The old heavenly master looked at Zhang Shan and said, commonly known as Daredevil. At those words, everyone in the room went silent. Sending someone into the underground palace is not probing. It's explicitly sending someone to die. Then we have to send someone in too. The SWAT team in charge gritted his teeth. This is not a matter of personal life and death, but of the survival of our nation. An existence like Ying Zhang. Once he comes out, who can stop him? What are we going to do to stop it? Are we really going to drop thousands of nuclear bombs on our own soil? What's the difference between that and self-destruction? Hearing this, the old celestial master was silent for a moment and opened his mouth. A nuclear bomb washing the ground doesn't necessarily suppress witch. Old celestial master. You're not kidding, are you? You must be joking. Zhang Shan's face stiffened a bit as he said, alas, there are too few records in the door about the tomb of the first emperor, but there is one thing that is clearly stated. The Ying Zheng position is extremely high. Once the rigidity is transformed and comes out, no one in the mortal world can stop it, and it cannot be damaged by external forces. The old heavenly master shook his head. In the end, they were too weak now. They only knew that Ying Zhang was very strong in his coffin, but they couldn't imagine how strong it was. We can't just do nothing and send a team in first to take a look. Zhang Shan took a deep breath and also agreed to send people in to explore the situation. We can't just sit back and wait for the worst, just nuke the place and die together. The Dragon Kingdom is currently stockpiling nuclear weapons. 300 in plain sight and up to 300 in reality. Not a lot. After all, the fighting nation next door had a reserve of 600 a decade ago. This thing, which was their last card, could only be used to die together. Thousands of nukes washing the ground would have leveled the tomb of the first emperor, but the Dragon Kingdom would have been destroyed along with it. Even, people might be fine, but their Dragon Kingdom is going to be gone straight away. Immediately select an elite squad, led by someone from Longhu Mountain, and enter the beginning emperor's underground palace in half an hour. And everyone here today is not allowed to leave. Regarding the secrets of the tomb of the first emperor, not a single bit of it can be leaked out, or else it will be punished as treason. Zhang Shan gave the order with a wave of his hand. Remember, the news of the beginning emperor's tomb must absolutely, positively not be known to those shenanigans. None of these people here today are allowed to leave. After all, the tomb of the first emperor is too involved. Once the word gets out and the creeps know about it, then what the hell? These are spooky, and I'm afraid they smelled it and came running to wreak havoc. Can't wait to release an exterminating emperor. When the scene came, Zhang Shan didn't even dare to think about it. It would even be possible to recreate the scene of the 100 ghosts that walked at night 60 years ago. As Zhang Shan's order was given, all parties began to act urgently. The entire scenic area, meanwhile, was temporarily closed and no longer sold to the public. In the middle of the underground palace, the Mausoleum Palace, Ing Zhang stayed calmly in the bronze coffin he had carried through 2,000 years, and he could afford to wait for this last bit of time. The crazier it gets, the calmer it gets. This group of grave robbers could be utilized to activate those Nubizi corpses, and that Taoist priest has the aura of the Jingyi sect. If we can control it, we'll be able to break through old Taoist Zhang's formation on the periphery. How is this Taoist priest going to lure Ing Zhang? Gazed meditatively at Wang Wu and the others, and began to ponder in his mind. These people, when used well, can be of great use. Just as the old heavenly master thought, there were countless corpses of the Tao sect's ancestors throughout the underground palace. These people got in, they can't get out. These corpses were scattered all over the underground palace, nourished by the yin qi and the fury emitted by Ing Zhang from time to time, and all of them were in a state of stiffness. If it wasn't for Zhang Daoling and the successive generations of heavenly masters that came in after him, constantly drawing talismans and arranging suppression, the whole dungeon has been full of zombies for a long time. And now, this group of grave robbers is the key to breaking the deed. As long as these grave robbers, unable to restrain their greed, destroyed the suppressing objects on those corpses, the entire underground palace would be in instant chaos. No one is free from greed, and grave robbers are even the best of them. So let me give you a great gift. With a movement in his heart, Ing Zhang expended his entire body's fury to move a trace of the bronze coffin in a hard way, and a breath shot out and did not enter the darkness. Just that one moment cost him the essence of the man. Zhang Daoling's remnant soul also noticed the abnormality of the coffin. It was just that right now, he was surviving as a remnant of a soul, and he was already doing his best to maintain the formation, so he was simply powerless to stop it. What has His Majesty done? A bad feeling rose in Zhang Daoling's heart. Ing Zhang in the bronze coffin paid no attention. Zhang Daoling was even more flustered in his heart. Damn it, the big formation can't suppress the first emperor anymore. The descendants who just entered the tomb, why haven't they come over yet? Zhang Daoling's face was filled with sorrow. He's already going to be unable to hold on. But those who just came in, it's been an hour and they still haven't come over. Is it possible that something is wrong? In the long corridor tunnel, Wang Wu, a pedestrian, walked forward slowly. Damn, this dungeon is really big. It's been an hour, hasn't it? This tunnel hasn't even reached the end yet. Wang Wu had a hint of excitement on his face. The bigger this imperial tomb was, it meant that there would be enough stuff inside, and at the same time it would be easier for them to get out. Big brother, the front seems to be at the end. There's a burial chamber. Pocky, who was scouting ahead, shouted excitedly. Brothers go. Get rich. Wang Wu laughed out loud and led the crowd to run towards the tomb chamber in a hurry. Jin Yangzi, on the other hand, followed the crowd unhurriedly, seemingly indifferent, but there was a touch of fervor in the depths of his eyes. Bad luck. Such a big chamber. And there's only one ING corpse? Or a stinking Taoist priest? Wang Wu's spat came from the middle of the chamber. He hadn't thought of it as any kind of main chamber, but even if it was just a small side chamber, it would be right to give something. Taoist priest. Damn. Someone came down to this tomb long ago? Wang Wu reacted and turned his head to look at the corpse of the Taoist priest sitting on a plate. The Taoist robes on that body didn't look like the Qin dynasty style in any way. This suggests that the body in front of us came in from behind. Wang Wu hurriedly moved up to take a closer look. Wearing a crane-cloaked Taoist clothes, should be a Taoist priest before the Ming dynasty. Hundreds of years the flesh does not rot. This corpse is probably worth old money too. Wang Wu looked up and down. Those Taoist robes you see nowadays only appeared in the Ming dynasty. And before that, especially in the Han dynasty, most people wore cranes and Taoist clothes. He, Wang Wu, is a professional in these things. Talisman? Wang Wu hesitated for a moment and reached out to lift the corpse's head again, only to see a talisman attached to its forehead. Daoist, do you recognize this thing? Wang Wu asked as he turned back to Jin Yangzi. This charm is also an old object, and it is worth a lot of money to sell it to those Taoist sects. Tianchu's Fury Suppressing Talisman, created by Zhang Ruiwu, the 19th Tianchu of Longhu Mountain. It can repel all evil spirits and evil fury, and there should be another corpse suppressing talisman on his chest. It's best not to move. This corpse has already stiffened. Once you move away from the talisman, it will immediately turn corporeal. Jin Yangzi's tone became grave. What? Are you afraid? This before we came in, but we agreed that we will come to the organ rope road. And this exorcism and removal of ghosts is your business. Wang Wu looked at Jinyangzi and said, Makayoko G #@%. Except your mom. For S sake, can't you see this is an old-timer? You got your brains kicked in a donkey's ass. Old-timer from hundreds of years ago. He drove with his head. Big brother. There are even words carved here. At that moment a junior brother saw some small words carved on the floor in front of that corpse. Yuan Tiangang, Taoist magician. In the 19th year of the Great Tang Xingguan, he entered the imperial tomb to suppress the ancestral dragon. The characters, it seems, were carved on later, as their characters are in simplified modern characters. Yuan Tiangang, it sounds so familiar? Yuan Tiangang. Wang Wu suddenly stared at the corpse with wide eyes, endless greed welling up in his eyes. Yuan Tiangang. Ah, when Li Shimen personally appointed the state master of the Great Tang Dynasty, and Li Chunfeng co-created the first book of wonders in the history of prophecy of the Dragon Kingdom. Pushback diagram. Such a character is in the tomb of the first emperor? Just die here? Yuan Tiangang's body. It's worth how much is it worth? By the way, the original of the pushback diagram has never been found. Could it be on him? Wang Wu muttered to himself with his mouth, and the greed in his eyes grew stronger. And Jin Yangzi's face, which was still cautious, was instantly consumed by greed when he realized that the corpse on the ground was Yuan Tiangang. Originally thought it was just an ordinary senior. I didn't expect it to be Yuan Tiangang. This trip, it's come true. A hint of madness flashed in Jin Yangzi's eyes as he pushed away the crowd surrounding the corpse. Unexpected joy. Unexpected joy. When I collect this Yuan Tiangang, this trip to the Earth Palace should be secure. When I go out, that old thing Zhang Huqing will have to give up the position of Heavenly Master to me. Jin Yangzi muttered to himself, then pulled out a talisman. It's a Maoshan corpse-catching talisman. Yet it's somewhat unlike it. If an existence like Yuan Tiangang turns into a zombie, who in the world can stop him? If I control him with this talisman, I'll be the Taofather of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Jin Yangzi also no longer suppressed himself at this moment, and directly pasted that talisman on Yuan Tiangang. He actually wanted to control this Yuan Tiangang after he transformed into a zombie. Deep inside the underground palace, Ing Zhang watched this scene with an even bigger smile on his face. Interesting, switching from the orthodox Tao to the Tao of catching zombies. And even fusing it, is it trying to refine zombies to take a shortcut? I have plenty of zombies for you to refine in this underground palace. I hope you won't let me down either. Ing Zhang looked at a few people. It seemed like he didn't need to do anything to lure them. These people were born to destroy the formation. Then I will help you, and I hope you will walk to me. With a thought, the breath that was wandering in the underground palace instantly disappeared into Yuan Tiangang's body, helping Jin Yangzi to refine it. What is this Taoist master doing? In that chamber, a group of grave robbers watched Jin Yangzi's movements uncertainly. Refining corpses? Wang Wu had traveled for so many years, more or less knowledgeable, and could see that Jin Yangzi seemed to be refining corpses. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't interrupt Jin Yangzi. After all, there was still a long way behind in this underground palace, and it was inevitable that he would have to rely on others. I don't know how long it took, but Jin Yangzi opened his eyes and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, my path is complete. With a wave of his sleeve robe, he only saw that the suppressor amulet and the corpse suppressor amulet on Yuan Tiangang's body were removed. Boundless baleful chi erupted out, and in just a few breaths, Yuan Tiangang completed his necrophilia. The entire chamber's ferocious aura instantly rose. The dome of the sky outside the Earth Palace was even hidden with thunder gathering above it. It's done. The old ancestor is different. To become a stalemate is to become a flying stalemate. Who in the world can stop me? True Yangzi's face was filled with a crazy look. It seemed to be an instantaneous outburst of long-suppressed emotions. The Zibubu sure divides zombies into 8 categories: purple stiffs, white stiffs, green stiffs, hairy stiffs, flying stiffs, wandering corpses, ambulatory corpses, and immobile bones. And the ambulatory corpse is only one step away from becoming an immutable bone. A corpse king in general. The strength of the old heavenly master Zhang Hexing was just like that. Next, it's off to that terracotta army. And, the first emperor. Ha 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 ha. My Tao is complete. Jin Yangzi laughed madly. He entered the underground palace of the imperial tomb, not for the gold and silver treasures, but for the corpses of those generals in the imperial tomb, as well as the corpse of that first emperor in heaven and earth. After decades of painstaking cultivation, he had fused the corpse catching and corpse refining method. That is, he wanted to train those who were extremely high in rank in their lifetime into corpses, and take a shortcut. Today, it became, unaware of this, he was able to refine Yuan Tiangang thanks to the hint of Ing Zhang's breath that suppressed Yuan Tiangang's ferocity, or else the moment he uncovered the talisman. Jin Yangzi would have been backfired and died. Refine me? I will wait for you to come. Ying Zhang looked at Jin Yangzi's frantic appearance, and the smirk in his eyes grew more and more intense. Crazy good. As long as this Jin Yangzi is crazy enough, he will be the one to break the coffin and come into the world today. Daoist, I won't stop you from refining the corpse, but this money at this time? Wang Wu spoke up. He wasn't interested in refining the corpse or not, but this was the remains of Yuan Tiangang, the state master of the Great Tang Dynasty, one of the authors of the ancient wonder book Pushback Diagram, various prestigious editions, and so well preserved that the body did not decay for 1,000 years. That's tens of millions of dollars at least. Humph. All the gold and silver belongings from this trip, all belong to you. Jin Yangzi glanced at Wang Wu, and with a wave of his sleeve robe acted very innocent. He does not see those what antique treasure. His goal from the beginning is the beginning of the emperor's tomb, the existence of the body. Yuan Tiangang can only be considered a surprise, but with the experience of refining Yuan Tiangang, for that one, Jin Yangzi was even more confident. Master Dao's atmosphere. Hearing this, Wang Wu grinned. Lead the way. Jin Yangzi waved his hand and said, if it wasn't for the fact that he still had to let Wang Wu lead the way behind him, he would have slapped this money-grubbing simpleton to death long ago. Alright, Ma Zi, look for the organs. Wang Wu didn't care about Jin Yangzi's attitude, and with a wave of his hand, those few minions lightly looked for the organs in the chamber. They can't do anything else, but when it comes to dumping, that's all they're good at. At this time, in the middle of the mausoleum, Zhang Daoling looked in the direction of the entrance to the underground palace with an ugly face. That's fellow Daoist Yuan sent, turning stiff into a corpse. Who touched the suppressor talisman? A hint of anger flashed in Zhang Daoling's eyes. Yuan Tiangang, although he is a junior, his stunning talent is not inferior to him. The ancestral heavenly master, sitting in the crypt at the entrance to the dungeon 300 years ago, by him personally left a righteousness prohibition on his body, as well as a Jinshur talisman and a Jinjin corpse talisman to seal the heavenly spirit, and the two places in Tanzhong can never be corpseified, right? But just now that breath, obviously is the stiff into a corpse, that the palace outside there is also a thunderbolt looming. What are these juniors who just came in doing? Zhang Daoling looked up at Ying Zhang's coffin, itching to run over and smack Wang Wu and the others a few big mouths right now, but alas, he could not leave the tomb. Fear? I will soon return to earth. Ying Zhang's voice traveled out of the bronze coffin. Why is your majesty suffering? Zhang Daoling looked up at the bronze coffin, filled with helplessness. As long as the poor Taoist is still around, even if his soul is scattered, he won't let his majesty go out. Then why are you suffering? Ying Zhang questioned with his voice rising. Do I have a grudge against you? No. Zhang Daoling shook his head. Any complaints? No grudges. Zhang Daoling continued to shake his head. There is no enmity or grudge. So why did you enter the imperial tomb and guard it for 2,000 years? For the sake of the world. Zhang Daoling's face was serious. Ha 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 ha. The world's living? Moralistic. It was as if Ying Zhang had heard some kind of joke, and the entire mausoleum trembled with Ying Zhang's laughter. I ask you, what have I done to harm the world? Nothing. Zhang Daoling slightly lowered his head. Until now, Ying Zhang has never left the bronze coffin, let alone jeopardizing the lives of the people in the world. Then what kind of life are you for? The bronze coffin trembled. That's a reason? Zhang Daoling opened his mouth, and only after a long time did he continue. The poor Taoist Jinyu for the future of the living. Those who are zombies are bloodthirsty, and if His Majesty comes out of the coffin, there will still be a few living people in the world. In the past, when His Majesty was the first emperor, he waged war and swept across the 6 kingdoms, causing the world to be plunged into war for 10 years, and even overthrew the 6 kingdoms, causing the people of the 6 kingdoms to be displaced. Now that he has turned into a corpse and returned to earth, won't he rebuild Great Qin? The world will be plunged into even greater war and countless people will die. As he spoke, Zhang Daoling's tone became firm. Yes, he did it for the sake of the world. Then I ask you, in the past 2,000 years, have I ever killed a person? Have I ever sucked a bottle of human blood? The one who said that I became a zombie in order to slaughter the world's people? No, but Zhang Daoling didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by Ying Zhang again. If not, then why am I evil? For the sake of the people not to suffer from war? You have suppressed me for 2,000 years. Has there ever been peace outside? Zhang Daoling, what is the geometry of dynastic turnover? How many people have died in the world? Zhang Daoling, without me, the world will be in chaos. Ying Zhang's out-of-this-world aura rushed out of the bronze coffin, and the entire terracotta warriors in the underground palace trembled along with it. The change of dynasties has its own heavenly destiny. Your Majesty's presumptuous attempt to use the chi of a dynasty to live forever is wrong, and a country's emperor's long life is wrong. Zhang Daoling forced his way. What's wrong with me seeking immortality? What is wrong with the Great Qin 10,000 years? When the world is returned to Great Qin for 10,000 lifetimes, there will be no more wars. I ask you, if I don't die, Great Qin doesn't perish, and the world is returned to one, will anyone else die in the war? The 5-husband rebellion, the 10 days of Yangzhou, the 3 massacres of Jiaoding, the 8-power allied forces invasion of China, the island nations invasion of China. Will it happen again? If I were here, if Great Qin were here, how many fewer people would have to die in the world? What is wrong with him seeking immortality? What's wrong with the world coming together? Poor Taoist Zhang Daoling opened his mouth and didn't utter a word. My generation of cultivators is to subdue demons and eliminate devils. His Majesty is a zombie, so he should be dealt with, Zhang Daoling said with a strong sense of justice in his heart. Hearing this, Ying Zhang laughed, and only afterward did he speak. That's barely a reason. But what is a demon? What is a demon? And why do we need to get rid of demons and why do we need to get rid of devils? Zhang Daoling was stuck in place again, and the words circled back around. Removing demons and devils is for the sake of the living. But Ying Zhang, he hasn't done anything yet. People haven't even killed a single person. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Daoling no longer pulls any big theory. With a sharp blade in hand, it is easy to kill, and with unlimited power, it is bound to deceive the good and the good. His Majesty spent 100 years on the layout. 100,000 troops were sacrificed, and he searched the world scene to raise corpses in the tomb. Was it just for fun? Your Majesty is the first emperor between heaven and earth, and has also led Great Qin to sweep across the 6 kingdoms. So you should understand this. Once His Majesty goes out, who can stand in His Majesty's way? I am too incompetent to gamble, and I have not dared to release His Majesty to return to Earth since. He knew that Ying Zhang hadn't done anything, and that the destruction of the world and the eternal night of the world were all just his guesses. For the sake of this conjecture, the world's stunningly talented descendants, like moths to a flame, headlong into the tomb of the first emperor, because they don't dare to gamble, because Ying Zhang is too terrifying. Once Ying Zhang, the first emperor, is stiffened into a corpse and breaks out of the coffin, the decision will be out of their hands. Therefore, even though Ying Zhang had not yet done anything, Zhang Daoling had already put the hat of the destroyer of worlds on his head. Even so, they never thought about whether Ying Zhang was really addicted to killing and whether he would really destroy the world when he went out, because none of this matters. The important thing is that they are weak, so they refuse to allow powerful beings to appear. You've finally gotten to the root. There was mockery in Ying Zhang's tone. Then I'll ask you once more. Why town me? Because of weakness. Although Zhang Daoling didn't want to admit it, this was indeed the fundamental problem. The gap is too wide to either hold it high and worship it as a god. Either that or nip it in the bud. For the sake of the world? That's just a reason. 2,000 years. I have asked you countless times, and you have finally admitted it. In the end, it is because of weakness. You fear me. Fear me. Eternal night under heaven? I have never thought of it, but you and others have spread it from mouth to mouth. Slandering me. Well then, I'll do it for you. Ying Zhang's loud laughter resounded in the mausoleum. Didn't these people say that if he went out he would destroy the world? The world would be in chaos and eternal night would fall? That's good. Then I'll show you. Satisfied? Zhang Daoling's face instantly turned pale as he looked at the boundless baleful aura gushing out of the bronze coffin. I'll see how long you can stop me. Ying Zhang fell silent after saying that. He had consumed too much of his mind today and needed to recuperate. Alas, Zhang Daoling sighed deeply. Perhaps he should have thought of this outcome back then. An existence as terrifying as Ying Zhang, if it is merely suppressed, sooner or later it will come out one day. It was just a day that came a little too early. Outside, the old celestial master watched the thunderclouds roll over the earth palace. A trace of foreboding rose in his heart. The calamity clouds are converging, and the fury is rushing to the sky. This is a great stiff coming out. The old heavenly master's mouth muttered to himself. His legs a little weak. I don't think it's that one, is it? If it's that patriarch, it shouldn't be a convergence of robber clouds, but a direct cleave down. The old celestial master comforted himself in his heart. Judging from this vision, it should not be Ying Zhang coming out. It should be whichever old ancestor has turned stiff. That damned grave robber. Damn. Don't really let this guy get it right. The first emperor didn't change his body. My 165 old ancestors of Longhu Mountain changed first. The old heavenly master clenched his hands into fists. He now hated to immediately drag Wang Wu and the others to his heels and reward one person with a large sinus. Master sect leader. We found out that the Taoist priest who mixed with the grave robbers is the head of our Zhang Yi Dao affiliated Taoism. Zi Chen Dao. Jinyang Zi. At this moment, a disciple from Longhu Mountain rushed to report. Go and take control of the entire Purple Chen Dao's disciples and ask them if they know what this Xinyangzi really wants. The old heavenly master waved his hand and asked, The Taoist sect is just a general term. There are also various Taoist systems under it. For example, they are the Zhang Yi Dao of Lung Fu Shan, the Shangchang Dao of Mao Shan, and the Taiping Dao established by Zhang Jiao in the past. These individual Taoist systems, the powerful ones, occupy various famous mountains and rivers: Zhang Yi Longhu Mountain, Chuanjin Zhongnan Mountain, Shanqing Ma Shan. The weaker Taoist systems, on the other hand, clung to the powerful Taoist systems and were slowly assimilated by them. The Purple Chen Dao was the Orthodox Way affiliate, and would slowly be merged into the Orthodox one further down the line. Old Celestial Master, does this zombie have a spirit? Jiang Shan came behind the old Heavenly Master at this time and asked. The old Tianshi looked at Jiang Shan strangely, then opened his mouth to explain. Unusual zombies don't open their minds, they only know how to thirst for blood, especially when they first come out of the world. They will look for the closest bloodline to suck the blood, especially for the killing. Wait until they become flying stiffs can have a trace of spiritual intelligence, but never human spirit. They will not remember their past life, and the life is completely two people. And when one reaches ambrosia, one's mind is wide open, no different from a human being. But, in the end, they are no longer alive and will no longer act with a human mind. They are just zombies. Jiang Shan nodded with seeming understanding, then continued to ask, it means that the zombies are no longer human, and the ones who came to life are not the ones who were alive. That's right. Otherwise why would my generation of cultivators have to drive them to extinction? The old Heavenly Master nodded with a bitter smile. Human blood has an inexplicable attraction to zombies. To them we are food. If a person dies and turns into a zombie and comes back to life, he or she still thinks the same way he or she did when alive. Then he Taoist seniors. That must not all become zombies. After all, this thing is immortal. Although there are many limitations, but a good death is better than a good life. But the point is, zombies are never human. The relationship between the two is predator and food. What comes to life is just a brand new monster, no longer the person you were before you were born. And you won't even have any memories from before you were born. You only know bloodlust and killing. If you die and become stiff, and when you come back to life, you're still you, then we can all just get stuck in the bug together. And everyone doesn't die all the time. No exceptions? Jiang Shan asked with a frown. No. The old Celestial Master nodded very definitely. Zombie, in the end that is also undead and indestructible. If it can really maintain the spirit of life, how many people in this world will take the initiative to turn into zombies? The old Heavenly Master said with a bitter smile. That's true. Jiang Shan nodded with understanding. If zombies could still be the same as when they were alive, then this thing wasn't evil. That mother that's the light and the right way. Who doesn't want to become a zombie after death and enjoy the earth again? However, legend has it that if you can cultivate the undying bone, you can retrieve your memories from before you were born. But how difficult is that undying bone? To achieve the undying bone, I'm afraid it needs the blood of millions of people as a foundation. The old Celestial Master sighed. Is it not so easy to become a non-materialized bone? If it was really that easy, he wouldn't be afraid of successive generations of Heavenly Masters becoming stiff in that underground palace. Not only are they not afraid, but they have to help them out, which are their own old ancestors. Immortalized bones? Then, can an existence like the first emperor come out of the world as an undying bone? Hearing the old Heavenly Master's words, Jiang Shan's eyes lit up as he continued to ask. It's hard to say. With the records of the generations of ancestors, as well as the ancestral Heavenly Masters, the beginning Emperor's fear will be even more terrifying than the immortalized bone after it comes out. It is possible to become the legendary drought demon. The old Celestial Master looked grave. To be able to make Zhang Daoling, the ancestral Heavenly Master, so fearful can only mean that the first emperor, I'm afraid, was born as a ferocious god like the drought demon. The drought demon was no longer considered a zombie, but a positive god of heaven and earth. Drought demon? Jiang Shan was a bit puzzled. He had heard of this name but didn't know much about it. The drought demon, in fact, is no longer considered a zombie, but a heavenly god. So he can communicate? Have a human mind? Jiang Shan asked in a hurry. It should be able to. The old Celestial Master nodded with some uncertainty. He has not seen the drought demon. All of them are from the book. As for can, he is not good to determine. To be able to communicate, that's something to talk about. Jiang Shan's thoughts came alive. He was not a Taoist priest or a practitioner, but an official. So his thinking, of course, was not as extreme as that of a practitioner. It's a matter of moving and dying. Wouldn't it be nice to talk about it? He's not good at subduing demons, but negotiating, this is his specialty. The jungle is not about fighting and killing. It's about people. The terror of the state apparatus is that it can fight as well as talk. It is a collection of all the forces, the strengths of all the parties. It is not like the Taoist priests. who only divide the camps in such an extreme way as good and evil. Old Jiang, what do you want? The old celestial master gradually came back to his senses. Old Sky Master, I've communicated with the top. The message from the top is to stay out of the fight if you can. I hope that you will make a decision that goes against your ancestors. Jiang Shan squared his face and spoke. What do you mean? Hey, don't be naive. That's a zombie. Zombie hey, you don't want to go and release that one to talk about it, do you? The old heavenly master was shocked by Jiang Shan's thoughts. Think of the consequences. You guys, this isn't some ordinary zombie. Who is that one? The first emperor? Ah, the ancestral dragon. The first emperor in the world. With a fortune I don't know how huge. If we can't get a deal, eternal night will come. Old celestial master. Times have changed. The distinction between good and evil is too extreme law. This blocking is better than dredging. You should understand it. Jiang Shan hurriedly opened his mouth to pacify. Know this, the old celestial master still objected somewhat. Jiang Shan put an arm around the old heavenly master's shoulder. Yeah, didn't say go and release that one right now. I mean, once things are really irreparable, then we might as well go with the flow and help the beginning emperor. Then we can talk about it. Rebuild Great Qin or want to suck blood. Not all said. Times have changed. Now there is not only a map of the Central Plains, there is also a map of the world. Jiang Shan said and looked toward the small days and eagle sauce of the country. But if that one doesn't come to an agreement, the world will be in danger of being overrun with people. Disagree? Fine. Go ahead and fight then. Jiang Shan spread his two hands and signaled that the old celestial master could enter the imperial tomb now. Old Master Tianshi, huh? Fighting hair Zhu Tianshi are afraid to face the existence. He went to play a chicken that what? Indeed it's better to block than to block. That, I admit. It was the old road that just spoke a little louder. That's right. Jiang Shan smiled and nodded. We're not saying that we're going to take the initiative to release such a terrifying existence. It's just an emergency insurance program. If something irreversible happens, we have no choice. Jiang Shan sighed and said. He didn't want it to be like this, but who made the one inside the underground palace just too scary? Once the fight starts, the Dragon Kingdom might even be lost. What's the difference between nuking and washing the ground on your own soil and committing suicide? The vanguard team has been assembled, so let's get them in there first to explore and see what's going on. However, the meaning of the above, old celestial master, should be clear. If there is no absolute certainty of stopping that one from coming out, then we will do nothing, and even help him out. Jiang Shan looked at the old celestial master and said seriously, to put it simply, you, Longhu Mountain, are certain of extending the seal? Then let it go. If not, we will take over the ladder. The old heavenly master didn't say anything after hearing this, but only nodded heavily. He knew that what the above meant was that if he couldn't be 10% sure of continuing the sealing, then the officials would take over everything. No longer befriending Ying, but befriending him, directly helping him out and releasing him to talk about it. The old Tao understands, and this is the only solution. The old heavenly master sighed. This is inevitable. You say you cannot continue to seal people, that also go to force the crossroads. That is not well. By the way, that commotion just now, was your ancestor corpseified? Jiang Shan raised his head to look at the bizarre celestial phenomenon and opened his mouth to ask. Well, it's just that I don't know which ancestor was disturbed. The old heavenly master nodded. Did these ancestors have to talk? Jiang Shan continued to ask. He hadn't forgotten that in addition to Ying, the big brother, there were also 165 celestial masters and countless Taoist forefathers and grandmasters in this mausoleum of the first emperor. This, I'm afraid it won't work. The old heavenly master shook his head with a bitter smile. Zombies are not living ancestors. There will be no pre-birth emotional ties. They are not even living creatures until they reach the point of not turning bone. Zombie is a zombie, with a mind, with a spirit, that is not transformed bone, or higher drought demon, already out of the zombie category. Then be prepared. Once all of these ancestral masters are corpseified, the one above will also awaken that one to take control of the situation. Jiang Shan reminded the old heavenly master. If that one wakes up, won't the situation be worse? The old celestial master froze at his words. What then? 165 celestial master corpses, and all those former great powers, added together, rushed out of the beginning emperor's earth palace, and we'll be able to stop them? You also said that that person still has the possibility to talk. These ancestors that are pure zombies that only know bloodthirsty killing. Jiang Shan's tone was flat. That decision, it was made from above. Unexpected, yet reasonable. Ying was terrifying, but this one had a spirit in the end and could talk and communicate. And those zombies that the ancestors transformed into are not that scary. but they are a bunch of killing monsters. Besides, both of them, no matter which one it was, it would be hard for them to resist the Dragon Kingdom. In that case, why don't you release Zhang? At least people can still talk and communicate. That group of ancestor corpses will just have to fight. Old Zhang. Ah, you said that one or two of the ancestors' corpses have changed, and we can take them with our hands. But you also said that inside this underground palace, there are 165 celestial masters from your Longhu Mountain alone. Once this goes to war, will you Longhu Mountain be able to stop it? If you want to say that you can block it, I will immediately notify the top and cancel all the original plans. You make the arrangements. Zhang Shan opened his mouth with a wave of his hand. Old timer. Block? He's ing blocking with his head. He is a celestial master, a contemporary Jedi, but there are 165 of them across the street, and all of them are heavenly masters, the best of all times. Any one of these people in their lifetime would be better than him. What's more, inside, there's the ancestral heavenly master Zhang Dowling. He didn't know if his own ancestral heavenly master would turn corporeal, but it was hard to tell. There were also those masters of the same generation as the ancestral heavenly master. Not to mention Longhu Mountain. Even if you pull all the sects of Mashan, Chuanjin, and Taoism over, you won't be able to stop it. There are too many. Not only are there too many, but they're all grandmasters. A natural disaster is coming, a great catastrophe is approaching. The old celestial master's voice was tinged with bitterness. Who would have thought that these successive generations of Jinling Taoist priests would also become a part of the disaster? Dragon-slaying warrior. Finally an evil dragon? I'll personally lead the team later. If things go beyond control, I'll personally welcome that one out of the tomb of the first emperor. A hint of determination flashed in the old heavenly master's eyes as he decided to personally descend into the tomb. He had to see for himself what was going on in the dungeon before he could make a decision. Good job on your hard work, old Zhang. Zhang Shan patted the old celestial master on the shoulder. They simply don't have a choice. We can only respond according to the changing circumstances. While all parties acted, the night faded and the sun rose. The news that the entire scenic area was on lockdown also spread. The entire internet set off a furor for a while, and it had been many years since the Dragon Kingdom had blocked off an area on such a large scale. In plain sight, I heard that the tomb of the first emperor has been cordoned off. What's going on? I saw the army all starting to move in this morning. Really? Isn't that place being developed into a scenic spot? Fidelity. I live in the neighborhood. I just shot it this morning, and the mechanical forces are in. So many tanks, and all the roads are closed. Yes. I also saw quite a few Taoist priests have come. Good guy. I have not seen as many Taoist masters in my life as I have seen today. I can't even count the purple-robed ones. There is no brother to see what's going on. Live broadcast live. The tomb of the first emperor was blocked. It is not what is inside it. For a time the curiosity of the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom was aroused. After all, it's the tomb of the first emperor. Ah, that lovely and charming old ancestor burial place. The heat itself is not small, and now so screwed up. A large number of anchors smelled the smell and traveled to the tomb of the first emperor. And those in the cultivation world were equally curious about the movements of the tomb of the first emperor. They weren't so much because of the official blockade as they were Lungfu Shan. How many years has it been since I've seen the order of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? Countless Longhu Mountain disciples, all put down the matter in hand to rush over. This is also counted as 100 years rare. Can it be that there is a 1,000-year-old zombie in this mausoleum of the first emperor? Everyone from Longhu Mountain has gone. My goodness, there's not even anyone left to guard it. All of them? The night march of 100 ghosts 60 years ago wasn't even this dramatic, was it? Can it be that there are really some 1,000-year-old zombies ready to come out of the first emperor's tomb? Blind a few bull *******. That is the mausoleum. Out of what cannot come out of the zombie? Dragon gas hovering royal gas suppression. Out of a hook 8 zombies. A group of uneducated pups. Guess a chicken. Just go over there and see. These people from the cultivation world, holding their curiosity, rushed to the tomb of the first emperor in groups. The old heavenly master Zhang Huching but has the title of the world's best. Can let the old heavenly master this nervous? Mobilize the entire Longhu Mountain to deal with the point of existence. Many people want to come to see. At this time, Zhang, who was at the center of the storm, had already fallen into a deep sleep. In these 2,000 years, he had spent very little time awake. After all, being trapped in a bronze coffin, waking up was also torture. And Zhang Dowling stood underneath the bronze coffin, his eyes flickering as if he was making some difficult decision. Fellow Taoist Yuan has been corpsed, and I'm afraid that the group of people who broke in weren't Taoist Jinling. In this underground palace, there are still the remains of many fellow travelers. Once all the corpses turn, the disaster will be no less than the appearance of the first emperor. But in his current state, he was incapable of doing anything. He couldn't even leave the mausoleum. If I had known that in the beginning, I would have listened to fellow Taoist Su's words and destroyed all the remains of all the fellow Taoists. Zhang Daoling sighed. Someone had suggested to him back then. In this underground palace, all the corpses are beaten to ashes to prevent future necrophilia. After all, in this imperial tomb underground palace, the Qin Shi is too prevalent, and those of them who cultivate Taoism will definitely undergo necrophilia after death. But Zhang Daoling refused. After all, people had given up everything to enter the imperial tomb to suppress the ancestral dragon, and ended up with a corpse after death. It just doesn't make sense. But now, these same people have become the disaster itself. There's only one way left: refine the corpses. Zhang Daoling looked towards the several corpses sitting on the ground in the middle of the mausoleum. These people, the best in the Taoist sect. So after entering the underground palace, followed Zhang Daoling, sitting together in the middle palace of the mausoleum bedchamber, and finally feathered immortality here. And now, he, Zhang Daoling, is also going to practice the art of the side door and violate the concept of righteousness in his heart. Zhang Daoling looked at the remains of these fellow travelers and apologized in his heart. In this mausoleum, there were 4 sets of remains, one of which was his own, and the remaining 3 were all at the level of Taoist ancestor. 3 sets of remains on the ground in front of their bodies are engraved with their respective identities for later identification. Taiji's was Xian Gong Guxian. The ancestor of the spiritual treasure sect is good at incantations and magic spells, and has a lot of strange techniques. In the 7th year of the Eastern Wu Chi Wu, he entered the imperial mausoleum to suppress the ancestral dragon. Heaven's pivot leader, Sa Shoujian, Sazu School, West River School, and Tian Shan School, the 3 schools of ancestors. In the 11th year of Shaoxing of the Great Song Dynasty, he entered the imperial tomb of Zhenzulong, True Lord Su Sun, the ancestor of the Pure Brightness sect, who once beheaded a dragon and set foot on the Immortal Gate. In the 2nd year of Ningkong of the Eastern Jin Dynasty, he entered the imperial tomb of Zhenzulong. Looking at the remains of these 3 people, Zhang Daoling sighed. Counting him, Zhang Daoling, the 4 of them, collectively known as the 4 heavenly masters. Guxian, these 3, not from the Longhu mountain, but also was awarded the name of the heavenly master, and is recognized by all Taoist disciplines. These 3 were only below Zhang Daoling, the ancestral heavenly master. 3 fellow Taoists. I'm offended. The ancestral dragon's release is imminent. It must not be done. So forgive the poor Taoist's rudeness, Zhang Daoling said, and with a spell in his hand, a golden light shot out from his fingertips. That golden light instantly enveloped all 3 of Guxian's corpses. Under the irradiation of the golden light, the original well-preserved flesh of the 3 began to rot, but in a moment's time there were only skeletons left. Rise! Zhang Daoling let out a loud shout, and those 3 skeletons glowing with golden light instantly rose up in the air, and then they kept twisting and transforming as they violently rushed towards the bronze coffin hanging in mid-air. The skeletons of the 3 great celestial masters were twistedly attached to the bronze coffin, entangling it firmly, and the golden light of Taoist incantations shone above their skeletons, with the remains of the 3 Gaokongs and another layer of ceiling. I don't know how long it can last, Zhang Daoling muttered to himself as his figure became fluttering, as if he was about to dissipate the next moment. He was at the end of his rope, and it was the last thing he could do. Guxian and the 3 of them were combined with him as the 4 heavenly masters of the Taoist sect, enjoying the Taoist qi and incense. Using the remains of these 3 people to trap the bronze coffin was the only way Zhang Daoling could think of. His body refining is not practicing to become a zombie. Guxian, the 3 people's qi status, once practiced as a zombie, Zhang Daoling cannot control. Snort doing useless things. You still think too highly of yourself. Ying Zhang in the bronze coffin was awakened, then snorted. These people, do they really think they've subdued the ancestral dragon? Without that meteorite, what with the 4 heavenly masters and the Taoist higher power, he could be destroyed with a single finger. Zhang Daoling, however, didn't have the strength to reply anymore. He also knew that Ying Zhang was right. Without that meteorite, he couldn't suppress Ying Zhang. But if he did nothing, Zhang Daoling would be even more uneasy in his heart. Even if the poor Taoist dies, my Tao, Zhang Yi, will also go forward, and Zhang will rule over evil, and Yi will unify the world. Zhang Daoling braced his breath and looked at the bronze coffin and firmly said, weak or not, because of selfishness or not, what he is doing now is the idea of righteousness. Zombies, evil by nature, for better or worse, should not be in this world. If your majesty wants to become a stiff, you're going against heaven, and if the Qin wants to last for the ages, you're adding insult to injury. Hearing Zhang Daoling's words, within the bronze coffin, Ying Zhang shook his head and lost his smile. You, ancestral heavenly master, Have a big mouth. Righteousness to cure evil. One to rule them all? How many things have you seen in heaven and earth? 10 years can see the passing of spring and the coming of fall, and 100 years can witness old age, sickness and death. 1,000 years can marvel at the change of dynasties, and 10,000 years can witness the turning of the stars. You are in the middle of this imperial tomb, accompanying me for 2,000 years. Still can't see, also like a frog in the bottom of the well. I'm going to become not a zombie, and Great Qin is not going to be for all time. 2,000 years. You suppressed me for 2,000 years, and also accompanied me for 2,000 years. You and I are also considered enemies and friends. So many times exchanges. Don't you get it? Ying Zhang was slightly disappointed. This Jingyi ancestral heavenly master, who was admired by millions of people in the outside world, was nothing more than that. Why did your majesty say that? Zhang Daoling was slightly stunned. You are changing the pattern of the royal tomb, collecting the most Yin things into the tomb, and even creating a Yin river with mercury in the royal tomb, and you still don't want to become a stalemate? Great Qin for all time. That's what you yourself shouted out when you were alive. What do you think I will be if I come out? Ying Zhang's voice traveled out of the bronze coffin. Zhang Daoling was silent for a moment. He, the ancestral heavenly master, couldn't even tell what kind of existence Ying Zhang would become after he came out of his coffin, because there's no precedent for this. There has never been a zombie like Ying Zhang, being burdened with the fortune of the Qin dynasty, the first emperor on earth, and honored as the ancestral dragon in later times. Boundless fortune was added to his body. Even the topmost undying bone among the zombies couldn't use such a huge chi blessing. Once out of the coffin, I am afraid that Ying Zhang does not belong to any zombie, but rather to the legendary god of evil, the drought demon. Don't compare me to those monsters who drink blood. What I want is never on earth, either. It is the 3 realms, the 10 directions, the 4 lives, the 6 paths, everything. Ying Zhang's domineering and overwhelming words traveled out of the bronze coffin, once again causing the 100,000 terracotta warriors in the imperial tomb to tremble. When Zhang Daoling heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up at the bronze coffin. What are the 3 realms? Heaven, earth and man. What are the 10 directions? The 4 directions, the 4 dimensions, the up and down, 4 births, fetal, oviparous, wet, and incarnational, the 6 paths, heaven, man, devils, hell, and hungry ghosts. Legend has it that the Jade Emperor, as the Lord of the Gods, is in charge of the 3 realms, the 10 directions, the 4 living beings and the 6 paths of all yin and yang woes and blessings. Only now did Zhang Daoling realize that the ancestral dragon he had trapped had ambitions that were not of the earthly realm, much less something as simple as immortality. Your Majesty wants to ascend to the 33 heavens. Zhang Daoling had a hint of incredulity in his voice. The Jade Emperor, the commander of the gods, rules the heavens and never destroys them. He leads the 10,000 saints, enlightens the 10,000 heavens, creates all things, and governs all spirits, and is the supreme god of the heavenly realm, the emperor of the 10,000 heavens. Such a being is not to be thought of by mortals. I am the patriarch of the earth, and if I become a god, why can't I be the patriarch of the gods? The immortals praise and emphasize the great supreme way, which goes up to the heavens and down to the ghosts. When I come out of the coffin, I am the first emperor of 10,000 heavens. At that time, the gods will not descend, and all senses will be connected, the saints will not come in vain, and prayers will be answered. Ying Zhang's confident voice traveled out of the bronze coffin. Sure, he was a long way from that position now, but so what? Back then, he was not yet the king of Qin, he was only a prince, and he said that he would sweep the 6 kingdoms in 10 years, and the people laughed at him, but the result was that he, Ying Zhang, ascended to the throne and became the first emperor. Your Majesty's grand wish is afraid that it will not be realized for eternity. Zhang Daoling calmed down and then said softly. He admitted that with Ying Zhang's great fortune, he would be the most terrifying being on earth once he came out of the coffin. But that's as far as it goes. Looking at the 3 realms and 10 directions, the 4 lifetimes and 6 paths, one cannot yet assume the position of emperor. Even in Zhang Daoling's eyes, this was nothing but delusion. Ying Zhang didn't refute. Summer insects can't talk about ice. What he wants to do. No need to have to prove anything in advance. Outside, cultivators from all walks of life converged under the northern foot of Mount Li. Even the weird demons. They mixed in quite a bit. The Celestial Master's order. I've seen it 60 years ago. I didn't expect there to be anyone else. Who could make that old thing Zhang Hexing unleash it again? Outside the scenic blockade line, a short-haired teenager wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses with a sunny face looked at the interior of the scenic area with interest. 60 years ago, Zhang Yiqing had initiated an order of the Heavenly Master, and the cause was because of the 100 Ghosts night journey caused by this teenager. Go in and explore. Find out what happened to the tomb of the first emperor. The teenager's mouth whispered, and a black shadow underneath him instantly scurried out and entered the scenic spot. I don't know if there's another kingdom-destroying level creepy. If so, if I take it under my wing, I won't be afraid of his district dragon Tiger Mountain. The teenager thought, a bright smile appearing on his face. Since the last time he was slapped with a few big sinuses by the old heavenly master Zhang Hecheng himself down the mountain, he had had enough of humiliation and hiding for the past few decades. Today, he seems to see the light of a resurgence. Tomb of the first emperor, entrance to the underground palace. The old heavenly master stayed here with a serious face and a group of people. Old celestial master, should we open the door and go in, or make a hole? Zhang Shan looked at the door of the underground palace and then at the old celestial master. There were many secrets hidden in this underground palace, and the gate they didn't know if they could open it easily. Open the door. It doesn't matter that many of my Zhang Yi's ancestors have entered through this. The old heavenly master waved his hand understanding Zhang Shan's concern. Open the door. With Zhang Shan's order, numerous operatives stepped forward and slowly pushed the door, which had been dusty for 100 years. Open. The moment this bronze gate was opened, a sound of weapons clashing came out, and a gloomy wind poured in, which instantly swept over the chimes, guzheng, and all kinds of musical instruments stored in the tomb. The ghostly voice passed through the gate and came out, and even the old heavenly master couldn't help but shiver. What a heavy Qin. Old ancestors, but you must hold firm. The old celestial master's mouth whispered. With such a heavy Qin, I'm afraid all the generations of heavenly masters of his Lungfu mountain have been stiffened. Once you touch something, you can mess up a patch of zombies of the Grandmaster level at any time. Old Sky Master, don't blame me for talking too much This gate opens since it's okay. You Longhu mountain many old ancestors. Why not come out at the end of life? Have to sit in it. It's good now. The dragon-slaying warrior has finally become an evil dragon. Zhang Shan said while sizing up the crowd of Dragon Tiger Mountain. These people have no brain circuits. Suppression is fine, but there's no need to die in it. It's not that I'm not leaving, it's that I can't leave. The old heavenly master shook his head without explaining too much. Zhang Shan nodded and didn't pursue the question any further, then opened his mouth and said, remember, if you don't have 100% certainty, you should never provoke that one. All of you change your Dao robes, I've prepared new clothes. As Zhang Shan's words fell, one black robe was brought up. This is? The old celestial master looked at Zhang Shan with some confusion. What's the point of changing clothes? TSK, old celestial master, this you don't understand. I mean just in case just in case that one has already come out after you guys went in? How can we talk when you're wearing robes? There's nothing to talk about. The one inside, trapped for 2,000 years by your old ancestor. Are you angry? Then take a look at you guys wearing the Taoist robes of Lung Fu Shan, and I'm afraid a big sinus will come over. I'm doing this for your own good, Zhang Shan said as he took the clothes and put them on the old celestial master. These clothes? I was rushed out overnight. According to the Qin dynasty clothing, 1-to-1 restore, but also deliberately made of black. Qin water German transportation. Respect black well. When which time comes to take a look, it's not crunchy and gracious. If there's an accident, we can negotiate. You. Hearing Zhang Shan's words, the group of Dao masters behind the old heavenly master instantly widened their eyes. Looking down on us Zhang Yi cultivators? That beginning emperor is no longer powerful, but he is still evil. So how can I, Zhang Yi, do something to bow down and bend my head? What for? He, Lung Fu Shan, practiced the path of righteousness. How can you bow down to the forces of evil when you have the idea of positive one? There were 165 heavenly masters watching inside. It's not like I'm apologizing to my ancestors. Old Jiang, it is indeed too much. We are at least cultivators who have practiced Zhang Yi for 100 years. Old Tianzhi also spoke up. You guys aren't wearing them? That's fine. Then put it away. Zhang Shan glanced at a few people before waving his hand to signal for the clothes to be taken down. I don't know if that first emperor is as cranky as the legend says, and if he'll just slap you to death when he sees the Dao robes you're wearing. Old heavenly master, you are the best in the world. Can you take a slap from that person? I think it's fine, but at your level of cultivation, you'll be able to hold out for more or less one move. Zhang Shan sighed and pretended to say something, then made a gesture to take the clothes off the old celestial master. Wait, I just think, black looks good. After so many years on the mountain, I haven't worn black clothes. The old heavenly master tightened the black clothes on his body. He's not scared or some kind of bowing down to black evil. I just think black is nice and I can wear it occasionally. Sect master. The many old Taoists behind him stared at the old heavenly master in death. That I'm here because the old celestial master opened his mouth to explain. However, before the old celestial master could finish his explanation, Numerous old Taoist priests spoke up together. We also like the color black. Old celestial master, oh, that way, that old ginger. One for each person. It's rare that the master brothers all like the same color. Okay, no problem. Zhongshan shook his head and lost his smile as he handed out these Qin dynasty clothes. After dealing with Lung Fu Shan so many times, he had finished taking these old guys down. The people changed their clothes, all without the same righteous indignation as just now, as if it wasn't them who had just objected. It seems that one is indeed a bit terrifying. Zhongshan glanced at the bronze door with some concern. These old Taoist priests, each one of them stubborn, the old heavenly master, the supreme master of the world, had never bowed to weirdness, but the way they were behaving now, one could only say that the one inside was putting too much pressure on them. Collecting his mind, Zhongshan solemnly looked at the old heavenly master. I'll be counting on the old heavenly master for what comes next. After you go in, whichever one of you doesn't come out will follow the rules of your dragon tiger mountain. If that one comes out of the coffin, give this to him. It's our sincerity from the dragon kingdom. Saying this, Zhongshan took out a letter and handed it to the old heavenly master. This letter was jointly written by several bigwigs above, and it was also specially written in Qin seal script, just in case any of them couldn't read the simplified characters. Good. The old celestial master nodded and reached out to take the envelope, then led the 6 people righteously into the bronze gate. Of these 6 people, 3 of them were high achievers from Longhu Mountain, while the other 3 were official people. Close the door. Looking at the gate that couldn't stop blowing a gloomy wind outside, Zhongshan ordered it to be closed. Just by blowing on it for a while, he was already feeling ill. In the middle of the underground palace, the old celestial master led the way at the front, followed closely by the remaining 6. Old celestial master. This underground palace looks like it's not that difficult to enter. It's a little too easy. A bald young man in the group spoke up doubtfully. Isn't this coming in a little too easy? He had heard that over the past 2,000 years, many people had tried to enter the tomb, but they had all been stopped outside. Many ancestors have guarded this place before. How can outsiders enter? The old heavenly master said with a smile. This beginner's palace. What a configuration at its peak. Inside, there is the ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling, plus the 3 great heavenly masters who are on par with him. Outside, there are the state master Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, the successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain, and other ancestors of great powers. If they don't want people to come in, no one can come in. And now, coming in so easily, it's obvious that this imperial tomb dungeon, there's not a single living Jinling Taoist left. Thinking of this, the old celestial master sighed. From the moment he knew that a grave robber had entered the royal tomb, he thought about it. If there are still Jinling Taoist priests alive, how can a mere grave robber get in? Someone has come in again. What a hustle and bustle. Inside the bronze coffin, Ing Zhang opened his eyes and sensed the old heavenly master and the others. This mausoleum of the first emperor has not been so lively for a long time. These people are wearing my great Qin clothes. Inside the bronze coffin, Ing Zhang was slightly speechless. This group of people wore the shiny crimson clothes of his great Qin, but they cultivated the orthodox Taoist system. For a moment he was still a bit confused as to what these people were doing. Old Taoist Zhang's descendants have rebelled? Ing Zhang had a slight hint of interest. He could feel that 4 of these 7 newcomers had pure Jingyi true Qi in them. But these 4, and wearing his great Qin clothes to show their loyalty? Celestial Master degree. Zhang Daoling's remnant soul was also energized at this moment. He likewise sensed the newcomer coming into the Earth Palace. And what made him a little excited was that this time, the newcomer carried the unique aura of his successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. That was the Tianshi degree that had been passed down from generation to generation starting from him, containing the heritage of Longhu Mountain and the sense of each generation of Tianshi for cultivation. Has the new generation of heavenly masters arrived? It's just too weak. Half-step Jindan. Didn't I set the rules back then that only those who had stepped into Jindan could enter? Zheng Yi Dao. Can't it be that it has withered to such an extent? I can't even get a single Jindan cultivator together. Zhang Daoling muttered to himself under his breath, and at the same time, he was somewhat excited. Weakness is weakness. So be it. At least it's one of our own. The last generation of Lungfu Mountain heavenly masters still came 100 or 200 years ago, although the strength of the past, but just came in not long ago, by the influence of the Fury, inadvertently fell into the royal tomb of the Milky Way, the body to die. This generation, it should be the 166th generation of heavenly masters. I don't know if he will be able to take my place. A rare trace of relief appeared on Zhang Daoling's face. Other than that, at least we can drive out the group that entered the underground palace before, as well as reseal Taoist Yuan. Zhang Daoling thought of Wang Wu and the others. The group was now his heartache. A group of strangers entering such a dangerous place. One slip up and it could lead to a heinous disaster. For example, Yuan Tiangon's necrophilia. A new generation of heavenly masters? Inside the bronze coffin, Ying Zhang's face was a bit strange as he listened to Zhang Daoling's self-talk. I wonder how old Taoist Zhang will feel when he sees this offspring of his. Wearing my great Qin Shi crimson garments, the corners of Ying Zhang's mouth hooked into a smile. The heavenly master of Lung Fu Shan. Defying the old ancestor? What happened out there that made these cow noses from Longhu Mountain do such a thing? Ying Zhang became somewhat curious. These people of the old heavenly master, dressed in his great Qin clothes, and the people who came in, unevenly, did not look like they had come to suppress him. There was even so much as a hint of a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, you a Longhu Mountain heavenly master, do not wear their own Taoist robes, specializing in the whole of his great Qin Shi crimson Y. But that's kind of good news for him. Wang Wu and his party, plus this weird heavenly master's party. Whoever walks into this mausoleum, he gets out. Unfortunately, in his current state, old Taoist Zhang cannot see what this so-called new generation of heavenly masters looks like. In Zhang Daoling's current state, it was already extremely difficult for him to sense that someone had entered the underground palace. For a while, Ying Zhang and Zhang Daoling, both jointly focused on the newly entered old heavenly master and the others. The difference was that Ying Zhang could see it clearly. As for Zhang Daoling, he could only barely feel the location by relying on the sliver of aura from the heavenly master degree. At this moment, the old heavenly master, who was still at the periphery of the underground palace, had a somewhat ugly face. That one seems to have really awakened, the old celestial master murmured under his breath. He could vaguely sense a sight watching him from the underworld. Just by being watched, the old celestial master felt cold all over, and the golden light in his body undulated uncontrollably. In the middle of this huge imperial tomb underground palace, apart from that person, he really couldn't think of anyone else who had this sense of oppression. What's the matter, Master Sifu? It's fine. The old celestial master reluctantly smiled. The others were too weak to feel it, and there was no need for him to say it to disrupt people's hearts. All get ready. I'm afraid the road behind this one isn't that good, the old heavenly master said, pulling out a few talismans and sticking them on a few people. The talisman glowed with a golden light, protecting the crowd from the Yin Qi. Master sect leader, did you discover something? Zhang Shuyi looked at the old heavenly master's face that looked a bit off and opened his mouth to ask after him. He was the highest in seniority on Longhu Mountain, except for the old Tianshi, and his strength was second only to the old Tianshi. I'm afraid I'm going to have to assume the worst. Luckily I've got something ready to share. Shou-yi, here, you hold this. With a flip of his hand, the old heavenly master pulled out a big guy from his own sleeve cannon and handed it to his senior brother. Ha! Zhang Shuyi looked at the fellow in the old heavenly master's hand and froze in place. What are you waiting for? Take it. I asked Ginger to get it. Good stuff. Times have changed. We have to combine them too. He only saw the old celestial master carrying a Type 98 rocket launcher and holding a few rockets in his hands, which were engraved with some scripture additions from Longhu Mountain. This thing, top enough, with the 5 thunder talismans engraved on it. Once it's fired, it'll be more powerful than old Tao's My Palm Thunder. Most importantly, it's non-consumable. Just keep blasting and you're done. The old heavenly master introduced the bazooka in his hand, his face satisfied. That, senior sect leader, we cultivate awe. The corner of Zhang Shuyi's mouth twitched. They are Taoist priests. Monks, carrying a bazooka? What is this? What kind of thinking is that? What's wrong with a hot weapon? When it comes to our hands, it's called a magic weapon, non-consumable. The old celestial master said and stuffed the rocket launcher into Zhang Shuyi's arms. The world has changed. The times have changed. This thing, a shot down is comparable to a palm mine. Enough ammunition, unlimited bombing. But how many times can you use your palm mine? Dozens of times? Old Tianshi patted Zhang Shuyi's head. Nowadays, in this era, cultivators were in decline. And other than him, Zhang Huqing, the rest of them couldn't cultivate much of a name. You've been practicing for 10 years, and you finally struck out with a round of palm thunder. People's assembly lines have been in operation for 10 years, and I'm afraid they've produced 10 million rounds of shells. It's not like anywhere else, and the zombies in here aren't comparable to the creepy ones out there. If anyone pops out, we'll all have to kowtow and call out to our old ancestors. If we're unlucky, we might not even make it to that one's tomb. The old heavenly master educated in a serious tone. The existences in here, if any of them went outside, they would all be raining corpses, not something that could be compared to those little creeps out there. He is also helpless. He also wants to be immortal, waving his hand golden light to subdue everything. But I don't have the strength to do it. Come on, one for each person. If you meet the old ancestors at that time, don't be polite, Just shoot in unison to feed them, the old heavenly master said, giving the remaining 5 people, all equipped with equipment. He didn't know if the old ancestors in the underground palace had corpses, but just in case, these things, he had purposely asked Zhang Shan to take, and on each rocket, there was a 5 thunder talisman personally engraved by the old heavenly master. The power was doubled, and it was not too much to say that it was a magic treasure. Understood. Zhang Shuyi's mouth twitched as he listened to the old heavenly master's words. Fully armed, the group continued to walk towards the depths of the underground palace, and at this moment, Wang Wu and the others who came in first had already passed through the outer city of the underground palace and arrived at the entrance of the inner city. Boss, this going in is the tomb of the first emperor, right? Zhang San looked at the huge bronze door in front of him and swallowed his saliva. What are you thinking about? This imperial tomb dungeon, divided into a palace city and an imperial city, built in imitation of this Xianyang. It's very big. It's still early for us to want to enter the mausoleum. This is at best the gate to enter the imperial city. Wang Wu glanced at Zhang San, then greeted the crowd and pushed open the gate together. As the bronze gate slowly opened, the sight that followed shocked the crowd into place. Boss, this, Taoist Jinyangzi. This Wang Wu also turned his head to look at Jinyangzi, only to see a group of purple-robed Taoist priests sitting in rows behind that bronze door. At a glance, there were at least 100 or so. These 100 or so Taoist priests, each with a dead but not dead body, were arranged in order in the passageway behind the gate. True Yangzi also froze in place as he watched the scene before him. What's the situation? I haven't heard of any legends of their Taoist sect going down to the grave en masse. This was more than 100 old ancestors. If there was really any collective action, there should be a record of it in the Taoist sect. It was already a surprise to bump into Yuan Tiangang here at the mausoleum of the first emperor, but it turns out there's more here. Into the imperial tomb. Jin ancestral dragon. Is it possible that there are any secrets in this imperial tomb? Jin Yangzi suddenly thought of the text engraved in front of Yuan Tiangang's remains. At that time, he didn't care much about it, but now that he thinks about it, I'm afraid that this first emperor's tomb hides the secrets of his Taoist sect. How else could so many purple-robed ancestors have entered this imperial tomb? Jin ancestral dragon. This ancestral dragon can't be that patriarch. A trace of shock flashed through True Yangzi's eyes. Hundreds of old ancestors entered the tomb. Is it possible that that first emperor is showing signs of necrophilia? No, it's impossible. The qi in that person's body is too huge. The dragon qi protects the body of the country's fortune. It's impossible for such an existence to turn into a zombie. Jin Yangzi shook his head, only feeling that his thoughts were somewhat absurd. It's pretty much accepted that emperors can't be zombies. The dragon's energy and national fortune in its body suppresses the emperor's inability to turn into a corpse. Not to mention that it was the first emperor. No matter what, that one was the first emperor between heaven and earth. Throughout history, at best, there have been some princes or royal relatives or whatever royal corpses. This imperial mausoleum won't be emptied by your Taoist sect. This is the tomb of the first emperor, not your Taoist sect's grave. Wang Wu smacked his lips. He really didn't expect that in the tomb of the first emperor. The people buried there were from the ING Taoist sect. The remains of this piece of Taoist Haigong in front of me are almost 200. When did the Taoist sect have this fetish? To other people's royal tombs, to bury their own people. Robbing graves? 100 or so people were buried together. That's too much of a bad thing. Although he, Wang Wu, was a grave robber, he couldn't do such a thing. Poor Taoist doesn't know either. But now it seems that I'm afraid that this imperial tomb is different from what the outside world has rumored, and that someone has been in this underground palace for a long time. Jin Yangzi shook his head. He was also full of questions right now. Nonsense. These old ancestors of your family are almost filling up the human mausoleum. Wang Wu rolled his eyes as he listened to Jin Yangzi's reply. Jin Yangzi didn't bother to fight with him, and with his own zombie, he carefully walked into the gate. After refining Yuan Tiangang, he was now full of confidence. Even if there was really any danger in this imperial tomb, he was confident that he could easily deal with it. This was a flying stiff, just one step away from entering the Vorpal realm, and the old heavenly master was only at this level. And a person like old Tianshi is known as the best of the best in the world. When the best in the world was his junior, what else did he, Jin Yangzi, have to fear? What are you waiting for? Follow me. Wang Wu saw Jin Yangzi walk into the gate first, and hurriedly greeted his minions to follow. When he got closer, Wang Wu's eyes instantly lit up. These corpses and Yuan Tiangang, that general, each well preserved, die hard, casually lifted out, are able to put into the museum exhibition. This treasure is not found. Move a few corpses out can also make a lot of money. I'm afraid these corpses are worth old nose money, but it's a pity that we can't move too many of them. Wang Wu's eyes glowed as he looked at the old ancestors sitting in a platter all over the place. Brothers, be quick. One on each person's back. Be careful. Don't break it. Don't move. Suddenly, Jin Yangzi's slightly fearful voice resounded in everyone's ears. How is it, Master Dao? Wang Wu looked at Jin Yangzi with slight dissatisfaction. Don't move at all. These corpses, all of them have the possibility of becoming stiff. Once one is disturbed, it will cause a mutation in all of them. Jin Yangzi tried to calm down. This closer, he noticed that these old ancestors in front of him at least a few hundred years of being nourished by the Qin Shi here. There are already signs of rigidity. Each body is affixed with a corpse suppression talisman, suppressing the death talisman. The most horrifying thing was that the old Taoist priest sitting in the first row had at least hundreds of break-suppressing talismans densely affixed to his body. Don't you know that what's his name corpse refining? Go on. Wang Wu opened his mouth. You're a purple-robed Taoist priest with a fear of zombies. There's no shame in saying it. What do you know? Jin Yangzi glared at Wang Wu. What the hell do these people know? His strength, on the outside, was not bad, and now with Yuan Tiangang, the flying stiff, he could completely break bread with the old heavenly master. But, there are more than 100 old ancestors here. Once the corpses turn, these people, immediately have to be sucked to death alive. So what's the deal? Leave it here to look good? Master Dao, you're getting something, but my brothers are still empty-handed. Wang Wu said as he hid his right hand behind his back and stared at Jin Yangzi. Big brother, Taoist master. These corpses also have words carved in front of them. At this time, Hemp's voice came. The crowd followed Pocky's gesture and saw that on the ground in front of these corpses, there were words carved on the ground in general with Yuan Tiangang. Jin Yangzi took the lead and came to the body sitting first in line to look at it. Second generation heavenly master, Zhang Heng, by order of his father. In the second year of Guangha of the Great Han Dynasty, he entered the imperial tomb to suppress Zulong. Second generation heavenly master. Jin Yangzi's eyes widened. The eldest son of the ancestral celestial master Zhang Daoling, the second generation celestial master of the Zhang Yi Dao of Longhu Mountain, was surprisingly at the tomb of the first emperor. How can this one be here? Shouldn't he be buried in Lungfu Shan? No wonder. The second generation heavenly master, the heir of Zhang Yi Dao. No wonder he would use so many corpse-suppressing and death-suppressing talismans. Then could the others be as well? Jin Yangzi muttered in his mouth, then looked toward the rest of the bodies. Zhang Lu, the third Tianshi, Zhang Shang, the fourth Tianshi, Zhang Zhaochang, the fifth Tianshi, and Zhang Pepper, the sixth Tianshi. Here all the way down. Jin Yangzi's heart grew more and more shocked. There are 164 corpses here, all of which are the generations of heavenly masters inherited from Longhu Mountain for thousands of years. Longhu Mountain, all the celestial masters nearly collective sitting in this. What the hell is this? Performance art? What's the point of going to someone else's mausoleum if you're not going to stay at your own Dragon Tiger Mountain? Dragon Tiger Mountain has been passed down to this day. There are 166 celestial masters, excluding the old celestial masters outside. There is still a generation that is missing? Jin Yangzi's heart became a little nervous. This missing one appears to be the 165th heavenly master. What secrets are hidden in this imperial tomb? Is it possible that that ancestral dragon really has signs of necrophilia? Otherwise, why would these 100 or so heavenly masters come in? Jin Yangzi swallowed his saliva. Things seem to have gone beyond his imagination. The outside world rumors that Longhu Mountain celestial master short life, every once in a while to change a new namely. Otherwise it would not be more than 1,000 years, on the inheritance of 166 generations. Now it seems that these celestial masters are not short-lived, but all of them have gone into the tomb of the first emperor. Taoist master, are these really all the successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain? Wang Wu walked over to Jin Yangzi at this time and asked carefully. He didn't cultivate the Dharma, but he understood the terror of the heavenly master. There are more than 100 of them here. These people and Yuan Tiangang before them, all died here. Everywhere in this tomb of the first emperor is bizarre. The celestial masters have hung more than 100. Can he, Wang Wu, walk out? There is a great horror at the tomb of the first emperor. Jin Yangzi opened his mouth and was about to reply when a terrifying baleful aura suddenly rose to the sky, interrupting what Jin Yangzi wanted to say. The crowd instantly panicked. Old boss, that. At that moment a voice with a sobbing tone came out. The crowd looked towards the voice, only to see that Pocky was holding a corpse suppressor talisman in his hand, and the corpse of the celestial master in front of him had already stood up. What the are you doing, numbnuts? I didn't do it. It was the Taoist master's zombie. It ripped it off and shoved it into my hand. Pocky was full of panic, his tone with a hint of crying. It really wasn't him. Just now, very quickly. Yuan Tiangang swished and ripped off the corpse-suppressing talisman T to his hand, and then ran to the side again, not moving. Me? Jin Yangzi frowned and looked toward Yuan Tiangang. who was motionless not far away. He had already refined it, and it was only right that it shouldn't act without his control, let alone to uncover the talisman. Zombies don't have much of a mind, not waiting for Jinyangzi to follow up. Roar! A roar that resonated through the heavens and the earth chimed through the mausoleum. The corpse of the celestial master that had been uncovered with the corpse-suppressing talisman opened its eyes, and fangs grew out of its mouth at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge baleful aura formed a gust of wind that raged crazily around his body. The Qin of the entire chamber instantly surged towards the city gates as if it were a whirlpool. The corpse-suppressing talismans on the surrounding successive generations of heavenly masters were blown and clattered. A moment later, these corpse-suppressor talismans were directly blown off by the fury wind. Countless corpse-suppressor talismans flew in the air, and those corpses, without the suppression of the corpse-suppressor talisman, instantly began to stiffen. 164 celestial corpses. Run! Jinyangzi roared angrily, then ran towards the gate without looking back. He was now in no mood to care about why Yuan Tiangang acted on his own. Wang Wu's movements were not slow, and he nimbly followed Jinyangzi towards the outside. Throughout the entire imperial tomb, the fury rolled over and the Qin rose. These 164 celestial masters, collectively, began to turn into corpses. At this time, in the middle of the mausoleum, Zhang Daoling looked toward the gates of the imperial city with a face full of shock. He sensed the changes in the many heavenly masters. His children and grandchildren. They're all starting to turn into corpses. Who moved the corpse suppressor talisman? Zhang Daoling roared out in anger as his eyes glazed over. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of consequences would be caused by these 164 heavenly masters once their corpses turned. At the same time, the sound of Ing Zhang's maniacal laughter came out from within the bronze coffin. I, for one, am coming back. Big chapter. Ing Zhang's arrogant laughter caused the tomb to shake. Hundreds of celestial masters' corpses. The huge Qin brought wrapped in the baleful chi swept through the entire imperial tomb underground palace. As for the outside world, above the sky dome and the outside world of the imperial tomb earth palace, thunderclouds instantly rolled over and over. The thunderous explosions were continuous, and the entire Mount Li was instantly shrouded in darkness. Every now and then, a thunderbolt would fall and blast the underground palace. The thunderclouds above that sky dome were still expanding. The sunlight was blocked by the dark clouds, and the darkness was spreading and invading with Mount Li as the center. What is the situation? Did that one come out? Jiang Shan looked at the scene in front of him as if it was the end of the world, shocked and somewhat at a loss for words. Just as Jiang Shan froze, the thunderclouds above the sky covered the dome of the sky 1 point faster, spreading crazily in all directions. Within the dark clouds, countless thunderbolts tumbled, gathering but not falling, seemingly brewing an even more terrifying divine thunder. Evacuate the residents of the nearby cities immediately. Move quickly. In addition, the cordon line is pushed outward by 1,000 meters. Everyone exit the Imperial Tomb range immediately. Jiang Shan came back to his senses, picked up his walkie-talkie and began to make arrangements. Military police on standby in the neighborhood moved immediately to evacuate residents of several nearby cities. The cordon also began to move outward, and the people who had gathered outside to watch were all persuaded to leave. Thunderbolt? There are great stiffs coming out of the world. Holy, there really are big dumplings in the tomb of the first emperor? It's impossible to say that the mausoleum can't be corpsed. This scene when 100 ghosts walking at night is not so horrible. Right, the old celestial master top should not be a problem. I heard that Longhu Mountain full staff to all. The official also transferred a lot of people over. Even if the first emperor's mausoleum has 1,000 years of large dumplings, on the Longhu Mountain this configuration to take no problem. Doesn't anyone care who the corpse is? Maybe it was one of the first emperors. Hold the bull ********. It's all been said. It's impossible for an emperor to turn into a corpse. At most it's a general or something buried with him in the tomb. The group of cultivators gathered at the periphery discussed in a rowdy manner. The scene in front of them was horrifying, but none of them were afraid. Each one of them stretched their necks to look inside with great interest. A rare eating scene. All of LWS versus the 1,000-year-old General Dumpling. You're not going to be a war correspondent? Old Tianchu's title of being the best in the world went deep into people's hearts. And no one ever thought that old Tianchu wouldn't be able to handle it. Back then, the 100 Ghosts night walking was not also as horrible as this, but in the end, it was still not taught to be a human being by the old celestial master down the mountain. Longhu Mountain is in front of the top, they peacefully at the back to eat melon is. These people have no idea how many terrifying existences there are in the tomb of the first emperor. Not to mention the fact that the first emperor, the one they thought couldn't possibly be necrotic, was about to come back to Earth. If they knew the real situation in the mausoleum of the first emperor, these people were afraid that they would immediately be scared and run out of 800 miles away, where there is still the mood to eat melon and watch the show. At this time, the old celestial master, who was highly expected by the crowd, was in the middle of the tunnel of the underground palace, and did not dare to move. What happened? The old ancestor's corpse? Or did that one come out? Zhang Shudi's face was filled with horror. That huge Qin Shi. He had never seen it before in his life. The old celestial master did not reply, silently looking into the depths of the underground palace. I'm afraid both. They still came too late. In the middle of a tomb, the bronze coffin that was hanging in midair shook violently. The 9 copper chains on it were taut, and the sound of breaking was faintly heard. The seal on top of the coffin that was entwined by the bones of the 3 heavenly masters' corpses also erupted in a burst of golden light at this moment. The meteorite on the bronze coffin also erupted with a bit of spiritual light, crazily pressing down on the bronze coffin. Damn! The first emperor is going to punch the coffin. Zhang Daoling's face changed drastically. He hurriedly returned to his senses and looked up at the bronze coffin. Zhang Daoling didn't expect things to get this bad. First, the collective corpses of the 100 heavenly masters of his Longhu mountain. Now this first emperor. 2. Utilized the Yin and demonic chi brought about by the corpses of these celestial masters to take advantage of the opportunity to weaken the power of the meteorite. Shouldn't be able to get out. The meteorite won't break. The heavenly destiny won't be broken. It won't be able to get out. Zhang Daoling quickly adjusted his mindset. As long as the meteorite carrying the heavenly destiny was still there, no matter how terrifying the first emperor was, it was impossible for him to break out of the coffin. Yes, heaven's order cannot be disobeyed. Your Majesty can't get out now. There's no need to waste your efforts. Zhang Daoling gathered his mind and stopped panicking. How much longer can the so-called heaven's mandate in your mouth suppress me? Ying Zhang's voice with laughter came out from the bronze coffin. Originally, this meteorite would only last for a month. Now the Qin Shi fury formed by the 100 celestial masters transforming into stalemates had even weakened the remaining power of the meteorite by half. Now he could be said to have half a foot out of the bronze coffin. The first emperor of Great Qin has returned. If heaven's mandate is not dispersed, your Majesty will never see the light of day. Zhang Daoling braced himself and said, yes, what if I have to meet it? As Ying Zhang's words fell, the bronze coffin shook violently. The baleful energy that had been accumulated for 2,000 years gushed out. The bronze coffin shook violently, and the clicking sound of breaking came faintly from above the 9 bronze chains. The bones of the 3 great celestial masters entwined on top of the bronze coffin were crumbled raw. Broken bones were scattered all over the hall. Open! A furious cry resounded through the heavens and earth. Ying Zhang unexpectedly carried the heaven's mandate suppression and moved the bronze coffin away by half a point. A glimmer of light shone into the bronze coffin along the crack. For the first time in 2,000 years, Ying Zhang felt the light. The meteorite that was pressed on top of the bronze coffin became dull at this moment, as if it was going to shatter in the next second. Ying Zhang's fury coalesced into a fog that flowed out from the half-open gap in the bronze coffin, and the fury became a fog that climbed onto the meteorite, slowly eroding it. Looking at this scene, Zhang Daoling froze in place. Luckily, after the bronze coffin was moved half a point away, there was no more movement, and the fierce aura gathered in Ying Zhang's body also weakened. But even if it was only moved away by half a point, it still made Zhang Daoling somewhat unbelievable. Impossible. The order of heaven cannot be violated. Can the order of heaven cannot be suppressed by the first emperor? In the past 2,000 years, this was not the first time that Ying Zhang had impacted the seal of the bronze coffin, but none of them had succeeded before. And now, the lid of that bronze coffin had been removed by half. Not so much that you can just get out of the coffin now, though, but he could see that the mandate of heaven was about to overwhelm this first emperor as well. That sliver of a gap was enough for Ying Zhang to penetrate his baleful aura and erode the meteorite. At this rate, the meteorite that could have lasted a month would now be eroded and decomposed by the fury in 10 days at most. 10 days later, the first emperor returned. It shouldn't be. How can an evil thing like a zombie carry the mandate of heaven and push aside a hint of a seal? Zhang Daoling muttered to himself under his breath. That heaven's destiny meteorite couldn't last long, but it still existed. The heavenly destiny carried on it did not dissipate. Even if he was weak, he wouldn't let Ying Zhang move the lid of the coffin. And now that this bronze coffin had moved half a point away, it meant that this ancestral dragon was really not far away from coming out of the world. If that meteorite breaks, there will be no way to reseal Ying Zhang, and Ying Zhang will be the first person to break the mandate of heaven in thousands of years. In the past, when the old monarch preached to me, he asserted that heaven's destiny could not be disobeyed, and instructed me to act in accordance with heaven. Is what Lao Jun said wrong? Why can't poor Tao suppress the first emperor even if he obeys heaven's destiny? Zhang Daoling was a bit bewildered. Shouldn't we be assisted by heaven when we go with it? Where's the help? Why did they, the Jinling Taoist priests, end up so miserable, all dying in this dark and sunless underground palace? Even after death, There is no purification but to turn into a zombie. But Ing Zhang, who is against the will of heaven, will soon leave his coffin and go free in the three worlds. Heaven's order cannot be disobeyed? My order is the order of heaven. I'm going to override it, Ing Zhang said in a cold voice, listening to Zhang Daoling's words. I am the mandate of heaven. Its voice spread throughout the underground palace, and boundless fury swept out with the mausoleum as the center. And 100,000 terracotta warriors trembled in response. These 100,000 terracotta warriors followed Ing Zhang and buried themselves in the ground without seeing the light of day. They gave up everything to follow Shi Huang, only to return to Earth with Ing Zhang after 1,000 years. No one expected, more than they, the return of the beginning. Now, the return of the first emperor is imminent. 100,000 sharp soldiers backed up 2,000 years of emotions at this moment to release. Excitement, expectation, relief. The expectations of thousands of Great Qin's sharp warriors were transformed into a ghastly wind that swept across the entire underground palace, brushing over the chimes. The ancient zither, a dusty instrument, is played anew. The silence of the underground palace, a space that had been silent for 2,000 years, resounded with the tones of Great Qin. 100,000 terracotta warriors responded with a clash of jingo, and a ghostly sound, accompanied by a rhythm of sound, surrounded the underground palace. Gallantly old Qin, we go to the national disaster together. Gallantly old Qin, we restore our river and mountain. We will not stop fighting until our blood runs dry. In the west, there is Great Qin, like the rising sun, 1,000 years of national hatred. The vicissitudes of life are difficult to be pacified. Qin has a sharp warrior. Who will compete with him? The fierce warrior returns with a high crown of cloth. Ing Zhang, in the bronze coffin, listened to the expectations of his Great Qin warriors and slowly opened his mouth to respond. The gentleman and peace. It won't take long, not more than 10 days. I will be back. When I return, what does the world stand in the way? He, Ing Zhang, will not go back on his word. When he comes out of the coffin, I'll let these 100,000 soldiers return with him. I want to take the three worlds into my arms and have no enemy in the world. The first emperor Zhang Daoling's face was filled with worry. He didn't dare to think what kind of things this first emperor's resentment would do nowadays after he rushed out of the underground palace. Immediately after that, there was even more resentment towards Wang Wu's group. Zhang Daoling turned his head to look beyond the mausoleum. A trace of rich killing aura flashed in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get out of the mausoleum in his current state, he would have had to find these people out and beat the living daylights out of all of them. Who the hell are those people? Do they even realize what they've done? For the first time, this Taoist sect teacher Ancestor, the ancestral heavenly master of the Tao of righteousness, had a murderous intent towards someone. 2,000 years. All his efforts over the past 2,000 years of his righteousness have been in vain. All the generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain have been turned into part of the disaster because of these people. But Zhang Daoling really couldn't figure out if these people were sick in the head. They're still rushing to reveal something that the discerning eye can see is dangerous? You're not afraid to die yourself, but don't drag the world down with you. Now that the first emperor's emergence is imminent, the 100 heavenly masters are about to turn their corpses into stiffs. Zhang Daoling didn't even know if there was anyone out there who could block it. Even if he was at his peak and met this configuration, then he would have to kneel. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. Scared? Regretful? It's a pity that everything is too late. You Longhu Mountain. I'm afraid that I don't need me to take action. I will be destroyed in my own hands. Looking at the somewhat disoriented Zhang Daoling, Ing Zhang's voice woke him up. Don't worry. Before that, I won't let you die. I'll take good care of you, and then I'll let you see with your own eyes what will happen to your Longhu Mountain, and see the result of the heavenly destiny that you all talk about obeying. Zombie. Zhang Daoling's face became even more ugly as he understood what Ing Zhang meant. The first thing a zombie does after successfully transforming into a stiff is to seek out the bloodline of a close relative to feed on. And he, the heavenly master of Lung Fu Shan, has always been passed down from father to son. Most of the elders of Longhu Mountain, Gao Keng, are also related. In other words, the first thing these 100 celestial masters did when they became stiff and went out was to overthrow Longhu Mountain, where they had their bloodline. No need to go out. The latest generation of celestial masters is in the underground palace. The 166th Tianshi, the old Tianshi Zhang Huqing, the world's greatest in the world as praised by the outside world, had just entered the underground palace. Zhang Daoling didn't dare to think about what kind of fate this descendant would end up in. Hundreds of celestial masters' corpses, each staring at this closest bloodline. Under the multiple blows, Zhang Daoling's residual soul became a bit blurry. You can't die. You want to be relieved when your soul is broken? It's too cheap for you. Ing Zhang's voice came out from the bronze coffin. Zhang Daoling came back to his senses, and without waiting for him to make any moves, the blood-colored mist that flowed out of the cracks of the bronze coffin instantly wrapped him up. Zhang Daoling's eyes widened as the bronze coffin was moved halfway out of the way, so Ying Zhang could use the gap to exert his power. Is he dying too? It was just as well. For 1,000 years, he had been too tired. Don't worry, I said you won't die. Ying Zhang's voice traveled out of the bronze coffin. I will show you how the people of the world will welcome the return of their first emperor. The blood-colored mist wrapped Zhang Daoling, maintaining his soul from dispersing. Under the suppression of Ying Zhang's absolute strength, Zhang Daoling also tasted what it was like to be sealed. The blood-colored mist wrapped it up and held Zhang Daoling as he flew into midair. Zhang Daoling, who was in the state of a remnant soul, didn't have the slightest chance to resist. I will let you live well and let you also taste what it's like to be sealed for 1,000 years without being able to move. In the bronze coffin, the corner of Ying Zhang's mouth hooked into a smile. He wouldn't let Zhang Daoling's soul fall apart. It would be too cheap. Like sealing? Like to suppress? Then I'll give you a taste of that too. When this meteorite shatters and the grand formation is disrupted by the zombies, the day I come out of my coffin, there will no longer be any ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling in the world. I will refine you into a zombie as well and suppress you here. Release another rumor that the three worlds are silent after your emergence. Bring about the plague of extinction. Let the people of the world, who have come before and after, like moths to a flame, come to suppress the zombie that you, the ancestral heavenly master, have transformed into. Even if you're a Shoichi ancestor, even if you haven't done anything either, let you also experience the pain of being sealed for 2,000 years. Let your Zhang Daoling's descendants suppress you for generations to come. History, always written by the victors. Back then, Zhang Daoling took the opportunity to borrow that heavenly fade meteorite to suppress him. Rumors then spread that his appearance in the world would mean the end of the world. If you like to play like this, and if you like to stand up for justice in a moralistic way, then let you righteous people enjoy it too. Now, it's his turn to right everything. Zhang Daoling, who was wrapped in the blood mist, whimpered a few times, unable to say a word, but he understood what Ying Zhang meant. This is to kill and kill at the same time. He's a Grand Zhu Tianshi, the head of the Zhang Yi Kuei. Is it going to become synonymous with evil in the future as well? Also to be the world's righteous, everyone's zombie. There's no need to rush. I'll first let you see what these descendants of yours look like nowadays, and see if you can still be righteous to cure evil and unify the world with one after Yu Zhengyi turns into a zombie. As Ying Zhang's voice rang out, the blood mist that flowed out of the coffin changed for a while, forming a mirror-like shape. Its center shows a picture of the middle of the dungeon frame. At the gate of the imperial city, 100 heavenly masters, who had turned into zombies, stood stiffly in place. The ones who had come to life again were no longer the heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Rather, they are zombies, evil creatures that know only bloodlust, no more moralizing and full of righteousness. There was no human mind, much less a human spirit. They just still maintained a humanoid appearance. The 100 heavenly masters, all of whom were Jindan powerhouses in their lives, became stiffs after their deaths, weakening their strengths, but all of them were also at the level of flying stiffs. These 100 heavenly masters, if they scurried out, no one in the Dragon Kingdom would be able to stop them. Suddenly, there were 4 zombies whose noses twitched, as if they had smelled something, and their eyes instantly became blood red, then rushed towards the tunnel of the underground palace gate. These 4 zombies are none other than Zhang Yi Air Master Zhang Heng, 3rd generation Heavenly Master Zhang Lu, 4th generation Zhang Shang, and 5th generation Zhang Zhaocheng. They were the first to complete their rigid necrotic transformation and were the strongest. The direction the 4 went was exactly where the old Heavenly Master and the others had come in. They smelled the scent of the bloodline of the next of kin. In the mausoleum, when he saw this, Zhang Daoling's heart tightened. That Tianshi who had just entered the mausoleum was afraid that he was going to lose it, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch it all. You will also become like them. I won't let you wait too long. 10 days later, the day I come out of the coffin will be the day you enter it. Ying Zhang's laughter traveled out of the bronze coffin. In the middle of the tunnel, the old Heavenly Master seemed to have sensed something, and his heart twitched without reason. It's over. The old ancestors are afraid that they have all turned stiff. The old Heavenly Master's face was ashen, and his entire hands and feet were cold. It's not a big deal if Ying Zhang is out of the gate, but it's a big deal to admit defeat. But those old ancestors are different. Those old ancestors are going to suck his blood. Senior Sect Master, are you saying that the commotion just now was the old ancestors becoming zombies? Zhang Shuyi carefully opened his mouth and asked. Well, not only did the old ancestor turn stiff, that one is afraid to wake up too, sighed the old celestial master. He heard the great Qin sound that just resounded throughout the underground palace, and even faintly heard a hint of Ying Zhang's voice. Then what do we do? Zhang Shuyi continued to ask. Run. What can we do? Take this and go search for that one's tomb. If things are not to be, do what it says and welcome the first emperor out of his coffin. The old heavenly master handed that envelope to Zhang Shui. The letter was the same one Jiang Shan had given him before he came in, written in good faith by the joint names of several of the great men above. What about you, sect master? Zhang Shui took the envelope, a hint of bad feeling rising in his heart. The first thing a zombie does when it comes out of the world is to suck the blood of a loved one. Those old ancestors, really my old ancestors the old celestial master sighed helplessly. Those 160 plus generations of heavenly masters are his father, grandfather, and ancestors. That's 165 generations of his ancestors. It's not just 18 generations. Now these old ancestors, surely one by one, were hungry and thirsty, and came to him on the scent. He felt it. Senior brother. Zhang Shui gripped the envelope tightly, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Staying they couldn't help, but leaving the old heavenly master here to die, he couldn't do it either. Go, if you're late, you won't be able to leave. The old heavenly master sighed and waved his hand. What will you do when we're gone? I'll just go out, ya. Zhang Shui? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What the? I'm here worried about your safety. And you come with me? More than 100 old ancestors. One look could rip my head off and kick it as a ball. It's not like I'm a cutie pie. Your senior brother. You wouldn't want me to die? Good you old boy. I knew you've been eyeing my position as a heavenly master for a long time. The old heavenly master had an expression of I've seen through you long ago. Zhang Shui's head was full of black lines. Longhu Mountain heavenly master. Always the father passes on the son. I can't be a celestial master even if you die. Hurry up and get lost. Time is running out. The old celestial master waved his hand. Alright, take care of your old man. Zhang Shui gritted his teeth and replied back, before leading the crowd to continue on their way. Without the old celestial master following them and with the talisman covering them, those zombies wouldn't be able to smell them that easily. Watching the backs of the crowd disappear from sight, the old celestial master's face became serious as he didn't think about going out. I just didn't want it to be that heavy. That's all I said. This mausoleum of the first emperor. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. What's more, he had already sensed that a few zombies transformed by the old ancestors were looking for him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so eager to urge Zhang Shui and the others to leave. Several black shadows flashed in the darkness, rapidly approaching the old celestial master. When they got close, these people revealed their forms, and it was Zhang Heng's 4 corpses. They arrived by sniffing Zhang Daoling's scent. The longer the time dragged on, the more zombies would smell the flavor of the old celestial master. The closest bloodline. It came really fast all the old ancestors. The old heavenly master looked at the Taoist robes on these zombies. A trace of helplessness flashed across his face, as well as a trace of happiness. Fortunately, there were only 4. It's not a sure thing. His title as the best in the world, Zhang Huqing, was not blown out, but fought. Afterwards, he strangled the spell in his hand and chanted the following incantation. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao is honored. There is a golden light in my body that covers my body. An intense golden light erupted from the old heavenly master's body to protect his entire body. This is exactly the Dragon Tiger Mountain's mastery. One of the 8 divine incantations of the Taoist sect, the Golden Light Incantation, protected by golden light. The old celestial master took a step out and crossed the 4 ancestors. I, Zhang Huqing, invite all the ancestors to their deaths. Listening to the old heavenly master's grandiose words, Zhang Heng's 4 corpses did not pay half-hearted attention. It's not like they can understand. TSK the old celestial master smacked his lips. Still want to pretend in front of the old ancestor, but give some reaction. He didn't really intend to invite Zhang Heng, the 4 old ancestors, to their deaths. It's a great thing to brag about. What's going on? Are you breaking the law? The old celestial master understood his own strength, and at best, it would be good to ensure that he didn't die. All he had to do now was to stall these 4 old ancestors so that Zhang Shui and the others could enter the mausoleum. With that in mind, the golden light outside his body coalesced into threads, and with a wave of the old master's hand, 4 golden threads were drawn out, binding Zhang Heng's 4 corpses in place. Those 4 zombies looked at each other with blank expressions on their faces, followed by a brace of their arms, and the golden threads that were wrapped around their bodies instantly crumbled into bits of golden light that dissipated. Roar! Immediately afterward, the 4 corpses let out a roar and rushed towards the old heavenly master in unison. The phantom's sinister aura gushed out, and the temperature in the entire tunnel instantly dropped to freezing point. Boom! An explosive sound came out, only to see the old heavenly master's right foot stomping on the ground. leaving a deep crater in its place, his figure instantly exploding back several meters. At the same time a streak of thunder wrapped around the golden light outside his body. With both hands of the spell, thunder surged in countless streaks of lightning intertwined together, transforming into a giant python that blasted towards Zheng Heng's four corpses. The obscure and unknown tomb tunnel instantly lit up like day, and a mournful scream filled the small space. This is another great mastery of Lung Fu Shan. The thunder method. When the lightning dispersed, Zhang Heng's four corpses all had patches of burn marks on their bodies. Zombies are in and are naturally restrained by the lightning method. The bloody light in the eyes of Zhang Heng's four corpses weakened by a few points, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes as they looked at the thunder encircling the old heavenly master's body. It's not the old sky master they're afraid of, just simply afraid of thunder, this kind of extreme young positive chi suicidal things. Luckily these old ancestors don't have the cultivation added in their lifetime. The old celestial master's nervousness relaxed a little. Any one of these four ancestors, when they were alive, could slap him to death, but after dying and becoming stiff, it was much weaker in turn. All the arts, aptitudes, and cultivation in his life were reduced to nothing. On the whole, after a celestial master becomes a stiff, his strength will in turn be weaker than before he was born, unless one reaches ambrosia and regains the divine spells they had in life. That would be a qualitative leap, with both the strong physique of a zombie and all the arts and magical powers learned by a celestial master. Although the late generation has not entered the Jindan, but the ancestors also have no Taoist aptitude in the past, want to suck the blood of the old road. On this skill cannot be enough. The old heavenly master held thunder in his hands, his body had a golden light, and there were even flashes of thunder in his eyes. Roar! Zhang Heng's four corpses roared, the bloodthirsty light in their eyes blooming once again. The desire for the bloodline of their closest relatives suppressed their fear of thunder. The four zombies, regardless, rushed towards the old celestial master. This time, seemingly knowing that the old heavenly master was not easy to deal with, the four corpses were at full strength as soon as they struck. Monstrous corpse chi swept out, and the entire tunnel began to collapse and shatter. Good timing. The old celestial master stood with his arms folded, his golden light sword, forcing back the corpse chi, and his hands clenched in the void, gusts of lightning condensing in his palms. Immediately afterward, turn and scatter. Jiang Hong? The old celestial master didn't care what a few people thought. The lightning method coalesced above his legs and his speed reached the highest in his life. The four elder ancestors were fuming. This is not running stupid. Not, when the time comes to die. No one dares to come in to collect his body. The old celestial master knew very well in his heart how much he weighed. In a one-on-one situation, he was certain that he could rely on his thunder law, as well as various talismanic aptitudes, to seal one. But the opposite side is four old ancestors. Really, if the fight goes on, the one who will die will definitely be him. Zhang Huqing, just drag it out for a while. I don't know how Shou Yi and the others are doing, whether they have found the way into the mausoleum or not, and whether they have seen that first emperor or not, the old celestial master thought as he ran away. Senior sect master. Zhang Shuyi's voice suddenly came. The old celestial master's feet lurched and he almost fell straight out. Shuyi? The old heavenly master looked at the five Zhang Shuyi people who suddenly popped out from a side fork in the road, his face filled with confusion. Didn't they go to the depths of the underground palace? Why did they run back? Without waiting for the old heavenly master to open his mouth to ask a question, Zhang Shuyi's face was anxious as he said, "It's too late to explain. Senior brother, run." Saying that, Zhang Shuyi frantically scurried out towards the front, and the four people following behind him did not dare to stay at all. The old celestial master scratched his head in confusion and looked along behind a few people. Old Tianshi, degree, asshole. Cursing loudly, the old heavenly master instantly leapt out, his thunder law encircling his body, surpassing Zhang Shuyi and the others in a single breath. Just see Zhang Shuyi, 5 people come on that road. There are densely packed countless zombies dressed in Taoist robes toward this side of the influx. The 4 old ancestors behind him were nothing now, and behind Zhang Shuyi is 5 people. There are damn hundreds of them. Didn't you say they should go to the mausoleum and see what happened to the first emperor? What the hell is this? Stabbing the old man's nest? Shou Yi, if you can go back, copy the Shou Yi Wei League talisman for me 100 times. Senior brother. I didn't want to. Who knew there were so many old ancestors hiding in the gates of that imperial city? To enter the mausoleum you must first enter the imperial city. Who would have thought it? Zhang Shuyi replied back in aggravation, but his feet were not slow. A group of 6 people were chased all over the dungeon by the grandmasters behind them. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of Longhu Mountain heavenly masters had just transformed into stiffs and hadn't sucked human blood yet, and were slightly stiff and sluggish in their actions, the old heavenly master 6 would have long been caught up and sucked dry. We can't run outward. Find a fork in the road. Let's go to the imperial city mausoleum. The old heavenly master clenched his teeth and led the crowd to change their route. Earlier, the old celestial master had guessed that there was some kind of restriction on this mausoleum of the first emperor, which could only be entered but not exited. But now the old celestial master didn't dare to gamble. What if that restriction had already expired? These 100 old ancestors went out of the tomb of the first emperor. I don't even need to take out the coffin. The world will be in chaos in no time. Under a hasty escape, several people circled back to the gates of the imperial city and headed straight for the mausoleum palace in the center. This scene was naturally watched by Ying Zheng in the mausoleum all the time, including Zhang Daoling, who couldn't move. Zhang Daoling opened his mouth to say something, but wrapped in blood, he couldn't make a sound at all. If it had been earlier, he would have loved for the old heavenly master and the others to enter the mausoleum and take his place. But now that Ying Zheng has recovered, these people are just giving away food. If we don't do it right, we'll all die here. Interesting, this generation of heavenly masters from Lunghu Mountain has made a decision to go against their ancestors? These people came in specifically to look for me. But unlike the generations of heavenly masters, they have no intention of suppressing me inside the bronze coffin. Ying Zheng muttered to himself, how can you tell? Of these men, 3 were wrapped outside in the arcane crimson garments of his great Qin, and inside they were executive jacket, white shirt, half-rimmed glasses, big leather shoes. It's standard for cadres. This Lung Fu Shan looks like it's teaming up with the top, and in a gesture of goodwill to him. Otherwise, why go to the trouble of rushing to make his great Qin costume and wear it specially to enter the tomb? Do they want me to come out? Or do they have a request for me? The corner of Ying Zheng's mouth hooked up into a smile. Things were getting more and more interesting, and in this short period of a day or two, the entire landscape of the underground palace had changed drastically. Just as Ying Zheng was pondering, the old heavenly master and his group outside had already entered the imperial city. Where is the mausoleum? Looking at the countless palaces in front of him, Zhang Shuyi was slightly dumbfounded. The entire imperial city was built by Ying Zheng in the year when he copied and reduced the size of the royal palace in Xianyang. There are 145 palaces and 270 palaces. The one in the center. The old heavenly master didn't stop for half a second and went straight to the center of the imperial city. The entire pattern of the underground palace. He had just seen it. The location of the mausoleum he didn't know, but it must be in the place where the location was the most honored and where the Yin Qi gathered the most. Several people followed the old celestial master and ran forward. Those 3 official people. If it wasn't for the old celestial master's talisman boost, at this time, it might be difficult to move a little bit, let alone keep up with the old celestial master's speed. As they traveled along, the crowd came to a huge palace outside of which the plaque had the 3 big words Kirin Palace written on it, and the 100 heavenly masters that had been chasing closely behind him also stopped at this moment, not daring to take a step forward. They could feel it, the terrifying aura in the temple. There was also that meditative, godlike pressure that made them unable to resist bowing their heads in submission. It was as if inside this great hall, there existed a person who was born to be an emperor and was born to lead them. The zombies transformed by the 100 heavenly masters, each stood still and did not dare to move, but their blood-red eyes were still staring at the old heavenly master. Zhang Hecheng, in death. Watching this scene, the old celestial masters, several people knew that they were looking in the right place, looking at the entire tomb of the first emperor. Only that ancestral dragon has this kind of majesty, causing these 100 old ancestors not to dare to be reckless. Hard to suppress the idea of bloodlust. The majesty of the ancestral dragon is visible, this kind of existence. There is no reason for it to appear right, the old heavenly master murmured in his mouth. Ying Zheng is an emperor like this, and normally, it is impossible for him to fall into the evil path. His position is too high, so high that the earth cannot bear it, so high that heaven's destiny would not allow such a being to come into existence. But then it all happened again. The old celestial master took a deep breath, and without thinking anything more, he lifted his foot and stepped into the Qilin Hall. The former first emperor, the later generations honored as the ancestral dragon. Even if he turned into a zombie, no one was disrespectful to him. It's finally time to meet this being. 3,000 words in a big chapter. With an inexplicable feeling of trepidation, the old heavenly master finally stepped into the unicorn hall. Zhang Shuyi and the others looked at each other, then hurriedly followed. Outside the temple at the foot of the steps, 100 zombies transformed into celestial masters stood motionless. Get in there. They don't dare. But the attraction of the old celestial master, the closest bloodline, made it hard for them to leave. Inside the temple, after the crowd entered, their eyes were drawn to the 9 huge stone pillars. 9 palace dragon trapping formation. The old celestial master exclaimed in shock. This formation, Longhu Mountain has been lost. Only the year's ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling will. Now it seemed that this great hall was the place where the ancestral dragon was sealed. Looking along the bronze chains on the 9 stone pillars, the old celestial master finally saw the bronze coffin hanging in midair. The bronze coffin was incomparably huge, with 9 bronze chains wrapped around it, and a basilisk bird totem carved on top of the coffin, the totem of the former Great Qin Empire. Just this glance alone made their bodies chilled, their bodies true air stirred, and all of them hurriedly raised their sights, not daring to look directly at the bronze coffin. And on top of the bronze coffin, there was a meteorite hanging, on which 7 large characters in Qin seal script could still be faintly made out. The first emperor died and the earth was divided. Zhang Shui looked at the large words and slowly read them out. Senior brother, be careful with your words. The old heavenly master's face changed at his words, instantly covering Zhang Shui's mouth, itching to smack him a few times. Who among the 6 present doesn't know Qin Zhuan? You're the one who read it out, so it's obvious that you're the one. Damn it, does this senior brother of his really have no brain? Inside that bronze coffin lies the first emperor of the year. You're damn brave to pronounce those words in front of people. You are the first warrior of my Lung Fu Shan. Zhang Shui also reacted at this time and hurriedly looked at the bronze coffin. After a long time, he didn't see any movement from that bronze coffin, and he was relieved. That, senior brother, do you think I should kowtow one to make amends? Zhang Shui asked carefully as he approached the old heavenly master. This can't help him not to be careful. If this is put outside, like this kind of evil demons, zombies, weird, he directly is a palm thunderbolt into the mouth, and kowtow and make amends? But this one in front of me, Zhang Shui is really afraid. Say it is not afraid of shame. Just entered the temple when he wanted to kowtow one. You, Zhang Shui, contemporary Grand Elder of Longhu Mountain, Master's personal authorization, Divine Heaven's Jade Pivot Realist, no talent. The old heavenly master shook his head and said with hatred. Zhang Shui nodded at his words, then looked at the bronze coffin. The first emperor is sorry. If you can hear me, if you want to blame, go blame my senior brother. It's none of my business. He said he wouldn't kowtow. Elder Heavenly Master? It's not at the tomb of the first emperor. He packs cleanup. Inside the bronze coffin, Yingjing silently gazed at the crowd below, not saying a word, and then looked at Zhang Daoling. Seeing his ugly expression, the corners of Yingjing's mouth rose slightly and hooked up a smile. Old Taoist Zhang, how is it? Zhang Daoling was confined by Yingjing in the darkness of the hall, so he couldn't make a sound even if he wanted to. It was just that this ancestral heavenly master's face was as ugly as if he had eaten. This is his disciple from Longhu Mountain. Is he Zhang Daoling's heir? He, Lung Fu Shan, has degenerated to this state, and kneel down to kowtow to one? A real person in his Lung Fu Shan, kowtowing to a zombie. Inverted Big Dipper. That old man is a celestial master? Wearing people's de Qin Shi crimson. He Longhu Mountain has no clothes to wear, right? And a celestial master? Licking dog. It can't be him from Lung Fu Shan. Right. It can't be. That, old heavenly master. Should we just kneel or go through the process first? At this time, the official in the team below asked in a whisper. The 3 of them weren't outstanding in terms of strength, but they were extremely good at sizing up the situation. The order received this time was that if the first emperor's exit from the coffin was irreversible, then they would be more respectful and directly welcome the return of the first emperor. And whatever the first emperor wanted, they would give it to him. And now the situation is obvious. The old celestial master cannot suppress this. The 164 generations of celestial masters of Longhu Mountain in the underground palace also revived into a zombie. It's not like you have to think about it. You can just start plan B and kneel down. A little bit out of the way, okay? Look at it. The corners of the old celestial master's mouth twitched at his words. How come these people are all this virtuous? Can't you see the bronze coffin is still open? The heavenly destiny meteorite recorded in that door is still there too. That one's not out yet. Can you be like him and not be condescending? Thinking of this, the old celestial master tightened the crimson of his xianyi and tucked in the exposed corners of his Taoist robe as well. Be careful. Look around. And remember that nothing is allowed to move. The old Tianshur instructed, then carefully looked around. Although he knew the secrets of the beginning emperor's tomb, he had only seen a fraction of it from the records in the gate. How many ancestors were in this first emperor's tomb? And what exactly was in this mausoleum hall? He did not know. Back then, Zhang Daoling did not leave too detailed records. And since entering the mausoleum of the first emperor, this ancestral heavenly master has never gone out again. Those 3 official personnel were a little hesitant, but after looking at the motionless bronze coffin in midair, they finally suppressed the idea of knocking one. Sect master, quickly come here. Ancestor ancestral heavenly master. At this moment, Zhang Shui discovered the body of Zhang Daoling sitting on a plate underneath a stone pillar. The people rushed at the sound, only to see Zhang Daoling's corpse, which was different from the rest of the generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. Unlike the rest of the celestial masters, The corpses do not decay and vaguely turn into stiffs. Zhang Daoling's body has turned into a dry corpse. If it wasn't for the engravings on the ground in front of them, they wouldn't have been able to determine that this was Zhang Daoling. Zhang Shuyi made a respectful bow, and the rest of the people followed suit. And those three officials, too, heavily kowtowed a few times. After all, this one is not a small one. Although it was not as good as the one in the bronze coffin, when looking at the entire cultivation world, it was also one of the most important existences. In front of Ying Zhang, Zhang Daoling is like a coy old sister-in-law. But in the outside world, he's a top-notch figure. The ancestral heavenly master of Zhang Yi Dao, the ancestor of the Taoist sect, Tai Xian Shang Xiang, the great sage demon subduing and protecting the Tao, and the great master of the three-day fostering sect. The old celestial master breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, the ancestral celestial master shouldn't have been able to necromorphize. Looking at Zhang Daoling, who was only a skeleton, a stone weighing on the old Tianshur's heart was finally put down. Compared to the 100 or so old ancestors outside the hall, the old Tianshur was most worried about Zhang Daoling, the grandmaster of Zhang Yi Dao. If he turns necrotic, he'll be more than just a flying stiff. Even if it wasn't as good as the one in the bronze coffin, it was definitely a kingdom-destroying level existence. Ancestral heavenly master is no joke. The Taoist sect teaching Ancestor. How high his realm of strength is, no one knows. But now that he had seen with his own eyes that Zhang Daoling's body had transformed into a dry corpse, basically without the possibility of stiffening, the old Tianshur was relieved. As for Zhang Daoling, who was restrained, he was directly dry at the moment. He wants these descendants to destroy his body, or else wait for Ying Zhan to come out of the coffin. His reputation as an ancestral heavenly master for a lifetime will also be ruined. The founder of Shodo, who fell into the evil ways of zombies. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Zhang Daoling tried, he couldn't get a word out. Old celestial master, do you see anything wrong? Those three officials hadn't forgotten their mission. Should, probably, all right? The old celestial master scratched his head. What can he see here? Now that's not what he thought it was going to be. This did not enter the mausoleum before. Good guy, that movement is great. This came in and backfired into nothing. With his realm of strength, he couldn't feel any changes in Ying Zhang, much less whether there was any problem with this big formation. Nowadays it can only be tried in the simplest way possible. That Shoei's senior brother. You're so brave. How about a couple of curses? If there's no movement it should be fine. The old celestial master's eyes narrowed as he turned his head to look at Zhang Shuyi. Zhang Shuyi, what if there is movement? I burned paper for you every year. Son of a liar. The old celestial master said seriously. Shuyi Zhang. And right at this moment, the 9 bronze chains suddenly tensed up, and the bronze coffin hanging in midair shook. The crowd's eyes looked over, only to see the bronze coffin shaking. Under the shocked eyes of the crowd, the coffin actually slowly moved and opened a corner. Brown. That guy's coffin board couldn't hold it down? The seal is really broken? Is the former first emperor back after all? Bang! The dull sound of knees hitting the ground rang out. The crowd turned their heads at the sound of the voice, then looked down at the old heavenly master with an incredulous expression. Unassuming? Unprofessional? Zhang Daoling, who couldn't move in the corner of the hall, was even more furious and pale. This is his heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Even Ying Zhang inside the bronze coffin paused for a moment. This Tianshur is interesting. And when the crowd below saw that the bronze coffin had regained its calmness, the old heavenly master stood up awkwardly. Ahem. I this kneeling for the world's life. Not I'm a wimpo. The old celestial master patted his clothes and said with a straight face, Zhang Shuyi, elder brother is righteous. It should be. The old heavenly master raised his hand and waved. Old celestial master. What is this scene now? Did that one come out or not? The rest of them looked at the bronze coffin that had opened a corner and asked carefully. The old heavenly master also lost his embarrassment at his words, and his face instantly became heavy. Alas, it should be out. Really? Then we. The crowd looked shocked, then prepared to kneel down at any time. The bronze coffin has been opened. This formation and that meteorite have not yet failed. If the poor Taoist is correct, that person should have already awakened, and even the great formation is about to be unable to suppress it. The old heavenly master's mood was heavy at the moment, though he had expected this before coming in, but what he didn't expect was that it would be so fast. From the time that group of grave robbers entered the tomb until now, it was only a short period of 1 or 2 days. Taking a deep breath, the old celestial master walked towards the front, stopping right below the bronze coffin, then bowed and saluted. I, Zhang Huqing, pay my respects to the first emperor. The rest of the people heard this, and one by one, they instantly looked up at the bronze coffin, waiting for Ying Zhang's answer. For a long time, no sound came out of that bronze coffin, and Zhang Shuyi and the others began to get a little anxious. the old heavenly master, on the other hand, was not in a hurry and kept bending over and arching his hands in greeting. He knew this one in the bronze coffin must have woken up. Be excused. A faint voice came out from within the bronze coffin. A cloudy wind blew from beyond the great hall, causing everyone's lapels to grin. That grim aura cold the crowd's spirits. Awakened. That too. 000-year-old emperor has truly awakened. They all knew who was lying in this bronze coffin. Can really face the time. The heart still cannot control the rise of a trace of fear. Kneeling heart. At this moment, Zhang Shuyi and the five of them even wanted to exit the great hall and go wait outside. But wanting to meet this former first emperor who had unified the world, he forced himself to stay here with the fear in his heart. Incorrect. Zhang Shuyi suddenly reacted. The first emperor can talk. Has this one already reached this level? Recovering his memories of his life before he was even born? To be able to spit out human words. Along the way, they had almost forgotten that the first emperor was a zombie. Now, there were only 2 words, but they also meant that Ing Zhang, who had not yet left the coffin, had at least reached the realm of the king among zombies, the realm of the undifferentiated bone. If this is not sealed and suppressed, it will become a ferocious god after it comes out of the coffin. Bad. Really let elder brother be right. This Shi Huang can no longer be characterized by zombie, but a fierce god. Zhang Shuyi gulped. At this time, on the other hand, under the bronze coffin, the old celestial master was not too shocked. He had guessed before that the first emperor, after becoming a corpse, could no longer be called a zombie, but a heavenly god. Otherwise the above wouldn't have prepared that letter. Thank you, your majesty. The old heavenly master straightened up as he once again felt that terrifying sight gazing at him. There was no movement from the one in the bronze coffin, and the true air in his entire body was stagnant at the moment, unable to be utilized for a single point. This person is truly terrifying, the old celestial master secretly said in his heart. This hadn't even come out of the coffin yet. Just a divine thought gaze, just a glance, made him, the top of the world, lose his battle power. A single thought could crush him. You are interesting. As a dragon tiger heavenly master you even salute and bow to me. Do you know why I have been here for 2,000 years? Ing Zhang's divine thoughts gazed at the old celestial master below, and then opened his mouth to ask. Over the past 1,000 years, all the generations of the heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain have entered the imperial tomb, and the old heavenly master is the most special one among all of them except Zhang Daoling. There was a little too much deference to him. I know. The old celestial master slowly nodded his head, and at the same time, he was a little frightened in his heart. This one's not gonna take it out on him, is she? After all, more than 100 generations of our own family's old ancestors, one after another, had entered the mausoleum to suppress this one. With that in mind, the old celestial master straightened out the crimson of his metaphysical garments. Your Majesty, look at this, Great Qin's clothes. If you know that, why do you still kneel to me? The late generation admires your Majesty. The old heavenly master hurriedly answered. Your 165 generations of heavenly masters from Longhu Mountain, all of them see me as if I were a ghost, but you're so good that you admire them instead? Ing Zhang's divine thoughts split into 2, watching both the old heavenly master and Zhang Daoling, the ancestral heavenly master. Your Majesty is the first emperor, virtuous as the 3 emperors, meritorious as the 5 emperors, the initiator of the era of great unification of our dragon kingdom. My younger generation admires you, the old heavenly master hurriedly said. He had 2 sets of words prepared. If Ing Zhang hadn't woken up, and the seal could still be held down, then he wouldn't be the one to say that. Aren't you afraid of me? Aren't you afraid that I, as your family's ancestral heavenly master said, when I come out of the coffin, eternal night will come? Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken to a newcomer for a long time, but Ing Zhang rarely talked too much. After all, in this underground palace stayed for 2,000 years, only a Zhang Daoling alright chanting a few words of the concept of the first. Fear. The old heavenly master lowered his head and admitted directly. It's not a good time to be pretending. This is the one who can determine his life and death with a single thought. It's because of fear that you kneel. If a single kneeling can make his majesty comfortable and cause less killing, what is wrong with that? The old celestial master slowly spoke. This he did not tell a lie. It's a dead giveaway. If you don't have any skill, you have to pretend to be a pussy. That's not a death wish. Suppression or kneeling isn't its purpose, all for the sake of the world's people. He, Zhang Hakkeng, had succeeded to the position of heavenly master for more than 100 years, and asked himself to be worthy of the word heavenly master. Inside the bronze coffin, the corners of Ing Zhang's mouth rose. This little guy, on the contrary, is more honest than his old ancestor. Xian Crimson, haven't seen it for 2,000 years. You have taken the trouble to enter the mausoleum, not just to kneel. Zhang opened his mouth to get to the point. Whether it was the old heavenly master or the dragon tiger mountain, they were all existences that could be destroyed at the snap of a finger to him. Those three people who represented the officialdom were what interested Zhang. We have come on a special trip to welcome His Majesty out of the coffin. By the way, we are delivering a letter. The old heavenly master spoke in a hurry, then waved his hand towards Zhang Shuyi. The letter given above was previously placed by him at Zhang Shuyi's place. Zhang Shuyi reacted and hurriedly took out the letter, then handed it to the old heavenly master. Taking the envelope, the old celestial master presented it with both hands. He didn't want to try to see if he could still continue to suppress Zhang. That ing coffin board is barely holding it down. Or town a chicken. Before he even came out of the coffin, he was already no different from a normal person. So who knows what kind of realm this first emperor had actually achieved. In this case, of course, it's a straight lick. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't know how much weight I have in my heart. Scarlet-colored mist, hanging down from the bronze coffin, rolled up the letter in Zhang Huqing's hand back into the bronze coffin. Watching Zhang accept the letter, the old celestial master breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Collected. Then we can talk. He was truly afraid that this one inside would become a madman after being sealed for 2,000 years and come out to take revenge on the world. In today's situation, the first emperor's exit from the coffin is unstoppable. All they could do was to welcome the return of this one, and not to cross swords with him. Otherwise, if this one is unhappy, the world may really be on the verge of eternal night. As for Zhang Daoling, who was confined in the middle of the corner, he stared at the old heavenly master and his group with wide eyes. Welcome the first emperor out of the coffin. Do they know what they are doing? Do you know how scary the one lying inside is? Is the world out there crazy enough for this? His Zhang Daoling's millennia of efforts were overturned by his own descendant? What a sinful disciple. That first emperor had already regained his human spirit before he came out of the coffin, had memories of his life, and could spit out human words. With the heavenly fate meteorite suppression, all of them could reach this level. If this comes out of the coffin, who can stop it? Such an existence was one that few people could have checked even 2,000 years ago. And now, it is not too much to say that the 9 states are unique and the world is invincible. Who gave them the courage to let this one out? Sin. Zhang Daoling tried with all his might to curse out, but in the end, he only spat out one word slightly. In the temple, the old heavenly master scratched his head and looked around. He seemed to have just heard something loud. Seeing the old heavenly master like this, Zhang Daoling was even more furious. And in the bronze coffin, Zhang, who had received the letter, did not pass out words for a long time. The old celestial master hesitated for a moment and spoke. That, sire, the letter we delivered. So we won't disturb your purification. Do you think we can leave? He didn't dare to let Zhang give an answer, so he could only retreat to advance. Welcome me out of the coffin? This meteorite, can you move out of the way? Can the formation be broken? Zhang's slightly laughing voice traveled out of the bronze coffin. The late generation's strength is low. The formation laid down by the old ancestor, since it is powerless to shake it. The old heavenly master awkwardly returned. This 9-palace dragon trapping formation, where is it possible to break it just by saying so? The destiny of heaven above that meteorite is even more than humanly possible to remove. Even if Zhang Daoling was allowed to do it himself, at best, he could only withdraw the formation, but he wouldn't be able to destroy the meteorite. However, if your majesty commands, I will do my best. The old heavenly master opened his mouth to assure. The content of the letter he did not know, and did not dare to ask, but it does not prevent a few words of scene. Within 3 days, bring the He Shi Bai into the mausoleum, and I will be able to talk to you. Zhang slowly spoke. The heavenly fate meteorite that suppressed him wouldn't last much longer, and it would shatter in 10 days at most. But Zhang is a prudent man. There is no harm in making extra preparations. As long as he hasn't come out of the coffin, everything is subject to change. There is more to heaven than earth. He Shi Bai? The old heavenly master stared at his words, then reacted. The great Qin's jade seal of transmission? That stuff's been lost for a long time. It's unlikely that it's been exiled overseas. Where is this going to be found? It's still only 3 days away. If you can't find it, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Zhang calmly said, before Wang Wu and the others entered the tomb. He originally thought that by utilizing these people and triggering the corpses of the many celestial masters in the underground palace, he would be able to wash away the heavenly destiny above that meteorite. However, condensing the corpse chi baleful chi of 100 celestial masters only opened a corner of the bronze coffin and wore down most of the power of the heavenly fate meteorite. Now these people in the underground palace are only useful to Zhang in finding the He Shi Bai, regardless of whether it was Wang Wu or the old celestial master. Whoever got to this mausoleum first, this task would also be given to. Dare I ask what your majesty wants this He Shi Bai for? Old Tianshi asked tentatively. He only knew that this thing was the Great Qin state seal back then, which was later lost and disappeared. Just find it. Ing Zheng didn't do much explaining. It wasn't that he wanted this former imperial seal, he couldn't see this thing anymore. The important thing is that this washi is the same as the divine destiny meteorite. All carry the mandate of heaven of Great Qin. The difference is that on the Hutchinson, it is inscribed with the following words, by the mandate of heaven, both longevity and eternity. This is the destiny of Qin Shang. And this meteorite is inscribed, the first emperor died and the earth was divided. This is the destiny of the fallen Qin. The two collide. Using the washibai was the fastest way to damage this heavenly destined meteorite. Remember, you only have 3 days. Ing Zheng's voice coldly traveled out of the bronze coffin. Two-handed preparation is foolproof. The current situation does not allow Ing Zheng to completely relax. Don't look at the meteorite now that it can't hold up. Ing Zheng is also confident in front of Zhang Daoling. Can be a great joy and sadness, as long as it is not really out of the coffin. Who can not say what will happen behind? So, if you can get out of the coffin early, then do so. The world wants to welcome him out of the coffin, so he will give them the chance. Understood. Within 3 days, I will definitely find the husher by for the first emperor. The old celestial master arched his hand and bowed. He said so on his lips, but in reality, the old heavenly master didn't have a clue in his heart. This stuff has been lost for almost 1,000 years. Where are you going to find it in 3 days? Does your majesty have any other orders? If not, we will leave first. The old heavenly master opened his mouth and asked. He just wanted to get out of the mausoleum quickly now. It's too much pressure on him to stay here. What if the one above is not happy and just kills him to vent his anger? That's still dead on arrival. Stand down. The old celestial master and the others were relieved to hear this. With these words, they were considered to have survived. But after a long time, the crowd didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. A puzzled voice of Ing Zheng came out from the bronze coffin. We can't get out. The old heavenly master spoke with some embarrassment. He hadn't forgotten that there were still hundreds of old ancestors squatting outside this great hall. The main thing was to waltz out and in one shot he'd be sucked dry. And this tomb of the first emperor. It seems not so good to go out. Hold this, and you may pass through unhindered. As Ing Zheng's words fell, a stream of light flew out from a corner of the bronze coffin and landed in the old celestial master's hand. It was a bronze token. It was inscribed with 3 large characters. Qin Wang Zheng. This token was worn by Ing Zheng before he unified the 6 kingdoms. I've been with Ing Zheng for many years, and now I've been in the coffin with him for 2,000 years, so I'm tainted by his scent. It was more than enough to suppress the group of celestial masters outside. The 100 heavenly masters were strong, but they were not far enough from Ing Zheng. Thank you, your majesty, for the reward. The old celestial master received the token and felt relieved in his heart. He then shot a wink towards a few people, and then hurriedly walked towards the outside of the hall. Elder brother, are we just going to leave? Still want to help that person find the husher by? Zhang Shui asked in a low voice as he followed behind the old heavenly master. What are we doing here? To explore the situation, now that we've mapped it out. Of course we have to get out alive first. The old heavenly master glanced at Zhang Shui. This senior brother really had a problem with his brain. We came here to make sure that Ing Zheng has recovered and can be sealed again. Now that it's been confirmed, the coffin boards can't hold it down. And the strength of this beginning emperor had indeed reached an immeasurable level as they had guessed. Then of course they should go. Why stay? Do something else? What can they do? That one moves his head, and their party will have to cool off here. Outside the Kirin temple, the 5 old celestial masters took the tokens and carefully walked out. At the bottom of the steps, the 100 celestial masters took a step back in unison, their blood-red eyes staring at the token in the old celestial master's hand, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. Roar! Zhang Heng, the Shuichi heir who stood at the very front, roared with unwillingness, but the aura that was carried above the token made him not dare to overstep the thunderbolt by half a step, and he could only watch the temptation in front of him go away. The old celestial master held the token, and with every step forward, the group of celestial masters took a step back, always maintaining a standard distance. Senior brother Zhang Shui swallowed his saliva, looking at the token in the old heavenly master's hand somewhat speechless. 164 flying stiffs transformed by celestial masters, just because of a token from the one inside. It made them not dare to come forward. Speak cautiously, go out first. The old heavenly master glanced at Zhang Shui, fearing that he would say something he shouldn't. Zhang Shui nodded, and then the crowd surrounded the old heavenly master as he walked towards the gate of the mausoleum. The crowd of flying stiffs transformed by the heavenly masters only dared to stop and watch the old heavenly master and the others leave, until the silhouettes of the 5 disappeared from view. The bloodlight in the eyes of these zombies dispersed and they wandered aimlessly again. Inside the temple, Ying Zhang released the restrictions on Zhang Daoling. How? Ying Zhang's slightly laughing voice traveled out of the bronze coffin. Zhang Daoling. He did not want to say a word now. Who would have thought that the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master had been guarding the ancestral dragon for generations? In the end, however, he was released by his Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. But now that Zhang Daoling had calmed down, he understood that there was nothing he could do about it. This generation's Heavenly Master was only a half-step Jindan. What could he take to seal the ancestral dragon again? If we forcefully seal it and annoy Ying Zhang, it will only lead to greater disaster. Your Majesty has won. Zhang Daoling looked up at the bronze coffin with a complex expression. Inside the bronze coffin, Ying Zhang had a big smile on his face. I've been winning all my life, and I've done so before, and I'll do the same in the future. The world is Qin's land, and the living people are Qin's people. This day is not far off. Zhang Daoling lowered his head. Although he had already figured it out, he was still a bit unable to accept that his descendant from Longhu Mountain would one day be on Ying Zhang's side. Entrance. The old Heavenly Master and the others took the token and stopped at the stone door. Zhang Shuyi took the initiative to step forward, golden light rising from his body. His arms shook and slowly pushed open the stone door. The doors opened and a clamor came from outside. Countless heavily armed warriors instantly raised their guns and took aim. The old Celestial Master and the others lifted their feet and walked out of the mausoleum without any obstruction. The mausoleum prohibition has failed? Or is it because this token given by the first emperor is somewhat special? The old Heavenly Master murmured under his breath. The tomb of the first emperor can be entered but not exited, which he deduced from the successive generations of Jinling Taoist priests. Otherwise, these ancestors would not have chosen to sit down in a place like the beginning of the emperor's palace, where Yin Qi gathers. But that restriction seems to be lifted now. Old Celestial Master. Just as the old Heavenly Master was pondering, a slightly agitated voice came out. Immediately after that, Zhang Shan ran over panting. How is the situation? Zhang Shan swept his eyes at the 5 people. All came out alive. The situation seemed good? Let's talk somewhere else. The old Heavenly Master looked up at the horrible sky and said heavily. Now the outside world above the dome of the sky thunder cloud coverage area is extremely exaggerated. Hundreds of miles in a circle. A dark, half a bit of sunlight cannot come in. In the thunderclouds, there were even countless thunder rolls, just like a scene of doom. Good. Zhang Shan nodded, then led the old Heavenly Master to leave this place first. In the temporary command room. During the time you've been in there, preparations have been made up there. 2 mechanized infantry divisions, 1 armored division, and 2 artillery regiments have been stationed, and the heads of the major sects have been invited to a meeting in Yanjing. Contemporary crouching tigers are on their way here. 2. How's it going in there? What's the situation with that one? As soon as he was seated, Zhang Shan couldn't wait to ask. The old Heavenly Master slowed down for a moment, then spoke. Over 160 generations of Heavenly Masters of my Longhu Mountain, all of them have turned into corpses. What? Zhang Shan, who was pouring water for a few people, dropped the kettle directly on the ground with a shaking hand. All changed? All changed. The old Celestial Master nodded. 165 Celestial Masters. 1 no less? Pretty much. The old Celestial Master thought about it and said, who was in the mood to count at that time? What about the one in there? Zhang Shan asked. Awake. The ceiling is estimated to be impossible, but it shouldn't come out so soon. The old Celestial Master then told all about what was going on inside. Are you saying that that person told us to find the hexagonal jade before we talk? Zhang Shan frowned. Where is this going to be found? Hujinsans were lost early in history. If this is still in the Dragon Kingdom, then it's fine. I'll dig it out even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. But if it goes overseas, that's a tough one. What do you think? If we fight hard, what are our chances of winning? Well, the above authorized 200 pieces of that thing down. Zhang Shan asked with a serious face as he looked at the old Celestial Master. This can't be said. The old Heavenly Master stared at his words, then shook his head with a bitter smile. How would he know? They only knew that Ying Zhang was strong, but how strong he couldn't imagine. 200 little boys would be enough to destroy the country, but he really can't say for sure about destroying Ying Zhang. And even if it could, would the Dragon Kingdom dare to use it? Think the stuff is fireworks. Just set it off on your own soil. 3 days, Zhang Shan frowned. This time is too tight. No one can guarantee that 3 days to find this lost soon to be 1,000 years if he sure by. It's not certain if it's still there or not. Rubbing his brow, Zhang Shan looked at the old Celestial Master and asked, has the group in the tomb been found yet? If it wasn't for these grave robbers, where would they have all this now? This group of people, that's the culprit. No, the underground palace is too big, and there are 100 old ancestors in there. Where to find someone? The old Heavenly Master rolled his eyes. That situation in the dungeon. He wouldn't want to stay a second longer. Alright, you guys have a good rest first. I'll go inform the following, and try to find the Husher by within 3 days. Jiang Shan left the command room with a heavy heart. An expedited order followed. A variety of people with minor reputations in the archaeological community received a notice of invitation. Historians, even grave robbers, were invited. What the descendants of the 9 gates, touching gold moving mountain unloading ridge hair mound heirloom, as long as it is related to this area, all are invited, or forced to take away. The next day, a piece of news disrupted Jiang Shan's plans and instantly exploded in the circle of cultivators. The intranets of all the major practitioners were directly massacred by the screen. All sorts of postings sprung up like crazy overnight. The one piece of the cultivation world has appeared. The ancestral dragon returns and the corpse becomes a god. Just bring the great Qin jade seal. Wealth, money, status, so everything is yours. I, the first emperor of Qin, will strike the Hershey's jade and make you general of Qin. The one piece of the cultivation world. You want fame and power? Want status and money? You can have it if you want it. Go find it. If you find the Husher Jik, you can enter the tomb of the first emperor and exchange it for everything. The wealth of the world is placed in the Hutchinson. To be a vassal, to be a minister, to become a patriarch, everything is on the washi. At this moment, the entire cultivation world directly exploded, including the overseas countries as well. Countless people put their eyes on the mausoleum of the first emperor, while many people began to take action to look for the legendary He Sure Bai. No one knows the originality of these messages, but combined with the official layout in the tomb of the first emperor in the past few days, as well as the horrifying sight above the dome of the sky, quite a few people are convinced. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain the official moves, as well as the fact that Zhang Hiqing, the old heavenly master of Lung Fushan, led all his disciples to be stationed at the tomb of the first emperor. Hello, I'm Qin Shi Huang. I'm actually not dead. I'm 50 lifting the seal, and I'll make you a great general then. Huchen sons, is the message fidelity? Fidelity, I also went to look for it. To tell the truth, I have had a general's dream since I was a child. That's not the point, is it? The point is that the old ancestor's corpse has turned. Who's going to stop this? Old Tianshi, the world's foremost master, can't do it either. The one who said it was impossible for the emperor to be necrotic came out to take a beating. It's Brown. Old Ancestor is really back. I told you that the heavenly change in the sky of that Mount Li was not simple. That thundercloud was like the end of the world. It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. How can an emperor turn into a corpse? Not to mention this. The first emperor in heaven and earth has turned into a corpse. This may really become a ferocious god? Can we hold it down? Press what? That's my old ancestor. Brothers, set sail. I'm the man who's going to be the general of Great Qin. The news spread extremely quickly, and by the time the officials realized it and wanted to block it, it was already too late. There are even many people who have offered tens of billions of dollars for the purchase of the Huchen sons. How word got out? In the temporary command room of Mount Li, Jiang Shan slapped the table and yelled, "Once this matter spreads, do you know what kind of consequences it will cause? What are we going to do in case some of those evil people find the washi? What are we going to talk to that one with?" Kang San covered his head, his face tired. Although the rumors are a bit exaggerated, if someone really finds Xingzheng with the Haishur Bai, there will be no shortage of benefits. Being able to hook up with the beginning emperor, some small wish, might actually be fulfilled. Now that the news has been leaked, we must find a way to remedy the situation. If others can acquire it, so can we. The old celestial master looked at Jiang Shan and said, "In this case, I, Longhu Mountain, will take out 2 spells, the Golden Light Mantra and the 5 Thunders Positive Technique, and the top will allocate some more money. And then in the name of me, Zhang Hecheng, I will unconditionally do 3 things for the person who offered the Haishur Bai. There's always someone's heart." Jiang Shan sniffed and bowed his head in contemplation before clapping his hands. "Immediately send out a message. Whoever turns in the Haishur Jik, a bonus of $100 billion, a copy of the secret arts of all the major schools, the Golden Light Spell, the Thunder Method, the Maoshan Talisman, the Chuanjin martial arts are randomly selected, and the contemporary old heavenly masters to give him as a dog to use." Old Master Tianshi, huh? I'm talking about doing 3 things, not being a dog. Old Celestial Master, don't you mind, huh? A special event. Times have changed. This online speech, without explosive points, it can't be fired. Jiang Shan smiled apologetically towards the old heavenly master. Besides, you know how important this washi is. The one in the dungeon you've seen with your own eyes. There's no room for error. So using the old road as a dog is your breaking point. Old Sky Master was slightly speechless, but he also understood the seriousness of the matter. Although the matter is serious, But the old man, I am at least the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. The contemporary absolute. The card face of Zheng Yi Dao. Let's do it this way. Change it so that I, the Grand Elder of Longhu Mountain, will be the dog envoy, and I, Zhang Huqing, will still do 3 things for him, the old celestial master said after some thought. Zhang Shui, huh? He didn't say a word. Okay. Jiang Shan nodded. The people below immediately went and made an official announcement. This official announcement is a direct reality check. All parties instantly exploded, and those higher-ups who were still watching immediately took action. The news is true. The stone is hammered. The official notice is already out. Down the blood this is. What a one piece. If we find the He Shi Jie, we'll have everything. 6. From this we can see that the officials in Longhu Mountain combined are not able to suppress that old ancestor. Say, can old ancestors communicate? Aren't all zombies just as cruel and murderous as creepy? With the official downfall, not to mention the cultivation world, even those rich and powerful among the ordinary people received the news. They don't care about money or whatever official status they are given. These people want longevity. When it comes to Ying Zhang, the oldest ancestor, one topic that can never be gotten around is immortality. They don't understand zombies or anything, but these rich people understand one thing. Beginning Emperor, the old ancestor, is still alive. So is there a chance for them as well? Find, no matter how much money is offered, find me the Hutchinson jewelry. Also, put out the word that no matter how much prize money the officials give, I, Wang Fugue, will give double. Master, if we do this, we'll be watched from above, right? Do as I say. Such a scene took place in the estates of the rich and powerful in various countries. These are people who are going to die, and money doesn't mean anything to them anymore. Even some of the lower strata of society, after learning the news through special channels, one by one began to fantasize about getting rich overnight. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, a hot wind of searching for the Huchinsans was set off. Outside the beginning Emperor's mausoleum, the short-haired teenager wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses with a sunny face reappeared. 100 celestial masters' corpses have changed, and the ancestral dragon of the past has come out of the coffin. Ha 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 ha. This imperial tomb is really a treasure. With these people, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, the world will be my Zhou Bei's, and the rebuilding of the netherworld will be just around the corner. When I, Zhou Bei, return to the throne, the teenager had a sickly grin on his face. He was the one who spread the news. That day, he had let Trickster Shadow in to poke around and quietly heard everything. Only by muddying the waters of this first emperor's tomb would he have a chance to take advantage of the situation. Zhou Bei had little else to offer, but was only good at controlling ghosts and corpses. It was as if he was born to lead the shenanigans. It was his natural ability. Even ghosts and monsters that were several times stronger than him would submit under his ability. And the name Zhou Bei, as recorded in the folklore record, belongs to the Yin division, one of the 5 ghost emperors. The name of the central ghost emperor. After I control those 100 zombies and collect the first emperor, I will be the sole ruler of the world. Murmuring under his breath, Zhou Bei's figure gradually faded into the darkness. In the scenic area of Mount Li, Kong San paced back and forth anxiously. The word is out, but so far there's been no response at all. Is there any descendant of this first emperor still alive? Shall we bring them over to talk and see if we can discuss it further? More than 2,000 years, even if there is, that is separated by how many generations? There are still fart feelings. The old heavenly master was filled with speechlessness. Even when he saw Zhang Daoling, it was only out of a feeling of respect for the ancestral heavenly master. As for kinship, it's more than 100 generations away, so it's useless. What then? It looks like a day is about to go by, and there's no movement at all. I've gotten wind that on the Eagle Jam side, there's still a what's-his-name seal of passage, and someone's already bringing it over now. Once we let them break in, it will be difficult for our Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Shan frowned. He was now worried about the implications of the first emperor's exit from the coffin while he was at it. One also had to worry about what they, the Dragon Kingdom, would do with it He Shi Bai if it fell into the hands of outsiders. There's news of the Huchinsans. At that moment a young man with glasses came running over in a hurry. Someone called from below, saying that there's news of the Hutchinsons' jewelry, so let's send someone over to escort it. What? Immediately make the arrangements right away. Old Celestial Master, you personally go there. Right now. I'll transfer a few squads to escort them along the way. Jiang Shan was instantly energized at his words. The old heavenly master, on the other hand, had a somewhat complicated look on his face. The first emperor comes out of the coffin today. It's been 2,000 years. That first emperor is finally coming back to Earth. Dear brothers, the preliminary data is really important. I hope you do not raise the book. It looks like 50,000 words. Tomorrow on the shelves. More support. Rushing old celestial master. Why are you still frozen? Jiang Shan turned his head and saw that the old heavenly master was still frozen in place, speaking anxiously. The news of the Huchinsans has come out, and a lot of people, I'm afraid, are sniffing around. Don't worry, the old Taoist will personally go there. It's foolproof. The old heavenly master signaled Jiang Shan to rest assured. In the mausoleum of the first emperor, he, Zhang Huqing, cannot even be considered a grandson. After all, there are a lot of ancestors inside. But in the outside world, looking at the world, who would dare to be an enemy of his old heavenly master? Do you really think that the title of being the best in the world is not blown out of proportion? It is fought out. With a wave of his sleeve cannon, the old celestial master traveled on the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 feet away. The imperial tomb. Wang Wu and Jin Yangzi were both huddled in a side room, not daring to make a move. What's going on in this first emperor's tomb? So many big dumplings. All of them are heavenly masters from Longhu Mountain. Wang Wu was holding a pistol in his hand, his face somewhat stunned. Jin Yangzi, on the other hand, was sizing up Yuan Tiangang. Obviously, it's only right that it's been completely refined, so how could it appear to act on its own? He was certain that he had clearly refined Yuan Tiangang, and this flying stiff would only act on his true Yangzi's orders. But why would he go and uncover the corpse-quelling talisman at the entrance of that imperial city? This led to a huge change in the entire imperial tomb underground palace, and the rigidity of the 100 celestial masters, disrupting all his plans. Taoist master, let's just go out and study that contraption of yours first. It's killed us this time. Wang Wu looked at Yuan Tiangang with a gloomy face. His boys are all dead, not bitten to death by the zombie, but ran slower at the time, and was directly impacted by the corpse gas, and died horizontally on the spot. At that time, if he hadn't followed closely beside Jin Yangzi, he would have ended up in the same situation now. It's a big loss this trip. Years of accumulation of the team all died in this tomb of the first emperor, and not a single treasure. Jin Yangzi sniffed but hesitated. Are you willing to go out like that? Wang Wu sniffed and froze. This mother asterisk or where can be willing. Loss of troops not to mention. Things nothing, but not willing to do what can be done. This underground palace, more than 160 big dumplings his life is also counted as countless tombs, but encountered the dumplings added up not as many as the zero in the palace of the first emperor. Taoist, do you want to continue? Wang Wu asked tentatively. Riches and riches. Jin Yangzi's eyes narrowed slightly. In this tomb of the first emperor, there were all the heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain through the ages, and it was obvious that the secrets here were beyond his imagination. At the same time, he also understood that what awaited him after going out was feared to be an all-out siege from Longhu Mountain, because he came where he shouldn't have, and was spotted by a patrolling SWAT team. This would be the time when Lung Fushan should have already found out his identity. A zombie refined by Yuan Tiangang. Although it has infinite potential and will become a vampire in the future, it is only a flying stiff now. Not enough to crush LW. He also wanted to take a gamble and go deeper into that imperial city. Find out what secrets are hidden in this tomb of the first emperor. There is no one who is not afraid to lose, only those who are afraid to gamble. If you win, you will become an ancestor. Okay, if you're not afraid, Master Dao. I'm afraid of nothing. Wang Wu hesitated for a moment. His face hardened and he gritted his teeth. He's an outlaw by nature. He wants money, not life. Wang Wu then reselected a path based on the tomb passage measurements and walked towards the imperial city, while Jin Yangzi followed behind him. Kirin Temple. Zhang Daoling's face was numb as he looked at his corpse. At this time, Zhang Daoling's dried corpse was already being held up in midair by a cloud of blood mist. Ying Zhang is in the process of arranging for this ancestral heavenly master to turn rigid into a corpse. First, I will contain it with my own corpse chi, and when it comes out of the coffin, it won't take long to refine it into a zombie. Steeply, the blood mist stagnated, and Zhang Daoling's dried corpse slowly fell to the ground. Ying Zhang, who had not yet come out of the coffin, was limited in the amount of power he could use, and Zhang Daoling, the ancestral heavenly master, was not low in rank, so it was not so easy to harbor rigidity. Counting the time, a day should have passed already. I hope they can bring me some surprises. In the bronze coffin, Ying Zhang's eyes are dark and uncertain. 2,000 years, he'd waited long enough. System, refresh the signing location. Ying Zhang's mind sank into the system. It's the only thing he's been able to accurately calculate time within 2,000 years. It's also the only thing the system has worked for all these years. The timer. Although you can't get out. This system, once a year on September 9th, refreshes the check-in location with a picture of the location. Nowadays, 2,229 check-in locations have been accumulated in this system. It also means that he has been in this imperial tomb for 2,229 years, counting this time today. That's 230 years. The sign and location has been successfully refreshed. The Kirin Temple of the beginning Emperor's Earth Palace. Listening to the system's voice, Ing Zheng habitually wanted to exit the system. Ing Zheng suddenly paused. Kirin Temple. Good lord. It's been over 2,000 years. And finally he's brushed up on a place where he can sign in. He couldn't go to any of the previous 2,000 or so check-in locations that were either in the Dragon Tiger Mountain or the Kunlun Mountain. This time, he even swiped the tomb of the first emperor. System, sign in immediately. Ing Zheng murmured in his heart. Then his eyes tightly stared at the system interface. Not afraid of jokes. The system had been out for more than 2,000 years, and this was the first time he had used it. As Ing Zheng's words fell, a progress bar appeared. After about 10 minutes, that progress bar reached 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining 1 each of the heavenly officer's blessing, the earthly officer's pardon of sins, and the water officer's relief of jinxes, and the 9th grade immortal officer's seal X1. This is? Ing Zheng looked at the system's reward and was a bit puzzled. A message then entered Ing Zheng's mind. The heavenly, earthly, and water officials are collectively known as the 3 officials, the 3 great emperors, the righteous gods of heaven and earth. Among them, the heavenly officials are formed by the 3 Qi of green, yellow and white, and are always in charge of the emperors of all ages. Full name Shan Yuan, 1st grade blessing bestowing heavenly official, Ziwei Emperor, the earth officer, condensed from the mixed spirit of Yuan Dong and the clearness of Jie Huang, is in charge of the gods of the 5 mountains. Full name, the 2nd grade pardoner of sins, Emperor Qingsu, Shu Weiguan, formed by the Qi of Fengzhi and the essence of Chenhao, is in charge of all the gods in the water. Full name, the 3rd grade water official of the Lower Yuan, the great emperor of Dongyin. The 3 officials bestowed blessings on 100 people. Ing Zheng also finally understood what the reward meant. The so-called heavenly official's blessing is to turn you into a son of Qi. That is, a protagonist in general. Falling off the cliff can pick up the secret book, and the clinical breakthrough crosses the level and kills back. During the bestowal of blessings, heaven's order is given. All laws are inviolable, and even those who are stronger than you will have to avoid you. With this, even if Ing Zheng did something that caused the wrath of heaven, he would not be punished by heaven, and there would not be any thunderbolt, but it would be limited to one time only. Shu Weiguan Jiejie, as the name suggests, lifts disasters and erases all negative influences on the body. It's all good. The corners of Ing Zheng's mouth curled into a smile. Even with a strength like his, he had to admit that this 3 official great emperor bestowed blessings that were very useful. He is a vampire, forbidden by heaven and earth. When he comes out of the world, there will be a heavenly calamity. The 3 worlds and 6 paths will be rejected, and he will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. The earth official's pardon of sins will then exempt him from this, allowing him to live a normal life in the 3 worlds and 10 directions as a zombie. Heaven and earth do not forsake the 6 paths. Then there is the blessing of the heavenly officials, huge fortune to add to their own. And the destiny of heaven is mine. He might be able to truly metamorphose into a deity, the fierce god that the old heavenly master and the others had spoken of before. This so-called god was also merely an honorific. And with the heavenly officials granting blessings and the earthly officials forgiving sins, it would be an existence recognized by the 3 realms, the 6 paths, the 4 living beings and the 10 directions. In other words, everything that restrained zombies was useless to Ing Zheng. What thunderbolt, true fire, sticky black as hooves. He, Ing Zheng, is recognized by heaven and earth as an orthodox zombie. No, a stiff god. From being a wild and ferocious god, he leapt to become a legitimate god. Water official relief. Ing Zheng looked at this last divine power and couldn't think of a use for it for the time being. His seal had actually been broken, and the only thing holding him down was the heavenly destiny carried by that meteorite. Its rank is as high as that of the 3 official great emperors, so naturally it cannot be lifted, but lifts all calamities and wipes out all negative influences on the body. It was something that would count as a base card when he came out of the coffin. Unfortunately, only once. Unexpectedly, I have become the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. Ing Zheng's eyes looked through the bronze coffin at the heavenly fate meteorite that was suppressing him, and his eyes were filled with mockery. Who would have thought that he would be a zombie, a being whom heaven and earth cannot tolerate, and whom the 6 paths of life reject? Surprisingly, he was blessed by the 3 official emperors. If this is set out, afraid of shocking off a group of people's jaws, Zhang Daoling, the ancestral heavenly master, will have to be deeply hit again. There is also this immortal official seal, which may be of some use in the future. Ing Zheng withdrew his gaze and looked closely at the last reward, the immortal official seal. Simply put, It's a warrant. With this, one can have an establishment recognized by heaven and earth. The one in Ing Zhang's hand was a 9th grade immortal official seal. I can ordain a 9th grade mountain god and a river god. Such deities, more appropriately called immortal officers, are pitifully weak. Merely having made it up is not calling it a god. Not to mention him, Zhang Daoling, the ancestral heavenly master, could have slapped a dozen of them to death. Usually it is some mountain spirits and monsters, occupying a certain mountain, a certain river gorge, collecting some people's beliefs, and then it can be reached. But it's also a good one. Even if it was only a 9th rank, the strength was not even comparable to that of an elder heavenly master. But at least it was a heaven and earth establishment, and it also had a long-lasting lifespan. All immortals praise and honor. Zone leader of the 10,000 saints. A burst of light erupted from Ing Zhang's eyes. This statement, finally, is not an empty one. Even if he, now, was still a long way from that position, at least he, Ing Zhang, had set foot on that path. Outside, countless experts and powerhouses also began to converge on the tomb of the first emperor. There were several powerful people in the Dragon Kingdom, and almost all of them rushed over because of that piece of news. On top of that, there were quite a few people from the cultivation world who ran to join in the fun. Anyone would want to catch a glimpse of the oldest ancestor, the first emperor. But currently Mount Li has been completely blocked off. No one is allowed to enter. Excluding those invited by the officials, the rest of the people are stopped at the door. Let me in. I am old ancestor's Xin grandson. My name is Ing Dang. Let me in to pay my respects to the old ancestor. Nee. Me too, old ancestor. It's me. Ah, the 86th generation of the proper Wind clan. Back then you even hugged my great-great-great-grandfather. Out of the way, all of you. I've found the Huchen sons. Quickly let me in. The whole Lixian scenic area outside is a mess. If it was just rumored that Ing Zhang's corpse had turned, they might not have been so crazy. Might not even dare to come to the tomb of the first emperor. But in conjunction with the official notices sent out, these people confirmed one thing. That is, this old ancestor is very strong. So strong that the officials can only compromise and cooperate. The most important thing is to be able to communicate. Apparently it's got a spirit. Ha? Then what's there to be afraid of? My lovely and charming ancestor. Is he going to kill me? What's more, a bunch of fakes were acquired overnight to try their luck. Scenic area, command room. The heads of the various factions have also gathered here. There's already news of the Husher by. The news authenticated. At least 90% true. Just to be on the safe side. I had the old celestial master go there personally. Zhang Shan said as he looked at the crowd present. Counting on it. The news will come back in about half a day. These people were the pillars of his Dragon Kingdom's cultivation community. It's been decided from above, to help that one out of the coffin? A big monk frowned and spoke. Think it over. The first emperor is a zombie after all. The big monk seemed to be very unhappy with this decision. Once the coffin is released, how many people in the world will suffer? Evil devils and foreigners can be executed by everyone. How can they help the evil? The more that big monk said, the more angry he became, and even slapped the table. Master Huikong, there's no need to be so agitated. It's not whether we want to help that person out of the coffin or not, but we don't have a choice. Zhang Shan shook his head with a bitter smile, but they wouldn't have made that decision if there was any way to do it. Humph. I don't believe that Ing Zhang can resist the suppression of all of us. The old celestial master is also old, without the heart of the year. And when the world is overwhelming, humph, Huikong had a cold smile on his face, as if he was somewhat looking down on the old heavenly master's actions these past few days. The people in the room were listening, and no one said anything. After all, this master Huikong was also in existence not weaker than the old heavenly master. Back then, in the battle for the top of the world, he had only lost by half a move. If not, this title of being the best in the world would be his. Huikong, Master Huikong. I'm sure you understand how terrifying the beginning emperor's positional grid is. Even the ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling back then could do nothing. Zhang Shan's face was a bit unsightly. After all, this was the program given by the above after long deliberation, but now it was refuted by Huikong in public. Huikong's eyes lit up as he sniffed. That's what he was waiting for. Then he slapped the table. Just because he can't do it in the Taoist sect doesn't mean that I, the Buddhist sect, can't do it either. I don't share the same fate as the evil demons. Crowd present? Looking at this hardened Huikong, the crowd was filled with question marks. No, who gave you the courage to say that, when the world's top is now still the old Tianshi? Not you Huikong. Ah, people have to give in. You're just pretending to be a nincompoop. That Ing Zhang is certainly terrifying, but my Buddhist sect's methods are not comparable to those of the Taoist sect. Huikong's face was full of righteousness, and those who didn't know thought that he was the one who was the best in the world. If that one has already come out of the coffin, I, Hui Kong, have nothing to say, but as far as I know, the first emperor is still sealed. What? A sealed zombie Taoist sect is helpless? The top of the world. A joke. Hui Kong took advantage of the old heavenly master's absence, so he directly began to speak out. Hui Kong, do you know exactly what you're talking about? Zhang Shan's face sank as he scolded sternly. What's with this Hui Kong today? He had been in contact with him a few times before, and this Hui Kong was indeed a bit obnoxious and usually didn't cause much trouble. However, his strength was so powerful that he was second only to the old heavenly master, and no one dared to bother with him, moving around and jumping up and down. But it's kind of hard to tell the difference between occasions when it's a big deal like today. Calling you master, do you really think you're someone? I said, this is something I, Golden Mountain Temple, can handle. Hui Kong angled his head and face confidently said. Zhang Shan frowned. It's not that he looks down on Hui Kong. Right. He just looks down. Don't worry. This is none of your official and other people's business. I, Golden Mountain Temple, will bear the consequences if there are any. But the poor monk has one request. Speak. Zhang Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. He wanted to see what this Hui Kong was up to. Go live. Crowd? You're kidding me. Did you figure out what's going on? If the crowd hadn't been afraid of Hui Kong's strength, they would have started slapping the table and cursing. And a flash of realization flashed through Zhang Shan's eyes. I said this Hui Kong today, how so jumpy? This is I read Songshan Shaolin Temple. Zhang Shan eyes with a trace of sarcasm. 2 years ago, Songshan Shaolin Temple, listed on the market, made a lot of money, fame over all the Buddhist temples in one fell swoop, dominating. Yes, that's right, listed. It also made the rest of the temples blink, but they are not as famous as others, not to mention the gimmick to enrich themselves. And now, if Zhang Shan was right, this Hui Kong wanted to take advantage of the heat of this mausoleum of the first emperor to bring up their Jinshan temple as well. This is your own matter. From now on, everything that Golden Mountain Temple does cannot represent our Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Shan slowly spoke, his eyes filled with mockery. Some of the heat is deadly to eat. Good words are hard to persuade a damn ghost. If the Golden Mountain Temple wanted to die, he wouldn't stop him. People when you get old, you have to be confused. Jinshan Temple is finished. Zhang Shan sighed in his heart. He knew he wouldn't be able to dissuade him, so he didn't bother to do so, or else he'd be in even more trouble. And Hui Kong, full of excitement, dropped a sentence, then turned around and left the command room. Good. You all wait and see. This, just let him mess around? The people present looked at each other in disbelief, not realizing that Zhang Shan had really agreed. The beginning emperor's tomb is more complicated than you think, and that one is even stronger. Zhang Shan glanced at the crowd and said, of all the Taoist systems, only Longhu Mountain knows the most about the tomb of the first emperor. After all, every generation of celestial masters enters the imperial tomb. The rest of the sects, on the other hand, had at best a half understanding, if not no knowledge at all. This time it was also just a hint of information from above. That one is not out yet, but it's coming, and even without the husher-by, it won't change the fact that the first emperor is back on Earth. Oh, and, just now I forgot to tell you, the 165 generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain were all seated in the mausoleum of the first emperor. Just a day ago, the collective corpses turned. Zhang Shan spoke slowly. The people present were instantly shaken. 165 generations of celestial masters, collectively necrotic. The crowd turned their heads in synchronization to look at the gate, where Hui Kong had long since left, looking at the empty gate with a hint of pity on his face. Oh come on, Kingsford Temple is off the hook now. All get ready. The Golden Mountain Temple is not going to make it. Let's continue to talk about how we're going to react after that one comes out of the coffin. There's still half a day left before the old heavenly master returns, and the return of the first emperor should be today. Later I will let all those history scholars come in. Let's study the temperament of this first emperor, so that we can negotiate at that time, and if we have to make any concessions, we should let it be. And the above hope that you guys will be able to carry it clearly. Looking at the remaining people present, Zhang Shan slowly spoke. Outside the view, Hui Kong called his disciples. Quickly, immediately set up all the live broadcast equipment. Our Golden Mountain Temple is going to take off. Hui Kong's face was filled with excitement. Live broadcast? The many disciples were filled with confusion at the words. What? If I don't say you guys are stupid, how hot is this thing? This wave of traffic does not eat? What to take to the market? Hui Kong looked at his disciples with hatred. The old celestial master has personally gone to pick up the husher-by and will be back in about half a day. So let's hurry up and get everything sorted out before that old Taoist priest comes back. People MT, Shaolin, all dry listed. They are still suffering at the Golden Mountain Temple, collecting so little incense money. How hot the tomb of the first emperor is today. If this wave is eaten, it will be listed in minutes and reverse Shaolin. They Buddhists, unlike Taoists, have a track record. Everything is a meta. Can't you see Shaolin is on fire? In terms of strength, Shaolin was inferior to their Jinshan temple. But in terms of financial strength, 10 Jinshan temples were not enough for Shaolin to fight. He's doing this today just to get a good taste of the heat. As long as the name of the Golden Mountain Temple is made known in the secular world, you Shaolin can go public and so can the Golden Mountain Temple. Bring out the golden bodies of the ancestors of the 100. All of them. Let them see the gap between our Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect. Huikong was full of confidence. When their old Buddhist ancestors died, they were not like their Taoist ancestors, who returned everything to heaven and earth, leaving nothing behind and taking nothing with them. After this kind of Buddhist powerhouse died, it was not possible to return his own essence to heaven and earth. Instead, he coalesced into a relic, and his body's true heir coalesced into a golden body. If he could seal the ancestral dragon again, then wouldn't he, Master Huikong, become a figure on par with the ancestral heavenly master? Kingswood Temple can also go public in one fell swoop. The first emperor, right? Aha! If it is out of the coffin, Huikong does not dare to move even a little bit of his mind. Unfortunately, you didn't come out of the coffin. Today, I, Huikong, will borrow you to become famous. 4,000 large chapters. As Huikong's orders were passed down, the people of the Temple of the Golden Mountain acted quickly. Early before coming, Huikong has made all the preparations. The temple ancestors of the golden body has been transported over, and even looked for other temples, borrowed a few, to make up enough 18 golden bodies. The live broadcast equipment around the area was also set up at this time. Master, it's all ready. A young monk walked over to Huikong and whispered. At the entrance of the imperial tomb's underground palace, 18 shining golden figures were lined up. Huikong stood before the golden body, applying power in his hands, and slowly pushed the massive stone door of the underground palace open. At the same time all the live broadcasting equipment was turned on and 3 monks holding professional cameras were filming from different angles. Gentlemen, I think we should all know where this is. That's right, it's exactly the tomb of the first emperor at Mountly. In the past, the first emperor, Ing Zhang, unified the world, and even attempted to make a comeback after his death, making this imperial tomb a great place for refining corpses. Now, 2,000 years have passed, and the corpse of the first emperor Ing Zhang is about to be completed. Intending to come out of the coffin and wreak havoc on the world, many of my fellow Taoist disciples were unable to do anything about it, and the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain had no choice but to commit himself. Poor monk Huikong. I can't bear to see the world being persecuted by the first emperor, so I've come today to suppress the ancestral dragon. I, Jinshan Temple, shall take up the heavy responsibility to town the ancestral dragon for another 2,000 years. Huikong faces the camera with a sad and compassionate look on his face. Who is this big monk? The Huikong presidency of the Golden Mountain Temple. But the Golden Mountain Temple has the power to do that? I heard that the old heavenly master and the officials couldn't do anything about it, or else they wouldn't have sent out that notice. It feels like playing for real. So many golden bodies all invited out. With the opening of the live broadcast, tens of thousands of people instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. These people can be Huikong real money to attract. Of course, this live broadcast wasn't connected to the secular world. And while most of the shenanigans weren't a secret anymore, the changes in the first emperor's tomb couldn't just be made known to ordinary people. With the influx of many people from the inner online, the attention of the crowd was not on Huikong, but was attracted by the 18 golden bodies. There are very few powerful people in the Buddhist sect who can leave behind a golden body after death, corresponding to the Jindan realm in the Taoist sect. Nowadays, the entire world could not find a single Taoist priest of the Jindan realm, or a monk of the golden body realm. At least on the bright side, there hadn't been any news of such a powerful person. Even the old heavenly master was still stuck at half-step Jindan. Huikong no longer nonsense. A wave of the hand, a step out of the figure will disappear. When he reappeared, he was already in the tunnel of the underground palace. There was no sign of Huikong making any movements, and those 18 golden bodies levitated and followed as a golden light. The 3 monks carrying the camera rushed to follow at the sight. *********. Jinshan Temple playing for real? Who gave them the guts? Lungfu Mountain is pouring out, and Jinshan Temple is that hung up? The many cultivators who were watching the live broadcast were somewhat surprised to see Huikong being so dry. They had originally thought that the Golden Mountain Temple was just playing a gimmick. What happened in the tomb of the first emperor in the past few days they did not know, and then finally issued a notice offering a bounty for the washibai. This series of moves looks like a compromise in disguise. And where did the Golden Mountain Temple get the nerve to go and touch base with the one inside? As Huikong stepped into the tomb of the first emperor without hesitation, the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly skyrocketed. The imperial city of the Earth's palace, the mausoleum, people from the Buddhist sect? This is inside the bronze coffin. Ing Zheng's divine thoughts noticed Huikong and his group. The camera thing. He recognized it. Well, at least it was a traveler, even if it was over 2,000 years old. But Ing Zheng was a bit puzzled as to what this group of people were doing here. It's reasonable to think that the average person wouldn't even be able to get in. With that in mind, Ing Zheng became interested, and his divine thought silently watched Huikong and his group. For him, who hadn't been out in 2,000 years, it was one of the few pleasures. At the same time, the old celestial master who was escorting the husher by outside also received the news. This old bald ass, is he crazy for wanting money? The old heavenly master's face was ugly. This Huikong couldn't even touch him, and he still wanted to go and touch the one inside. A message came from the Lishan side, saying that the Golden Mountain Temple acted alone, and that everything they took on themselves, and had nothing to do with our dragon kingdom. The staff member beside Zhang Daoling returned. He said to undertake it. Old Jiang is really something. Not stopping it. Forget it, I'll go first. You guys follow behind. The old heavenly master shook his head helplessly, then picked up a wooden box and turned into golden light to fly towards Mount Li. He couldn't care less about whether or not the true air was consumed now. At this point, in the middle of the imperial tomb's underground palace, Huikong alone walked in the forefront, with 18 dazzling little golden figures suspended behind him. Huikong raised his hand to beckon a monk carrying a camera, and opened his mouth to start blowing awesome. Gentlemen, the poor monk in the past, although he lost to the old heavenly master half a move, but that is because my Buddha compassion, not to bear to show killing moves, otherwise this world's top is who is still to say it, but Buddha also has a Vajra wrath. So today I will show you all the means of my Golden Mountain Temple. As Huikong and the others went deeper, they didn't know if it was just luck. The entire underground palace, 100 celestial masters, they had met none of them. Soon they arrived at the first chamber, the place where Yuan Tiangang was seated. Presiding officer, there seems to be writing here. Something should have been placed here and moved away before. A monk with sharp eyes noticed the writing on the ground. Huikong sniffed his gaze over while raising his hand to signal for a closer view. Yuan Tiangang, Taoist magician, in the 19th year of the Great Tang Jingguan, entered the imperial mausoleum to suppress the ancestral dragon. Huikong looked at the words on the ground and slowly opened his mouth to read them out. Another old ancestor? Really? How could this one be in the tomb of the first emperor? Enter the emperor's tomb to suppress the ancestral dragon. Was the first emperor corpsed 1,000 years ago? The many cultivators watching the live broadcast were a bit shocked. They had learned very little information. All we know is that in this tomb, the corpse of the first emperor will soon be released from the coffin, positioned slightly higher. Also only know that Longhu Mountain's successive generations of celestial masters will enter the imperial tomb. Lord presiding, the body of this old ancestor seems to have disappeared. Shouldn't it? Said the little monk who was looking at the camera on the side with some trepidation. What are you afraid of? This Taoist friend may be terrifying in life, but after death he will be nothing more than a flying stiff at best. I have the golden body of the 18 ancestors to protect me, so what is there to be afraid of? Huikong glared at the young monk. This Yuan Tiangang, even if he is a corpse, it's just a matter of these 2 days, without sucking human blood and without any special enhancements. It's just a flying stiff at best. It was just a flying stiff. He couldn't do it, but he had brought 18 Buddhist golden bodies with him this time, inviting the ancestors. That's still easy to suppress in minutes. Thinking so, Huikong relaxed once again, then blew awesome and continued to walk forward. Not long after, this line of people unexpectedly arrived safely at the palace gates of the imperial city. Huikong stopped in his tracks, a drop of cold sweat slipping from his head. The monks with the cameras also froze in place. The front was empty, but they stood still and didn't dare to move. It was as if that imperial city gate was some kind of flooding beast that was going to devour them. Lord, host, are we still going? Those monks turned off the live sound and asked in a trembling tone. Huikong sniffed, took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Go! Although the front is empty, the slate on the ground behind the gate is engraved with dense text. Even though it was quite a distance away, with Huikong's eyesight, he could still see it clearly. The second generation heavenly master of Zhang Yidao, Zhang Heng, by order of his father. In the second year of Guangha of the Great Han Dynasty, he entered the imperial tomb of Zulong, Zhang Lu, the third heavenly master Zhang Shang, the fourth heavenly master, Zhang Zhaochang, the fifth heavenly master, and Zhang Pepper, the sixth heavenly master. All the generations of heavenly masters of Zhang Yidao, they're all here, and from the traces on the ground, as well as the residual in chi around them, These celestial masters, like Yuan Tiangang before them, had all produced necrophilia. Wukong was now frantically hurling curses at Lung Fushan in his heart. You damn! You Longhu Mountain put the first Emperor Mausoleum when Master Mausoleum over 100 generations of celestial masters, and they're all here. Is he in the wrong place? This is not Mount Li, but Mount Longhu? Still going Those 3 monks looked at Wukong incredulously. Is the host desperate for money? More than 100 celestial masters have been corpsed, and there are only 18 of these golden bodies behind you. Encounter must die. Go! Wukong gritted his teeth and spat out a word, signaling the 3 to continue the live broadcast. There's nothing he can do about it. He's got to shoot. If this retreated just like that, he, Wukong, would become a joke in the cultivation world the next day. How could he, Wukong, still be in the cultivation world in the future? Master Wukong, the presiding officer of the Golden Mountain Temple, was so frightened by the name of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain that he fled? Doggone Zhang Huching. This kind of information, why don't you share it? Wukong's face was unsightly, and he could only mentally pray that he wouldn't run into the celestial master group. As a few people moved forward, the crowd in the broadcast room also saw the engravings on the ground. More than 100 generations of heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain are all here. Good man, worthy of being the beginning of the Taoist sect. Dragon Tiger Mountain is awesome. 1,000 years of suppression, counting the ancestral heavenly master. Longhu Mountain has suppressed that first emperor in this imperial tomb for more than 800 years? Oh, rounded up to 2,000 years. I dare not think. After that person comes out, there is still no more Dragon Tiger Mountain in my place. I am afraid that out of the coffin will first step on the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It's not right. Then why is the old Tianshi still helping to find the Husher? Can't it be that the old Tianshi made a decision against his ancestors? Haven't you noticed that these 100 heavenly masters have all turned into corpses? If they come out, the Dragon Kingdom will be in chaos. The current Wukong, however, no longer had the heart to pay attention to the live broadcast. A careful journey ahead, afraid of meeting love around the corner and running into a group of celestial masters. I don't know if the prayers worked, or this palace is too big. Wukong led a few people through the palace of the imperial city, really didn't encounter a zombie. Looking at the Kirin temple that was close at hand, Wukong breathed a sigh of relief and a bright smile appeared on his face. Heaven's destiny is with me. This trip will be accomplished. He hadn't encountered any dangers along the way, and the 100 celestial masters' corpses hadn't even hindered him half a bit. What is this if not a destiny? It's time for him to make a name for himself. Wukong turned his head to look at the camera, a smile on his face as he said, ahead is the Kirin Hall, where the first emperor was sealed in the past, and the ancestral dragon, as the world honors him, is inside. Gentlemen, follow me, into the imperial tomb to suppress the ancestral dragon. Wukong's bravado was great, and with a wave of his robe, he stepped into it with great strides. He has nothing to fear. No matter how horrible the beginning emperor was, it was still after he came out. Wukong is not a little cutie, which was a judgment he made after carefully analyzing the situation. The first emperor, Zhang, was certainly terrifying, but he needed the Husher, and it's not hard to guess that it must have something to do with the sealing out of the coffin. What does that mean? It means that Zhang won't be able to come out for a while. You can't get out. What are you so great at? His Buddhist golden body is best at suppressing evil things. After all, that was what an ancestor had left behind from a lifetime of cultivation. In the middle of the hall, Zhang was still lying inside the bronze coffin without saying a word. It was all thanks to Zhang that this big monk could come to him. He just wanted to see what the monks wanted to do. It looks like the casket is coming out soon, so you have to find something to distract you. Otherwise the anxiety will affect your state of mind. Zhang Daoling, on the other hand, looked at Wukong, who had walked into the main hall, with a face full of pity. Think you can suppress the ancestral dragon with 18 Buddhist golden bodies? When he, Zhang Daoling, was at his peak, he was a celestial realm powerhouse, an existence with 1 foot in the immortal realm. But he all needed to use the heavenly fade meteorite to suppress the ancestral dragon. This big monk, so naive. Wukong didn't know what Zhang Daoling was thinking. Just as he entered the hall, he saw the 9-palace dragon trapping formation and the bronze coffin that was locked in midair by a bronze chain. Is the one lying inside that bronze coffin the first emperor of that year? Come closer, come closer. That meteorite is the one recorded in the history books to have fallen in East County, right? The first emperor died and the earth was divided. Perhaps it was the fact that the men did not feel intimidated across the live feed, and the Wukong few who were there could have a hard time. The slightest hint of aura that flowed out from within that bronze coffin subdued a few people in place and prevented them from moving, but for a long time did not see that bronze coffin have any movement. Wukong mind once again active, worthy of the first emperor. Today, I will ask the first emperor to send me, Hui Kong, to the altar of the gods. Hui Kong murmured from his mouth. Gentlemen, please also watch, as my Golden Mountain Monastery's ancestors jointly suppress the ancestral dragon. Then, with a magic seal in his hand, 18 golden bodies instantly shot out and landed in various directions of the bronze coffin. Vajra voodoo. Hui Kong let out a loud shout, and those 18 golden bodies bloomed with a burst of dazzling light, followed by the silhouette of a four-armed, angry-eyed Vajra, which emerged in the mid-air of the great hall. That four-armed Vajra held a devil-subduing mortar in pestle and fell towards the bronze coffin. Inside the bronze coffin, Zhang snorted. Its sound was not loud, but it silenced the whole earth. Hui Kong stared at the bronze coffin with wide eyes. This first emperor was indeed awake. There was also a frenzy in the live feed, and that was the voice of the old patriarch. Hui Kong clenched his teeth and urged the spell again. So what if he was awake? He was still sealed. Give me the town. The devil-subduing pestle in the hands of that four-armed Vajra lit up with golden light, and a swastika was pinned down at the bottom, covering the bronze coffin in a straight line. There's no problem. The first emperor is still sealed and doesn't have much power, and my Buddhist golden body is the best at suppression. Hui Kong comforted himself in his heart. That four-armed Vajra erupted with all its might, an incomparable power. A wave of air swept towards the surroundings, an ant trying to shake a big tree, ridiculously insouciant. Inside the bronze coffin, Zhang's icy words came out, letting this big monk in. He thought there was some fun to be had, but he didn't expect it to be a little cutie. There was no sign of Zhang making any movements, and after those words fell, the four-armed Vajra's movements suddenly stopped. On top of the huge silhouette, blood-black lines crawled all over it, and the four arms hung down helplessly as the body gradually disintegrated. Along with them were the 18 golden bodies. The originally glittering golden body instantly became dull. Cracks exploded, and finally shattered. With just one word, he destroyed all 18 of the Buddha's golden bodies. The scene was instantly silent, and Hui Kong froze in place. What's going on? His old family's ancestor was second-guessed by a single sentence. You're telling me that Zhang is sealed? Do I seal you? How is that possible? You not out of the coffin yet. Impossible. Hui Kong hissed. 18 golden body He Jinshan temple thousands of years of heritage accumulation. 6 of them are borrowed from other people's temples. Fake. Illusion. Impossible. Hui Kong looked up at the bronze coffin. How could a sealed person be so strong? Is that even called being sealed? Well, it's not what he thought it would be. Who can tell him that this can also be called a seal? Why? Obviously the seal is still there, and that heavenly fate meteorite is still there, so it's impossible for you to use your power. Hui Kong's head was filled with questions. This does not make sense. In his perception, sealed does not mean cannot move, cannot do anything. Inside the bronze coffin, Zhang's unhurried voice came out. Now you are still weak and your eyes are still narrow. Seeing me is only like a frog in the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. When you reach Zhang Daoling's realm that day, your eyes will be opened a bit. Seeing me at that time shall be like a mayfly seeing the green sky. How can you understand the heights where I am? Seal? Who in the world can seal me? Zhang's voice was overbearing, but it was the truth. He had been subdued in the imperial tomb for 2,000 years. It wasn't how strong Zhang Daoling was, it was that piece of broken stone. Hui Kong's face was filled with dishevelment. He hadn't counted on the fact that this first emperor was powerful to such an extent. Today, he's afraid he'll die here. Thinking about it, Hui Kong sat down on his butt, but Zhang didn't have the heart to care about him anymore. He felt it, the fate of heaven, the destiny of Qin's prosperity. He sure by. Inside the bronze coffin, a burst of light bloomed in Zhang's eyes. Someone's been to MT Li with the Huchen sons. He felt it. At this moment, a golden light fell outside the imperial tomb. The old heavenly master hurried back, not waiting for the old celestial master to make any moves. The he sure by in that wooden box seemed to feel the call and whoosh, flew directly into the imperial tomb. No. The old celestial master froze in place for a moment. No, that thing is for negotiation. Why did it just fly in by itself? They haven't talked to that patriarch yet. Jiang Shan and the other group of people who had come out to greet him were also frozen in place, just staring blankly at the old heavenly master. It's none of my business. The old heavenly master was full of innocence. Everyone, pull out of camp and retreat immediately, and notify all emergency combat teams to assemble immediately. Non-combatants, leave the field immediately. Repeat for all. Jiang Shan was the first to react, taking out his walkie-talkie and yelling. It was a big deal. He had thought of a million possibilities, but not this one. It happened so suddenly, he wasn't prepared for it. This time, the beginner is really coming out. All the armed forces in the whole of Mount Li were mobilized by Jiang Shan. and the old celestial master, with the heads of the various sects, stood guard at the gate of the mausoleum in strict anticipation. At this time in the middle of the imperial tomb, that Hutchinson directly hit the heavenly fate meteorite. These two, born to clash, appearing together, are bound to destroy together. An explosion came from above the sky. All living beings that existed under this heavenly dome heard it. Inside the Qilin temple, the 9 stone pillars collapsed with a bang, and the copper chains broke by inches. The bronze coffin stood in midair and slowly opened. The emperor, who was dressed in a black dragon robe and could not be seen directly, lifted his foot and walked out of the bronze coffin. I am back. This scene is still being broadcast live. Everyone in the world heard the declaration. The former lord of Great Qin, the ancestor of thousands of dragon veins, the beginning of all the emperors. The first emperor is back. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of people stared blankly at the figure that stood between heaven and earth. It was as lofty as a lake, as vast as the sea, proudly independent between heaven and earth. Ingzhang seemed to have noticed the camera, his eyes gazing into the lens. It was a glance that spanned 2,000 years. It's the confluence of the ages. The man behind the camera meets the first emperor of the year, and the first emperor, Ingzhang, has returned to the present after 2,000 years. The first emperor. Many people muttered under their breath. At this moment they met this man, the man who laid the foundation for the idea of the great unification of the Dragon Kingdom. Since the first emperor, there have been only 3 thoughts in the face of the chaotic world for the generations to come. Unity. Unification. It's still unified. With the unification of Great Qin, later generations could finally measure the boundaries of the country with 1, rather than 7, rulers. Use 1, not 7, texts for the successor to the Holy Spirit. He was a huge mountain standing in the way of the successive kings of the Dragon Kingdom. When the word emperor is mentioned, there is no way to get around the man. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A screen full of pop-ups flew up. Admittedly, times have changed, and this cry of Your Majesty does not mean that they will support the feudal dynasty, but it does represent their respect. The merits and demerits of this one meeting, 2,000 years apart, are no longer weighty. At this moment, no one is thinking about zombies. Eternal night. What will happen to the world? They were looking at nothing more than their old ancestor of the Dragon Kingdom. People in the Dragon Kingdom always have inexplicable feelings for each other because of their bloodline, especially for an old ancestor like Ingzhang. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions of thunder rang steeply between heaven and earth, pulling the crowd out of their emotions. Terrifying robbery clouds converged above the sky dome of Mount Li. The crowd then came back to their senses and thought about the consequences of Ingzhang's coffin. Oh, exempt. Good news. Old ancestor is back. Bad news. The old grandfather seems to be trying to tenderize us to death. Are there any Taoists in Mount Li? Lao Zi, which is 108,000 miles away from Mount Li, can watch that blackened robbery cloud engulfing a piece of the heavenly dome? What do the brothers in Mount Li feel? Do not carry a bucket and run in the middle of the road. It's really too early for the old man's coffin to be pressed. Above the sky of Mount Li, the thunderclouds that had originally spread for hundreds of miles came to a standstill with the release of Ingzhang's coffin, and then surged wildly in the next second, as countless thunderbolts exploded in unison, causing heaven and earth to lose their hearing. The lightning in the clouds intertwined, forming a 10,000-foot thunder dragon. The thundercloud spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye it was 1,000 miles away, and the entire dome of the sky was darkened. The people guarding the outside of the imperial tomb in Mount Li looked at the horrifying scene in the sky as if it was the end of the world. If this tribulation thunderbolt blasted down, even if it was just the aftermath, they were afraid that they would have to die here on the spot. This calamity lightning won't even take us along with it, right? Even if the scale doesn't split us, the aftermath will shock us to death. At the gate of the royal tomb, the sect heads looked up at the sky from time to time, fearing that a thunderbolt would accidentally fall from the midst of that calamity cloud and split them to death. In the middle of the royal tomb, Ingzhang stood in midair for a long time, not being allowed to be free for 2,000 years, and after coming out of the coffin, he was not so excited. In the main hall, Zhang Daoling looked at Ingzhang with complicated eyes. The first emperor is still back. God's orders can be disobeyed. Unfortunately, it took him 1,800 years of practice to realize it. Gentlemen, wake up! Ingzhang slowly landed on the ground, and the moment his toes touched the ground, the entire Mount Li began to vibrate along with that loud shout from Ingzhang. A ripple rose on the ground like a ripple of water, as the blood-colored aura that had unconsciously flowed out of Ingzhang's body invaded the earth. An aura of silence and severed vitality spread out in all directions with Ingzhang as the center. All the plant life in the whole of Mount Li was silencing. at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground is parched, the grass is dead, and the rivers are dry. The originally vibrant and densely vegetated mountain was reduced to a barren mountain in an instant without an inch of grass. The way water that runs next to it through the stream is dry and cut off from life. And that impact is spreading. The crowd outside the imperial tomb watched this in shock. Old Celestial Master. The crowd turned their eyes to Old Celestial Master. 1,000 miles of red earth. The old Heavenly Master spoke in a heavy tone. Zombies are evil things, although the corpse gas is in, but the best of them are cheerful. And whenever they travel, they will definitely have 1,000 miles of bare ground and cut off their vitality. Like the legendary zombie drought demon that was transformed after the death of the heavenly god. Although he had anticipated this in his mind, he still panicked when he was actually faced with this result. What they were facing this time wasn't weird, wasn't evil, but a being that could somehow be called a god. Outside the vitality is cut off, but inside the tomb of the first emperor, 100,000 terracotta warriors are alive again. The clay falls away, revealing the millennia-old bodies beneath the terracotta warriors. 2,000 years later, these 100,000 Qin warriors, who died with Zhang, have returned to Earth with their first emperor. The sound of great Qin's war drums, accompanied by the singing of 100,000 terracotta warriors, resounded in this part of the world. Gallantly, old Qin is going to die together. Blood will not be shed until the battle is over. There is great Qin in the west, like the sun rising, 100 years of national hatred, the vicissitudes of the world. The world is in turmoil. How can we have peace? There are sharp men in Qin. Who will compete with them? Like thunder shaking the sky, making all things quiet and not daring to live. The heavenly killing aura penetrated through the imperial tomb and rose up to the sky. The dense thunderclouds above that heavenly dome were almost washed away by the fury of these 100,000 sharp warriors. Outside the imperial tomb, the old heavenly master and the others were pale. The Qin song that resounded through the heavens and earth. They all heard it. The first emperor has returned. His great Qin sharpshooters have returned with him. In this situation, those special operations squads can withdraw. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. The old celestial master looked up at the sky's robber thunder, and then looked at the deadly chi-filled beginning emperor's tomb, before suggesting towards Jiangshan, there's not much use in leaving those military armed forces behind. The only way to deal with this first emperor's tomb, besides invoking the gods, is nuclear scrubbing. I've already transferred them. Whatever happens next for all of you, as long as it doesn't shake the fundamentals of my dragon kingdom, don't start a conflict with that one. Old celestial master. You should also notify the people left behind at Longhu Mountain as soon as possible to move now. Jiangshan looked at the old heavenly master and spoke. Moving? The old celestial master was a bit puzzled at his words. Do you think that when that one comes out, he will first wipe out your Longfu Mountain outright? The old celestial master's eyes widened at the words, and then he hurriedly took out his phone to notify the remaining disciples to move out at once. Move. We have to move. It's only 800 years of work. Don't bother. How terrifying that person was. He no longer wanted to imagine. These 160 generations of our own ancestors have been going in to suppress it for generations. Now that the first emperor has returned, it is unlikely that Lung Fu Shan will ever exist again. Why don't we change the name as well, and call it Tianshi Dao from now on? Anyway, there were a few old ancestors in the past who wanted to rename Zhengyi Dao as Tianshi Dao. The old heavenly master murmured under his breath. Inside the royal tomb, the two of them, Wang Wu and Jin Yangzi, who had originally wanted to quietly feel their way to the core of the imperial city, stood in place. Is Master Dao still going? Wang Wu carefully opened his mouth and asked. That movement just now, even he, an amateur, vaguely understood it. The first emperor of the year, Ing Zhang, has come to life. More than that, there are also many generals of Great Qin. The reason why there are so many celestial masters in the underground palace of this imperial tomb is because the one who was the first emperor back then didn't die through awe. If this goes any further, it's not a case of being rich and famous. It's a case of lighting a lantern in the toilet and looking for death. However, Tru Yangzi's face was filled with remorse at this moment. Slowly, if I had been faster, maybe that first emperor would have been controlled by my corpse-catching method as well. Why are you such a coward? Why don't you hurry up and go to the mausoleum? Tru Yangzi muttered under his breath. To this day, he still thought that the secret method he had researched was good for thieves. He could easily refine an old ancestor like Yuan Tiangang. If he had gone to the tomb earlier and refined the first emperor, wouldn't that day now be the world's only king? Not to mention the old heavenly master, the eagle sauce, the foot pot chicken, all of them would have to kneel down and call their fathers. No, there might still be a chance. A hint of madness flashed in Jin Yangzi's eyes. However, He didn't choose to continue to go deeper at this time, but took Yuan Tiangang and twisted his head away. Mausoleum. Ing Zhang adjusted to the taste of freedom and turned his head to look at Zhang Daoling's residual soul. How? I'm back. It's His Majesty who won. Zhang Daoling held this sentence for a long time with a bitter face. Heavenly destiny. Also difficult to town, Your Majesty. Zhang Daoling sighed a long sigh. Obviously he followed the order of heaven, but he still couldn't beat this first emperor. Looking at Zhang Daoling's appearance, Ing Zhang shook his head in disappointment. There are many things I want to do, and so far I have not failed once. I want to live forever, and neither does Great Qin want to prosper forever for all ages. I've been winning all my life. Heavenly destiny? All I have is to fight for it. The power of heaven and earth lies in the struggle, not in the destiny of heaven. Looking at Zhang Daoling, who was still obsessed with the fate of heaven, Ing Zhang spoke very fast and continued. Those who can go up, those who are mediocre go down, those who can't go back, those who are at peace with themselves are defeated by cowardice, those who are contented are defeated by ignorance. In the world of great struggles, the only thing that counts is strength. If you are strong, you are strong. If you are weak, you die. If I, Ing Zhang, am not strong enough, I deserve to die in a bronze coffin. Divine order? The excuse of losers, the dependence of cowards. Do you think that I unified the world back then? Relying on that sentence on the jade seal of the state, by the order of heaven both life and eternity? That's what I, Great Qin, have fought for 5 generations. Likewise, I, Ing Zhang, will not be defeated here just because of the phrase heaven's mandate. The first emperor dies and the earth is divided. Zhang Daoling listened to Ing Zhang's words for a long time, unable to return to his senses. There were no words for what he was feeling right now. The mandate of heaven, which he believed in, had been shaken in his heart. What the providence of God? The providence of God is false. Heaven's order cannot be disobeyed, a saying that he, Zhang Daoling, had believed in for more than 800 years. Today he doesn't believe it. If it were truly unbreakable, how would Ing Zhang stand before him? Looking at Zhang Daoling, who was lost in thought, Ing Zhang lifted his right hand lightly, and the bronze coffin slowly floated over. With a gentle wave of his hand, the dried corpse of Zhang Daoling instantly flew into the bronze coffin, and even Zhang Daoling's soul was stuffed into it, and then the coffin was slowly closed. I never go back on my word. You have been in the coffin since 883 years ago into the imperial tomb. I also want you to taste what it is like to be suppressed in this bronze coffin for 883 years. Don't worry, I won't let you get lonely. My coming out will plunge the world into eternal night? Fine, I'll show you. Ing Zhang looked at the bronze coffin in midair and spoke. Since the world was rumored to be so, he would do it for the world to see. Turning around, Ing Zhang looked beyond the great hall. The Huikong's several people on the side how shivered, fearing that they would be targeted by Ing Zhang. After all, before he came, he could be high profile and suppress the ancestral dragon in one bite. The monk carrying the camera on the side had long since turned off the device, fearing that Ing Zhang would once again notice himself because of this thing. However, Ing Zhang didn't have the heart to pay attention to these minor characters right now. With a single step, his body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the 100,000 sharp soldiers of that earth palace. Nothing in the royal tomb would matter. The only ones he valued were these old Qin people who were willing to die with him and who had waited quietly for him in the imperial tomb for 2,000 years. Your Majesties, it's been a long time. Ing Zhang looked at the 100,000 strong army, its sharpness not diminished. Your Majesty, the 100,000 sharpshooters looked at Ing Zhang excitedly, shouting under their breath. It's been 2,000 years, and they've waited far too long. I have returned, 2,000 years ago. Now it's time to take back what belongs to us. Ing Zhang looked at the sharp warriors below, as if he was back in the day. In the past, a meteorite descended from the sky to destroy my Ing Zhang and my Great Qin. I want to live forever, and Great Qin wants to prosper forever, but heaven's destiny will not allow it. It had to be the death of Qin and the destruction of the government, and now I am back. Now I come out of the coffin wishing to be the emperor of heaven, wishing to rule the people of the 10 directions by the laws of Great Qin, and to take the 10 directions of the 3 worlds as the land of Great Qin, to be above that heavenly destiny. Are you all willing to fight for me again? Ing Zhang's dragon eyes swept over the 100,000 sharp warriors. The emperor's power. The air rushed 30,000 miles into the sky. Unstoppable. The thunderclouds on the dome of the sky of Mount Li were all washed away, a piece of them. In these 2,000 years, what he hated was not Zhang Daoling, nor was it that group of Jinling Taoists, but that heavenly destiny in the underworld, willing to fight for your Majesty, without regret or complaint in 100 deaths. 100,000 generals knelt down on one knee and answered in a loud voice. Qin's sharp warriors are unrivaled in the world. Gentlemen, follow me out of the mausoleum. Promise. 100,000 generals responded in agreement. The former Great Qin Empire is back on Earth. As the 100,000 generals marched in formation, their neat footsteps caused the entire underground palace to tremble. Outside the royal tomb, feeling the trembling of the ground, as well as the loud sound coming from the entrance of that underground palace, the faces of the people changed, and they quickly pulled away and retreated towards the back. The first emperor is coming out of his tomb. None of the people present were cuties. All heard that it was the sound of a large army marching, arrayed in unison. The thunderclouds above the sky dome also began to contract crazily at this moment. The original robbery cloud that covered thousands of miles coalesced over the tomb of the first emperor. The old heavenly master and the others gazed at the gate of that imperial tomb from afar. A long time passed. That sense of urgency of a large army filling the hearts of everyone on the scene. The sound of marching footsteps, coming closer and closer, as the crowd watched. There were 4 gates to the imperial tomb underground palace, all of which opened at the same time. The great Qin warriors who swept through the 6 kingdoms and were invincible in the past have returned to the world. The attention of the crowd was not on these great Qin sharpshooters who were covered in fury. Rather, afterward, men in black dragon robes slowly stepped out of the gate. The first emperor, the old heavenly master murmured, watching it live and seeing it in person. Those are 2 different feelings. The difference between heaven and earth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ingzhang lifted his foot and took a step, and after an absence of 2,000 years on earth, he was back. When Ingzhang once again stands between heaven and earth, the original destiny of the whole world has quietly changed. In the distance, the old celestial master and the others also truly saw this first emperor. Know how gorgeous decorations, just wearing a black dragon robe embroidered with the sun, moon and stars. There were number 12 strings of coronets on his head, which were exclusive to the emperor. That thing is to keep people from peeking at the true face of the emperor, not to look directly at the king. But since his accession to the throne, he has been deposed. There was nothing that couldn't be seen. He just wanted to show the world who ruled the nations. Let everyone remember him as Ingzhang. Seemingly sensing Ingzhang's departure from the mausoleum, the thunderclouds above the dome of the sky tumbled violently, and the color of the dark thunderclouds became even deeper, vaguely showing the color of blood red. The rain drizzled down, and in moments it was getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, the raindrops turned from clear and transparent to blood-colored. A gust of wind howled as if it were a cry. The whole of Mount Li was shrouded in the color of blood. The earth was dry and cracked, and Li, which was already barren, even began to faintly show signs of collapse. Heaven and earth are in the same sorrow. Not so much. The old heavenly master froze in place as he looked at the scene in front of him. The master ancestor of the sect once said that only the fall of a saint can induce the heavens and earth to grieve with one accord, and that a rain of blood descends from the vault of heaven, and the earth is devoid of vitality. Although the first emperor's position is high, now that he has returned as a zombie, although he is not tolerated by heaven and earth, at most he will only attract a thunderbolt. Not so much that he will trigger this kind of vision. Chuanjin sect leader Qingshu muttered to himself, heaven and earth grieve together, and all of them, one and all, have only seen it from ancient texts. This kind of heaven and earth anomaly would only appear if a sage or saint fell. And now, because of Ingzhang's appearance in the world, they have seen it once with their own eyes. Is the first emperor's influence on heaven and earth that great? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Even if Ingzhang were to become a zombie and destroy the world, heaven and earth wouldn't care too much about it, and at most, they would just send down thunder punishment. After all, after the destruction of civilization, it will surely be rebuilt again, and when living beings perish, everything will return to heaven and earth. But now the situation is as if Ingzhang's exit from the coffin is a matter of grief for heaven and earth. This puzzled the crowd for a moment. Bad. The situation seems to be worse than we expected. This one wouldn't want to replace heaven and earth, would he? The old celestial master thought of the meteorite he had seen in the underground palace mausoleum earlier. After all, his Longhu mountain generations of celestial masters only played a supporting role, and that heavenly destiny meteorite was the key to suppressing Ingzhang for 2,000 years. With this one's character, it's not impossible. The old heavenly master looked at the figure with the unique aura of heaven and earth, and was a little lost in thought for a moment. Old Jiang, we seem to have taken ourselves a bit for granted or taken ourselves too seriously. The old celestial master turned his head towards Jiang Shan, a bitter smile on his face. This one had never taken them as opponents. This one, I'm afraid, is trying to fight with the sky. What do you mean? Jiang Shan asked, turning his head in some confusion. The scene in front of him was rare in his life. Looking at Ingzhang standing at the gate of the mausoleum, He didn't even dare to go forward to talk to him. Nothing. The old celestial master simply shook his head, keeping his suspicions to himself. Boom! Above the sky, the Tao of thunder in the calamity cloud had accumulated to the extreme and would fall at any moment. Seeing this, the old celestial master pulled Jiang Shan back at speed. They were already far enough away, but looking at the posture of the robbing cloud, they still retreated back another 10 miles to be on the safe side. From afar, the old heavenly master and the others could no longer see the situation in the imperial tomb's underground palace. Outside the royal tomb, thunder tribulation, incompatible with heaven and earth, rejected by the six paths? Zhang looked up at the sky with a cold smile on his face. Those 100,000 sharp soldiers immediately lined up in formation, their eyes staring directly at the thunder above the firmament without fear, just waiting for Zhang's order. They will charge and crush thunder. They, the great Qin sharpshooters, were not in the habit of being beaten. Always they conquer all. The monstrous aura condenses in his body, waiting for the king's order. All the generals settled down a bit. Zhang slowly raised his hand. The people were silenced, their fury dispersed, and they listened to the king's orders. 2,000 years ago, all of you were my great Qin's elite soldiers, enjoying supreme honor. Now return with me. But for the heaven and earth is incompatible. The six paths rejected. The living people disgusted. This is not what I want, and not the way you deserve to be treated. I want the 10 directions of heaven and earth, the 4 living beings and the 6 paths. To revere you, we shall stand upright and honorable in heaven and earth. Zhang looked at the 100,000 soldiers and said in a loud voice, 2,000 years ago, they were the great Qin sharpshooters, sweeping across the world and killing off a title of sharpshooters unbeatable. Now returned, not human, not a ghost, not a human, not a ghost, not a zombie. No one is complaining about anything. It's their choice, but not what Zhang wanted. These men, forsaking all, swore to follow him. He didn't want to lead these people to become a foreigner rejected by heaven and earth, a monster feared by the people, much less that sewer rat that can't see the light of day. He is not a weakling who can't be seen or heard. What he wants is to stand upright in heaven and earth, and he wants these 100,000 sharp soldiers to enjoy supreme glory. To follow him, Zhang, is not to become an alien. From afar, the old heavenly master and the others, as well as Zhang Daoling in the middle of the imperial tomb, all heard Zhang's words. How can a zombie not be disliked by heaven and earth? And how can they talk about standing upright in heaven and earth? The Qingshu realist of the Chuanjian sect shook his head. He admired Zhang, but did not believe in his words. How could heaven and earth recognize zombies? And the 100,000 inhuman and ghostly Di Qin Rue sure. Alas, it's a pity. If the first emperor had sought other methods of longevity back then, there might not be this calamity today. The old heavenly master also shook his head inside. It seemed that he also agreed with the words of realist Qing Su. Zombies, dead but not transformed, born with all things to feed people, after death will always occupy the resources of heaven and earth. How heaven and earth recognized? Let's not even talk about what kind of luck is added to the body. Zombie, it's good not to be struck by lightning. The heads of the many sects present were all unconvinced by Zhang's words. Zhang Daoling in the underground palace of the imperial tomb. Although today by the Zhang broke the belief, but for the zombie, he is still seen as an evil demon. Your Majesty, I'm afraid you won't win this time. Zhang Daoling's voice traveled out of the bronze coffin. Though His Majesty has a spirit, like a normal human, not all zombies are like that. Zhang Daoling murmured under his breath. He admitted that Zhang was different from other zombies, but the will of heaven and earth wouldn't open this gap. A zombie is a zombie. Heaven and earth are incapable of it, and the 6 paths reject it. Even if you are strong, you are still an alien. So what's the point of talking about the road to prosperity and righteousness? A few people below Huikon lowered their heads and pretended to drop the line. They knew that this one lying in the bronze coffin now was the ancestral heavenly master of that year, and how could they dare to answer in this position? Whether it's Zhang or Zhang Daoling, they are both big shots and can't be messed with. Outside the imperial tomb, Zhang took one step at a time, stepping into the air and facing the surging robber thunder. He could break up the thunderbolt, or he could order 100,000 sharp soldiers to fight hard. But what Zhang wanted wasn't just to break up the thunderbolt in front of him. Even if it breaks up, what's the point? The 100,000 sharpshooters were still inhuman. All beings see them as if they were ghosts and devils. Even if you don't dare to say anything on your face because of your strength, who knows what you think in your heart? He, Zhang, doesn't care what others think of him, invective or reverence. He is still the first emperor of heaven and earth. But these 100,000 old Qin people, who were willing to follow him to his death back then, were willing to wait for him for 2,000 years at the imperial tomb, preferring not to let them be looked down upon. He wanted these 100,000 sharp men to stand upright in heaven and earth to enjoy the lost 2,000 years. To make them, honky-tonk, Ing Zhang stood in the void, ignoring the thunder, looking down at the 100,000 old Qin people who were waiting for him, and slowly spoke. The heavenly officials have blessed us with 100 things. Its sound penetrated the heavens and crossed the lofty mountains, echoing in every corner and spreading in all directions. The crowd looked up in horror at the beginning emperor who stood in the void. They heard from a zombie that the heavenly officials were blessed? No, you're a zombie. Shouldn't you be eerie, stinky, and surrounded by corpse breath? What the hell is the divine constabulary? What is the old heavenly master doing with this one? Qing Suzhenjun looked at the old heavenly master and asked with some uncertainty. The heavenly officials bestowed blessings. That was a sign that belonged exclusively to the first grade blessing bestowing heavenly official of the Upper Yuan, the great emperor of Ziwei. It's true that you are the first emperor, and you can say that you are the only one in the world when your corpse comes out of the coffin. But the heavenly official Ziwei emperor, when placed amongst the many ancient gods, that was also an existence of the first sequence. Can I listen to you? The first emperor of this world? This one has slept for 2,000 years. It's Shun Ti. A bearded Taoist priest muttered in a low voice. The latter words were not said, but everyone understood what he meant. The beginning of the emperors of the heavens is very powerful, but the heavenly official, the Ziwei emperor, is in total charge of the emperors of the 10,000 realms. I admit you're strong, but not enough. Perhaps in the future, Ing Zhang would be able to achieve the title of ancient god, but right now, he was far from being an ancient god. The people were all pretending that Ing Zhang was pretending to be a bully. And in the bronze coffin of the underground palace, Zhang Daoling's eyes brightened slightly, and that Dao heart, which had been broken, was once again sewn back together. Your Majesty is so crazy? Perhaps heaven's destiny still exists? The first emperor will eventually be defeated. The heavenly official emperor, that was an ancient god above all gods. Such a being, that is blessed when you say blessed, treating people like your lapdogs. God wants to make them perish, but he must first make them mad. Ing Zhang is like this now. In Zhang Daoling's eyes that is madness, not far from extinction. Inside the bronze coffin, Zhang Daoling's eyes were dark, but his heart was bright. He believes in providence. Alright, however, in the next second, Zhang Daoling stitched up Dao heart shattered once again, this time into crumbs. It was only that the robbing clouds over Mount Li were instantly stagnant after Ing Zhang's words fell. An intense light pierced through the clouds and shone on Ing Zhang and the 100,000 sharp soldiers below. At the same time, Ing Zhang could clearly feel that the power of the heavenly official's bestowal of blessings within his body had disappeared. When I signed in that day, I had already figured out how to use these 3 blessings. Without these 3 blessing divine powers, he would have had to expend considerable effort to change the situation of the 100,000 sharpshooters. Ing Zhang looked towards the calamity cloud, which seemed to have calmed down as the divine power took effect. Immediately after that, the heaven and earth suddenly changed. The original scene of heaven and earth grieving together dispersed. A golden lotus bloomed between heaven and earth. Auspicious clouds enveloped the blood-black painted robbery cloud, and colorful rays of light illuminated the entire Mount Li. The auspicious beasts and clouds dance, and the spring breeze turns to rain and dew. That rain of blood transformed into raindrops and fell on top of the earth, where vitality was renewed and spots of green sprouted. Suddenly, a huge figure whose face could not be seen appeared, waving his hand. The huge transportation power turned into a golden river falling down, rushing over the 100,000 great Qin elites. The heavenly officials are blessed with all kinds of luck, and there is nothing to be afraid of. From now on, the 100,000 generals are no longer in existence to be loathed by heaven and earth. They are proper old Qin people. Before this blessing expired, he, Ing Zhang, and the 100,000 generals were connected by a huge and immense fortune. During this time of blessing, heaven and earth are clocked by Hong Kong's fortune. Even thunderbolts must be avoided. In that robbery cloud, the thunder rolled, seemingly unwilling, but in the end, it could only slowly disperse. When the blessing is gone, the thunderbolt will return again. As for the old heavenly master and the others who were watching from afar, they were too shocked to speak at this point. The great emperor of heavenly officials. They had seen the silhouette of the heavenly official emperor. Even if it's just for a moment, it's enough for them to blow it for the rest of their lives. Ancient god look at the entire Taoist sect, is considered generations of ancestors, but also on the ancestor of the heavenly master Zhang Daoling when he got Lao Jun authorized law, have seen the ancient god once. Heavenly officials bestow blessings. Infinite heavenly father. Old man, I didn't see it wrong. This. How is this possible? he, is only the first emperor, not the Jade Emperor. How can he invite the heavenly officials with a single word? The old celestial master was a bit autistic at this point. Since the beginning of their founding, their Taoist sect has been worshipping the three Guandadi, and every festival, they hold a grand festival. But in this way, no one has ever been blessed by a heavenly official. And now, Zhang has turned into a zombie and invited the heavenly officials with a single word. This made the old celestial master a bit skeptical as to who was the zombie. Who is the right way? Ancestral heavenly master. Exactly what kind of heavenly destiny did your old man calculate back then? The old heavenly master murmured. No. Fake. It's all fake. The heavenly official's great emperor. How could he listen to Zhang? The first emperor Qing Shi pointed at Zhang in the distance, trembling. He can't figure it out. And even more than him, it was Zhang Daoling in the bronze coffin in the underground palace. He couldn't see the outside world, but he could feel the huge qi, the boundless auspiciousness descending. One could also feel the thunderbolt dissipate. What's going on? Did the heavenly emperor really come down to bless the world? No. He's a clown? What about the promised division of the land after the death of the first emperor? Isn't the mandate of heaven the death of Qin and the destruction of the government? What are you doing? Jumping out and giving it to Zhang? The emperor was a zombie. So what was the point of his 800 years, close to 2,000 years of effort? Zombies can be blessed by heavenly officials? Zombies can be lucky. Zhang Daoling tried to maintain his state of mind, not letting himself break into tears. This damn providence. Whoever likes to believe in it in the future. Dogs don't believe in it. The human race hadn't seen an ancient god descend for I don't know how many years. Today, it was surprising that because of a single word from the first emperor, he had invited the heavenly official emperor, a top-tier ancient god. Zhang Daoling was now not only having a broken Taoist heart, he was also doubting his life. My mother gave up ascension and bitterly obeyed the fate of heaven, fearing that this Emperor Shi Huang would plague the world after he became a stiff, and stayed in this imperial tomb for 800 years. There is hard work without merit, but in the end, it ended up sealing the bronze coffin, and that beginning emperor is now, with great fortune. I'm not Zhu Tianshi. I'm the first clown ever. Outside the imperial tomb, Zhang slowly fell down, and 100,000 soldiers saluted and shouted, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your great fortune." The faces of the people were beaming with joy. He said that he didn't care, but if he really became a foreigner, rejected by heaven and earth, and loathed by the people, then no one would be happy. Gentlemen, congratulations. A smile hung at the corner of Zhang's mouth. A blessing from the heavenly officials. Once a year, all disasters will not happen to them during this year. But, after a year the honk on them will be gone. At that time, the thunder tribulation would return, and countless other potential existences would pop up. The bestowal of blessings will last for a year, and within that year, you can grab the authority of heaven and earth with impunity. Zhang murmured under his breath. He had a plan long before he left the coffin. Playing small was never something that Zhang wanted to do. He wanted to be number one, the so-called heaven, which has no consciousness, no mind, coexists with all things and is fed by all things. Heaven and earth are all things, and all things combined together are heaven and earth. A blade of grass, a tree, rivers and seas, all kinds of living beings, every ordinary person, are all part of what makes up heaven and earth. The so-called felling of the heavens is a struggle for the right to belong to these things. Living beings. For example, the foot of the Lixil. When Zhang took away Mount Li, then this land realm of Mount Li would be separated and no longer supported by heaven and earth. When the rain does not fall, nothing will grow, and heaven and earth will no longer govern this place. But all the same, Zhang then became the heaven of Mount Li. For ordinary people, it is impossible to grab the right to belong to all things with heaven and earth. There is absolutely no way to do that, because then you belong to heaven and earth, a part of what makes up heaven and earth. But Zhang is different. Zombies do not belong to heaven and earth. They are not in the 5 elements. They have jumped out of the 3 realms and do not enter the 6 paths. What he snatches is his. When every blade of grass, every tree and flower in the world belongs to Zhang, naturally, he became heaven and earth. Gentlemen, I want Qin to take over heaven within a year. Dare you? Continue traveling with me. Zhang looked at the 100,000 sharp soldiers. Here, the many generals didn't have much splendor in their words. A single word meant everything. Good. I want everything in the world to belong to me. I want the 3 realms and the 10 directions. I want the 4 beings and the 6 paths. I want supreme authority. With a wave of his dragon sleeve, Zhang raised his head to look at the sky. There's no cover-up or excuse for anything. Zhang directly stated his ambition. He just wants to grab it. He, Ing Zhang, has come back to be the first person in the 3 worlds and 10 directions. I want the greatest power in the 3 worlds. I want the word Ing Zhang to replace heaven and earth, to have the name of the first emperor overshadow the Jade Emperor. This is something that needs no disguise, much less any excuse to whitewash it. The quest for power is in everyone. Anyone who's ever fantasized about that feeling of being at the pinnacle of power. But, how many people can openly stand up and say loudly that what I want is power? Supreme power? Ing Zhang spoke, and spoke loudly. There are many emperors of heaven and earth, but there is only one first emperor. I am willing to go through fire and water for your majesty, with no regrets for 100 deaths. 100,000 sharp soldiers responded in a loud voice that shook the heavens. Their sire is still the same sire he was back then. At all times, one wants to be the first person in heaven and earth. That's why they swore to follow. The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth curled into a confident smile. He never let anyone down. He had fought to win all his life, and this time would be no exception. Ing Zhang looked toward the imperial tomb's underground palace. Heaven will take it, and grievances will be avenged. He hadn't forgotten the pain of 2,000 years of suppression. And then there are the 2,000 or so check-in locations in that system. After he obtains it, what about the ancient gods? Even when they see him, they will bow down to him. Ing Zhang took one step and his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the underground palace mausoleum, under the bronze coffin. The whole mausoleum was silent, and Huikong had already taken his 3 disciples to hide in the corner, not daring to make a sound for fear that Ing Zhang would notice them. Raising his eyes to the bronze coffin, it was the first time Ing Zhang felt this perspective. 2,000 years have passed and the poles have reversed. He came out and Zhang Daoling went in. The heavenly officials grant blessings, and heaven and earth are clocked. So what about your so-called heavenly destiny? Ing Zhang looked at the silent bronze coffin and spoke softly. There was silence in the bronze coffin. Zhang Daoling is now autistic. He really couldn't figure out why the heavenly officials had been invited down to the realm by Ing Zhang. The heavens and the earth have no minds and are made up of all things that follow their own rules. The ancient gods were born out of necessity. A part of the authority of heaven and earth transformed into an entity to better manage the 3 realms in 10 directions. Although the ancient gods were independent individuals, they were also a dispersion of the will of heaven and earth, and were anthropomorphized out of authority. Heaven's destiny foretells the death of Ing Zhang and the death of Qin. The heavenly officials, who are in charge of the Qi and the emperors, should have carried it out. So why did they have to give Ing Zhang the blessing? Isn't that a contradiction? You want people to die. You want Qin to die, and then you end up running down to give them a blessing. Blind dog days. At this moment, Zhang Daoling really wanted to question the heavenly official. You're blind. That's Ing Zhang. 2,000 years ago, it was heaven's order to tenderize the dead. What a bad memory you have. Zhang Daoling was silent for a long time before he spoke. Can your majesty tell old Tao why you were able to invite the heavenly officials to bestow blessings? Fight for it, Ing Zhang said indifferently. The heavenly officials bestowed blessings, even though it was given by the system. But back then, if he had accepted the heavenly order and died like that, even if the system was activated, how would it be? He would already be a dead man. Hearing this, Zhang Daoling fell into silence again. After another moment of silence, Zhang Daoling continued to ask, Your Majesty has ascended to the throne of God? He knew that Ing Zhang's strength must be extraordinary after he came out of the coffin, but to which extent he could reach, he didn't know. Half a step difference, Ing Zhang said with a calm face. According to the division of strength in the 3 realms, he took a step out of the Rift Valley when he was born, becoming an existence that surpassed the limits of zombies. There are 5 realms for human cultivators to cross over, and then they can ascend to the upper realm. Zombies are divided into 8 categories. To reach the highest, that is, do not turn bone, you can live forever, the body of the world, and after transcending the immaterial bones, one can also be called a god. It's just a position away from the so-called gods. Sure enough, Zhang Daoling sighed. He also understood that the so-called half-step difference meant that one already had the strength of a new god, but did not yet have a corresponding divine position. As he expected, Ing Zhang had already surpassed the limits of zombies right out of the coffin, crossing over the immutable bones and becoming a godlike existence. Back then, if he hadn't entered the imperial tomb, he would have ascended to the upper realm by now, perhaps a new god as well. Not he. Zhang Daoling blow. His qualifications. Look at the world. It is difficult to be out of his left and right. When he entered the mausoleum, he was already in the celestial realm, and he had already gone to the limit of the 5 realms of earthly cultivation. Back then, if he hadn't come to Mount Li, maybe everything would have been different. At this instant, a trace of remorse seemed to rise in Zhang Daoling's heart. This was something he had never seen in the 1,800 years since he entered the imperial tomb. Feeling Zhang Daoling's state of mind, The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth rose. He had come to make this ancestral heavenly master feel frustrated. Simply throwing bones to the ground does not make Ing Zhang feel comfortable. It's not like he's a homicidal maniac. It's the killing of the heart that's most comforting. Ancestor of the Dao sect, Zhengdian Master, are you ready to say goodbye to your past identity? Ing Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the coffin hanging in the air. 2,000 years of suppression. He was going to double it back. Zhang Daoling's face changed. Was this going to train him into a zombie? With a wave of his hand, the bronze coffin slowly fell down and followed behind Ing Zhang. Then with a lift of his right hand, the coffins that were just parked throughout the entire underground palace all felt some kind of call and rose up into the air, flying towards the mausoleum. At the same time, in the various palaces of the imperial city, the remains of the ancestors of the Dao sect were all grabbed by Ing Zhang through the air. In the underground palace, there were countless ancestors of the Taoist sect, and only the many celestial masters of Longhu Mountain who sat in the middle gate had triggered the necromancy. The rest of these guys are fine. Loading these remains into the bronze coffin, along with Huikong as well as the 3 Jinshan temple monks were also stuffed in. Ing Zhang raised his feet and walked out of the tomb, and behind him, dozens of bronze coffins hung in the air to follow. Zhang Daoling was a bit confused and didn't understand what Ing Zhang was trying to do. Wasn't he trying to train him into a zombie? Is this going to take them out? And Huikong, several people hid inside the bronze coffin. Their faces were full of panic, but they didn't dare to shout, for fear that they would provoke Ing Zhang and get them killed directly. On the outskirts of Mount Li, the old celestial master and the others stayed here. Even though the visions in the sky had all dispersed, they still didn't dare to approach the imperial tomb. What's that imaginary figure that just appeared in the sky dome? A god? That wasn't something you guys made up? Jiang Shan asked as he looked at the old celestial master. Compared to Ing Zhang's appearance in the world, it was the statue of the heavenly official that shocked Jiang Shan even more. There are spooks and practitioners in the world, but these things are still within the realm of the understandable. But are the gods of legend also real? The great emperor of heavenly officials, this god that has been worshipped by the folk of the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years, is not a figment of the imagination? If it really exists, then why has this world allowed them, the mortals, to develop freely for thousands of years? Perhaps some of them are fictionalized, but the gods we worship in the Zhangyi sect are all passed down from ancient times, and to be honest, it's the first time Lao Dao has seen them with his own eyes. Before this, no one has ever seen an ancient god with their own eyes, and each of our sects that have been passed down for thousands of years only have a little record of it. The old heavenly master slowly spoke. Regarding the ancient gods, the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism have their own records. Longhu Mountain, the ancestor of Tianshi Zhang Daoling, is not the Lao Jun authorized Law Zhengyi League of Wei talisman, which has a positive way of life. Why wasn't it reported before? Jiang Shan asked with a frown. Regarding the gods, none of the sects, none of them, have ever reported to the officials the existence of gods that could influence the world pattern, because we have no way to prove that the ancient gods really exist. The old heavenly master laughed bitterly. What can they do if they report it or not? There's no way to prove it. Not everyone is the first emperor, said the old celestial master, looking toward the imperial tomb. Ing Zhang has surpassed his imagination. For thousands of years, his Taoist sect has worshipped the heavenly officials on a daily basis, and the opening of the altar to practice would also be on the table of the 3 officials to show their respect. But even then, that 3 official great emperor never manifested once. But now, Ing Zhang has invited the heavenly officials to bestow blessings on him with a single word. It's no wonder that they're skeptical. Jiang Shan sniffed and fell silent. He understood what the old celestial master meant. Although all these sects had records about the ancient gods, they couldn't produce any evidence. No one has seen it. Now then, are we still talking to the one? The old celestial master opened his mouth, not knowing how to reply. One by one, the heads of the remaining sects were also looking east and west, not daring to answer. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Jiang Shan knew the answer. Alas, Jiang Shan sighed deeply. Lao Jiang, it's not that we don't want to help, but the gap is too big. That one can invite the heavenly official emperor to bestow blessings with a single word. Hongyun Chi Tian. Within this year, no one will want to go against the first emperor if they don't have to. The old heavenly master slowly opened his mouth to explain. I'm afraid the gods will have to avoid it. That what bestowed blessings? So powerful? Jiang Shan looked at the old celestial master. He merely knew about the gods, but did not understand them. The 3 officials, second only to the Jade Emperor God, are born alongside heaven and earth, and the heavenly officials hold the world's chi and unite the 10,000 heavenly emperors. His bestowal of blessings is what heaven and earth love, and those who are blessed are, in today's words, called sons of chi. The old heavenly master opened his mouth and explained. Don't you Taoist sects enshrine gods and goddesses that fill the heavens? Can't you invite one? Zhang Shan eyed the old heavenly master skeptically. That first emperor, in his zombie body, was able to invite the heavenly official emperor to bestow blessings. Can't you famous families do it? You're playing with me. For thousands of years, I haven't heard of anyone being able to invite a god down to the realm. Except for today when I saw the first emperor invite the heavenly official emperor with a single word. The old heavenly master replied. If they could, they wouldn't have been so worried about Ying Zhang's coffin in the first place. Back then, Zhang Daoling and many other former sages wouldn't have been able to use their lives as a town to trap their whole lives in the tomb of the first emperor. It calmed both the first emperor and themselves. While everyone was talking, Ying Zhang also came out from the underground palace. The piece of bronze coffin also saw the light of day with Ying Zhang. Your Majesty, numerous generals looked at the bronze coffin behind Ying Zhang, and they could all sense that those lying inside were the Jinling Taoist priests from back then. Please send down your Majesty's decree. We will immediately step on these Jinling Taoist transmission Taoism. Numerous generals knelt down to ask for orders, their eyes looking towards those bronze coffins filled with killing intent. If it weren't for these Jinling Taoist priests, why would he have stayed in the underground palace for more than 800 years? Ying Zhang raised his hand to signal the crowd to rise, then slowly said, Gentlemen, rest a little. I have something more important to give you. The Taoist legacy of these Jinling Taoist priests. I will personally go there. After lying down for over 2,000 years, it was time for him to move his muscles. Anyone who's been locked in a bronze coffin for 2,000 years wants to move around when they get out, and also to take a breath of depression that has been suppressed for 2,000 years. At that, the generals stopped talking and waited for Ying Zhang's decree. Sweeping over the generals present, Ying Zhang opened his mouth to give the order. All the generals listened to the order. 100,000 generals answered. You may depart and set out for the garrison of Mount Tai, and no one shall enter Mount Tai before I arrive. This was the main thing he had to do, and after he had dealt with these Jinling Taoist priests, he would also head to Taishan immediately. Here, the crowd didn't ask why, they just needed to do as they were told. The army instantly formed a military formation, and Ying Zhang opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of deadly energy, carrying 100,000 generals away. Settle the Dao lineage behind these people within a day. Then head to Taishan Mountain to seal the gods, and seek all the system rewards afterward. Then we can fight with the heavens. Ying Zhang swept his eyes at the dozens of bronze coffins behind him and muttered under his breath. 60 or so Dao lineages. He wanted to uproot all of them within a day. Then it was time to rush to Tarzan to seal the god. It's about growing his strength. With his bit of the beginning emperor's corporeal transformation, although he had already surpassed the limit of zombies, he could only call himself a demigod in a sentence, because Ying Zhang doesn't have a godly position. Demigod strength is unique on Earth, but if you want to fight with heaven, you're still far from it. There are only a limited number of divine positions in heaven and earth. Even if Hong Luck is in the sky, there are no more divine positions for Ying Zhang. There are only two ways for Ying Zhang to ascend to godhood. Either kill an ancient god and replace his godhood to get his authority. Hunting an ancient god was too risky. Not to mention, it was impossible to find an ancient god on the entire earth. The second way is to use a huge amount of qi or national fortune to augment the self-appointment of the Dangshan. In the past, when he unified the 6 kingdoms, he took the names of the 3 kings and 5 emperors and called himself the first emperor. Self-appointed as a god, he had the strength and confidence to do so. Before that, he was going to go vent this pent-up anger in his heart. With this in mind, Ying Zhang casually raised his hand and waved it, and a bronze coffin came in front of him. Inside the coffin, it was none other than Huikong, the presiding officer of Jinshan Temple. Then it starts with you, Zhang Daoling. Watch well. The eternal night of the world and the plague of cultivation are all brought about by you. It was not my intention. Everything is because of you. With a wave of his hand, Ying Zhang's boundless corpse qi spread out. The entire heaven and earth was plunged into darkness, which then began to spread continuously, devouring the light between heaven and earth. Zhang Daoling in the bronze coffin was suddenly able to look outside clearly. He opened his mouth as he watched the darkness invade the world, but in the end he said nothing. In current parlance, he started the rumor. Ying Zhang rose up in the air and flew quickly towards the Golden Mountain Temple. 1 kill. Jinshan Temple. Ying Zhang traveled through the air, and wherever he passed, darkness spread dark clouds. The old heavenly master and the others looked at the boundless darkness from afar, but there was nothing they could do. What does it say up there? That it doesn't matter? The old celestial master looked at Zhang Shan. If Ying Zhang lets loose and kills him, no one in the world will be able to stop him. Well, the electricity bill for the past few days, it's officially out. Zhang Shan looked at the darkness that was rapidly spreading in the distance and hesitantly opened his mouth. The old celestial master looked at Jiang Shan with a face full of questions. Double. Old timer. You think you hay humor? Outside the Golden Mountain Temple, at the bottom of the hill, Zhang is slowly walking down, followed by dozens of bronze coffins. That scene directly froze those ordinary people who wanted to go up the mountain to worship the temple in fear. So, what's the deal with that guy flying down? Asterisk. So many coffins flying. Am I not awake? As Zhang arrived, darkness followed. The gloom fills the sky and covers the light. The sky replaced from day to night in an instant, and the crowd became even more alarmed and overwhelmed. One by one, they took out their cell phones to call the police, and those who were more daring directly started to videotape at Zhang. Zhang took a step out and arrived in front of the main gate of the Golden Mountain Temple, and immediately pushed the door to enter. With each step, it sounded like waves beating against the shore, shocking the hearts of many monks in the temple. What kind of person? Buddhist Pure Land. How dare you act recklessly? A group of temple protector martial monks rushed out. These people had been practicing in the temple and had not seen Zhang. Seeing that it was full of corpse aura and was followed by dozens of bronze coffins behind it, he directly took it as bizarre. I'm in a hurry and don't want to make small talk. Zhang's hands probed out and held the heads of the two martial monks, and then with a forceful closure, he slammed the two of them together. The power exploded, and the two men lost the gleam of life in their eyes before they even had a chance to speak. Go! Seeing this, the rest of the martial monks' eyes widened as they rushed towards Zhang in unison. Zhang stretched out his right hand to grip the fist swung by one of the men, then pulled it back, and with his right hand and palm as a sword, a hand slash was delivered to the throat. The martial monk couldn't make a single sound with his lips touching. Without waiting for the others to react, another punch was thrown out, directly piercing through the chest of the remaining martial monk. Zhang withdrew his right hand, shook off the blood on his hand, and slowly walked into the interior of the Golden Mountain Temple. Two old monks walked head-on, both with fear on their faces and extremely fast footsteps, as if they had watched Zhang from the live broadcast. Not given a chance to speak, Zhang's right hand had already rested on top of the shoulder of one of the old monks, followed by a shock. The monk's gaze froze up, and then he collapsed face first into the ground. Your Majesty, we can talk. The remaining old monk hurriedly shouted out. I'm just here to kill people. But Zhang didn't have the slightest intention of wanting to talk. He was here to kill people, not to come and talk about reasoning in Buddhism. Raising his hand, he grabbed the clothes on the old monk's body, and then slammed it towards the ground aside. The entire earth shook, and the old monk was dropped directly into a mess. These two are the only two elders left in Jinshan Temple, second only to Huikong in strength, but in the hands of Zhang, they are as weak as ants. After lying in the bronze coffin for 2,000 years, Zhang now just wanted to move around properly, using only pure physical strength. This kind of fist-to-flesh bombardment gives vent to the depression that has accumulated in Zhang's heart over the past 2,000 years. If he wanted to, he could kill them all with a single thought, but that's nowhere near as smooth as this punch. 10 minutes later, at the foot of Jinshan Temple, Zhang wiped the blood from his hands. Next stop, Longhu Mountain. With Zhang's departure, the sky covering Qin continued to condense and never dispersed, and wherever it went, eternal night descended. In the bronze coffin, Zhang Daoling watched this but could do nothing about it. On the outskirts of Mount Li, a temporary camp had been set up. Several legions of military armed forces repositioned themselves around Mount Li. Zhang is out of the coffin, but they haven't forgotten that there are still more than 100 celestial masters in that imperial tomb. These 100 celestial masters, before sucking human blood, are already flying stiffs. Once they break through the imperial tomb, with the qualifications of many celestial masters, they are afraid that in the future, every one of them will be able to be promoted to ambrosia. Zhang and the others couldn't stop them, but these 100 celestial masters, they had to be trapped in the imperial tomb, or else the Dragon Kingdom would really be plunged into extinction. In the command room, Zhang Shan put down his cell phone. Today the internet is full of videos of Zhang falling from the sky with dozens of bronze coffins. The heat can no longer be suppressed, and all these ordinary people are beginning to know that the first emperor of the year, Zhang, has returned to Earth. Jinshan Temple is gone. That group of great Qin generals seems to have gone to Taishan Mountain, and the above has sent people to evacuate all the crowds around Taishan Mountain. At these words, the entire command room fell silent. Alas, expected. The old celestial master sighed. Although Jinshan Temple is not as good as Longhu Mountain, it's still a temple that has been passed down for thousands of years. Now it's just gone. The video is for everyone to see. Zhang Shan took out a video for the crowd to circulate. This was taken by satellite at the time. None of the many disciples of the Golden Mountain Temple were left alive. The crowd watched the video of Zhang easily and comfortably abusing the many monks of the Golden Mountain Temple. Their expressions were a bit intolerant, but they weren't too surprised. They didn't know exactly how strong Ying Zhang was, but everyone present understood one thing: I'm afraid that all the Daos gathered together wouldn't be enough to beat him with one hand. This fear is venting the depressed anger in his heart. The old heavenly master watched the video and spoke after a moment of silence. Of all the people present, he was the only one who had felt Ying Zhang's terrifying pressure up close. At that time, Ying Zhang was still inside the bronze coffin. Even so, the old master could clearly feel the terror of the first emperor. A single thought of him, the world's greatest, was afraid that he would die horizontally on the spot. With such strength, overthrowing the Golden Mountain Temple is just a thought away. But Ying Zhang chose to do it himself, and with his fist, he smashed to death the entire Golden Mountain Temple. And the only way to explain it is to vent. Well, that's what the top thinks too. Zhang Shan nodded in agreement with the old celestial master. That one has been trapped in a bronze coffin for 2,000 years, so it causes a period of venting after coming out of the coffin. So the idea from above is to wait and see what happens. And as long as there are no mass deaths of ordinary people, pretend it's invisible. Old Heavenly Master, have the disciples of Longhu Mountain withdrawn? For this period of time, you should not go back. I'm afraid not. The old Heavenly Master shook his head with a bitter smile. If the first emperor wants to vent his anger, killing is not enough to vent his anger. With no one in the gate and an empty mountain, I'm afraid it will make that one's anger grow even greater. This was the old celestial master's greatest concern. Ying Zhang made this trip only to kill people. How to vent your anger without dying, especially he Longhu Mountain. Generations, every Tianshi into the imperial tomb and go. He, Longfu Shan, must die. Alas, old Tao, it's time to go back to Longhu Mountain. Old Heavenly Master, the crowd's eyes widened at the words. That statement, no doubt, is going to get you killed. Old Heavenly Master, you can't go. Zhang Shan also spoke up in a hurry. This is a sure death if we let the old celestial master go back. Isn't it all said that the heavenly officials give blessings and even the gods have to avoid them? You're an old man now. You were scared to death and wimpy before, and now you're rushing to give it away. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Avoid the front for now. Zhang Shan said bitterly. A gentleman doesn't stand on a dangerous wall, but the heavenly master is benevolent. The old heavenly master shook his head, his tone firm. I, Zhang Huqing, the contemporary heavenly master, will die if I die. To do one's duty and die is a proper life. The old celestial master's face was unruffled. If he doesn't die, Longhu Mountain will have to face the greater wrath of the first emperor. From then on, the world was a big place, but there was no more room for the orthodox way. They can't hide in the face of Ying Zhang. Zhang Shan looked at the old heavenly master with a complicated expression. Death is not scary. What's scary is that you foresee your own death and yet you meet it. The old celestial master understood the horror of the first emperor better than anyone else. And yet he, in the end, was the one who had to bear it? Old celestial master. Perhaps it can be someone else who dies. But I'm a celestial master. Longfu Shan, the holy land of Taoism, where the mountain gate of Zhangyi Dao is located. The book is recorded. Longhu Mountain, the heavenly paradise. Also, lay down the pine-wrinkled half-berry moss. Water-clear bottomless mountains like Chipping, began to have immortals riding cranes. Today this holy place of the Taoist sect is not as lively as it used to be. It was so cold and quiet that even the residents of the nearby cities had been evacuated by the officials in advance. The gloom obscures the sunlight, and darkness invades the heavens and the earth. Ying Zhang's figure appeared on the back mountain path, with 4 bronze coffins missing behind him. It was the bronze coffin that held Huakong's 4 men that he left at the Golden Mountain Temple. There's no one left on the mountain. Ran away? It seems that only one was left behind. Ying Zhang murmured under his breath. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He could sense that there was only one person in Longhu Mountain. If he wants to kill someone, he can't go anywhere. The Shoichi sect, however, seems to be a check-in location. As well, most of the places where the Jinling Taoist Stao is located are systematically refreshed check-in locations. It's just as well, by the way, to take these rewards. Zhang Daoling in the bronze coffin behind him looked at the scenery outside and was in a trance. It's been over 1,800 years, and he's back. But this way was not acceptable to Zhang Daoling. Following the mountain path, Ying Zhang arrived in front of the gate of Zhangyi Man with a single step. At this time, there is no one inside the gate of Zhangyi. The only thing that was left was at the mountain gate, where an old Taoist priest in white regular clothes was sitting on a plate. Your Majesty. That old Taoist got up and made a bow. You're not running? Ying Zhang looked at the old celestial master with interest. He had seen him in the middle of the underground palace, and he didn't expect it to be him who stayed behind. Or maybe it's a special trip back from Lixil. No running, the old celestial master said. He's smart enough to know that he's here to kill. if he were to pounce, he would only face greater retaliation. So he, the head of the orthodox way, the contemporary heavenly master, deliberately stayed behind. Only he, the divine master, is big enough to die for all of them. Your Majesty has come for the killing, and the poor Taoist is here for the death. Old heavenly master looked at Ying Zhang and spoke. Not afraid of death? Ying Zhang looked at the old heavenly master in front of him. 165 generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. This one in front of me looks most like Zhang Daoling. But, again, least like Zhang Daoling. Wimpy and meddlesome and refuses to be. To do one's duty and die is a proper life. If it is the fate of heaven, the poor Taoist shall die. The old celestial master's face was frank. He was afraid of death, and he also knew the time, and he knew better to avoid the front for the time being. Within the underground palace that day, he could have just knelt down, even licked the first emperor in defiance of his ancestors, and would have compromised to search for the husher-by. But if you don't have to die, you die. He can be afraid of death, but he must not live after people. Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master, when the death of the crowd in front of him. Hearing this, Ying Zhang shook his head. Shackling the dead is not a proper life. If I remember correctly, the Huchensans were sent by him, but unfortunately, they were from the Dragon Tiger Mountain. There was a pause, then continued. If you can let me have all the fun I want, the rest of you can be spared to death. Seriously, the old celestial master asked. Me? A promise is a promise. Good. The old heavenly master flung his long sleeve and golden light appeared. Looking at the old heavenly master in front of him, Ying Zhang slightly raised his hand and the bronze coffin behind him fell to the ground. Poor Taoist, the contemporary heavenly master of the Zhangyi sect, Tontian Taoist Zhang Huqing, borrow the power of all the ancestors to ask the first emperor. As the words fell, the old heavenly master's aura soared, and his eyes exuded golden true air. My path leads to the heavens, as the heavens are above. Monthly votes plus more. 2 more updates later on. The old heavenly master let out a loud cry, his protective golden light turning into substance, and thunder encircling his hands. Borrowing the power of the 165 celestial masters of Longhu Mountain, one step into the celestials. This was his greatest card of the orthodox way, the celestial master's degree. Before each generation of celestial masters entered the imperial tomb, they would leave behind their lifelong epiphanies, as well as some of their power. These senses and powers have been passed down from generation to generation for 1,883 years and 165 generations now. This also contained part of the power of the ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling. The Tianshi degree, originally intended, was only left behind by Zhang Daoling in order for the legacy to remain intact. But this is close to 2,000 years, and more than 100 generations of celestial masters have been passed down to each other, and the power in them reaches an astonishing point. Hardly had the old celestial master been pushed to the celestial realm. Although I am not considered a supreme genius, the old Taoist me can still be called a sentence of astonishing talent. Unfortunately, this piece of heaven and earth is not as big as it used to be, and just cultivating the third realm, the Jindan realm, is like a huge mountain blocking my way. If I had been born 1,000 years earlier, I could have moved mountains and overturned seas. Today, I borrow the power of all the ancestors to ascend to the celestials and discuss the Tao with your Majesty, and have fun. As the last word fell, the old celestial master violently flew towards Ying Zhang, his golden light shining, vaguely dispersing some of the darkness above the sky. Thunder appeared in his hands, invoking heaven and earth to echo, calling for wind and thunder and praying for rain in between. The dome of the sky changed in color. Thunderbolts sounded at first, and the power of heaven and earth strengthened his body. It was a level that he would have trouble reaching again in his lifetime. 10,000 pounds of thunder poured out as much as the old heavenly master could with a single palm. The heavens and the earth helped them. The corners of Ying Zhang's mouth hooked up into a smile, and there were no ripples in his body's corpse chi. Today, he just had to have fun. His right hand slowly lifted up and held the palm of the old celestial master as he looked on in horror and with suspicion. With just a simple lift of his hand, that 10,000 pounds of thunder dissipated in an instant. The wind stopped and the thunder was silent, and heaven and earth were silent. It was as if all the visions just now were illusions. How could the old celestial master not expect that he, who was already a celestial being, could not injure him even a little bit with his full power of thunder? At this moment, he wanted to draw back, but his right hand was being held by Ying Zhang, so he couldn't move. Ying Zhang raised his left hand and clenched his fist. The old celestial master's face became horrified and he struggled frantically, but the palm that clasped his right hand did not move. No, brother, don't whack your face. The old celestial master didn't have the slightest doubt that he would have to be hammered in the face when this punch landed. You're from the first emperor. Where's the roughness? I have never practiced in my life. I do not know the divine powers and I am not allowed to have spells. out of the world. He is already the only one on Earth. When earthly cultivators see me, they just kowtow. I don't care about all sorts of techniques. I'll just throw a punch to my heart's content. This punch is called the immortal god kneeling. Kowtow. Tell the cultivators of the world to see me as the sky. Ing Zhang's words resounded through the heavens, shattering the old heavenly master's protective golden light with just his voice. Is the gap this big? The old heavenly master froze in place. He is not the previous one-half-step Jin Dan. He is now a celestial being, comparable to the year's ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling. However, the golden light of the golden light mantra, which was so strong that it had no problem carrying a nuclear bomb, was shattered by Ing Zhang with a mere whisper. The punch that had terrified the old heavenly master finally landed. Unbiased, it hit him squarely in the face, blasting him alive into the mountain. All was silent. Heaven and earth were silent, as if nothing had happened. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of air swept in all directions with Longhu Mountain as the center. The earth was lifted up by the air wave, as if the earth dragon had turned over, breaking inch by inch, like a spider web of cracks densely spread over the earth. A large area of land was lifted up, and that airwave reached dozens of miles away in a flash. From afar, it looked as if the entire land was being lifted by that airwave, and a huge amount of energy surged out from underneath the ground, destroying everything that stood in its way. Countless bottomless cracked abysses densely covered the earth. In several cities around Longhu Mountain that were 100 kilometers apart, tall buildings instantly collapsed and the cities were destroyed. Just like the end of the world, lava shot out of the ground and a shaking was felt throughout the earth. And the 300-meter-high Longhu Mountain was smashed alive into the ground by this punch. A big mountain that turned into flat land. The surrounding land was even more devastated, as if the entire blue star had been smashed by Ing Zhang's punch. The old heavenly master's hand that was clasped by Ing Zhang had gone limp. Ing Zhang loosened his hand. This punch, as if it was too enjoyable to confiscate. Is the check-in location still valid when LW is gone? This is what Ing Zhang is most worried about. His mind hurriedly sank into the system, and seeing that the sign-in location was still there, Ing Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately proceeded to sign in. When the progress bar was finished, the familiar voice reappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at the Zhangyi sect, and obtaining the reward Tianshi degree. The soldier's aptitude, thousands of armies to pave the way. Scanning the rewards, Ing Zhang was a bit surprised. Celestial Master degree? Was this thing drawn out of the old Celestial Master's body to reward him? For ordinary people, this was already considered a top-tier undercard. After all, being able to instantly make a half-step Jin Dan old Celestial Master take a step into a celestial being, even if it was only for a few short minutes, was a top-tier supreme treasure. Unfortunately, it didn't do much for him. 1,000 armies to pave the way. Ing Zhang checked it out. It was something that was more for the 100,000 sharpers than for him. He was transformed into a divine general by running his true chi, wrapping himself in thick ceramic armor and transforming into a small giant like a terracotta warrior. Sort of a law of the heavens in the military. Have you ever heard that the cloak is invincible? For those 100,000 great Qin sharpshooters, this is good stuff. It's not bad for Ing Zhang. At least the 100,000 generals under his command have doubled their strength. The mind returned and looked at the surrounding scene. This land realm in the next 100 years, I am afraid that there will not be an inch of grass, and the surrounding space is also vaguely flawed, as if it is going to be broken. Without caring any more about how the old celestial master in the mountain was doing, Ing Zhang turned around and left. He's in a hurry. There's a lot of people waiting to die behind him. Zhang Daoling in the bronze coffin fell completely silent. He's breaking up. With this punch from Longhu Mountain, Ing Zhang did his best and didn't want to delay any longer. In only 1 hour, 23 Taoist systems were destroyed. These people were too weak for him to raise an ounce of interest. With just a single glance, that huge and boundless divine might shook countless people to death. These people's blood was extracted by Ing Zhang. The blood, not what he was going to use, but to feed the corpse. Whose corpse is it? Of course it's this group of Jinling Taoist priests. He had killed enough people. The next step was to kill the heart. Mount Li, the tomb of the first emperor. Ing Zhang is back. The officials on guard on the periphery instantly raised their hearts to their throats. Only when Ing Zhang waved his hand, a sea of blood washed over the imperial tomb, merging with the Milky Way in the underground palace. Immediately afterward, Ing Zhang threw those dozens of bronze coffins into it. Another formation was set up to refine these dozens of Jinling Taoist corpses. These people originally stayed in the imperial tomb for thousands of years. Wanting to turn into zombies is very easy. Just like the 100 heavenly masters, easily transformed into flying stiffs in the underground palace. But what Ing Zhang wanted was not only to turn them into zombies, but also to make them ambulant corpses. recovering their memories of their lives and having their own thoughts. Otherwise, what's the point of repression? Without memories, without thoughts, they feel no pain. Then you won't be tortured by time, and you won't despair because you've turned into a zombie. This Blood Sea galaxy, accompanied by a formation, can make them metamorphose into ambulatory corpses after 77 or 49 days, recovering memories of life. Of course, Zhang Daoling didn't have to. I will let you regain your memories and have a mind, and then spend countless days and nights in this bronze coffin, unable to move but with darkness, and to suffer the abuse of those so-called righteous people. Suppression. Ying Zhang had a smile on his face. He had been through it and these people were going to. When everything was finished, Ying Zhang left the imperial tomb. He wanted to see how these people would react when they turned into zombies and were suppressed by their own offspring. The news that the ancestral master of Longhu Mountain and many other Taoist masters were turned into zombies in the tomb of the first emperor spread rapidly throughout the cultivation world with the departure of Ying Zhang, stunned a bunch of know-it-alls and others by dropping their jaws. And by now, Ying Zhang had already rushed to Mount Tai. The sealing of the gods is imminent. Tarzan's sealing is the right thing to do. He wanted to take advantage of the time when Hong Luck was in full swing and heaven and earth were not deliberately targeting him to completely sit on the throne of God and compete with heaven for the belonging of all things. The sealing of Taishan as a god, the attainment of the divine position, and the acquisition of divine authority were his reappearance in the world and his first encounter with heaven and earth. There's one more chapter. It's going to be a little late. So happy May Day, guys. I'm not happy because I have to work overtime. Heaven and earth have no consciousness, but there are rules, and it will operate naturally, removing variables and wiping out deviance, just like a program. Ying Zhang's desire to be crowned a god is alien. The gods of heaven and earth are numbered, 365 positive gods each in their own way, and 157 ancient gods. It takes one less to make up for one. The gods represent the rules between heaven and earth and have their own authority. This type of existence is the absolute supreme that transcends the three realms and the understanding of mortals. It cannot be expressed and understood in words and concepts. At the foot of Mount Tai, Ying Zhang looked at the towering peak and muttered, "The three realms have their own rules, and this is my chance. The heavenly immortals and gods do not enter the earth, and if they want to intervene on earth, they can only use human beings as a medium to elect representatives to walk the earth on behalf of the gods. This is where the various Taoist traditions come from." Lao Jun granted the law to Zhang Daoling, Jingyi League of Mighty Talismans, and Zhengyi Dao was established. Manhwa Laoxian taught Zhang Jiao the essentials of Taiping and Taiping Dao was founded. Heaven and earth corrected the great power on earth, and through the hands of these people, lead Zhang Daoling to suppress his Ying Zhang by trapping himself for 800 years. Lead Zhang Jiao to use his life to smash the last vestige of Han's fortune. These people, with their mouths crying out for heavenly orders, act as pawns in the hands of heaven and earth, taking the place of the immortal gods and bringing the great powers of the earth to the position he desires. Now Ying Zhang wants to intervene in the power of heaven and earth and fight for the ownership of all things. There should have been a thunderbolt descending, but herein lies the paradox. But he is now blessed by the heavenly officials and favored by heaven and earth. There's a program conflict. Heaven and earth want to erase him as a variable. Still can only be elected by the heavenly immortals and gods to represent. As if Zhang Daoling Zhang Jiao back then. But this is where Ying Zhang's confidence lies. I was born as the first emperor, and when I return, I will be the only one on earth. So who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? I am in charge of all the affairs of the world. I am the only one who wins in this world. With boundless confidence, Ying Zhang climbed up to the Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai. 100,000 generals have long been guarding this place, and the entire path up Mount Tai has been controlled. Your Majesty! The generals bowed their heads and saluted when they saw Ying Zhang arrive. Be excused. Ying Zhang raised his hand, and then, not forgetting the previous system rewards, he directly received the military aptitude. 1,000 armies pushing back. The 100,000 generals were shaken, and a natural aptitude appeared within them. These 100,000 generals have been buried with him for 2,000 years in the tomb of the first emperor, nourished by the Yin energy, and now with their natural aptitude, their combat power is no less than that of the hairy stiffs. 100,000 people forming an army formation. All non-materialized bones will have to go around, and even the celestials will have to kneel down. Kowtow. Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting the law. The generals bowed and saluted once again. Ying Zhang waved his hand and walked alone to the top of the Jade Emperor Peak to sit down in meditation. Tarzan is not the highest peak on earth, yet there is a sense of exclusivity. In the past, he was the first emperor, and he was sealed in Mount Tai. This is the highest peak of Mount Tai, also known as the Jade Emperor Top. Rumor has it that in the past, the Jade Emperor God also used to practice in Mount Tai, this great mountain, which gathered the meaning of the world's uniqueness. had a huge amount of qi. It was the very place he had chosen to ascend to God. He has to think about how to ascend to the throne of God. The so-called gods had more than just strength, but also corresponding rules, as well as the authority of heaven and earth. For example, the heavenly official Ziwei, who is in charge of giving blessings to the earth, and in charge of all the heavenly emperors, or the god of fortune who is in charge of wealth. It's not just the strength, but the authority that goes with it. Yet the powers of heaven and earth are limited, each occupied by a single deity. Ingzhang now is to find a channel. Heavenly officer Ziwei the Great. Ingzhang tilted his head to look up at the darkened dome of the sky. He was the first emperor, but he could have been the god of all emperors. But there was already a god in that position, or an ancient god. He, Ingzhang, is confident, but not a sizable cutie. To go and touch base with the heavenly official emperor at this time would do no harm. Lixil. The people had already received the news that the Longhu mountain was broken and the city was destroyed in a 1,000-mile radius. The old celestial master Zhang Shan sighed a long sigh. The rest kept their heads down and sullen. Before the beginning emperor's mausoleum had moved, Zhang Hecheng, the old celestial master, was known as the best in the world, the pillar of the cultivation world of the Dragon Kingdom, the most trusted person in the Dragon Kingdom for over 100 years of bizarre resurgence. It's also the most reassuring presence in the world. But today, this overwhelming pillar collapsed. How about the other disciples of Longhu Mountain? Look after them well. Their lives were traded back by the old heavenly master. We can't let them go and do something stupid. Zhang Shan opened his mouth and asked. He was now afraid that those foul-tempered old Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain would go crazy and seek revenge on Ingzhang. Don't worry. They understand the horror of the one better than we do and are quiet. Well, also, the news of the old heavenly master's death. Suppress it for me. Absolutely not to spread it. Zhang Shan's sharp eyes swept over the people present. Once the news of the old celestial master's death spread out, the Dragon Kingdom was afraid that it would be in chaos in an instant. Those bizarre, all these years were subdued by the Longhu mountain. The old celestial master for the many bizarre, is a big mountain that cannot be overturned. If this were to let the bizarre within the Dragon Kingdom know that the old heavenly master was dead, I'm afraid that one by one, they would run out to make a fool of themselves again. Even if the word gets out overseas, then the Western countries wouldn't mind stepping on it at this point. The news should have been hidden from the public. At that time, there was not a single living thing in a 1,000-mile radius of Longhu Mountain. It's this eternal night. I'm afraid I can't hide it. The crowd looked out the window into the darkness. Also, there are more and more remarks being posted on the internet. It can't be suppressed for a few days. The vision of the tomb of the first emperor is about to be pulled out. Alas, is this the first emperor? Zhang Shan was full of bitter smiles. People haven't even done anything yet, and the Dragon Kingdom is about to carry on. Also, the underground palace side. Ugh, that reporting secretary sighed, somewhat unable to continue. Everyone present, however, was well aware of the situation in the underground palace. Flying stiffs transformed by 100 celestial masters. There were also the Zhu Tianchi and others who were purposely placed inside by Ingzhang. The situation in the underground palace is going to trouble everyone. Zhang Shan's eyes looked towards the group of sect masters. The dungeon must never have another incident. An existence like the ancestral heavenly master. Once he turned stiff, even if he could not compare to the first emperor, he would still be a terrifying existence. No matter how great they were in life, the only thing they faced after death, when they turned rigid, was suppression. Understood. The crowd nodded. Even though there might be their own ancestors in there. Don't be too pessimistic. The top is already coming up with options. It's true that we are weak, but mankind learned 3 million years ago to make tools to compensate for deficiencies and even gain advantages. We feared the darkness, so we made the flame. And longing for a legacy, we made words. Meet the mountain and open it. In a couple of days, the higher-ups will send people to contact you and learn about the existence of the gods. So I hope that all of you will cooperate well and assist the Research Institute side in studying the gods. Zhang Shan clapped his hands and said a few words to boost his morale. However, the crowd automatically ignored those words of morale encouragement and focused on Zhang Shan's last sentence. A research institute to study the gods? What? A mechanical seance? Flesh is weak. Machinery soars. Join the glorious evolution? Yet Zhang Shan had no intention of explaining, and only continued. Also, all of you think again about the purpose of the first emperor's trip to Mount Tai. Up to now, they hadn't been able to figure out Ingzhang's position, nor were they clear about what exactly Ingzhang wanted to do. This has left the officials very passive. Upon hearing this, everyone temporarily put aside their entanglements and began to ponder the connection between Ingzhang and Taishan, Jeju province. At this moment, thunder raged over a graveyard, and a yellow gas descended from the sky and fell into the graveyard. Suddenly, A hand reached out from the ground. Above the inscription on the stone tablet in front of the tomb, it is engraved with the tomb of Zhang Jiao, the general of the heavenly duke of the Taiping Dao and the great sage. This chapter came a little late. Sorry. The dirt churned and a dry body crawled out of the ground. It wore a crane cloak and held a 9-section staff in its hand. The great sage who had crashed the last strand of Han's Qi with his life that year had returned to heaven and earth. Zhang Jiao blankly surveyed his surroundings, and his originally dried-out body was recovering as before at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above the dome of the sky, another yellow Qi descended and did not enter Zhang Jiao's body. The tyrannical Qin scourge, the corpse of the first emperor. Poverty Road should be returned to life. A glimmer of realization flashed in Zhang Jiao's eyes. The world is tilted, and he, Zhang Jiao, has been authorized by heaven to live a second life and set things right for this world. On this day, Zhang Jiao, the great sage of the Taiping Dao, was authorized by heaven to rise from the dead and repair another generation of Qi for the Taiping Dao. At the same time, the Chuanjian sect of the Terminal Mountain, a long sword in hand, often years of cultivation and not allowed to enter the small Taoist boy. A step out actually attracted thousands of white cranes follow. The door shook. Below Lotus Peak, in the valley of Zhangchao, an old man who had dreamed for 800 years woke up sleepily from his dream. Curve City, in a university teacher's dormitory, a professor of Chinese studies, casually jotting down notes, blossomed into a fiery lotus when the first word fell. Jinshan Temple. A baby covered in golden light suddenly appeared in the middle of a ruin. Immediately after that, the baby grew to adulthood at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heaven and earth have existed for countless years, and there are countless dark suns on earth. These people, all of them, were ancestors who were amazingly talented back then. Whenever there is a deviation in the destiny of heaven, there will always be someone who is born in response to it, to set it right and to push it forward. Just as Zhang Jiao, who was born in response to the occasion, invited the great Han to die. The entire Dragon Kingdom, for a time, was filled with visions. Grass, it's not really the end of the world, is it? The visions rise up in all directions and eternal night descends. Inside information. I heard that dark secret in the sky has something to do with old Ancestor. What old man? Half talking. Daisy chain drill. I've heard about it too. Something big happened to the tomb of the first emperor in Mount Li before. Several mechanized infantry divisions moved in and I heard that they blocked off the nearby cities. It can't be that any of the old ancestors came to life, can it? Really? My cute and charming old ancestor is back. Old ancestor. I don't want to learn a foreign language. Rumors are swirling throughout the internet. People in the cultivation world did know the truth, but the official order had been strictly forbidden, and no one dared to divulge it. But even so, a video clip of Master Huekong's live broadcast from that day was somehow circulated on the internet. Lixil. Nowadays, this place is on the verge of becoming the second largest camp in the Dragon Kingdom. The entire Dragon Kingdom's high-end war power was basically gathered here. What's going on? What's with these visions? Zhang Shan rubbed his head, his face full of annoyance. One thing leads to another, and the matter of this old ancestor of the first emperor is still unresolved. And then some big, unexplained thing came up. His Dragon Kingdom has been passed down for 5,000 years. Is there so much big terror buried in the dark? Daoist Qingshu. Explain? Zhang Shan looked at the information in his hand and looked up at Qing Suzi. This information states that, in the Chuanjian sect of the Terminal Mountain, thousands of white cranes suddenly appeared and hovered around a child for a long time. I don't know either. Qing Suzi was also in a daze right now. Where was he going to know? You, final South Mountain Chuanjian sect, haven't sealed anything, have you? Zhang Shan asked with narrowed eyes. These Taoist priests, that is, dead-eyed, look at the Lung Fu Shan suppression of the imperial tomb for 1,800 years, froze not to the official say how dangerous. Zhang Shan was now afraid that Quanjin sect would give him such a blow as well. The Dragon Kingdom can't afford it. No. Qing Suzi shook his head dryly. Not all Taoist systems are as powerful as Lung Fu Shan, people's ancestral heavenly master. That was the teaching ancestor among the 3 ancestors of his Taoist sect. Do something big, that's the way it should be. So what's going on here? Is this little Taoist child affecting it? Zhang Shan handed Qing Suzi the picture of the Taoist child who had triggered the vision. Oh, teeny bopper? Never seen that before. Looking at the photo in his hand, Qing Suzi shook his head. The man in the photo doesn't look like a Taoist boy. Golden shape and wood, Taoist bones and immortal style, crane top and turtle back, tiger body and dragon cheeks and phoenix eyes towards the sky, eyebrows into the temple's neck repair zygomatic dew, forehead broad body round. Huang Liang shrugged straight face color white yellow. Such a man, he had seen once and would never forget it. Much ado about nothing. Seeing that Qing Suzi didn't look like he was lying, Zhang Shan sighed and was just about to put away the photo when Qing Suzi called out to stop. Wait! Qing Suzi didn't know what he had realized, and his eyes widened as he stared at the photo. Immediately afterward, with a wave of his hand, he took out a scroll from his sleeve space. In the crowd's puzzled eyes, Qing Suzi spread out the scroll. Only a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was drawn on it. Upon closer inspection, the Taoist priest on this scroll looked exactly like the Taoist boy in that photo. This is. Zhang Shan looked up at Qing Suzi. Just did not say that he did not recognize it. Ancestor Lu. Qing Suzi slowly spoke, his eyes dead set on the picture of the Taoist child, full of incredulity. When the rest of the disciples of the Tao lineage present heard this, they also looked at Qing Suzi with wide eyes. Lu Zhu? Zhang Shan scratched his head, unable to remember for a moment, but he always felt that he had heard this name somewhere. One of the northern 5 ancestors of the Tao sect, Ancestor Lu, number 1 of the world's sword fairies. Zhang Shan seemed to have some impression, but after all, he was not a person of the Tao sect, so it was really difficult to think of it all at once. Pure Yang sword immortal, Lu Dongbin. Zhang Shan shuddered at his words. Good lord, so it's this one. Speaking of Lu Zhu, he couldn't think of anything for a moment, but if it was Lu Dongbin, Zhang Shan instantly knew who it was. This one has a reputation for being a folklorist. There are a few people who have never heard of the 8 immortals. Ancestor Lu, are you saying that this Taoist child looks exactly like Ancestor Lu? Zhang Shan was no longer calm and picked up the photo to compare it carefully. These two seemingly unrelated people do look exactly alike. The people present didn't know what to say for a while. The name of Lu Dongbin was, in a way, more widely spread than even Zhang Daoling, the founder of the church. In the folklore is left countless legends. Lu Chunyang flying sword to cut the yellow dragon. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, and the dog bites LV Dongbin. Ahem, this does not count. Anyway, there's always one of the legends of this one that you've heard of. Can't it be that this Taoist child is the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu? It's possible. Qing Suzi sniffed and his eyes lit up, then said, it is written in the sect that the great forces of heaven and earth cannot be changed, and that heaven's destiny cannot be disobeyed. Whenever the great trend of heaven and earth deviates, there will be someone who responds to the fate, who, by heaven's command, sets things right and pushes everything back to the originally established destiny. I'm afraid that the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu is the one who came out with the will of heaven and earth, and I think it's for that first emperor. Saying that, Qing Suzi looked in the direction of Mount Tai. Do you mean that these people who triggered the visions are those who came out in accordance with the will of heaven and earth? Those who responded to fortune and obeyed the heavens? These people, then, were all once sage ancestors who came specifically to deal with that first emperor? Speaking of this, Zhang Shan immediately looked to his secretary and opened his mouth. Immediately notify down. Send all the photos of those who had the visionary visions. All of them. Be quick. This conjecture, he had to verify. Gather the photos of those people and compare them one by one. In the command room, there was a subtle change in the atmosphere. Not as heavy as before. This sky is falling, and the tall man is holding it up. Before that they were these tall guys. And now, a Taoist child suspected to be the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu, and the rest of the characters suspected to be ancestors. In one fell swoop, the pressure was off them. They're not tall people anymore. They don't have to pick up that burden. They don't have to face that horrible beginner head-on. And during the time of this vision, Ying Zhang, on top of the Jade Emperor Peak on Mount Tai, also seemed to have some feelings. Several channels of chi pressure came at him, which were coming at him. It is heaven and earth, by the hand of the earth, that wants to kill him again, blocking his path to godhood. If you want my head, then feel free to come and take it. I will tell you to understand what the heavens are above. Ying Zhang looked down at the mountain, his mouth murmuring, the world's monks are nothing more than that. The strongest man in the world will see him as a mayfly sees the sky. He is only one thought away from God. What can heaven and earth do to stop a single thought? On top of the Jade Emperor, Ying Zhang's eyes glowed with golden light. All authority under this world belongs to the gods, but he still has 100,000 sharp men who do not enter the 6 paths and 3 realms. To these 100,000 sharp soldiers, Ying Zhang was already their god. They belong to Ying Zhang. He is the god of Great Qin. A single thought passes through, and the divine positions coalesce. Everywhere on Mount Tai, 100,000 De Qin's sharp soldiers, if they felt something, gathered their gazes on the Jade Emperor's summit. My lords, help me ascend to God. Ying Zhang took one step and hung in the sky. The gazes of 100,000 people coalesced in silence. They're connected to Ying Zhang's destiny. They died with him then, and they're living with him today. The faith of the heart is immensely pure. It is the wish of all that Ying Zhang should become their god today. Everything, like water to water. From now on, the 100,000 Qin soldiers who returned after their deaths were no longer rootless floating weeds. They belonged to the first emperor Ing Zhang. At this moment, Ing Zhang also ascended to the throne of God, carrying the expectations of 100,000 people on his shoulders. It can control the people of Qin, life and death, disaster and happiness, control the Qin land, and help the group of living beings. The first emperor of Great Qin is like the common lord of the gods of this world, the Jade Emperor. When the world is reunited, he, the first emperor Ing Zhang, will be the Jade Emperor. I have become a god. Corpse chi tumbled within Ing Zhang's body, gradually coalescing into metaphysical divine power, and all of his strength metamorphosed. A trace of the power of faith appeared on those 100,000 sharp warriors, and a steady stream of it surged toward Ing Zhang. Congratulations on your majesty's ascension to God. We would like to step on heaven and earth for your majesty. 100,000 sharpshooters looked at Ing Zhang fervently. When Ing Zhang, the first emperor, became the Jade Emperor, the Lord of the Gods, they, too, will be 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. Gentlemen, be at peace. Ing Zhang stood between heaven and earth, looking towards the sky with his hands behind his back. The divine throne has been established, and now he can contend with heaven and earth. When everything under the sun is in your arms, it will be called the sun and the moon will change to a new sky. Let's start with this Mount Tai. Ing Zhang landed on the top of the Jade Emperor, and his divine power permeated through, eroding the top of this unique mountain on earth. When Ing Zhang became a god, heaven and earth didn't stop him because he was not the god of heaven and earth. So how could he stop him? Likewise, there are no dodos of golden lotus and purple breath to celebrate it. Heaven and earth are calm, and no one knows that on this Jade Emperor peak of Mount Tai, the first emperor, Ing Zhang, has ascended to godhood in one step. Lixil, Kong San has gotten some of the photos. According to statistics, throughout the Dragon Kingdom, 16 incidents of visions were born yesterday. There's an extremely special one in there. Zhang Jiao's tomb was dug up from the inside. The body is nowhere to be found, but an eyewitness claimed that he had seen Zhang Jiao, and mouthed something about being authorized by heaven to live another life, speculating that it might also be related to the first emperor. Of the remaining 15 cases, so far, we have photos of 4 of them. One is a Taoist boy from the Terminal Mountain, suspected to be the reincarnation of Lu Zhu. The remaining 3, all of you take a look. Do you have any impression? Zhang Shan handed the photos to the 7 people in the command room. These 6 people were an emergency response team formed by the decision of the top after layers of screening, specializing in the study of the movements of the first emperor. Chuanjin's headmaster, King Suzi, was among them. The remaining 5, Maoshan sect master Lin Chang, Tai sect master Li Mu, Shushan sword cultivation senior brother Zhang Jing, abbot of Fahua temple venerable Zhizhen, as well as representing the highest official combat power, the contemporary crouching tiger Dong Jun. After receiving the photo and glancing at it, several people recalled their ancestor's portrait in detail. One of these 3 pictures is of a small Buddhist monk, looking at the size of an 8 or 9-year-old child, a man in a lab coat who looks like a scholar. The remaining one was an old man dressed in quaint, slightly tattered clothes. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, the 3 sages? The crowd murmured in their mouths. Judging from the photo, these 3 people seem to correspond to the 3 schools of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. Half an hour later, the house was silent. No impression? Or are these people not the reincarnation of the ancestors? Zhang Shan asked as he looked at the 6. Amitabha Buddha. Very few ancestor portraits can be passed down, and these 3 faces, the poor monk has no impression of them. Monk Shizhen was the first to speak. Well, this one seems to have some impact. Qing Suzi picked up a picture and spoke. The people's eyes converged, waiting quietly for Qing Suzi to continue. I'm not too sure. In the past years, I visited the Great Enlightenment Academy and had the honor of witnessing the statue of the Sage of Restoration, which seemed to have a 7 or 8% resemblance to it. Qing Suzi said as he placed the photo in his hand on the table. Great Enlightenment? Restoration of the sacred? Are you talking about Yan Shang? Zhang Shan asked, looking at Qing Suzi with some uncertainty. Da Shuyuan, which is Yan Hui Shuyuan. Yan Hui, the former first disciple of Confucius. He was the first of the 72 sages under the Confucius sage. No, restoration of the Holy Spirit. You take a closer look? Zhang Shan was a little disbelieving. Fuxing Yan Hui, one of the 4 saints of Confucianism, was of terrifyingly high status. Will such a person also become a pawn of heaven and earth and come in response to the birth of the world? Just not quite sure, Qing Suzi said after a moment of hesitation. He had actually decided in his mind, but it was not good to just hammer it home. What if I'm wrong? This one has too much status and that group of readers has too many mouths to feed. He was afraid of getting sprayed if he got it wrong. Well, immediately contact the Great Enlightenment Academy side to confirm. Jiang Shan nodded, then sent his assistant down to confirm. However, although this person's status is high, he can take on the first emperor. Jiang Shan did not say further. Yan Hui, the sage of restoration, can be said to be second only to the sage of Confucius in terms of Confucianism, but in the end, it's just a reader. Is it okay to dance with swords and guns and kill people? The people present understood what Jiang Shan meant, and Qin Shi opened his mouth to explain. Those people in Confucianism back then, they didn't just know how to write and draw. This heaven and earth, greatly inferior to what it was before. It is already not easy for us cultivators to cultivate to the second realm. Even the old heavenly master is only a half step to the third realm, and the Jindan has not yet been realized. Confucianism has fallen even further, and none of them have been able to condense their literary qi, let alone form a literary gallbladder. But 1,000 years ago, these individual readers of literature added their literary energy to their bodies, condensed their literary guts, and a single word came out and 10,000 laws followed, and a single word fell and 10,000 things were born. A single spit from the open mouth is a horse of prevalent sword energy, and a single word from the raised brush can move mountains and seas. Listening to Qin Shi's words, Jiang Shan understood. It means that people used to be very. This restored saint may even be more than the ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling. The situation doesn't seem to be that bad anymore. Jiang Shan muttered in his mouth as he looked toward Longhu Mountain. At that time, I told you to hide. Avoid affront. You just do not listen. The sky collapsed down a tall man top. Pure Yan Lu Zhu. Confucianism resumption of the saint. The great Yin Liangshi. That is not higher than you. You say you show what strong it. Jiang Shan sighed in his heart. If the old heavenly master had not returned to Longhu Mountain that day, but had taken his disciples into hiding, then the one who is here today to do the explaining is not Qin Shi of the Chuanjian sect of the Terminal Mountain, but Zhang Yi Chang, the Tongtian Taoist of the Longhu Mountain. Sighing, Jiang Shan immediately gathered his emotions again. From what we've seen so far, it doesn't seem so desperate anymore. Shall we send someone to make contact? Nowadays, it seems that these 15 existences that triggered the visions are all ancestor saints of yesteryear in general, the ancestors of the three teachings, or really be able to suppress the first emperor again. There was a hint of excitement hidden on Qin Shi's face. No, it's a suppression. Qin Shi, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally revealed a smile on his face. No wonder he's so optimistic. If the speculation is true, which one of these guys is worse? The pure Yang sword immortal Lu Dongbin, the ancestor of the Taoist sect, is renowned. Fu Xingyanzi, a Confucian saint and the first disciple of Confucius, the sage of one, the great sage Zhang Jiao, the ancestor of the Taoist sect, once used his life as a sword to cut off a country's fortune. There was also the unidentified Buddha, and 12 great sages whose identities were still unknown. Confucianism and Buddhism, the ancestors of the three religions, arrived together. The tide will turn. Thank you for your monthly vote support. Working overtime to catch up on extra shifts. However, Jiang Shan's reaction caused Qin Shi to freeze in place. No need for contact. Just supervise. No one is allowed to go and interact with these privately. Just pretend they don't exist. Jiang Shan's words were like a pot of cool water, directly dousing Qin Shi's fire. Why? The ancestors of the three sects have joined forces, and the ancestral dragon is not yet impossible to suppress. Qin Shi looked at Jiang Shan in disbelief. It's okay to be a wimp before. Who letting Zheng be too scary? All of them, tied together, are not enough for someone to shoot. But now, the ancestors of the three religions have returned. Still a wimp? Whether it's the ancestors of the three religions or Ing Zhang, they're not our own people. Jiang Shan glanced at Qin Shi and opened his mouth to explain. The beginning emperor is certainly terrifying, but that three-sect ancestors may not have my dragon kingdom in mind either. In this case, we can only sit on the wall and watch. Qin Shi fell silent at his words. In the end, it was an official person, and Jiang Shan had given it more thought. To them, there was no difference between the three sects' ancestors and Ing Zhang. All of them are powerful to the point of being horrendous. The three masters are their ancestors, but not Ing Zhang. They are, in essence, with Ing Zhang, all returnees. In the end, the current ancestors of the three teachings represented heaven and earth, not their dragon kingdom. What we need to do is to ensure the safety of the people of the dragon kingdom, Jiang Shan reminded as he swept his gaze over the people present. These old ancestors, what they want to do, we'll just watch. With an existence like theirs, even if we enter, it makes no difference and increases the risk. Jiang Shan looked at Qin Shi. He felt the need to hammer these people. The three sects, each one sounds great, but without having fought, Who knows? What if you lose? Therefore, Zhang Shan would not take sides, and the Dragon Kingdom could not accept the price of failure. All of you remember, any decision we make will affect the life and death of hundreds of millions of people in the Dragon Kingdom. Get it? It doesn't matter if you die. Don't let the people die with you. Zhang Shan's tone was serious as he warned the people present. Since the first emperor came out of the coffin, the officials have never made a clear statement, because they are carrying 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom on their shoulders. It doesn't matter if you pick the wrong one, but what matters is that the people of Dragonland will be moved to anger. As it is now, the vault of heaven is shrouded in darkness. Really, if you're going to do what Saishuko said, run and take a stand now. In case the 3 teachings Ancestor loses and the first emperor relents, you, Qin Shi, can run away with a pat on the back. Where does the Dragon Kingdom run to? Where to hide again? 3 billion people. I see. It's the poor Taoist who has been a Mengwang. Qin Shi adjusted his emotions. In the end, he was only a sect master, and the responsibility on his shoulders had always been just those 110 disciples in the sect. The mind hasn't been transformed. Now they are facing the first emperor Ing Zhang, who can destroy countries at will. How much more do you all know about the divine order to set things right? Will these ancestors gather together and travel to Taishan? Zhang Shan opened his mouth and steered the topic away. I don't think so. Those who can mess with heaven's destiny are all burdened with great fortune. Mashan sect master Lin Chang shook his head and said, that beginning emperor is even more fortunate nowadays, and there should be someone who will shake that person's fortune with his death. For example, the first to rise up in all the dynasties were only setting off the prelude to chaos, not the true dragon, such as when the great sages overthrew the Han and crashed the country's fortunes with their lives. And when the army attacks a city, in every battle, there must be a first-ranking dead soldier charging forward, tearing open an opening with his life. Zhang Shan nodded, hearing Lin Chang's meaning. To put it simply, there was one who was going to act as the vanguard in smashing Zhang's Han Luck Chi Tian buff. Can it be done? The Heavenly Master once said before he was born that the heavenly officials bestowed blessings that even the immortals and gods had to avoid. So how can this Han Luck Chi Tian be broken? It wasn't that Zhang Shan felt that these old ancestors were too weak, but he had supplemented his knowledge that Tian Guan Dadi, an ancient god, was second only to the Jade Emperor in status. These old ancestors, do they really touch the blessings of others? And that heavenly official, how can he still go against heaven's order? On the one hand, he wants to kill people, but on the other hand, he has blessed them. Is this a case of playing games with yourself? Not sure. The crowd shook their heads awkwardly at the words. Forget it, pay close attention to the movements of those people. Right. Taishan, near the 500 kilometers of the city, are organized to migrate the residents. Government subsidies, the price to give a little higher. It is best to move all within 3 days. Zhang Shan shook his head and then looked at his assistant. Their group of second realm cultivators, shelved here to discuss a bunch of at least 5 realm great cultivators of the old ancestors who lost and who won. Destined to discuss the results. There's too much of a difference in information. They had only one perception of Ing Zhang and the 3 sect ancestors. Very strong. How strong? I don't know. Chu City, in a university teacher's dormitory. This Confucianist restoration sage, Yan Zi, put down the pen in his hand, got up and came to the window, looking up at the sky. Setting things right? What is chaos and what is right? This world, muddy. This Confucian sage frowned. This world was chaotic in his eyes, with clear air down and turbid air up. As for what to set things right, kill the ancestral dragon and overthrow Great Qin? He is the sage who teaches the world, nourishing the vastness of the heart and purifying the filth of heaven and earth. Not an executioner. At the foot of Mount Tai, Zhang Jiao, who was wearing a crane cloak and holding a 9-section staff, took one step at a time. This world has changed drastically. The Tsang Tian is dead and the Yellow Tian is in power no longer applies. He is the only one who will put an end to the tyrannical Qin. God's orders are not to be ignored. What strong fortune! Zhang Jiao looked up to the top of Mount Tai, and when his Dharma eyes opened, the sight of Han Luck in the sky almost made him think that he had come to the wrong place. Zhang Jiao clenched the 9-section staff in his hand. Yes, he was the one who had once overthrown the fortunes of a nation and had more or less some experience in this area. He could understand that heaven and earth had authorized him to let him, Zhang Jiao, do this. Professionals do professional things. But damn it, that Han's luck is not much. Just this kind. He has to fight for his life. But this one? Luck is in the air. Tell me, is this Ing Zhang? The one who's been dead for over 2,000 years? Qin is dead. Where did you get this chi from? Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai. Now the entire Mount Tai is being slowly refined and snatched by Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang's eyes went through the clouds and saw the great sage. He could feel that special aura from Zhang Jiao. This man was a returnee. Just like him. It's people who shouldn't still be living in this world. What's the harm if you just revive the world's cultivators? I'll take it on myself. A cold smile appeared on Ing Zhang's face as he looked up at the sky. This world. He took it. If I want to take the world into my arms, how can all beings stand in my way? If you want to stop him, you have to walk up to the Jade Emperor's peak to be qualified. Under the mountain. Zhang Jiao took a deep breath and suppressed all the emotions in his heart. He kept in mind his mission of resurrection. What Ing Zhang is going to do or wants to do, he doesn't know. Right or wrong doesn't matter either. What matters is that the world cannot be at peace. Whether it is Qin or Ing Zhang, the existence of a dead person will always bring trouble. Would the former emperor have stooped to the level of a human being? 100,000 soldiers, willing to cower in Tarzan? Whatever Ing Zhang is going to do, the world will be in chaos. The way that he, Zhang Jiao, seeks is not riches and wealth, not longevity, but peace. The fact that Ing Zhang is still alive is a disease of the world. If it breaks out, chaos will reign and peace will be no more. I use this body as medicine to cure the world's diseases. To die for the sake of the world is to die. Zhang Jiao's eyes became firm. There is no right or wrong. He just believes in the way of the heart and that peace is the most important thing. With the 9-section staff in his hand pointing to the ground, Zhang Jiao straightened his spine, flung out his long sleeves, and looked toward the top of the mountain at the Jade Emperor Peak. Heaven has authorized me to stop the chaos. Poor Taoist Zhang Jiao. I invite Great Qin to die. The heavens and the earth were clear, and the darkness that had covered the sky was dispersed. Its voice shook the 10,000 mountains and drew the angry eyes of 100,000 sharp soldiers. The Xian Huang Qi hung in the sky, hanging down to cleanse and surround Zhang Jiao's body. Its qi surged with the help of a god. Bold. How dare a Jianghu magician be reckless? My lord will ask for orders, and I will definitely kill this Feng in 3 moves. On top of Mount Tai, the generals are angry and ask for orders. Sharpshooter is present. Who dares to be so arrogant? Granted. Ing Zhang indifferently looked at Zhang Jiao at the foot of the mountain, and with a single word, thousands of generals scrambled forward. The hand of the long Gorgon cold aura appeared. Want to the foot of the mountain that Taoist, broken into tens of thousands of pieces. Today, I, Zhang Jiao, have been authorized by heaven to lead the great Tao and establish peace in the yellow sky, to unite the peaceful fortunes of the people of the 9 states under heaven, and to shake the royal court of the great Qin family. Where is Rex? Zhang Jiao held his 9-section staff and pointed to the sky with a loud shout. The wind howled, and where the wind passed, a yellow scarf warrior appeared. Its face like red jade, beard like soap fluff, a 10-foot height, vertical and horizontal, have 1,000 pounds of strength. On the side of the yellow scarf, the golden ring of sunshine sprays haze. In the middle of the embroidered jacket, the iron armor is frosted and swallows the shadow of the moon. At the command of the Rex, remove the disease for heaven and earth and behead without pardon. Zhang Jiao pointed the 9-section staff in his hand, and the many yellow turban warriors greeted them towards the great Qin Rui Shi. Heaven and earth help each other, and the Rex is at peace. This was not a power that belonged to him, Zhang Jiao, but at this moment, under the yellow sky, he is the way of peace. Which runs the world? Still think it is the previous? I have ascended to the earth to be the only one. Ing Zhang looked at the scene below the mountain with an indifferent face. If that was the only extent of it, then he was really disappointed. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth can suppress him once, but not a second time. Back then, Zhang Daoling got the heavenly fade meteorite and suppressed him for 2,000 years. Now that Zhang Jiao has obtained the yellow turban's power, he also tries to invite Qin to die? Still think it's the old days when he was lying in a bronze coffin? I would like to see, when Taishan is changed, will heaven and earth also be afraid? Ing Zhang raised his head to look at the sky. His opponent had never been only this world, not a certain person. With the Hongyun Qi Tian enhancement, he wanted to refine this Taishan mountain and snatch the right of belonging, and there was nothing heaven and earth could do about it. He will take all things wildly and be that which is above the heavens. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Jiao also happened to look up at the Jade Emperor Peak at this moment. He didn't expect to be able to kill Ing Zhang, but as long as he spoiled Ing Zhang's luck, he would have accomplished his mission. These 100,000 soldiers are connected to Ing Zhang's destiny, and are the foundation for Ing Zhang to become a god. If he can't kill Ing Zhang, he can't kill the Qin warriors? The battlefield was filled with the maniacal laughter of the Qin's sharp warriors, and the backlog of 2,000 completely exploded at this moment. The long gauntlet in his hand waved, decapitating all the yellow turbans he saw in front of him. The yellow turban warrior, who was known as the protector of gods and generals, was slaughtered indiscriminately by the great Qin sharpshooters. Every time a yellow turban warrior fell, his ears were cut off, strung into a line, and hung at his waist. I haven't seen blood for 2,000 years. but I'm thirsty for yellow turban blood today. Zhang Jiao's face did not change when he saw this scene. That yellow scarf warrior is at least a heavenly guardian deity. How can it be so weak? Poor Zhang Jiao. General Tiangong. Today I want to cure the world's diseases. Thunderbolt, help me. Zhang Jiao waved his 9-section staff and induced thunder to fall from the 9 heavens. Dao thunder bombarded the body of the great Qin Rui Shi, shattering the armor and sending it flying, but it did not make a single Rui Shi shy away from it. The battle spirit is high, and the most fearful thing about the Qin's sharp warriors is death. Carrying the thunder hard, he fought on, killing intent in his eyes. Cloak and dagger. 1,000 armies will not be easy. A roar came out. The military arts were performed, and the clay clung to it, transforming it into a divine general. The Qin Rui Shi's figure drew up by 1 foot, and his body was covered with clay, as if it was a general image of the time when he was subdued in the underground palace. The sharpshooters who transformed into terracotta warriors were even more demoralized, with strength that could crush the head of a Rex with one hand. Sharpshooters can't be beaten. That was true 1,000 years ago, and it will be true 1,000 years from now. The yellow turban warriors who had responded to the call were slaughtered by the sharpshooters in less than a moment. Where is Rex? Zhang Jiao's 9-section staff was pushed toward the ground. Another bellow. The breeze blew through and it was empty. Numerous Qin sharpshooters looked at Zhang Jiao suspiciously. Go on. Go on. You've just had your fill of killing and you've gone soft? The many sharpshooters also do not make a move, just quietly looking at Zhang Jiao. A lot of them, they have not yet had the chance to see blood. That point of the yellow scarf warriors, where enough 100,000 sharpshooters Shera rushed in the back of those who, one by one, anxious to die cannot grab the head. Zhang Jiao gripped the 9-section staff tightly and loosened it hopelessly. The help of heaven and earth has reached the limit of the rules. The yellow turban knight is no more. The great Qin dynasty is blessed with great fortune, and there is no reason for heaven and earth to punish it. Not even a thunderbolt may fall, otherwise it wouldn't have been. Reviving the ancestors of the 3 religions and granting the mandate of heaven. Heaven and earth can help, but only under limited rules. First, Zhang Jiao was given a body of qi, and heaven and earth could reward those who got qi. Using this reason, heaven and earth rewarded Zhang Jiao with numerous yellow turbans and then helped him to enter the Tao. This is not penalizing Qin, but rewarding Zhang Jiao. Heaven and earth drilled holes through this, but it is not unlimited. Zhang Jiao can withstand only this much qi luck. Hong luck qi tian. Zhang Jiao looked at the huge qi luck on this 100,000 sharp soldier's face was a little stiff. He really couldn't understand why heaven and earth had blessed Ing Zhan. You want people to die, and you're giving up blessings. It's just for fun. Without the help of heaven and earth, how could he, Zhang Jiao, invite great Qin to his death? Jade Emperor peak on top of Mount Tai. Is that all you can do? Ing Zhang's eyes were filled with disappointment. Is this the great sage who overturned a nation's fortunes? Is this the pawn that heaven and earth ordered to play against him? If this is all that can be done, then this world is too disappointing to him. A heavenly grand cultivator in the 5th realm of cultivation was already top-notch when looking at the earth, yet he didn't even have the ability to ascend to the Jade Emperor's peak. If you can't even get to the Jade Emperor's peak, how can you talk about the game? He might not even need to sign up for those whatever rewards to take this heaven and earth. It's just that is so boring. It was so simple that it didn't even make Ing Zheng feel a hint of excitement. At this time, the eyes of the world are gathered at the foot of this Mount Tai. Even overseas countries are no exception. Since Ing Zheng left his coffin, the entire Dragon Kingdom has been shrouded in darkness. The darkness that covered the sky continued to spread, drifting across the ocean, as if the earth was about to fall into eternal night. As the center point, the Dragon Kingdom was naturally being watched by all countries all the time. What happened at the tomb of the first emperor was also known to all nations. The satellites in the sky today are pointed at Tarzan at all times. It was just pitch black before and I couldn't get a shot of anything. But today, Zhang Jiao gave a loud shout and shook away the darkness that covered the dome of the sky, and Taishan Mountain was able to see the sky. And the country saw what happened to Taishan Mountain. Inside Eagle Jam Security, a bunch of bigwigs looked at the satellite surveillance feed on their screens. Brenda, is there a way to deal with these people if they show up at our Eagle sauce? It's hard to. These people's strength has already surpassed the S-class, especially that old man. I suspect he's already an Omega-class powerhouse. The man called Brenda frowned as he looked at the surveillance screen. S-class? Are you sure? That's 100,000 people. 100,000 S-class? And isn't the Omega-class legendary? The Dragon Kingdom still has such a strong person? Isn't there number one in the world that person called Zhang Huqing? According to the intelligence, that Zhang Huqing is only SS rank. The people present looked at Brenda in astonishment. The barrage of questions caused a flash of helplessness to cross Brenda's face. I don't know about that. The Dragon Kingdom is, after all, An ancient country that has been passed down for 5,000 years. Who knows how many secrets are buried in that ancient land of theirs, like this man called Beginner. According to our intelligence, this one has already reached the heights of the legendary gods. A hint of awe flashed in Brenda's eyes. The beginning emperor he spoke of, they had never seen. Even the satellites in the sky could not take a picture of his figure's face. What was presented on the screen was simply a black shadow. But just this one black shadow made Brenda feel a shudder in her soul. Can you take responsibility for what you say, Chief Brenda? The rest of the group looked at Brenda solemnly. As soon as this information is determined to be true, Eagle Jam is going to have to change its strategy. Yes, Brenda nodded. He hadn't been there to face the great Qin sharpshooters, nor had he met Ing Zhang. But he could be sure that the strength of these men was not comparable to that of Hawk Sauce. Call an emergency council at once. The faces of the people were serious. Too many terrifying existences had appeared in that ancient land of the Dragon Kingdom. In their Eagle Sauce country, the strongest person was only at the SS level. But on the other side, there were 100,000 at the S level. Even the legendary, overriding SSSS class, Omega class, and the gods appeared. This makes Eagle Jam, who is used to being the global hegemon, feel a huge crisis. Isn't it time to increase the nuclear stockpile a bit? Just in case. I agree. Let's mention it later in the meeting. Not only Hawksbane, but all countries have almost made the same choice to increase their strategic nuclear stockpiles after conducting power assessment and analysis. It's the only thing they can do. I don't know if it's useful, but you have to take into account the lives and deaths of the people in the Dragon Kingdom. These people can't imagine how strong Ing Zhang is as a god, and they can only be like frogs in the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky. The only thing they have in their hearts, the only thing that comforts their souls, is nuclear weapons. And one of the most tense is the not-so-distant island nation. They don't have power, they don't have nukes, and they have a long-standing feud with the Dragon Nation. Who can tell me what has been going on in the Dragon Kingdom these past few days? The minister of the island nation's Ministry of Homeland Security, Ippon Yamada, angrily yelled at the many employees of the intelligence department. Why? So many strong people are pouring out all at once. Why didn't our intelligence officers get any news before? What do you do with all the money you give your intelligence department every year? Baka. And who the hell is that man who is good enough to be compared to a god? Hi-e, the minister rests his anger. We've gotten word that this one who brought the dark powerhouse seems to have ties to our great island nation. A short winter melon less than 1.5 meters tall stood up and bowed and said, "Oh, tell me about it." Yamamoto Itachi's eyes lit up at his words. He had only heard of that terrifying powerhouse before, reviving from ancient times. Could it be that there was still some connection with their Great Day Empire? According to the news returned by our previous intelligence officers in the Dragon Kingdom, that revived powerhouse seems to be the first emperor of Great Qin from 2,000 years ago. We checked the historical data and found that back then, this first emperor had sent a man called Su Fu to take 3,000 boys and girls to the sea. There is a rumor in the Dragon Kingdom that this man called Su Fu later came to our Daiko Empire, landed and took root, and had our Yamato nation. That short winter melon had a confident look on his face. This news, but he had been on the Dragon Kingdom's network for a long time before he found it. That man who was enough to rival the gods is perhaps the oldest ancestor of our Yamato nation. The Dragon Kingdom has not been favored by this powerhouse, so we can use this relationship to reach out. Once it succeeds, my Great Day Empire will be invincible. Yamamoto Itachi couldn't stop nodding his head while listening. Shaga, this strong man, is he one of ours? I'll leave this matter to you. As much money as you want from the Ministry of Finance. If we fail, Iguchi-kun, there's no need to come back and commit harakiri. Hiya. Iguchi Iko bowed in response, and then immediately went down to prepare to travel to Mount Tai and contact Ing Zhang. Iko Iken, with a hint of excitement on his face, if they could really recognize this old ancestor, he would still be able to get away with anything in the island country in the future. With fond fantasies, set out on the road to Mount Tai. Jiang Shan, who was far away in Mount Li, was also watching the surveillance of Taishan. How could he not think that the small life next to him recognized the old ancestors before they did? The entire Lixil command room is now nervously waiting for the results. Countries don't understand how much of a situation is involved in what is happening in Tarzan today, but everyone present understands. Zhang Zhao is that vanguard, the first to die in an army's siege, the stepping stone to a chaotic overthrow of a nation. If he had not padded up and crashed and dispersed a trace of Qin's qi, the subsequent ancestors of the three religions, how would he face the first emperor who was blessed with great fortune? Even those ancestors who had awakened were looking at Mount Tai from afar, the little Taoist boy sweeping the floor on the final mountain, the old man yawning under the lotus peak, and Yen Sheng calmly playing against the game at the Chu City University all seemed to be doing their own things, but their divine thoughts are always concerned about Taishan. Among them, there might also be people like Yansheng who are not interested in any Zhenzu loan, but still also concerned about Tarzan. After all, they were reincarnated because of it. The vast world is gone. The inheritance of all the sons is not left. Such a world cannot be saved by setting things right. Yansheng shook his head and said as he dropped his pieces, playing a game of chess with himself. At the foot of Mount Tai, Zhang Jiao has already packed his mood. No matter how heaven and earth, he is willing to open today to die as a vanguard. For the idea in his heart. Looking at the many Qin warriors approaching, Zhang Jiao put down his 9-section staff. The old Tao has longed for peace all my life, but nothing has been accomplished. It was rumored in the outside world that it was not an honor for him to crash the great Han's Qi with his lifetime of Tao. He practiced peace and walked the way, but he never became a peacemaker and never lived a day in a peaceful world. It is a great shame to call yourself a great sage. Zhang Jiao hung in the air, overlooking the world. I am satisfied to see a day of peace this day. Zhang Jiao had a hint of satisfaction on his face. In the past, he founded the Taiping sect and wanted to give the people of Kyushu a peaceful and prosperous world. Now the Dragon Kingdom. He met. It is so peaceful that it makes people linger. How can they want to destroy it? Zhang Jiao pinched the spell in his hand, and actually inhaled the yellow qi that filled the sky into his body, and then forced the qi that was gifted by the heavenly Tao to be incorporated into his body. Its aura continued to climb, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed from its eyes. Seeing this scene, the Taoist children sweeping the floor of the final mountain stopped, and the old man from Lotus Peak rubbed his eyes, not as sleepy as before. Even Yan Shang stopped his falling hand and turned his head to look at Taishan. At this moment, Zhang Jiao was already on top of the Jade Emperor, looking at Ying Zheng from afar. Gentlemen, today and look at Zhang Jiao. Ask for peace. 2-in-1 thanks for the support, plus more in the evening. I've changed this chapter many times and put it out finally. I can foresee how painful I'll have to change it later if I unfold to write about countries. On top of the Jade Emperor, Ying Zheng looked calmly at Zhang Jiao, who was about to succeed in his inquiry, with his hands behind his back. In that case, it's only interesting and lives up to your name as a great sage. Ying Zheng raised a hint of interest. If it was just the Zhang Jiao from before, it was really hard to get into his eyes. Ying Zheng quietly watched Zhang Jiao enter the Tao and did not stop him, allowing him to achieve peace. Because he is Ying Zheng, the only one on earth, the first emperor of Qin. I am not afraid of the 10,000 people in the world who will fight against it. Those who are afraid of contention cannot be honored as kings. Zhang Jiao seems to have understood Ying Zheng's intention, and with a sweep of his hand, the world's chief fortune has come into my arms. See heaven and earth, see all beings, see me. Zhang Jiao's body qi continued to climb, forcibly absorbing qi into strength, and then borrowed the heavenly yellow qi to forcefully ask. The yellow sky is on the top. At this moment, Zhang Jiao asked and there is no half block. Heaven and earth for him there is not a single barrier, and even more so, there is no bottleneck. My Tao is complete. Zhang Jiao violently opened his eyes, and a ray of divine light appeared, causing heaven and earth to lose color. At this moment, he is a true immortal on earth. It's a pity. Terminal Mountain. That little Taoist boy sighed and lowered his head to continue sweeping the floor, asking for peace and attaining immortality. Zhang Jiao won't live long. Zhang Jiao asked. That qi is not his, and the yellow qi is not his, and when heaven and earth take back that moment, it is when Zhang Jiao perishes, a true immortal on earth. Ying Zheng looked at Zhang Jiao, who had never seen an immortal. Zhang Jiao is considered the first. Immortal God, always this immortal and God side by side. Is that I do not know Zhang Jiao this forced to step on the immortal? There are a few immortals' qualifications. The poor Taoist Zhang Jiao, having seen peace today, has a grand wish for eternal peace. The poor Taoist doesn't know what your majesty wants, but he understands that if Great Qin is still alive and your majesty is still alive, the world will be in chaos. Today, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to peek into the Tao to become an immortal. When it comes to stopping your majesty, Zhang Jiao's right hand slightly opened, and the 9-section staff at the bottom of the mountain shot out and was held tightly in Zhang Jiao's hand. It looked like there was actually some tension. At this moment, he, who was already a true immortal on earth, truly recognized the terrifying nature of the first emperor in front of him. He even sensed within Ying Zheng a wisp of divine power from the Earth Officer Great Emperor and the Water Officer Great Emperor. This world is really crazy. The 3 great emperors of the 3 officials, granting blessings to one person, but the mandate of heaven wants to erase Ying Zheng again. Don't get it. Really don't get it. But Zhang Jiao knows one thing, and that is, no matter what Ying Zheng does when he is alive, he will stir up the world, and peace will be lost. He doesn't talk about right and wrong. There isn't that much right and wrong to talk about in this world. It's just a different path. You are the first true immortal on earth that I have seen since I came out of the world. and I am giving you this opportunity to go up to this Jade Emperor's peak. You can ask me for one move, and only one move. Ing Zhang eyes indifferent. The real immortals on earth, after a move also when kneeling, took kowtow. Zhang Jiao looked serious. Even if he had already achieved true immortality, he did not dare to be careless at this moment. He cultivated is the way of peace. This is not the main enemy killing. If today standing in this achievement of the true immortals on earth, is Zhang Daoling, or the pure Yang Luzu, fear of heaven and earth momentum, but also several times more terrifying. Although he understood how terrible Ing Zhang was, Zhang Jiao still had to give it a try. If one person can't do it, then 100, 1,000, 10,000, he is already a true immortal. All things are not for me, all things are for me. Poor Zhang Jiao. Today I wish to cut down the dragon and borrow the air of my fellow travelers in the world. A loud cry resounded through the heavens and earth, and countless channels of colorful true air rose from above the earth of the Dragon Kingdom and flew into the top of Mount Tai. Anyone who cultivates his Taiping Dao arts, or in Taiping Dao have karma involved in the cultivators, the body of the real air are rising, converging in the peak of Mount Tai. Zhang Jiao hands in the 9 sections of the staff. What a terrifying congregation the Taiping cult was back then. Hundreds of thousands of them. In the past, our ancestors were blessed with the shade, but now our descendants are returning the fruit. With a single word, Zhang Jiao borrowed the true air of countless cultivators in the world. Damn! You're borrowing this? The open robbery. My sister agrees. A cultivator who had been drained of his body's true air lay powerless on the ground. Granted, this stuff can be restored, but it's not a good feeling to be drained so instantly. Not waiting for some people to curse, Zhang Jiao's voice sounded again. Second borrowing. The same flying sword in the world. Tens of thousands of flying swords, with all over the Dragon Kingdom rose up and broke through the air. Nowadays, there weren't many Taiping Dao cultivators, but there were quite a few cultivators who were tainted with Taiping Dao's karmic relationship. Those 10,000 flying swords, hanging behind him, Zhang Jiao was still not satisfied. The calm and unruffled Ing Zhang in front of him was giving him too much pressure. Jin Zhu Long is like shaking heaven and earth. Difficult. 3 borrowings. The world xin water movement. Lakes and rivers come, all over the Dragon Kingdom. Water from rivers and lakes poured into the sky. The water of the great river came from the sky. A boundless heavenly river that covered the entire Mount Tai. However, Zhang Jiao still didn't stop. 4 borrowings. Pentecostal fire luck. 5 borrowings. A and B earth luck. 6 borrowings. B, G, gold luck. 7 borrowings. And the king's wooden luck. Mountains, rivers and lakes, hot fire and ethereal wood, all converge on that 9-section staff. At this moment, Zhang Jiao is no longer Zhang Jiao, but the entire Taiping Dao, Terminal Mountain, the little Taoist boy who swept the ground, listening to the sound that kept ringing in his ears. The corners of his mouth twitched. Buddy, you are really able to borrow. Zhang Jiao this borrowing, borrowed the 5 fortunes of this world, half of the real air of the cultivation world. The magnitude of the karma involved was something he, Lu Dongbin, could not even think about. That's more than you can repay as a dog slave in 10 lifetimes. Oh, Zhang Jiao is going to die. If you're dead, if you can't pay it back, you can still have a good time. When I am going to die, I will also grip a world's chi to try. This Lu Zhu looked at the direction of Mount Tai with some envy. He just thought about it. Now Zhang Jiao can be like this, just because heaven and earth gave the green light to give all that can be given. On top of the Jade Emperor of Mount Tai, Ing Zhang was also slightly speechless. Good man, there's no return for borrowing, right? Ing Zhang was in a rare moment of seriousness. Zhang Jiao raised the 9-section staff in his hand and looked at Ing Zhang. Your Majesty is now facing not Zhang Jiao alone, but the entire Taiping Dao. This move has no name, only wish for peace in the world. Zhang Jiao pointed out the 9-section staff in his hand. This staff is the weight of a world, the whole He Zhang Jiao as well as the power of the Taiping Dao. As Ing Zhang watched the 9-section staff getting closer and closer, his right hand slowly lifted and raised a finger, pointing it at the end of the staff. That 9-section staff instantly paused, unable to advance an inch. The terrifying power collision formed a violent gale, centered on the 2 people, spreading in a circle and instantly sweeping across the world. Zhang Jiao's eyes widened as he thought that even if he borrowed countless powers, he might not be able to suppress Ing Zhang. But he hadn't thought about the fact that Ing Zhang was blocking the weight of this world with just one finger extended. Impossible! Zhang Jiao exclaimed in dismay. How could the difference be so great? Why would heaven and earth bring him back to life? He's been working for half a day and owes a lot of karma. He can't even break the defense, not to mention hurting Ing Zhang. So what if you are a true immortal on earth? So what if I borrow the luck of the 5 elements of the entire world? When you see me, you must also kneel and kowtow. Ing Zhang's domineering and boundless voice rang out as his right hand probed out and pressed on Zhang Jiao's head. immediately following a press. Zhang Jiao only felt that the sky had collapsed, and was instantly pressed down to his knees. With one more push, Ying Zhang knocked Zhang Jiao's head hard onto the ground. Knock! Zhang Jiao's head bowed to the ground. Its voice was not loud, but it made everyone who was paying attention to Tarzan's heart tremble. Zhang Jiao, who borrowed the 5 fortunes of the world and half of the real air of the cultivation world, was crushed by the first emperor. Ying Zhang, that sky full of water from rivers, lakes, and seas quickly withdrew. The 10,000 flying swords hanging on the top of the mountain were shattered before they could reveal their sharpness. The 5 elements of the world's fortune can't suppress a single Ying Zhang. Hong Kong is not a joke. Today, if anyone in the world, I am afraid that Zhang Jiao will be borrowed by the 5 fortunes of heaven and earth to be pressed at the foot of Taishan. However, he can't be pushed down by him. The true immortals on earth are nothing more than that. Ying Zhang retracted his right hand that was pressing down on Zhang Jiao's rear head, and Zhang Jiao, who was kneeling and bowing on the ground, never got up again. This ancestor of the Taiping Taoist religion, who had only just entered the Tao, dispersed it. Peace is hard to find in a time of great strife. Ying Zhang turned around and went back to the Jade Emperor's peak. Sitting at the top of the mountain, darkness covered the sky once again, only one step away from capturing Mount Tai. Today is the beginning of his taking over heaven and earth. Not far away, kowtowing to the ground Zhang Jiao corpse, but also become the Jade Emperor top a unique scenery. Where can the true immortals be seen kneeling and kowtowing? True immortal is just gone? At Mount Li, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. A true immortal. There hasn't been a true immortal on earth for many years, but even this Taoist ancestor, who is now a true immortal, has not shaken Ying Zhang in the slightest. How strong is this first emperor? Is it really as if the heavens are above? Zhang Shan murmured from his mouth. It was true that they didn't think highly of Zhang Jiao at first, although this is also the old ancestor level characters, but did not see the ancestor of the heavenly master Zhang Daoling are resting well. But when Zhang Jiao asked for peace, among the real world of immortals, the hearts of the people have risen a trace of expectation. Although the first emperor was strong, the immortals were not weak either. In particular, Zhang Jiao opened his mouth and borrowed 7 times, and when that 9-section staff was pointed out, it was the weight of a heaven and earth. No one expected Zhang Jiao to lose so completely. Immeasurable heavenly father. This shouldn't be. Qin Shi Huang's face was filled with despair. When the first emperor came out of his coffin, even if his status was extremely high and his strength terrifying, he would never surpass the immortals. Qin Shi Huang paced back and forth. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't. True immortals were on their way to the world and were supposed to push across the world, but instead they were backhanded and held down with their heads bowing to the ground. Now, is there anyone else who can suppress that first emperor? Zhang Shan took a deep breath and looked at Qin Shi Huang and asked. In the Battle of Taishan, the terrifying power demonstrated by Ying Zhang has made Zhang Shan unable to reassess the first emperor, and I am afraid that all the original plans will have to be recustomized. Qin Shi Huang opened his mouth, but did not reply. Zhang Jiao asked with his life, certified as a true immortal, were subdued by that probing hand. The rest of the 3 sects of the ancestors, I am afraid that it is not much better. Though he didn't know how powerful those grandmasters were, either. The so-called ancestors of the 3 religions, they can't do it either? Zhang Shan pursued. In relation to the program changes behind the Dragon Kingdom, if you can't do it, what else can you do? Lick it. It's not a shame that it's also your own old family ancestor. If this was an outsider, he, Dragon Kingdom, could rather die than submit, and would even trigger some sort of buff addition. But Ying Zhang is their ancestor. Trigger a gross buff addition. Really let those netizens know. Fight? That's my lovely and charming old ancestor. It's hard to say, but if that saint makes a move and intercepts the heaven and earth's chi luck to add to it, he may be able to fight the first emperor. Qin Shi Huang looked in the direction of Chu City. It has been recorded in the sect that a single word from a Confucian sage can shake heaven and earth, said Qin Shi Huang's eyes lit up. The 3 religions' ancestor. He pulled the Taoist door. There is not a Confucian saint. Or a battle? Zhang Shan frowned at his words. This was not the answer he wanted. He needed to know clearly whether or not these 3 teachings ancestors that had been brought forth in response could shake the beginning emperor or not. The poor Tao really can't answer. Qin Shi Huang bitterly smiled and shook his head. Where can he answer that question with his limited knowledge? Well, Zhang Shan nodded and didn't make things too difficult for Qin Shi Huang. He understands this too. In that case, notify the network information department to first post some topics, posts, and videos about the first emperor on the internet, so that the public can familiarize themselves with them in advance. And by the way, look at the attitude of the public. Zhang Shan pondered for a while and decided to start warming up the topic of the return of Ying Zhang, the old ancestor, in the world of ordinary people first. At that time, Even if the secrets of the tomb of the first emperor were made public, it would not seem too sudden. The aide at the side immediately turned around and went down to make arrangements. On the internet, there was also a large number of topics about Ing Zhang. Posts about Ing Zhang's activities were also temporarily shelved on various social software. When the old ancestors return, will we still need to learn a foreign language? The first emperor, Ing Zhang, is destined to become a legend, a great emperor, bringing the splendor of the Qin state to unprecedented heights. At the same time, short video platforms also quickly shelved a number of videos about Ing Zhang. Set to fervent music, a couple of bigwigs from the dubbing scene were recruited on the fly, and then I'd with graphics and quickly rushed it out. I will unify the 6 kingdoms, bring the world to one, build the Great Wall to suppress the dragon veins of the 9 states, defend my great Qin and protect my country. In the name of the first emperor, I hereby make an oath. With the unification of the world, the first emperor can finally measure his land with 1 ruler instead of 7, and he enjoys the supreme glory of being the creator of history. Various types of videos emerged, instantly sweeping the entire dragon kingdom. Bad. I woke up traveling through Great Qin? The whole internet is full of all sorts of talk about the old ancestor. If the first emperor hadn't died, the whole family would have lost their heads if they dared to have 3 heads on the charging line now. Upstairs is right. I'm staying at a hotel today and there are 18 different charging ports on one charging cable. More than a charging head. I bought 5 tape measures, all with different scales. How dare you think that? I'll tell you why I was 5 feet 8 inches yesterday and 5 feet 6 inches today. At Tang Monk, would it kill you to travel back and give my old ancestor a bite? Rubbish Su Fu. My charming old ancestor just wanted a long life. Why couldn't he get it done? A global village, but with more than 200 countries and dozens of languages. Isn't that divisive? Isn't that a betrayal of Mr. Ing? For a while, the entire network was officially guided to participate in the topic of Great Qin, even in the deliberate disclosure of a hint of the return of the old ancestor and other videos. And the big man among the common people instantly smelled something unusual. At first, these people also heard a hint of the secret of the first emperor's tomb. After all, and the jade annulus that think the whole dragon country is quite a big fuss. It was just that they hadn't stepped into the cultivation world after all and knew only a limited amount. But with the minds of these people, they also guessed that that old ancestor was afraid that he had really come alive. After all, it's Hutchinson, and it's a shady cover-up, and now it's official down to steer the conversation. As long as it's not a cutie pie, all can guess it. Those cultivators in the cultivation world, on the other hand, understood that the officials were afraid that they would be ready to announce the secrets of the tomb of the first emperor. My goodness, how come I didn't see it before? That one is so hotly popular online? If this were to let them know that this old patriarch of the first emperor has truly returned from the dead, it wouldn't blow up the sky. I'm afraid Tarzan will have to be flattened. Looking at the various comments on the internet, they could hardly imagine what kind of horrible craze would be created once the public knew about Ing Zhang's resurrection and return. The netizens of the cultivation world were calm. Are you kidding me? I thought they were live to witness the old ancestor coming out of the coffin. Don't old ancestors. I have worked hard to save 10 years of old capital. Just built the handle flying sword off. No. I spicy so big a flying sword, turned into a butterfly fly away. My Zhang Jiao ancestor my flying sword big hundreds of thousands ah. Speaking of which, what's going on in Taishan? How come Master Zhang Jiao has come back too? A zombie? A stiff? Seems like he's even fighting with the old ancestor. Not clear, but exaggerated. A word borrowed 10,000 flying swords, the heir of countless true cultivators. This is the ancestor? Extra. Ancestor Zhang Jiao, who was ordered to return, has been certified as a true immortal on Earth. He has just borrowed 7 loans from the world, in order to behead the ancestral dragon. Asterisk. Really? Ancestor has become immortal? Latest news, the Grandmaster is gone. I heard it just carried a slap. He died peacefully. Crowd. The intranet of the cultivation world will always be one stage faster than ordinary people. At this moment, they had begun to brush up on the Tarzan battle. The Battle of Tarzan was not a secret, and many people knew the inside information. It was just the result that was so unexpected. True immortals on Earth, a realm they couldn't even think of. You can't take a slap from the old man? Blow awesome. However, the reactions of various countries, as well as the official behavior of warming up Ing Zhang's return on the internet, seem to prove it side by side. The old ancestor has more I don't care. The ancestor hangs. How to return the flying sword to me? Big hundreds of thousands of ah. I pour ah. Ancestor came out of the mountain. The dragon didn't get chopped. One move crippled half of the cultivation world. Lo, the many cultivators who had their swords borrowed by Zhang Jiao screamed in agony. If the real heir is gone, it can be repaired again. But not the flying sword. It's made of real gold and silver. You borrow, just borrow. Return you poor. That flying sword is now resting on Taishan. They don't dare to ask for it. Who knows if the old ancestor will slap them to death. With all this commotion in Tarzan, even the creeps, who had been shrinking turtles for many days, had learned the details. At one time countless weirdnesses began to swarm towards Tarzan. 60 years. Inside their spookiness, there's finally one that carries the banner. You are not aware of how ruthless those Taoist masters are. It's okay to come and slap their big sinuses. Weird recovery for almost 100 years. They've taken 100 years of beatings. And today they've finally found a backer. These people regarded Ying Zhang, who had returned to the world as a zombie, as their backbone, and each of them scrambled to be the first to arrive at Taishan and join Ying Zhang's command. Ying Zhang, earthly realm, how could such a terrifying existence appear? Outside the tomb of the first emperor, Zhou Bei, who hadn't shown his face for a long time, looked at Mount Tai from afar, muttering in his mouth. On that day, he spread the news of the royal tomb, wanting to take the opportunity to blend into the royal tomb and control the soon-to-be-born Ying Zhang with his ability. But who thought that this old ancestor who came out of the coffin was powerful to pervert? A word invites the heavenly officials to give blessings. Zhou Bei directly slipped away. Such a presence. Control Nima control. And now he was back at the tomb of the first emperor, for the group of Taoist ancestors who were raising their corpses. It's alright, there's still quite a bit left. When I control these Dao sect ancestors, it's fine for me, Zhou Beg, to be the second in the world. Zhou Beg comforted himself. The penis is also very good. With that in mind, Zhou Bei touched his way to the beginning emperor's mausoleum. At this time, the top of Mount Tai, Ying Zhang, who was sitting on the top of the mountain, was snatching Tarzan from between the seat heaven and earth, unconcerned about anything in the outside world. Steeply opening his eyes, a flash of golden light flashed from them. Above the dome of the sky, the darkness tumbled and contracted violently, and the darkness that covered the sky began to retreat at great speed, converging towards Mount Tai. The world, which had been a perpetual night, gradually regained its light. For a moment, everyone looked up at the sky somewhat uncertainly. These ordinary people didn't know what was going on, but a group of big-shot cultivators knew the inside story and instantly placed their eyes on Taishan. On top of the Jade Emperor, Ying Zhang had already stood up. The land where I am is the land of Qin. As Ying Zhang's words fell, an invisible point of fluctuation instantly swept across Taishan. The entire Mount Tai was wrapped in darkness and gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. Or rather, dissipated from sight. Tarzan is still there, but it no longer belongs to this heaven and earth. Now it belongs to the Qin dynasty, to Ying Zhang. Within Tarzan, he is heaven and earth. He, Ying Zhang, with 100,000 sharp soldiers, has a piece of Qin land that truly belongs to him. Qin soil. Ying Zhang stepped on the soil of Mount Tai, a smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. They are no longer rootless, and it's none of their business if heaven and earth loathe them. Tarzan, from this moment on, is their own land. At this moment, he transformed heaven and earth, and everything in Taishan belonged to him. Every flower, every blade of grass and every tree is in Ying Zhang's senses. Within the boundaries of Taishan, he can dominate all life and death, reincarnation, misfortune and happiness. One thought, all things are born. Big trees rose up from the sky, and birds and beasts appeared in the forest in an instant. In just a few breaths of time, Ying Zhang stopped. This counting of breaths is just too consuming. In just a moment's time, 90% of the divine power in Ying Zhang's body was gone. That's all enough consumption to whack hundreds of Zhang Jiao. Is it because of imperfection? There are no 6 paths of reincarnation, no corresponding rules, Ying Zhang muttered under his breath. Although Taishan now belongs to Ying Zhang, it does not have a set of independent and autonomous operating rules. Everything has to be supplied by Ying Zhang, not channeled to Ying Zhang. In the heavens and the earth, there is a set of cycles in which all things are born. But Tarzan didn't. There are no 6 paths, no seasons, no 5 elements of qi. It's all up to Ying Zhang to take care of everything, and he can't afford to do so. It's going to be as quick as possible, starting with the 5 elements of qi and seizing the 5 fortunes. Ying Zhang's eyes looked beyond Mount Tai. His battle with heaven and earth had officially begun. The so-called 5 fortunes is that Zhang Jiao borrowed those 5 fortunes. With the 5 fortunes infused into it, Tarzan will have 5 elements. Wood begets fire. Fire begets earth. Earth begets gold. Gold begets water. And water begets wood. The 5 elements can then be born from each other, so they don't have to rely on Ying Zhang's divine power to maintain them, and can form a self-generating system. And all living things, especially people. Ying Zhang looked towards the city of Dragon Kingdom. He's not at the point where he can make a man. As the most beloved spirit of all things in heaven and earth, The difficulty of creating a human being can be much more difficult than that of a small animal. Human beings are the most spiritual creatures in the world. Having grown from the essence of heaven and earth, you can cultivate, realize the way, ask for immortality, and enjoy huge chi. You can even provide incense to the god to help him grow. This old ancestor of mine personally invited me. I believe that there won't be anyone who will refuse it. A smile appeared on Ing Zhang's face. He was extremely confident in his charm that Long Boy is, in the end, also his descendant, also his nation. In the bloodline heritage of the Dragon Nation, the ancestors are the mentors who guide the way and the guardians of the eternal presence of the spirit. This is engraved into the bloodline of Chinese people. For the Chinese, worshipping ancestors is an inheritance of blood and spirit. It is also an important feature that distinguishes the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization from other civilizations. There has always been a cultural belief in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The ancestors are immortal and will meet them at the moment of their prayers to provide them with timely refuge and wisdom. Now, he, Ing Zhang, the oldest ancestor of China, the first emperor of Qin, it's back. Will the people of the world be willing to be Qin people? Thinking that, Ing Zhang raised his feet and walked down Mount Tai, toward the path of contending with heaven and earth. The Dragon Kingdom, a civilized country that has been passed down for 5,000 years, is destined to boil over. Those who chanted Old Ancestor with their mouths were praying for this moment to meet Old Ancestor. We must finally meet the first emperor. Outside, a group of bigwigs' divine thoughts watched as Tarzan slowly disappeared, and a trace of astonishment flashed through each of their eyes. In the middle of the university, Yan Shang was also slightly stunned, competing with heaven and earth for all things. This first emperor is so bold. No wonder heaven and earth will revive us. Yan Shang murmured from his mouth. He saw that Tarzan point abnormal. Tarzan is still there. Just does not belong to this piece of heaven and earth. Is so that heaven and earth cover the eyes of the world? May not see Tarzan. Yan Shang looked in the direction of Mount Tai, his eyes flashing with streams of light, not knowing what he was pondering. In the end, he even got up and took a step out, with a fire lotus bearing under his feet, and he rushed to Taishan with lotus in his steps. Thank you brothers for the reward, haha. I do not know why. This thank you card cannot send out, otherwise to show you how good my work. TSK, Professional, Thailand to further study. At the foot of Mount Tai, Ing Zhang took one step at a time. The great Qin sharpshooter held a long spear and stood his ground, his sight following closely. All of you, please stay at Mount Tai to cultivate yourselves. Ing Zhang left behind a sentence, lifted his foot and walked out of the boundaries of Mount Tai. In the middle of Mount Tai, a group of sharpshooters looked at each other, filled with bewilderment. No, His Majesty left them here and went out for a walk? Cultivate? Don't build it. Who knows that stuff? One by one, they froze in place, not knowing what to do. They are the sharp warriors of the Great Qin, the executioners who are feared on the battlefield. They're a bunch of old pawns who don't know how to do anything else but kill. These people were bored and stabbed the corpse of the yellow turban warrior on the ground with the long gorges in their hands. This is too boring. Outside, there was a ripple in space, and Ing Zhang slowly walked out, reappear under this world. It's been 2,000 years. Ing Zhang carefully surveyed everything between heaven and earth. From the time he came out of the coffin until now, Ing Zhang never relaxed for a single moment. The thunderbolt of Exodus, the identity of 100,000 sharpshooters, the revenge of 1,000 years of suppression, and the ascension to the throne of God. He had to do it in one breath. Otherwise, just after leaving the coffin, it could be suppressed by heaven and earth again. It is only now that Taishan belongs to Great Qin, and those who have returned to it have a place to stay, that Ing Zhang is relieved. This world will no longer be able to suppress Ing Zhang with the mandate of heaven. Even a true immortal on earth would have to kneel and kowtow to leave his life here. Ing Zhang was also finally able to feel the earth properly. Have you ever remembered me on earth after an absence of 2,000 years? Ing Zhang looked in the direction of the city, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Then with a single step, his figure disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already on the streets of the city of An. But unlike what Ing Zhang had envisioned, the large city of An was empty. The entire city, empty of people, were all urgently relocated by the Dragon Kingdom officials. After all, it's too close to Tarzan. It's a pity that I wasn't able to see the human world again. Ing Zhang was slightly disappointed. The city after 2,000 years was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. This emotion, however, was fleeting, because he is Ing Zhang, the first emperor of Great Qin, and the god of the 100,000 sharp warriors of Taishan. He realized he wasn't out on this trip to feel the earth or to relax. Instead, they were plotting their fortunes, seizing heaven and earth, and most importantly, their talents, and by the way, getting all the rewards from some of the check-in locations. I don't know whether the talents in the world today can be as great as those in the great Qin in the past, so that I can take 10 million people into my Qin as officials. Ing Zhang's eyes narrowed as he thought about how many more people in the world were lucky enough to be in Qin. The great Qin he wanted to build was not an empty shell. There must be a living people, a million things, an inheritance, and 100 schools of thought. The world he is going to take is a whole world. Great Qin is also going to become a country in the true sense of the word. He wants the great Qin, with its 100 schools of thought and clamor. The great Qin dynasty, country and home, not a graveyard, nor is it a chaotic, unorganized, primitive society with a deadly atmosphere. That was an insult to him, Ing Zhang, and to the definition of great Qin, the rivers and mountains, the humanities and society, and the functioning of all places, all of which requires someone to sit in the appropriate position. As in the case of the 3 principal officials and 9 ministers of Great Qin back then, and the various departments of the present-day Dragon Kingdom, the difference was that what Ing Zhang needed now was Qi luck. Those who are endowed with great fortune will enter the Qin, recoalesced, the Great Qin Kingdom. If you want to reign over the world and have all the 4 seas and 8 wastelands as Qin's land, you can't just rely on fighting and killing. Suddenly, Ing Zhang stopped thinking and looked up to the sky. Only a lotus of literary luck bloomed in the air, and Yen Shang came slowly, stopping in front of Ing Zhang. This Confucian sage, and the first emperor of Great Qin, met. Looking at the world today, one could no longer find a second existence with a higher status than these two. Of all the people still alive on earth, these two are the only ones whose status is the most honored. Your Majesty. Yen Shang bowed his head, and by the look of him, he didn't seem to have come here to follow heaven's order. Confucius sage's first disciple, Yen Zi? Ing Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized Yen Hui. In the past, when Great Qin was still around, he had seen Yen Hui's portrait. At that time, this Confucian saint was still only passed down as the first disciple of Confucius. It has not been crowned by later generations as the restoration of the Holy Spirit, one of the 4 supreme persons of Confucianism. He still remembered. Your Majesty, just address me by my name. Yen Hui smiled. Whether it was Fuxing or Yanzi, they were all honored by later generations. He's just Yen Hui, sage of Confucianism. Why do you need to humble yourself? Ing Zhang looked at Yen Hui and smiled. In his impression, these Confucians, however, were so arrogant that they disdained even heaven and earth. You are also here for the mandate of heaven? Ing Zhang looked at Yen Hui with interest. He would like to see what this second sage of Confucianism would do. On just one side, Ing Zhang could see that Yen Hui had also returned from the revival of heaven and earth to suppress him. Why? Because back then, when Ing Zhang unified the 6 kingdoms, Yen Hui had been dead for more than 200 years. Only heaven and earth have the ability to see this restored saint on earth today. Your Majesty has misunderstood. Yen Hui smiled. Confucianism is different from Taoism. They talk about going with the flow, doing nothing without doing anything, going with the flow of heaven, and conforming to the Tao with one's body. And I, for one, believe only in the vastness of my chest. Yen Hui said while looking at Ing Zhang, the first emperor. Listening to Yen Hui's words, Ing Zhang seemed to have thought of something. This Fuxing sage Yanzi is here to join the Great Qin. This is somewhat unexpected, but looking at its attitude, that's the only way to explain it. The 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Since ancient times, only Confucianism has been involved with the royal family. The great Confucian scholars, all of them joined the imperial court as officials, and the literati and writers all aimed at assisting the emperor in stabilizing the world as their lifelong philosophy. Even Confucius, the sage of literature, once entered the state of Lu as an official. Ing Zhang's eyes stared at Yen Hui. He had thought about this sage being pressured by the mandate of heaven to make a move against him. And he had also thought about the arrogant Confucian who disdained the mandate of heaven. But unexpectedly, this one wanted to enter Great Qin and act against the fate of heaven. Sir, do you want to join my Great Qin? Ing Zhang asked bluntly. Rang. Yen Hui nodded. 2 simple words answered Ing Zhang's question. He is here to enter the service. Above the dome of the sky, thunder instantly raged. Its sound resounding through the heavens and earth. It seemed to be angry at Yen Hui's answer. Heaven and earth revived the past saints in order to suppress Ing Zhang. I'm not sending talent to Ing Zhang. Who is the one who resurrects you? Eat the inside out. Ah, Confucian saints are not human beings. Shame on you. This batch of resurrection people, counting Yen Hui is the most important, and now it is directly inverted. That comes across as clownish on his part. Thunder rolled in the vault of the sky, and the wind rose in all directions. If he could, he really wanted to cleave this Confucian sage to death. The entire Dragon Kingdom was stunned by this amazing vision. What's going on? The black curtain has just lifted. What's going on? Please, stop. Not moving is the end of the world scene. These days I order takeout. Light delivery fee has spent more than 300. Grass. Grizzly O. The delivery charge went up $10 instantly with this thunder. Destroy it. Tired. Maisie. Paid vacation. The boss just issued a notice of return to work, and have to stop working again. Ordinary people on the internet who don't know what they're talking about are either ecstatic or complaining. And at Mount Lee, Zhang Shan and the others looked at the images in the satellite surveillance, sweating and looking grave. No one had expected that Ying Zhang would leave Mount Tai and enter a secular city. And Yan Hui, a Confucian sage, approached Ying Zhang at this time. This is the most two big brothers on earth in their cognition. Is it going to be right so early now? Shouldn't an existence like Yen Shang generally be the finale? Is Yen Shang making a move here? Zhang Shan asked the crowd as he stared at the monitor screen. Saishuko couldn't answer for a moment. Normally speaking, Zhang Jiao, the vanguard, has folded, but Ying Zhang is still as powerful as ever. So the rest of the people will not rush to make a move. Or maybe it's better to at least join forces first. Zhang Jiao, who asked for peace and certified as a true immortal, even knelt down. These grandmasters should have it all in their hearts. Can't it be that this restoration saint is confident that he can overpower the first emperor? Qing Suzi said with some uncertainty. Is that possible? How do Confucian saints compare to true immortals? Zhang Shan turned his head to Qing Suzi and asked after him. It is not clear. Confucian saints are only 4. And the earthly true immortals poverty road has only seen Zhang Jiao Ancestor 1. It is difficult to judge. King Suzi shook his head. He doesn't know who's stronger. All of which exist only in legend. Confucian saints. There are only 4. Of which only Kong Shang was honored as a saint during his lifetime, and the rest were honored in later times. Zhang Shan sniffed and bowed his head in deep thought. Yan Hui's sudden action had disrupted his rearranged plans. Let's take a look at it first. In addition, let the information department side make the video and post of the return of the beginning emperor ready. Ready for a full launch, Zhang Shan said as he looked to his assistant. If there was really no other way, he could only implement the ancestor recognition plan. What does it mean to recognize your ancestors? To put it simply, Lick, directly standing in line and announcing that he had joined Great Qin. Even if heaven and earth would send down any punishment, that would be later. If you can't pass the old ancestors' hurdle, you can't even think about the future. After the order was given, the crowd concentrated on the monitor screen, completely unaware that there was a dark shadow in the beginning emperor's underground palace, bypassing the guards and quietly feeling its way in. Ying Zhang and Yan Hui were walking in the streets of the city of An in the earthly marketplace, just like the two regular guys walking around. This directly dumbfounded the many top levels of Lixil's officialdom. No, what a situation. Wasn't Yan Zi, the sage of restoration, authorized by heaven and earth to be revived? Aren't you here to suppress Ying Zhang? These two are talking and laughing like they're best friends? What's the situation? On the street, Yan Hui looked at the cityscape and sighed. 2,000 years of time, the world has changed so much. It's just that such a world is not the same as it was back then. Yan Hui shook his head. Sir, is it a disappointment to this world that you want to enter my great Qin even in spite of heaven's order? Ying Zhang opened his mouth to answer. He had yet to promise Yan Hui. This Confucian saint is of high enough status and has huge qi. But because of this, even if he was unwilling to submit, he could still get away with it for another life without having to join Great Qin. There was no reason to take the initiative to worship Great Qin. How Ran does not exist. This world has become really disappointing. Bizarre clusters, ha ha. If back in those days, my Confucian scholars, with the sound of books being read aloud every day, could have shaken these demons and monsters to their core. Yan Hui shook his head. Of the 3 religions, only he, Confucianism, has fallen so far. A world that can't find a Confucian saint who gathers the guts of literature. And heaven and earth are not hoary. In the past, my teacher, Kong Shang, at the age of Azi, traveled the world with his many disciples to teach the world and spread the spirit of vastness. There are 3,000 disciples of my master, and 72 may be called sages. The world thinks that this part of the road is easy. 72 great scholars are accompanying us, and my master is a sage. So what trials and tribulations can there be? This topsy-turvy journey has been given a nice and easy name by the world, called traveling around the world. A trace of remembrance appeared on Yan Hui's face. No one knew how difficult it was for Kong Sheng during that time. What sacrifices have been made for the sake of preaching the world and spreading the hoary. Heaven does not give birth to Zhongni, and the ages are like a long night. These words are the highest praise of Confucius' life. The first teacher, with many teachers and brothers, so arduous by the transmission of the Hao Ran for the use of heaven and earth, but not for the likes of. To the present day Confucianism is gone. As I am a Confucian saint, I should take up the responsibility to reopen heaven and earth for my vast world. Yan Hui's voice was firm. Confucian scholars, even if they have cultivated the vastness of their chests, will still be born, grow old, get sick and die. And even the sooner they cultivate, the sooner they will die. Among the three religions, only his Confucianism, stunning talent, many premature death. Unlike the Taoist and Buddhist sects, they can live for thousands of years. Heaven and earth need the hoary, but they do not need them who have cultivated the hoary. Like him, Yan Hui, even if he is honored as a saint. So what? When he was 29 years old, he cultivated Haoran, but he went white overnight, and died at the age of 30 in front of the East Room Mountain in Ruching. Ying Zhang looked at Yan Hui, who gave a straightforward answer, and asked, Sir, I think it must be clear that heaven and earth are incapable of great Qin. So, and still want to enter my great Qin? Of course. Yan Hui nodded. Neither heaven nor earth will allow me to be hoary. Ying Zhang smiled, and neither heaven nor earth had ever imagined that Confucianism would be so disappointed with this world. A Confucian saint, disdaining the mandate of heaven, turned around and threw himself into his great Qin. Aren't you afraid that I, as a result, will cause the world to have no more peace? Ying Zhang spoke. I know that your majesty wants a great Qin dynasty, not a graveyard. Yan Hui, I would like to help your majesty to open up a new heaven again and achieve a great world. Yan Hui bowed his head. He didn't just run here in a hot head. Before that, he played against himself, envisioning countless Taoist doors to open a vast world for his Confucianism, but only by entering the Qin. This article has the possibility of success. Ying Zhang had already taken the first step, and Yan Hui had to make his own choice at this point. It's easy to send charcoal in the snow, but it's hard to put icing on the cake. Vast world? Ying Zhang laughed. This restoration saint, his heart is not small. What is a vast world? 100 schools of thought, each in its own way. The word Confucian has overpowered all the avenues and is the only one in the world. This world can then be called Haoran, a world dominated by readers. You want me to honor the Confucians alone? Ying Zhang looked at this Confucian saint. He wanted a great Qin heyday where 100 schools of thought competed with each other and all the people clamored. It is not to ask your majesty to respect only Confucianism, the world of great struggle, but a word of struggle, the capable and the mediocre. I, Confucianism, am vast and have the strength to dismiss the 100 schools. Yan Hui said confidently. For thousands of years, 100 schools of thought have competed, but only his Confucianism and the history of all generations have left a heavy ink. Your majesty also needs a religion to govern heaven and earth. Among the three religions, only he, Confucianism, is best at securing the world. Looking at Yan Hui in front of him, Ying Zhang did not expect that he had directly retrieved a Confucian saint from his trip. He wasn't worried if Yan Hui had any other little thoughts. None of that matters. As long as he's alive, there's no one in the world he can't suppress. He is the first emperor, who shall rule all the people of the world. It's just Confucianism. He wants 100 schools of thought to contend. Even a Confucianism can't be suppressed for fear. How can we talk about contending for the prosperity of the world? If you wish, sir, you may be my minister of Qin. Ying Zhang waved his hand without any special ceremony. His word is as golden as heaven's command. In the past, Confucius, the sage of literature, had also entered the state of Lu to serve as a minister of state. Today, his first disciple, the sage Yan Zi, was restored, and he entered the great Qin as a prime minister. Confucian Yan Hui, greetings to your majesty. This time, Yan Hui performed the rites of a ruler and a minister, directly to the crowd of people watching the place from Lishan Mountain. Their jaws dropped in shock. What did they see? The restoration of the holy Yanzi, to the first emperor, to perform the rites of a ruler and a minister? What the hell? What about the promised return of the mandate to suppress the ancestral dragon? This, Jiang Shan and the others were silent. After a long time had passed, Jiang Shan opened his mouth and said, let the information department over there send out everything that's been prepared. All of it. I'll ask for permission from above. There's been a change of plans. Ancestor recognition is activated. At this time, the city of An, the heavens and earth shook once again. The thunder trembled, and huge and boundless calamity clouds coalesced above Yan Hui's head. Do you really think he doesn't have a temper? If I can't kill Ying Zhang, I can't kill you. Yan Hui, the Confucian saint, replica sunglasses Yan Zi, is very but heaven and earth override all things. It can bring you back or send you back. The gathering of thunderclouds was even more terrifying than the time when Ying Zhang came out of his coffin outside the first emperor's tomb. The entire dragon kingdom plunged into the end times. On this day, Yan Zi, the Confucian saint of restoration, entered the service of great Qin, to provoke the wrath of God. Looking up at the thunderbolt above the dome of the sky, Yan Hui did not care. He's not like Zhang Zhao, who came back from the dead. Yan Hui, on the other hand, is just awakening to his past life. Today this body is supposed to be alive. Heaven and earth must also follow rules. He, Yen Hui, has not done any harm to the heaven and earth, and he has the luck of Confucianism, and he is protected by his righteousness. So what can be done about the thunderbolt? You're turning to Ying Zhen? People are lucky. The heavenly officials have blessed him. Is that a reason to kill him? Yen Hui just watched quietly like this, the thunderbolt in the sky, not moved in the slightest. If you're capable, you'll send down this lightning today. Seemingly sensing Yen Hui's thoughts, the thunderclouds were filled with a surge of robberies, but they did not come down after all. Ying Zheng, on the other hand, quietly watched as Yen Hui confronted heaven and earth. Confucian saint, if you cannot even pass the hurdle of the heavenly calamity, talk about how to be a great Qin Shangwa. Above the dome of the sky, the thunderclouds tumbled and gradually dissipated. The heavens and earth still did not send down the thunder punishment to forcibly erase Yen Hui after all, but at the same time, countless yellow chi slid down from the sky and drifted across the entire land of the 9 states. At this moment, all over the 9 states, there were people whose souls were shaken, reviving the memories of their past lives. Heaven and earth awakened many reincarnated sages of the human race. These people were hundreds of years ago. All of them were the 100 ancestors, and even the 100 sons of this kind of character. For thousands of years in the 9 states, there have been countless people of stunning talent like the crushing cart that crosses the river. Without Yen Hui, there are others. Only this time, heaven and earth had a heart of hearts, fearing that they would send another talent to Ying Zhang, and most of these reincarnated sages who had awakened their memories had a grudge against Great Qin. The world of great struggle. Am I afraid? Ying Zheng quietly watched the scene with a smile on his face. He was not afraid of these human sages, who were enemies of Great Qin. So it is interesting, 100 schools of thought, the clamor of all beings, up and down 5,000 years of heroes, gathered together. This is what we call a time of great strife, when the outstanding people of all ages appeared in the same era because of him. Ying Zheng, these people will not be able to stop him, nor will they be able to stop the Qin army. It will only add a point of legend to the changing of the Great Qin. To change heaven and earth by pressing down on all men of the world is orthodox. Great Qin, stepping on these people to the top, will no longer be controversial. The golden orthodoxy of power is also engraved into the bloodline of the Chinese. Ying Zheng is no exception. This world should be opened for Great Qin. Yen Hui also picked up with a smile. Great Qin swept the 6. Originally from the world of great struggle to kill, unify the world. It was the countless old Qin people who killed their way out of the 800-mile Qin River and went west to unify the world. The last thing Great Qin is afraid of is competition. The 100 schools of thought, the 10,000 great paths, shall all be brought into Great Qin, starting from Mr. Beginning, endless and endless. Ying Zhang looked at Yen Hui. Heaven and earth belonged to him, every blade of grass, every tree, every person and everything. He wanted them all, not only a Confucian saint, but also 100 sages. Zi Yuan congratulates your majesty in advance. Yen Hui said seemingly jokingly. I want to tour the earth. Will you travel with me, sir? Ying Zhang looked at Yen Hui and asked. On this trip out of Tarzan, he was going to go through all the check-in locations in the system. Rewards from over 2,000 check-in locations were waiting for him to pick up. It would not be a waste to leave these things unattended. Nowadays, Great Qin is in need of everything. May. Yen Hui nodded. Ying Zhang had given the word. What could he not do? Now that he had entered the Great Qin, he knew that he had to put himself in the right position. Even though Ying Zheng called him Mr., the two of them were still rulers and ministers. These two people of the most respected status of the human race embarked on a journey together. But people everywhere who are paying attention to this place are having a hard time. On the final mountain, that little Taoist boy gripped the broom in his hand. Immeasurable Heavenly Father. The poor Taoist will still just sweep the floor in this dojo from now on. This pure young Lu Zhu no longer wanted any heavenly destiny. Confucian restoration sage in terms of status higher than him by more than 1 grade. In terms of strength, this one's chest vast chi must also have been cultivated to a horrifyingly appalling level. When that mouthful of vast chi was exhaled, the heavens and earth were afraid to tremble. Such a great man. The human race has only produced a few one hand can count. But it's such a presence that it's a direct vote. Mud. The team's thighs are on point. What can he do? As for the human sages that heaven and earth had once again awakened, Lu Dongbin couldn't see a single one of them. Restoration of Sage Yanzi? The only one who can suppress this one is the Sage Kong back then, or his Taoist ancestor, Lao Zi, but that's basically impossible. LV Dongbin was not the only one who thought so. The first batch of awakened sages, after Yen Hui made the decision of joining the Great Qin, one by one all shrunk. This is not a wimpy haha, it's called quietly watching the game of chess and dropping the pieces slowly. Lixil at this time, When Zhongshan saw Yan Hui leaving with Ing Zhang and was half a length behind him, he then understood that this Fuxing sage, Yan Zi, had really entered Qin. How is it being handled over at the Ministry of Information? The top has already met and decided that, at the moment of necessity, they will directly recognize their ancestors. Zhongshan looked at his assistant and asked. He had just contacted the top, and in this situation, the general situation would not change, and they would have no choice but to recognize their ancestors. We can't beat them, so what can we do? Only this first emperor, who is not trying to turn the world into a killing field. Then there is no need to fight to the death. We are all Chinese. You are still an old ancestor. The information department has started to gradually guide it over there. The aide returned. Well, step by step, within 7 days. No, within 3 days try to subliminally publicize the news of the first emperor's recovery and return. Zhongshan nodded, putting the truth out instantly. He was afraid that these people wouldn't be able to take the shock and thus cause even more chaos. At this time, the first topic put in by the Ministry of Information has been screened on various software on top of the network. If Emperor Qin Shi Huang came back to life, what do you think the first thing he'd do? Make me a great general. He promised me that, and I owe him $50. It should not be false. Upstairs, move back a little. The one standing in front of you now is the champion Marquis of Great Qin, the Grand Marshal of the world's armies and horses. You ask me why? I turned 5,000. Humph. This Qin Wang sword of mine that could come in handy. It cost $500,000 to collect it back then. Image, JPG. Qin Wang Jian. There is 1m6'1". You're faking this glance. Nuts. 1m6'1"? Why don't the old patriarchs just lift me up and shake me, and I'll bite. But you're heavier than the King of Qin's sword. Smiles. What's wrong with being heavier than the King of Qin's sword? It doesn't have my sword. Smiling. The Qin King's sword does not eat. What's wrong with me eating? I'm more of a sword when I'm full. There was a flurry of discussion below, but it ended up being progressively skewed. A heated discussion on who's a better sword, me or the Qin King's sword took place. With the entrance of various topics about Ing Zhang, the entire Dragon Kingdom has begun a national discussion. That the Netherworld has passed away 2,000 years of Qin's fortune. At this moment there is actually a cohesive image. There will be another chapter later. Soon. Begging for catch-up reading, recommendations, and monthly votes. It's been shriveling up the last few days. So support me, brothers, please. In this world, the originally severed dragon vein has even begun to show signs of recovery with the heat of Ing Zhang. This world, with its national fortune and dragon veins, has been silent for hundreds of years. Today, as officials steered the conversation, the 1.3 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom have even shown signs of awakening the dragon vein and even bringing together the national fortune of Great Qin. Once the officials completely fall to Great Qin, I'm afraid that Great Qin's national fortune will immediately be transformed into a dragon. At that time, even without the blessing of the heavenly officials and without home luck, heaven and earth will still not be able to take direct action against Ing Zhang. National Fortune Coalescence? Ing Zhang, who was currently traveling to the Yangtze River with Yan Hui, suddenly froze in place. He actually felt a wishing power gathering, and the Great Qin's national fortune was vaguely cohesive. He hasn't done anything yet. Your Majesty? Yan Hui looked at Ing Zhang, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks, and was a bit puzzled. It's fine. Ing Zhang shook his head, not thinking much about it. It's important to visit all the check-in locations first. The first stop is the Yangtze River, the first longest river in this world. What's the situation? Li Xian. Zhongshan looked to his assistant and asked about the repercussions of the information department driving the topic. We Chinese, we really do have a bloodline that honors our ancestors, especially the old ancestors who have reached number 1 in a certain field. That assistant said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? Zhongshan sniffed. The response is exceptionally high. If we inform that one of the resurrection over right now and that the Dragon Kingdom is going to recognize its ancestor and worship Great Qin, I'm afraid that these people will rush towards Taishan as if they were crazy. The assistant replied. In the end, it's the first emperor. The first emperor between heaven and earth. We human race always like to follow a strong person, especially when this strong person is also our own old ancestor. Zhongshan nodded. He had already expected this to be the case. All get ready. In a few days, I'm afraid the land of the 9 states will change. Joining the Great Qin means fighting against heaven and earth. And fighting means dying. The 9 military regions are now on standby to enter a level 1 state of war readiness. And with the momentum of Great Qin's national fortune manifesting, heaven and earth couldn't sit still again. It's not as if the heavens and earth hadn't produced foreigners in the past, but with the power of heaven and earth, it could be easily suppressed at will. Even if those deviants resisted the thunder tribulation, heaven and earth would revive the sages and deal with them with ease. But it's not the same with Ing Zhang. Hong Kong's fortune is so great that thunderbolts may not come near. The sages are reincarnated, and they directly bow their heads. Now there are even signs of reviving the national dragon vein. But once the Qin once again cohesion of 2000 years ago, that kind of national luck. I'm afraid that heaven and earth no longer have the opportunity to send down the thunder punishment. Above the dome of the sky, there was a calm. And this thoughtless will of heaven and earth seemed to have learned to hide itself. A piece of Xin Huang Qi invisible to all gathered in the dome of the sky. Then it came down with a bang. One by one, the imperial dragon veins gradually awakened, and dragon Qi descended from the sky, landing in the tombs of emperors whose names had been immortalized for ages in various dynasties. Since Xingzheng can't stand in his way, heaven and earth will simply let this world become even more chaotic. First destroy the world, then create it. Heaven and earth are trying to revive these emperors as well, competing for the emperor's Qi and destroying the fortune of Qin. The Chinese people have chosen De Qin, causing Xingzheng's fortune to rise, and De Qin, a country that has already passed away, will blossom once again. But heaven and earth can't sway the choices of the living. Heaven and earth, however, can add choices for the living. A world with limited national fortunes and limited dragon veins. If you unify, I will surely die. Heaven and earth, to create a world of true strife. Successive emperors and the first emperor, contending for supremacy. At this point, at the source of the Yangtze River, Yingzheng and Yan Hui joined hands, stopping in his tracks. Yingzheng's mind sank into the system. Yan Hui stood quietly and looked at Yingzheng suspiciously. He didn't understand why the first emperor had made a special trip to the source of the Yangtze River. Even if Yingzheng wanted to acquire the water transportation of this world, he didn't have to come here personally. Yingzheng didn't pay attention to Yan Hui, who was on the side, and his mind looked at the signing location in the system. Yangtze River, Kunlun, return to the ruins, Terminal Mountain. The mind clicks on the sign-in location of the Yangtze River. Ding, starting to sign in. Please be patient with the host. As a progress bar appeared, Yingzheng mentally exited the system and waited patiently. Yan Hui on the side was even more puzzled. There was nothing special about this place, but if Yingzheng didn't say anything, he wouldn't say much. The two of them stood here in such silence. After a long time had passed, a familiar cold voice came to Yingzheng's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing and successfully acquiring the King's Dao technique. Heavenly Emperor technique. Emperor Sword Taya. As the system's voice fell, an ancient longsword appeared in Yingzheng's hand. Taya sword. The long sword in Yingzheng's hand casually pulled a sword flower, a sword he had once owned. The sword of the emperor is also the sword of the way. Rumor has it that when the emperor holds the sword, even if he has no cultivation, and casually swings out the sword, there will be majestic sword chi shooting, flying sand and stones, covering the sky and the sun, as if there were fierce beasts roaring in it. Taiye used to be the greatest treasure of Chu. After the Qin dynasty swept the Six Kingdoms, this sword became the sword of Yingzheng, the sword of Wei Dao, which contains the overbearing imperial aura of the world's emperors. I didn't expect the rumors to be true, only that I couldn't feel the power of it yet back then. Yingzheng reached out and stroked over the body of the Taiye sword. Back then, he was just an ordinary person, and did not notice what is extraordinary about this sword, and even the imperial tomb did not bring it in. And after the destruction of Great Qin, the whereabouts of this sword is unknown. Unexpectedly, the system sent it back to him today, and now Yingzheng could already feel the massive power in the sword. This sword can be compared to the weapon of the heavenly god. The heavenly king's Dao Qi luck gathered on it as if it was a divine soldier in the hands of an ancient god. It is also the sword of the emperor, and in the hands of Yingzheng, it will exert great power. King's sword Taiye? Yan Hui froze for a moment as he looked at the Taiye sword that suddenly appeared in Yingzheng's hand, then spoke with some uncertainty. He had never seen the Taiya sword, but he could feel the imperial aura contained within it. The only one who could have this kind of power was the legendary emperor's sword. Taiya sword. Not bad. Yingzheng nodded. Yan Hui but even more puzzled. This suddenly pulled out the Taiya sword to do what? Well, he admitted that it was a good sword, but this one didn't seem to need to make a special trip to suddenly show it off in front of him. Teacher said back then is really right. Accompanied by the king like a tiger, the emperor's heart is deep like the sea. Difficult to guess. Yan Hui shook his head helplessly. He, a Confucian sage, rarely could not see through people's hearts. However, Yingzheng's current behavior really confused him immensely. Ignoring Yan Hui's doubts, Yingzheng checked up on another reward. Celestial Empire Law. The collection of 100 ways to write, can absorb 100 ways for their own use? Hegemony is abnormal. Those who practice this method must become the only emperor in heaven and earth, destined to sit as the first person in heaven and earth. If one fails to achieve the position of heavenly emperor, they will die from the backlash of the Gong method, and there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Heavenly Emperor Law. What an overbearing agenda. Yet it suits me just fine. A golden light flashed in Zhang's eyes. Simply put, if you learn this heavenly emperor law, you will die if you don't become a heavenly emperor. And so did he. A natural fit. This is what Zhang currently lacks the most. He was not a cultivator, and he had never practiced any of the 100 schools of thought. Before this, he hadn't thought about any feats, arts, or immortal techniques, nor do they ever specialize in searching for it. Because, as soon as he came into the world, he was the only one on earth. A casual punch was the supreme fist of heaven and earth. A true immortal on earth can't withstand even one of his fingers. So Zhang never considered these things. He was born to be an emperor and returned to be the only one on earth. Even before he became the king of Qin, when he was a hostage in another country, he had never been weak. Can't appreciate the heart of the weak. But now, wanting to take over heaven and earth, it is not too much to say that the world is an enemy. Those ancient gods, the positive gods, sooner or later, they would have to fight with them. His opponents were never these people on earth. This heavenly emperor law just also made up for the shortcoming that he had never cultivated. Feeling the heavenly emperor's law in his mind, Zhang remembered the rewards he had signed up for the last time he was at that Dragon Tiger Mountain. Divine Master Degree. It contained the entire legacy of the Zhangyi Dao, including the Zhangyi League of Mighty Talismans granted by the old monarch back then. With a thought Zhang operated the heavenly emperor law, and that heavenly master degree was instantly absorbed by him. In just an instant, Zhang had learned all the means inherited from the entire Zhangyi Dao for over 1,800 years. Yan Hui fiercely looked at Zhang. In that instant just now, he sensed an extremely domineering aura, as if heaven and earth were absorbing everything. There are quite a lot of secrets on His Majesty. I'm afraid raising corpses back then wasn't that simple, Yan Hui said in his heart. In the past few days, he had long since found out everything about the tomb of the first emperor. Even if Zhang were to raise a corpse out of a coffin, he wouldn't be powerful to this extent. Whether it is a word to invoke the blessing of the heavenly officials, or lift the hand to suppress the true immortal Zhang Jiao, none of this is the kind of strength a zombie can possess. This first emperor had secrets that could turn the world upside down, which was why Yan Hui chose Great Qin, and it was the most important reason. Let's go, sir. After absorbing the entire celestial master degree, Zhang opened his eyes and looked at Yan Hui. Yan Hui nodded and didn't ask more than one question from start to finish. Being a courtier, they Confucians are professionals. The way of being an official has been handed down from the time of Confucius Shang. Golden light appeared on Zhang's body, turning into a golden rainbow that cut through the sky. Yan Hui was stunned at this. Is this a Taoist tactic? Where did Zhang learn this from? No, I should say how it was learned. As the saying goes, different paths do not make for the same purpose. Even if Zhang were a zombie and ascended to the throne of God, the path he took would be the opposite of Taoism. Shouldn't be able to use Taoist tactics for that. Is the beginning emperor really the one that appeared in order to change the heavens and the earth? The corner of Yan Hui's mouth curled into a smile. His choice seemed unusually correct. With that in mind, Yan Hui took a step out, and when Yin transformed into a golden lotus to lift him up, instead of going to other places, Zhang returned directly to Mount Tai. With Yan Hui on board, some plans can change. Yan Hui, as a Confucian saint, is qualified and capable to do something for him. In the middle of Mount Li, Zhang Shan was directing various departments to start coordinating the announcement of the truth about Zhang's recovery. His assistant jogged all the way to Zhang Shan's side. Commander, something's happened over at Taishan. Something's wrong? What is it? Zhang Shan's expression immediately tensed up. There's no such thing as a small matter that can be related to Zhang. Someone has gone to Mount Tai, and it seems to be an old ancestor as well, that assistant said while handing over the tablet in his hand. Zhang Shan hurriedly looked over. Picture. At the foot of Mount Tai, a single, thin figure stood there. Flying snow drifted above the originally clear sky. Snow mixed with light rain. The man stood right at the junction of Tarzan and heaven and earth, dressed as a ranger holding a sword in his left hand. He had neither an umbrella nor a hat, and the melted snow and ice ran down his face and into his neck, and he wore only a very thin shirt. He's waiting for someone, waiting for the one that the whole world is watching. Is this any screening done with the portrait? Zhang Shan looked at the man in the monitor and turned his head to ask. It's been sifted through, and it doesn't match up with the 3 sect ancestors, but the style of clothing on its body seems to date back to the pre-Qin period. The sword he's holding, after checking it out, is crafted in the days of yore, during the Warring States period. In the state of Yen, Zhang Shan frowned and looked carefully at the man holding the sword in the picture. Viewed from the perspective, it did not seem to be strong. Another one to deliver food? Asked Taoist King Suzy and the others. This person seems to have reached the 5th realm of cultivation, a rarity on Earth. Supposedly a certain one's revived old ancestor. that assistant explained. Well, keep an eye on it for now and report back if there are any movements. Once Jiang Shan heard this, he instantly lost interest and directly handed the tablet back to a fifth realm celestial cultivator. This was an existence that one wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. But after these few days of experience, Jiang Shan was on the verge of becoming immune to these so-and-so celestials. The appearance of the first emperor has long since overturned the earthly ceiling. I don't see that the real immortal is still kneeling on the Jade Emperor's peak of Mount Tai. Having seen much stronger existences, Jiang Shan's heart had already slightly looked down on the so-called fifth realm celestials. Well, even if the Dragon Kingdom doesn't even have a celestial strongman, but it doesn't stop him from looking at it. Right in the middle of Kong San's conversation with his assistant, Tarzan, a golden rainbow streaked across the sky, and Ing Zhang's figure appeared above the sky dome. The man at the foot of the mountain instantly caught Ing Zhang's eye. Aha! Someone's blocking the door? Who else dares to block his door in this world? The man's back remained straight, his person was like iron, ice, snow, cold, weariness, labor, and hunger could not bring him to his knees. Stubborn, determined, aloof, indifferent to anything, even to himself. Jingku. Ing Zhang's face held a hint of surprise. This man he recognized, even knew better. In the past, Jingku followed the orders of Yin Daizi Dan and entered Qin to assassinate the king of Qin. This man is Jingku, who assassinated him 2,000 years ago. After failing, he was hacked to death by a random sword. It's been 2,000 years, even he has returned. Ing Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. This will of heaven and earth was truly ridiculous. A failure 2,000 years ago. Put in 2,000 years and it works? The difference between him and Jingku is not even close to describing the gap between them. Qin Wangjung. Jingku raised his head and looked towards Ing Zhang in the sky dome. The person he was waiting for had arrived. Hearing the familiar address, a bright smile appeared on Ing Zhang's face. How long has it been since I've heard it? Qin Wangjung. Before he unified the world, the 6 countries were called so. You shouldn't have come. Since you've relived your life, wouldn't it be better to find a place to hide and enjoy another free life? Ing Zhang looked down on Jingku from above. Yan Hui, who was following behind Ing Zhang, just shook his head and stopped paying attention to Jingku at the bottom of the mountain. Another one to die for the mandate of heaven. Jingku was born to stab you. Talk about getting away with it. Jingku said in a firm tone. He carries too much mission on his back. These missions, all point to one person. The king of Qin, Ing Zhang. Even if he were to live again, he would live for the assassination of Qin. Since his return, he had hoofed it to Taishan. Jingku's life is only for stabbing Qin. As he spoke, the aura on Jingku's body began to climb up. This scene was like Zhang Jiao on that day. Heaven and earth are once again sending someone to break his great Qin's luck. Zhang Jiao failed and Jingku took over his position in mission. These can act as pioneers. Not just anyone is qualified. There's a trait in all of them. Such as Zhang Jiao once pulled off the prelude to chaos and crashed a country's luck. Jingku has assassinated Ing Zhang and has left a strong mark in history. People like them are born into the role of pawns. Important and unimportant. But at least each one is famous and has left a story of its own. Only to stab me? Ing Zhang laughed out loud, as if he had heard some kind of joke. The good mood of today's restoration of the Holy Yanzi into the Great Qin is gone. He was really annoyed with these people. Every one of them is full of great arguments. For this and for that, but they are afraid to admit that they are doing it for themselves and for their own benefit. His desire for power in the world has never been hidden. He dared to say it out loud. I want power. But these people, who always like to wear some pretty clothes, describe working for themselves and for profit as working for the country and for the people. Not as good as Zhang Daoling. At least, Zhang Daoling knew why he suppressed Ing Zhang. Hearing Ing Zhang's laughter, Jingku frowned. This is not a laughing matter. Jingku said with a serious face as he wiped the long sword in his hand. One more time. He won't fail. This time, he doesn't have to kill Ing Zhang. He just needs to start. Let the world see that those who assassinate the Qin will never die before or after. As long as this head is started well, there will be people who are stronger than him and more people who will stand at the foot of this Taishan mountain and ask for the sword of Great Qin. Not funny? You think that you're doing something that's a million times more honorable? You think you're being chivalrous? The smile on Ing Zhang's face didn't half tighten. Naturally, Jingko responded. 2,000 years, and you still don't understand. Ing Zhang shook his head. So what if it's 2,000 years? It's 10,000 years that won't be shaken. There are some sins that cannot be erased by time. In the past when you were the king of Qin, you exterminated humanity, brutalized the people, and did not even spare your own relatives and brothers? How can I, Jingku, who stabbed you, not be worthy of the word chivalrous? Jingku was full of righteousness. He was a chivalrous man. These words made Zhang even more unable to stop scoffing. 2,000 years and you won't open your eyes? Since Qin, which court struggle did not have swords and daggers in it? And which emperor's hands were not stained with blood? With all the fighting and power struggles, if I don't kill people, they kill me. There are many men, but there is only one emperor. Hand-to-hand combat? Such things have been, are, and will never be extinct. This, not your reason for stabbing Qin, is only your excuse, much less the word chivalrous. Looking down at Jingku, Zhang put away his smile. He didn't like to reason, but today, he had to use reason to crush Jingku. You are militaristic, waging wars that have displaced the people of the Six Kingdoms, and the world can never be at peace because of you. Now, and raising corpses to return, and even stirring up the peace of heaven and earth, attempting to subvert heaven and earth. How can I not stab you? Jingku's long sword swung, and for people like him, strength came from conviction. If your faith collapses, your strength is all gone. The teacher has a name that he must keep. Naive. Zhang let out a light laugh. Heaven and earth's elected pawns this time are so disappointing. Not to mention being inferior to Zhang Daoling, even Zhang Jiao was inferior. Zhang Daoling pursued the mandate of heaven, but he had his own reasons. Zhang Jiao asked the great Qin with his life, and all he asked for was the way of his heart and peace. Jingku, on the other hand, still wants to stand on the moral high ground and use naive reasoning to lift himself up on the side of justice. Can this world be peaceful without me? Nowadays, is the world ever really peaceful? Zhang looked in the direction of the west coast, not to mention all the dynasties, but even the last 100 years. Hawk Sauce, Little Sakura, the Eight-Power Alliance, Jingku and Zhang Daoling, both of whom wanted to suppress Great Qin. However, the difference was not small, and he didn't even see it as thoroughly as Zhang Daoling. At least Zhang Daoling has a saying that is right. The sharp edge in the hand, easy to kill. The power is boundless, will engage in corruption. Many soldiers and generals, well armed, do not start a war, do not race to look good? Naive? Jingku frowned. What was this naivety? This was justice. Zhang looked down at this naive warrior and spoke. When a sharp blade is in your hand, you are prone to kill. What country is strong that does not use force against a weak country? What woman is beautiful that is not missed by men? There will be no less war without me in the world. It is precisely because of the absence of me that the wars of the Six Kingdoms were fought for 100 years, and the wars of the later generations were fought for thousands of years. There is no unification, and the world is only chaotic when the countries are divided. That, or your excuse. It was an excuse 2,000 years ago, and it's an excuse today, 2,000 years later. Not the reason for your Jingku stabbing the Qin. Jingku's calm face twitched, and the rising conviction in his heart faltered. If this continued, he would only be weak when he struck his sword. Zhang looked at the slightly flustered Jingku, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smooth smile. These people, their mouths are hard even when they are dead. So he was going to tear Jingku's mouth full of benevolence and morality to shreds while he was still alive. Rip off his crowning garment that was draped over him. In the past assassination of Qin, Yin Prince Dan gave me a mansion. Day into the food, between into the car ride beauty for me to enjoy. Know the favor, should be repaid. Chivalrous man has the grace to repay the grace. Today, heaven and earth have allowed me to return to the world and live another life. How can I not return the favor of rebuilding? In the past, Yin Taizaden was so kind. Today heaven and earth are created again for me. I Jingku when I stab you. Moreover, I am resurrected for the stabbing of Qin. Jingku said with a stiff upper lip. I am not afraid of my status as Zhang. The heavens and the earth also recognized him, otherwise how would they have brought him back to life? The favor of knowing you? I'll count you in for that reason. Zhang nodded. But, it's not a favor to know, it's a favor to keep. Heaven and earth or Yin Tai Ziden. It's like a master keeping a dog, well fed and ready to be let out to bite. But this, is it considered for the people of the world? For the peace of the world, but for self and for profit. I can give you a bigger mansion, more beauties, and a longer life. I want you to go against the sky. Against it or not? Me. Jingku opened his mouth, and the conviction accumulated in his heart to stab Qin gradually began to weaken. The sword in his hand is not sharp. In just a few moments of work, Jingku, who was originally going to rely on his faith in heaven and earth to boost him and take a step across the celestial beings, at this moment, his aura had fallen down again. You chivalrous men, full of benevolence, righteousness and morality for the sake of the world and how noble you make yourselves out to be, are nothing but a bunch of pathetic wretches fighting for fame and glory on the basis of the courage of your own men. The master is so happy to give 2 pieces of meat that he tells you to bite whoever you want, and to put yourself on that moral high ground, labeling yourself as a chivalrous man, tying what you do to the lives of the world. Are you worthy? I want power. I want the world. I want all things to belong to Qin, never under someone else's banner. I, Ing Zhang, want to become the Emperor of Heaven, to dominate all beings. Ing Zhang's voice sounded like thunder in Jing Ke's ears. In the past, you stabbed me for the people of the Six Kingdoms, and you stabbed me for Prince Dan of Yen. When the wind is rustling, the water is cold, and a strong man is gone. He will never return? Do you think you are a chivalrous man? A strong man? A righteous man who enjoys supreme glory? Is the world's people's wish? You're nothing. One character with 19 ways of writing it and not recognizing each other. All of us in 9 states but not in one country. Is this the peace you want in the world? But look at this world today. It should have been unified. You, Jing Ke, are no righteous warrior, much less honorable. 2,000 years, the merits and demerits are left for posterity to evaluate. But the world after 2,000 years recognizes my unification. It is I, who will carve the unification of the world into the bloodline of future generations. With every word from Ing Zhang, the aura on Jing Ke's body weakened. The faith in his heart was even more nearly dissipated. When a division has a name, it's unbeatable, and now that name is gone. He, Jing Ke, is only in it for his own self-interest. Today, you stabbed me for the order of heaven? But what is the mandate of heaven? And what have I done? Have you looked at how the world is changing? No. It's only because heaven and earth brought you back to life that you're here to stab me. If I bring you back to life, will you still stab me? No way. You, Jing Ke, are just a dog without right or wrong, without a soul, only for yourself and for profit. A dog bred by the heavens. As the last word fell, a click came from within Jing Ke's body, followed by the dissipation of all 5 realms of cultivation. It's time for Ing Zhang to come down from the sky and physically rip his mouth off as well. Above the dome of the sky, there were streams of light flashing by, and the rain fell even harder. It seems to be regretting to let Jing Ke act as the second vanguard to open the anti-Qin situation. Now that the situation is not open, it is even more humiliating. It didn't matter if Jing Ke failed originally, his role was to die, but not like this. 2 and 4, 500 words. At the foot of Mount Tai, Jing Ke's hand holding the sword trembled a little. It was as if he had seen his own failure 2,000 years ago. Jing Ke clenched his teeth and gripped his sword, pointing it at Ing Zhang. No matter what you say, you, King of Qin, have brought more riots to the world. You have brought nothing but strife to the world. With a wave of his dragon robe, Ing Zhang said in a loud voice, strife? It is people like you who bring the world into endless strife. What I bring is peace for all ages. It is I who makes the 4 directions submit, and heaven and earth open up. It is I who will end the world's strife and give the people something to eat in the morning and something to eat in the evening. It is I, who has created the country and the family, who has created true peace. 42,000 years, my great Qin has been watched by all and worshipped by posterity. Jing Ke roared out, as if only a loud voice could bring him a hint of strength, a hint of conviction. What they worship is only your power, not the country of great Qin. Is that all you can see? Ing Zhang looked at the nearly frantic Jing Ke and calmly said, do you think that my great Qin will be nothing but a struggle for power and bloodshed in the eyes of future generations? The system set up by great Qin, the foundation of which has been expanded for 1,000 years, is the beginning of the unification of the world? The founder, initiator, and leader of unification, Ing Zhang said while walking towards Jing Ke. If great Qin is really as good as you say, why is it known as the violent Qin? Have you ever seen how the literati wrote about Qin and how they evaluated you? How many are extolling your might? And how many are decrying your harsh brutality? Jing Ke instantly pulled those literati Confucians into his camp, boosting the credibility of what was said. Yan Hui, who has been silent, touched his lips in embarrassment. He didn't say it. He didn't say it. He died before Ing Zhang was born. This little doll is slandering his Confucianism. Ing Zhang let out a light laugh and shook his head. Literati, arguing with their pens and ruling with their mouths. Those people, who have never stood on my level. How to understand the view from my eyes? How dare you judge my accomplishments? How are the 3 kings and 5 emperors better than me? Ing Zhang's voice rose, seemingly questioning. His sleeve cannon waved, and a golden dragon made of national fortune appeared behind him. Virtue is both the 3 emperors, and merit is more than the 5. Above Mount Tai, the voices of 100,000 sharp soldiers broke through the barrier of heaven and earth and resounded through the sky. These people answered Ing Zhang in the most firm tone. The great Qin Shi Huang, overshadowed by the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors. The voice that rose up to the sky shook Jing Ke in place. Ing Zhang also walked up to Jing Ke, raising his right hand. He extended his index finger and pointed it above the tip of the sword. Ding! The long sword trembled and shattered immediately afterward. The sword blade fragments scattered all over the ground, and heaven and earth darkened at this moment. Along with it, Jing Ke's entire chi was shattered. A dog raised by the heavens, how can it be compared to me? How can it dare to bear the burden of assassinating Qin's heavenly order? Ing Zhang withdrew his right hand and carried his hands behind his back, brushing past Jing Ke and taking a step into Mount Tai. And Jing Ke still maintained the posture of raising his hand and holding his sword, even though the sword in his hand had shattered. Only that mouth had become bloody at some point, teeth falling to the ground one by one, and the eyes had lost their vitality. In a single thought, this warrior, who was destined to assassinate Qin, died at the foot of Mount Tai. There wasn't even a chance to get out a sword. Heaven and earth, the second charge, still ended in failure. Even if we can't build up our momentum, the revival of more sages won't be able to shake King Zheng's fundamentals. With no one to lead the way, the sages born across the Dragon Kingdom were like scattered sand. Yan Hui walked past Jing Ke's corpse and just sighed softly. These people have died once and still can't see it. Lixil, Commander, that old ancestor is gone. The aide who had been paying attention to Taishan's movements came to Jiang Shan's side and reported. Well, expected. Jiang Shan nodded. He was not surprised by the result. He'd be surprised if Jing Ke didn't die. That's right. Call Qing Suzi and the others over for a meeting. Jiang Shan commanded. Okay. The aide nodded, then turned to leave. Inside the conference room, Qing Suzi and the others immediately rushed over when they were notified. Just as Jiang Shan walked into the conference room, the crowd couldn't help but open their mouths and ask, is the plan about to go into motion? After all, this was something that had been set in motion before, and now that they were suddenly gathered together, it could only be for this. There was just a meeting up there, and if we were to join Great Qin, then we would inevitably be up against the so-called heaven and earth as well. So, the thinking up there is that we can't do nothing, and we have to show a little bit of good faith. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other a little uncertain. Sincerity? What sincerity can they show? Feats, treasures, and money. People don't look at them for these things even if they are the first emperor. What more sincerity can they come up with? Giving away your own female disciple? Hiss, it's not impossible. It's a way out. Now that the first emperor has been revived, the 3,000 beauties didn't follow. Isn't this an opportunity? The faces of the people became strange, and they began to think about whether their own families had any female disciples of national colors. Knock knock. Jiang Shan looked at the crowd breathlessly and heavily knocked the table twice. The crowd snapped back to their senses and hastened to sit upright and manage their bread expressions. This so-called sincerity is? Although these Dao lineages of ours have been passed down for thousands of years, there really aren't many things that we can take out, and people can't look at them. Qing Suzi opened his mouth. It's not a gift. With that person's strength, what do you want that you don't have? Jiang Shan shook his head and said, that? The crowd was filled with confusion. Not giving anything away? What other sincerity is there? Faith, chi luck. This kind of esoteric, ethereal, yet extremely important thing is also something we can take. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Shan slowly spoke. Didn't I say no gifts? Contemporary crouching tiger Dong Jun scratched his head and said. Jiang Shan's eyes instantly placed on Dong Jun. The serious look made him a bit scared, smiled twice and signaled for Jiang Shan to continue. Some old-timers from the cultivation world organized above have studied it, and what that person lacks the most if he wants to rebuild Great Qin, or even change the heavens and the earth, is chi and faith. We, the Dragon Kingdom, don't have much else, but a lot of people. Also thanks to the foundations laid by the first emperor back then, we have carved the belief in unity into our bones, so we are united enough. The faith of over 1 billion people. This gift is sincere enough, Jiang Shan said as he looked at the crowd present. Sincere enough indeed. This so-called faith fragrance, this is really the only one we can take. Qing Suzi's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. All without. A few days ago that side wanted to gather the old ancestors and fight on Taishan. What can we do? Ma Shan Linchang asked. Cast the idol and preach to the world. It's what you guys do best. It's not hard, is it? Also, since you've decided to join forces with Great Qin, those individual gods that your Taoist sect enshrines should be moved back a bit, so that the first emperor can sit in the incense shrine. Jiang Shan swept his eyes over Qing Suzi and the others, waiting for them to take a stand. If the Dragon Kingdom cooperated with Great Qin, it was bound to be on a united front. In the future, heaven and earth will be the enemies of the Dragon Kingdom, and so will the gods of heaven. No problem. Qing Suzi was the first to stand up and state his position. I, Juanjin, will make a statement first, and within 10 days, I will invite the ancestral dragon idol into the hall. The crowd looked at Qing Suzi, the corners of their mouths twitching. If I remember correctly, 2 days ago you were not this attitude. Ma Shan has no problem. Lin Chang also nodded. In today's situation, where do they have a choice? Jiang Shan appeared to be inquiring. but was actually giving orders. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you all. The information department side will fully cooperate with you all in creating gods and preaching, although that one can already be comparable to a god, or even reach the level of a god. The god-making faith of more than 1 billion people in our dragon kingdom is definitely a big deal. This matter must be completed within half a month. All information dissemination official will push the flow. In short, do it before we officially announce our cooperation with Great Qin. Zhang Shan banged the table and finalized the matter. Here's the second thing. Xie, it's a mysterious thing. I don't know about cultivation, but I understand that it can't be disconnected from people either. The top has studied it, and it might have something to do with the size of the country as well. So there will be a certain amount of action in the near future by the Dragon Kingdom's military. This matter will be handled by someone from above. You guys notify the gatekeepers and just cooperate. Zhang Shan took out a document as he spoke. He didn't tell the people present exactly how to do it. Even he didn't know the detailed plan. But the people in the room understood that I'm afraid this involves a national war. There are only so many frontiers. If you want more then you have to fight. They're not sleepy at the mention of it. The first emperor was an old ancestor. They couldn't do it. But Sakura next to her is still a casualty? The last thing is those old ancestors who were resurrected. Or reincarnated. Zhang Shan ignored the speculations of the crowd and continued. These people, in the end, are their own people. Do you all understand what I mean? The crowd nodded slightly hesitantly at the words. Qin Shi Huang, on the other hand, spoke directly. What does the above mean? To recruit? Not bad. Zhang Shan startled the crowd with a slap on the table. Since we're on our own, there's something to talk about. The Fuxing sage Yanzi can even join Great Qin. Why can't they? We're all Chinese. What's the point of fighting? If you want to fight, fight outsiders. As long as we can communicate, we can pull them through. After all, if we cooperate with Great Qin, we will definitely end up facing off against the gods. And all these old ancestors are our human race's fighting force. Listening to Zhang Shan's words, the crowd nodded. After this position has shifted, the mindset has to follow suit. Everyone switched sides now. The old grandfathers have to be brought over with them. In that case, let's start with Ancestor Lu. After all, he's your old ancestor. You'll go and talk about it. No problem, right? Zhang Shan looked at Qing Suzi and said, I try. Qing Suzi was slightly out of breath. Lu Zua. He is one of the 5 ancestors. He is a junior who has not even entered the Jindan. What to talk about? Self-employed family member. A bit of a bottom. Zhang Shan said as he patted Qing Suzi's shoulder. Okay. Qing Suzi gritted his teeth and nodded in response. For the rest of the old ancestors, we will ascertain their identities as soon as possible and then arrange for the descendants close to them to go over. Fight to pull them all over. Zhang Shan clapped his hands. He was still very good when it came to thought transformation. In the past day or two, the angle of departure of his plan changed to Great Qin. There's no way around it. It's a stronger form than a human being. The county officials are not as good as the current ones. You are powerful in heaven and earth, and the ancient gods are powerful, but the first emperor is right in front of you, and he can overthrow the 9 states with a slap of his hand. What to do? As powerful as heaven and earth were, they couldn't give Zhang Shan an ounce of security. Didn't you see the first 2? They're all out of action. Yan Zi, the sage of restoration, was directly enrolled in the Great Qin. They don't have a choice. Alright, the meeting is adjourned. Taoist master act as soon as possible. Zhang Shan clapped his hands and dismissed the meeting, while instructing Qing Suzi to return to the final mountain immediately. Mount Tai, on the top of the Jade Emperor. Yan Hui and Ying Zhang sat opposite each other. Your Majesty, you want to take the 5 fortunes of the world? Yan Hui looked at Ying Zhang in amazement. That shouldn't be too hard for you, sir. Ying Zhang nodded and said. He returned to Taishan directly with Yan Hui halfway through. And apart from bringing Yan Hui over to give the 100,000 sharpshooters a chance to mix things up, it was to put this Confucian sage to good use. A Confucian saint is too condescending to carry around. Right now, he needed to go to all parts of the 9 states to get his rewards. And this matter of capturing the 5 luck naturally fell on Yan Hui's head. It is indeed not difficult to plot the 5 fortunes. What is difficult is to take the core of them and create the 5 elements of qi in a raw manner. Yan Hui spoke. The 5 fortunes of the world, the core of which lies in heaven and earth. Your Majesty can only completely obtain the 5 fortunes by seizing the entire world. Otherwise you can only intercept a portion of it. A part of it is enough. Ying Zhang laughed. I have already thought about it. Starting with the 5 mountains, Mount Tai is already in the bag. The next is Mount Hua, Mount Hung, Mount Song, and Mount Hung. Take the 5 mountains, and intercept the earth movement. Reintroduce the Yangtze and Yellow rivers and intercept water transportation. When the 5 fortunes are all there, even if the gods of heaven come down to see me, they will also enter the heavens above. Ing Zhang looked up at the sky, reviving the sages or not, thunderbolt punishment or not. The true battle power of heaven and earth were the gods that were transported out by those rules of authority. 365 positive gods, unknown ancient gods, and the legendary heavenly court. On earth, he can turn his hand to the clouds and turn his hand to the rain, but above the heavenly court, there are countless true immortals, positive gods everywhere, and ancient gods suppressing all parties. Now that they can't get down, due to the fact that Hong Luck is in the sky, heaven and earth have no way to force down a thunderbolt. This was the only time for Ing Zhang to develop. Your Majesty has entrusted me with a task. Zi Yuan will do his best. Yan Hui accepted the task with an arch. It wasn't hard for him. Ing Zhang is the only one on earth. He, Yan Hui, can also be called the second in the world. If the first emperor does not come out, he, the Confucian saint, will be able to suppress the world with a single word. Thank you, sir. 100,000 sharp soldiers on the mountain are at your disposal. I don't care how to do it. I just need the result. Can it be done in January? Ing Zhang said. May. Yan nodded. It only took the two of them a quarter of an hour to finalize their plan to capture the 5 luck. The whole thing did not put heaven and earth in its eyes, but it is also true that the world's sole ruler, Ing Zhang, and the Confucian sage, Yan Hui, the two most capable fighters in this world get together. And who can stand in the way of what they want? On the final mountain, King Suzy Dog sneakily picks at the doorway, looking at the little Taoist boy sweeping the floor in the courtyard. It took a long time before taking a deep breath and adjusting the smile on his face as he pushed the door and stepped inside. Old ancestor, do you want the avenue or not? My junior, Xiao Su, has come specially to give you a road to prosperity, straight to the immortals. In the courtyard, Lu Zhu, who was sweeping the air, gave a start at the words. He then ignored Qing Huazi and continued to sweep the empty floor tiles with his broom. Old ancestor? Qing Suzi tiptoed over to Ancestor Lu. This was the first time he had come into contact with the old ancestor, and ever since Lu Dongbin's awakening, the entire Chuanjin had been given a death order not to come to this courtyard. Seeing that Lu Dongbin had been silent, King Suzi hesitated for a moment, and with a solemn face, he bowed his head and said, Disciple King Suzi, the 67th generation of the All-Truth Religion's patriarch, pays his respects to Ancestor Lu. There's no need to perform this great honor. The poor Taoist is just a Taoist boy sweeping the ground. Lu Dongbin glanced at Qingxiu Zi and muttered in his heart. This guy isn't here to ask him to come out against the first emperor, is he? That's not acceptable. He's just a little Taoist boy sweeping the floor of the Chuanjin sect at Zhongnan Mountain. Zhang Jiao, that true wonderland on earth, is still kneeling at the Jade Emperor's peak. If it was only like this, he would still dare to touch it. After all, his reputation as the pure young sword immortal of Lu Dongbin was not blown out of proportion. But the restoration of the holy Yanzi have joined the great Qin. Touch a hair I touch. Honestly sweep the floor is not good. That, disciple came over to disturb this time, because I want to ask you to. When Qing Suzi's words reached his mouth, before he could say anything, a mouthful of yellow mud flew out of nowhere and was stuffed into his mouth, blocking the latter words. Without waiting for Qing Suzi to react, Lu Dongbin swung the broom in his hand and directly swept Qing Suzi out of the door. Fortunately, Poverty Road reacted quickly. Lu Dongbin let out a long sigh of relief. This descendant, indeed, had come to ask him to come out to deal with the first emperor, the infinite heavenly father. And don't look at how terrifying that one is. Zhang Jiao, that true wonderland on earth, is still kneeling at the Jade Emperor's peak. If it was only like this, he would still dare to touch it. After all, his reputation as the pure young sword immortal of Lu Dongbin was not blown out of proportion. But the restoration of the holy Yanzi have joined the great Qin. Touch a hair I touch. Honestly sweep the floor is not good. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have let the kid get the latter words out. It would be embarrassing for him, the old patriarch, when the time came. You can't say you're afraid to go. Outside the door, Qing Suzi was lying on all fours on the ground with a mouthful of yellow mud in his mouth. Bah! 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 Qing Suzi spat out the yellow mud and looked towards the small courtyard with a face full of confusion. It's not that this old ancestor does not speak of martial virtue. His words have not yet been said. Directly a mouthful of yellow mud seal. What about this? Is Lu Zhu so righteous? Have to go and touch base with that one? Qing Suzi muttered under his breath. In his opinion, if Lu Dongbin acted like this, it meant that he didn't want to accept the recruitment and had to go and touch Ing Zhang. Otherwise it wouldn't have just sealed his mouth before the words came out. What can be done about this? Qing Suzi's face was filled with sorrow. Kang San is the one who told him that he must finish the mission. The whole good start. How about the above? Qing Suzi was not too worried. What he was worried about was whether Ing Zhang would take it out on them when this Lu Zhu went to Taishan. After all, Lu Dongbin went out from the final mountain. No. We must persuade this old ancestor. A trace of determination flashed in Qing Suzi's eyes. Getting up from the ground, Qing Suzi took a deep breath and walked towards the small courtyard. He is not afraid to annoy Lu Dongbin. After all, the old ancestor of his own family always will not get him killed. If the Taishan one starts a fire, they are afraid that Zhongnan Mountain will be the same as Lunghu Mountain, directly razed to the ground. That, oh old ancestor, I mean. Another ball of sludge shot out and hit Qing Suzi right in the mouth. Woo. Qing Suzi's eyes widened as he struggled to speak, but immediately after a gust of wind hit him, blowing him directly hundreds of meters away and almost falling directly off the terminal mountain. Ugh, no, vomit. There's in the mud. Qing Suzi climbed up from the ground and hurriedly bent down to clasp his throat. Straightening up, Qing Suzi looked towards the gate of the small courtyard with palpitations. To be honest, he's scared. It's playful, and who knows if next time they'll just seal it with fecal water. In the courtyard, Lu Dongbin looked at the gate, muttering under his breath, shouldn't dare to come back. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qing Suzi's voice resounded once again outside the door. Oh old ancestor, Lu Dongbin's face darkened as he raised his hand, and a black, unknown object flew into Qing Suzi's mouth. Immediately after that, the broom in his hand spun, and Qing Suzi once again flew backwards. How did this junior with no eyesight become the sect leader? Lu Dongbin muttered under his breath, turned around, and continued sweeping the floor. Old ancestors. Lu Dongbin, Delta, / What the? I'm your ancestor and you have to push me to my death, right? Huffing and puffing, Lu Dongbin walked to the gate and pulled it open. Old Qing Suzi's eyes lit up, and he was about to open his mouth when he saw Lu Dongbin grabbing in the air, directly holding a ball of black mud, and ruthlessly stuffing it into his mouth. A wide smile appeared on his face, and he kicked Qing Suzi under his puzzled and bewildered eyes. Old ancestor, I'll be back. Above the sky, Qing Suzi's voice came back, causing the smile on Lu Dongbin's face to freeze. At the bottom of the terminal mountain, Qing Suzi fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! I've got these old bones. Getting up from the ground, Qing Suzi held his waist and tasted the black mud in his mouth. Well, the black mud from the lotus pond in the back of the mountain is this flavor. Positive. Ba Buddha. This monk, may I ask if this is the final mountain? At this time a slightly childish voice came out. Qing Suzi turned his head to look, only to see a childlike little sannyasin standing not far away with a compassionate look on his face. Which temple ran out of a doll? Qing Suzi scratched his head. Were there any Buddhist temples near the final mountain? That bald-ass dares to plant a flag in his Chuanjian sect's territory. Dare I ask the monk, is this place the terminal mountain? That little Sanya continued to ask. Yes. In which temple do you dolls practice? Who is the abbot? What is the purpose of coming to my terminal mountain? Qing Suzi asked. Thank you for your explanation. Poor monk Jinshan Temple. Xuanzong, come to terminal mountain to seek a fellow monk. After that little monk finished speaking, he lifted his feet and walked towards the mountain. With a single step, this little shaman's figure instantly appeared at the top of the terminal mountain. Jinshan Temple? Didn't we let that one exterminate us? No, the Golden Mountain Temple doesn't accept dolls. Xuanzong. King Suzi stared wide-eyed, and when he looked up again, he had already disappeared. Xuanzong's figure. Xuanzong, the Tripitaka. He was also known as the Tang Sanzang because he was a high priest of the Great Tang Dynasty. It is also among the legendary biographies of later generations. The Tang monk, come to seek fellow travelers. It can't be that you're here to find Ancestor Lu to unite and suppress the ancestral dragon, right? It's bad. Qing Suzi's face changed drastically and he panicked and ran towards the mountain. This terminal mountain can be called by Venerable Master Xuanzang as a fellow traveler? There is only one Lu Zhu. Both of them are old ancestors who are awakened because of heaven and earth, and when they meet together, they are not discussing the matter of the first emperor. Qing Suzi ran towards the top of the mountain while taking out his cell phone to notify Jiang Shan. At this time, at the foot of Mount Tai, Ing Zheng had already explained everything, and Yan Hui, the newly promoted Prime Minister of Great Qin, would take care of everything. Now, he only needed to go and retrieve all the sign-in rewards without worry. Well, Terminal Mountain. Ing Zheng looked at the many signing locations and randomly chose Terminal Mountain, and with a single movement of his body, he disappeared into thin air. Lixil, Jiang Shan, who was methodically directing the work, received a call from Qing Suzi. Hey, Daoist, Don. Jiang Shan had a smile on his face. All the preparations for the job were going well. Now it was just a matter of recruiting these old ancestors. Something big has happened. Venerable Xuanzang has come to Terminal Mountain. It's that Tang Sanzang, a top Buddhist powerhouse. Looks like he's here to find Lu Zhu. I guess he's gathering to move to Taishan. Saishuko's breathless voice came over the phone. The smile on Jiang Shan's face instantly tightened. What's the situation? Does this one know Lu Zhu? Not from the same era, are they? Jiang Shan was similarly filled with questions. Never heard of these two crossing paths. Now is the time to say this well. Who knows whether they recognize? The important thing is that Lu Zhu's old man seems to be determined to carry out the mandate of heaven. Now Xuanzang master. I cannot stop it even more. Qingshu Zi in the final South Mountain road sprinting. He would like to fly, but just that fall is too hard. Lu Zhu's kick almost gave him real air kick scattered. Now can still run is not bad. In this case, you stabilize these two first. I'll contact the people from the Buddhist sect and go over to support you now. By the way, which temple is Venerable Xuanzang's ancestor? I'll look for his descendants to persuade them. Jiang Shan said with a rapid speech. No matter what, looking for this Xuanzang Venerable's descendant to go over. There is always a little bit of love, right? On the other end of the phone, the corners of Qing Shi Huang's mouth twitched at the words, and he didn't say anything. Hello? Hello? Jiang Shan exclaimed with a frown on his face. Golden Mountain Temple. Qing Shi Huang said helplessly. Ginger Hill. All right, there's no need to look for it. There's no offspring. Jinshan Temple was directly exterminated by that one. It was no wonder that this great master was so anxious to travel directly to the terminal mountain to pull together a gang. It was the only old ancestor who had taken the initiative to assemble now. It's because your own sect was destroyed by the first emperor. This is hard to do. Jiang Shan rubbed his temples. This was not easy to persuade. You give away backwards. Qing Shi Huang's voice came out. He was about to reach the top of the mountain here. Wait, let me think. Jiang Shan closed his eyes and thought. Commander, there's a situation. At this time, Jiang Shan's assistant also ran over in a hurry. Later, Jiang Shan waved his hand. He was thinking about something. Oh, the aide blinked and stepped aside to wait quietly. In that case, there are 2 garrison regiments near the terminal mountain. I'll transfer them there. In a word, if they dare to come down, then fight. Jiang Shan said in a strong tone. It was time to show these old ancestors where the Dragon Kingdom stood. It also released a signal with the rest of the old ancestors who had yet to show up. The Dragon Kingdom does not believe in providence. Hearing Jiang Shan's strong words, Qing Shi Huang froze. Not fighting. Can't beat it. Qing Shi Huang tone weakly said. Even if you transferred 2 divisions, you wouldn't necessarily be able to these 2 old ancestors. Who are those 2 on the hill? A Taoist pure yang sword immortal, whose strength has long been rumored to have surpassed that of the ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling, and is directly approaching the immortal realm, but for unknown reasons, has never ascended. The other, Venerable Xuanzang. This one doesn't need to be told, either. That folktale is all over the place. Can't do it? Jiang Shan frowned. Can't do it. You forget that we may not even be able to do it with those old ancestors of the Earth Palace, let alone these 2. Well, Jiang Shan frowned slightly. Used to seeing Ying Zhang strike, these old ancestors were infinitely weakened in his mind. It even feels like immortals are just that. But that's because their opponent is Ying Zhang. Singled out. These old ancestors were also terrifying to the extreme. Do it even if you can't do it. And scare them. Show them the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom. I just don't believe that they really don't have the slightest concern about going against the beings. Jiang Shan slapped the table and said, these old ancestors are not Ying Zhang. Strong is strong, but that patriarch of Taishan is so much stronger than them. Okay. Qing Shi Huang nodded and hung up the phone. What were you going to say just now? Kong San asked, looking to his assistant. Oh, that's the one who came down the mountain again. The assistant who was fuming came back to his senses and walked over to Jiang Shan with the tablet to report. Down the mountain? Didn't you just go back? Did you surmise where you were going? Jiang Shan asked as he took the tablet with some confusion and looked at the satellite surveillance image on it. The satellite couldn't take a picture of Ying Zhang, and could only show a black shadow, but it was enough for them to determine whether Ying Zhang had descended from the mountain or not. Based on the direction of departure, and the presumed route of travel, it should be the terminal mountain. The assistant replied. Oh, Terminalia. Terminal mountain. Jiang Shan's eyes widened as his voice abruptly rose. It can't be that coincidental? It's not certain. It's just speculation. After all, this one's whereabouts can only be roughly speculated. Who knows where the beginning emperor will go? That assistant was a bit surprised by Jiang Shan's reaction, but still opened his mouth to explain. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Shan tossed the tablet aside and hurriedly took out his phone to call Qing Shi Huang back. You told me to wait first. The assistant was slightly aggravated. He had run over in a hurry at first. The top of the terminal mountain. Outside the small courtyard. Xuanzang, now only a childlike figure, walked up to the gate. You mother asterisk 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 are done. Come again and really give you a mouthful of and poison you dumb. Lu Dongbin's impatient voice came from the courtyard. In his heart, he thought, this generation of Chuanjian sect leader, his brain was kicked by a donkey. Xuanzang outside the door froze in place for a moment. Ha? Is this Taoist ancestor so grumpy? Amitabha Buddha. Why do you say such a thing? Monks? The young monk is just visiting for the first time. What actions have annoyed the mister? Xuanzang knocked politely on the door and then spoke. Monk? The gate opened and Lu Dongbin's face sank. It's not that he doesn't like monks. Bah! It's not that he hates monks. Rather, this little monk had the same chi as him. Like him, he looks small and unassuming, but is actually an old monster. Such a person came to the door because of what else but the one from Tarzan. Poor monk Xuanzang meets fellow Taoist Lu. No! Bang! The gate closed tightly in an instant. Xuanzang? Immeasurable heavenly father. Great master Xuanzang. Ah! It's a pity that it doesn't hang. It can't that one. Lu Dongbin shook his head. Xuanzang great master he has heard of. But unfortunately, the one in Taishan is too much. Not something they can deal with. Outside the door today, if there were 100 existences like Xuanzang standing there, he would be able to consider it. Just one. Then it's better to pull back. With that in mind, Lu Dongbin picked up his broom, humming a tune I heard some time ago from a couple of Quanjin priests. Be a Moro. Be a dashing drop of Moro. Mingle and dabble and dump their big sinuses at the same time. Outside the door, Xuanzang was a bit helpless as he listened to the song coming from inside, then continued to knock on the door and said, Fellow Daoist, all of us are able to recover the memories of our past lives because of karma. If the ancestral dragon is not removed, the world will be in danger. The scene at the Temple of the Golden Mountain may be repeated elsewhere at any time. My Buddha is compassionate and universal, so I hope that you will put aside the fight between the Buddha's path and work together to defend the enemy. Inside the courtyard, Lu Dongbin did not take care of Xuanzang, only the mouth humming the tune. The sound is bigger. Be a moron, be a sober moron, realize that if you're not enough, you're only a smith. That was his answer. Xuanzang, is this the state of mind of the Taoists? All of them? Already so far ahead of his Buddhist sect? At this time, Qing Suzi had also finally climbed to the top of the mountain. Exhausted. Exhausted Master Dao. Qing Suzi gasped. Then not daring to stop for a moment, he hurriedly ran towards the gate. Perhaps the lesson of the earlier yellow clay seal was remembered. This time, before he even reached the door, King Guizi shouted out, Ancestor Lu, that old ancestor from Taishan is coming over. Inside the courtyard, LV Dongbin, who was humming a tune and sweeping the ground, instantly winced and the broom in his hand suddenly snapped. I just want to be a minion. The song stopped too. He couldn't hum it anymore. The dome of the sky was shrouded in a metaphysical color at this moment. The sky and the earth were pitch black, and a silhouette of a man stood above the void, as if he were the lord of the earth overlooking the world. Ying Zhang also fell with Qing Suzi's voice, just as he arrived at the terminal mountain. Perhaps sensing the massive pressure, Qing Suzi stopped in his tracks and stiffly turned around to look up at the sky. It's over. Qing Suzi's heart trembled when he saw that figure above the sky dome. This one is really coming to his final mountain. No, he is a small terminal mountain. What virtue can make this personally come to a trip? Ah. What do you want? Open a mouth. King Suzi absolutely hands to give. Ah. The old ancestor won't be slapped to death. Qing Suzi twisted his head to look at the small courtyard. The timing of this patriarch's arrival is too coincidental. I just happened to run into two old ancestors joint. What to do? The first emperor. In front of the gate of the small courtyard, Xuanzang was like an enemy, his eyes staring at Ying Zhang above the sky dome. How could he not expect to run into Ying Zhang at the terminal mountain? Didn't you say this one stayed at Tarzan all the time? Now here is only me and fellow Taoist Lu. Xuanzang's face was slightly bitter. He wasn't stupid, or he wouldn't have come to Lu Dongbin to join forces. Xuanzang recognized himself and understood that with Ying Zhang's strength of killing true immortals with a snap of his fingers, he was no match at all, even if he pulled on Lu Dongbin. In its original conception, even if Ying Zhang was strong, and he had united all the ancestors of the entire world's revival, it was not like he did not have the power to fight. Heaven and earth revived the sages before and after adding up the fear of 100. And how can they touch this emperor? But now, it's too soon to meet. There's only two of them on his side. Immeasurable heavenly father. How did this one come to Terminal Mountain? He didn't come to find old Taoist me, did he? Shouldn't be. That's that little bald donkey outside the door to attract? Inside the courtyard, Lu Dongbin nervously swallowed his saliva. He can do nothing. Can't see him. He's just a sweeper of the floor? A time above the mountaintop Xuanzang 3 people, as if they were immobilized, not moving at all. The three of them each stood at their own point and just nervously watched Ing Zheng on the dome of the sky. No one dared to talk and converse, let alone engage in any small talk. And above the vault of heaven, Ing Zheng didn't pay any attention to the people below, or even to Xuanzang and Lu Dongbin at all. He's here, purely to sign in. System, sign in. Ing Zheng said softly. Ding, the system is signing in. Please be patient with the host. The familiar progress bar appeared, and Ing Zheng waited patiently, taking the time to sweep the terminal mountain below him. He then noticed Xuanzang and the others. The eyes swept over and finally rested on Xuanzang. Buddha nature? This little monk is a true Buddha? Ing Zheng was slightly surprised that he saw Buddha nature in Xuanzang. Buddha nature is the same as divinity in general, and only those who have reached this realm can derive it from their bodies. As in the case of Ing Zheng, after his ascension to godhood, divine nature had already been born within his body. And the fact that this little monk below possessed the Buddha nature in his body meant that this little monk, who didn't look like much, was a true Buddha, like a Taoist true immortal, Taoist true immortals, Buddhist photos, and Confucian saints. After practicing the 5 realms, the 6th realm achieved by the 3 teachings varies. Among them, the Confucian saints are the most capable of fighting, but have the shortest life expectancy. Not seeing Yan Hui hiccuped at 30. God, on the other hand, is not a realm, it is the mastery of authority, or the absolute leader in a certain field. Xuanzang possessed the Buddha nature, which was the actual Buddha who had ascended to the upper realm. This little monk was not a sage who had awakened the memories of his past life, nor was he resurrected by heaven and earth. It was transmogrified from above. Interesting. The corners of Ing Zheng's mouth hooked up into a smile, his eyes glued to Xuanzang below. If it was just a Buddha, it wouldn't have caused Ing Zheng to be so concerned. True immortals he could not kill with a snap of his fingers. So what could a Buddha do? He cared about Xuanzang being able to transmigrate down from the upper realms. Is that okay for all the rest of the gods and Buddhas? Is the heaven and earth found the empty can let the gods and Buddhas transmigrate down to the world? Just do not know those ancient gods cannot transmigrate down to the world. Ing Zheng stared at the Xuanzang below. His mouth murmured, if it is really like what he thinks, the time of the full-scale war between Great Qin and heaven and earth is going to be advanced. His progress is going to be accelerated. Heaven and earth cover the 3 realms in 10 directions, and each of the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man are not connected. Normally, the people up there can't get down. This is why heaven and earth, up until now, have only used the human race to suppress him, Ing Zheng. Instead, they had directly sent out a sky full of gods and Buddhas as well as those terrifying ancient gods. And now there is the example of Xuanzang. It means that the gods and Buddhas of the full heaven have the means to break the barrier and transmigrate their true bodies to the lower realms. If they were just ordinary immortal gods and Buddhas, Ing Zheng would be able to kill as many of them as he could. Kill no more immortal gods and Buddhas who dare to descend to the lower realms. But that counted 365 positive gods, as well as an unknown number of ancient gods could not be the same. These gods were, in the end, the powers of heaven and earth incarnated, and were the existence of rulers in their respective domains, in charge of the rules of heaven and earth. He was confident, but not conceited. Against a positive god, he was confident that he wouldn't be half as weak. But if it was an ancient god then there was no telling. It's time to get all the signing rewards in hand as soon as possible. Ing Zheng muttered to himself under his breath. Not only the rewards, but the Chi-Luck program on Yan Hui's side should also be accelerated. Above the summit, Xuanzang and the 3 of them didn't know what Ing Zheng was thinking, and as Ing Zheng's eyes swept over, the 3 of them immediately felt a tightening in their hearts. Qing Suzi directly lowered his head, not daring to meet Ing Zheng's eyes, and then tiptoed towards the path down the mountain. Those who can stay on top of this mountain are all big shots. Who does he, Qing Suzi, count as? In case these 3 add up, the aftermath of the battle could break his soul. Out of the division, can never fight. Fight also do not hit me, King Suzi muttered in his mouth. The movement of the feet is not slow. A smoke down the mountain top, watching from afar. In this situation, what else could he do if he didn't run? In the small courtyard, Lu Dongbin stood blankly holding the broom that was broken into 2 sections. The first emperor has come to the door. What should he do? To fight or not to fight? It's better to sweep the floor. Looking down at the broom in his hand, Lu Dongbin pretended as if nothing had happened and mechanically repeated his previous actions. To be honest, he, Lu Dongbin, was at least a Taoist sect ancestor, and he wasn't a wimp. Back then, he was also a great power who flew a sword into the sea and beheaded a dragon. However, facing Ing Zheng, he really couldn't bring himself to fight to the death, because there was no reason why he had to face Ing Zheng. So far, this first emperor doesn't want to destroy the world. What did he do? He just robbed you of 2 plots of land. What's it got to do with Lu Dongbin? Although the corpse is raised out of the coffin, but people have wisdom and memory, and even seems to have become a god. Even if it is said to rebuild the great Qin, people have not harmed the ordinary people. Dynasties change, doesn't that happen all the time? What's the point of him fighting in this situation? If Zhang is really that kind of demon, then he Lu Dongbin no two words, dry, but the big deal is just a death. But people aren't fighting back and forth. It's not just heaven and earth wanting to fight for the majesty of heaven's order. TSK, this kind of thing wanting to let the Taoist master get killed, will not be possible. Lu Dongbin lowered his head, while sweeping the ground while murmuring, well, today he's blind and deaf, and what's happening on this terminal mountain? He doesn't make it. What Zhang? Xuanzang? I don't know. In this way, the three people on the top of the mountain, only Xuanzang a heart still carry. LV Dongbin pretended to be deaf and dumb, and King Suzy slipped away. Instead, he, the outsider, was like an enemy. What is he looking at? Xuanzang's heart was getting nervous. What was this first emperor staring at him all the time? You don't do anything. You just watch? The pressure of Zhang's gaze was not something that an ordinary person could carry. Even with Xuanzang's heart, he had reached his limit at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Xuanzang took the lead to open his mouth. Ba Buddha. Poor monk Xuanzang. By heaven's order to go down to the world to set things right. Universal suffering. However, the chaos of heaven and earth is all on your majesty alone, and I happen to meet it today. Then please ask the first emperor to return to the imperial tomb, and return clarity to heaven and earth. Inside the small courtyard, Lu Dongbin, who was pretending to be deaf and dumb, couldn't help but pause for a moment when he heard this, and his eyes glanced down at the door with slight admiration. Not bad for the venerable Sanzo. He's so brave. Thank you for the reward. I wish you 1,000 miles a day to meet the sales. 2 sleeves of clean sitting high official, 3 sails and 5 leaps to create a big business. 4 seasons of wealth and wealth wide. 5 lakes and all over the world to make friends with your friends. And 6 big good luck to earn more money. In the sky dome, Zhang helplessly shook his head. He was tired of hearing that. He didn't even bother to take care of Xuanzang, and his mind kept focusing on the progress of the system signing in. Do you really think that anyone can talk to him? One by one. Nothing to run right up against him yet. What's your class? What's my status? Glancing at Xuanzang below, Zhang didn't even bother to say a word back. He was tired of talking to these people and concentrated on waiting for the end of the signing. A tiny Buddha, when you look at the earth, is really considered to be at the ceiling level, but in front of him, it really wasn't enough. On the top of the mountain, in front of the door of the small courtyard, Xuanzang stood in place somewhat awkwardly, not knowing what to do. No, say something back. It's embarrassing for him to stand here like this. Don't we always have to put in a couple of words before this fight starts? Zhang Jiao in the beginning, Jing Ku later. You're all for this, not for me? I Xuanzang, the Tang Sanzang, I'm more qualified than those two. If this is rumored, others will think that he Xuanzang is not as good as Jing Ku. Xuanzang hand holding the Buddha beads, for a moment actually do not know what to do. Directly on? It's not good, is it? It's the least we can do to respect each other. Moreover, looking at Zhang's reaction, it seemed that he wasn't coming at them, didn't give a damn about him. If he had just held back more, he might have been fine. A little impatience goes a long way. But now, the words have been put out. We can't act as if nothing has happened. Inside the small courtyard, Lu Dongbin had a strange expression on his face, that wanted to laugh and was harmfully holding it back. He thought about all the pain he had suffered in his life, but he couldn't stop trying to laugh out loud. Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Hold back. Hold back. Lu Dongbin took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his expression. TSK, Venerable Sanzang has a reputation for being a great man. Lu Dongbin murmured with suppressed laughter. You treat people like opponents. They treat you like, one by one. They all want to fulfill their heavenly destiny, and they don't even look at themselves to see if they're good enough to go against Zhang. From the time of this emperor's resurrection to the present day, they are the ones who have come to the door, but they have done nothing, and they have completely ignored them. I'm guessing I'm annoyed by it now. While Xuanzang and Lu Dongbin had different thoughts, Zhang was only concerned with his own progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and completing, and obtaining the rewards. Martial Way Stone Tablet X1, the Holy Code of Martial Way. A familiar voice rang out, and Zhang raised an eyebrow, quickly checking up on the rewards. Wudao Stone Tablet, one of the 3,000 avenues. The establishment of this monument. The practice of Wudao can be materialized in heaven and earth. Mortal martial arts can be Wu into the road. Fist shaking heaven and earth. Looking at the reward introduction, a golden light bloomed in Zhang's eyes. One of the 3,000 paths. What is the Great Tao? If you step on it, you can ride the wind and go straight to the pinnacle of the Tao. And the road at the end of cultivation can be called the Great Tao. On Earth today, there are only 3 ways. Rouge Tao monks, those so-called martial artists, not to mention shaking up the world with their fists, can only ordinary people. If Zheng had erected this monument, the path of a martial artist would have ridden the wind to the end of cultivation. A punch that moved mountains and shook heaven and earth was no longer empty talk. Martial artists, too, are qualified to practice. Once Zheng set up this monument to create the way of Wushu, it would not be too much to call him the ancestor of Wushu. After all, if you set up a great road, you can become the originator of a road like the Taoist ancestor and the Buddha. This is something that is extremely precious to both heaven and earth. Of course, such a false name as martial ancestor was nothing to Zheng. He was the first emperor, no worse than this martial ancestor and Tao ancestor. And the other reward, the sacred code of martial arts. It brings together 1,000 worlds, where the essence of martial arts lies, combined with the martial way stone tablet. Zheng will be able to preach to the world. Terminal Mountain. It's not a mistake. A hint of a smile appeared on Zheng's face. These 2 items were enough for him to raise the overall level of the entire earthly realm by countless notches. When he returns to Taishan, he will set up this monument, and then everyone who enters his great Qin will be able to step into the way of Wushu and enter the way with Wushu. The martial artists of the world, that shall not smell the odor and come to join. There weren't many people in the strangely revived Dragon Kingdom, where cultivation required qualifications. But those martial artists who are not qualified enough and can only practice martial arts for self-defense, that's too many. These people, in the absence of martial arts in heaven and earth, can't practice anything famous. But when you enter the Great Qin, it's a different story, and you're flying high. With that in mind, Zheng turned around and wanted to leave the final mountain and quickly start planning. Xuanzang? No buddy, you really take me for granted. Xuanzang, who was below, saw that Zheng had not been taking care of himself, and now he even turned around and wanted to leave, so he really couldn't hold it in anymore. Zheng, Xuanzang let out a loud shout, turning his right hand into a palm and launching it forward. Wild winds rose up in the sky and a huge golden palm formed in the sky, pressing towards Zheng. Scram! Zheng seemed to be impatient as he waved his hand, and his sleeve cannon instantly smashed that golden giant palm into pieces. He had business to attend to, and he had no time for these people today. At the same time, on top of the mountain, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of Xuanzang. The whole person flew out backwards and fell in the small courtyard. Coincidentally, it just happened to fall at LV Dongbin's feet. Lu Dongbin, dude, you're pretty good at laying down. Lu Dongbin moved his broom to sweep Xuanzang aside, then moved to the corner and swept the empty floor tiles. Xuanzang, who was lying on the ground, however, had his eyes lit up. One move didn't kill him? He carried a move from the beginning. Is he thinking too strongly of Zheng? If you can't kill him in seconds, there's a chance. Xuanzang quickly climbed up from the ground, sat on the ground with his hands folded, and recited the true sutra with his mouth. After a long time, Xuanzang's eyes snapped open, and a huge Buddha statue appeared behind him, covering the sky. Xuanzang's body hovered in the air, his body's aura rising, his eyes looking to the sky. He opened his mouth and said, "Heaven and earth are above. Our Buddha is at our side." Disciple Xuanzang, today, for the sake of heavenly destiny, makes a grand wish. May Buddha lend his fortune. Heaven and earth lend their strength. When I become a Buddha, all beings under heaven will be upright and pure, all of them of the same kind. And if there is any difference in appearance, if there is any goodness or ugliness, I will not attain enlightenment. When I became a Buddha, all sentient beings, who were born in my country, knew for themselves that they had been predestined for an infinite number of kalpas, and that they had done good and evil. Every time Xuanzang said a sentence, the aura on his body was 1 point stronger. This is a grand Buddhist wish, similar to the borrowed luck of Taoism. That day Zhang Jiao borrowed the 5 fortunes of heaven and earth. Today Xuanzang, open to heaven and earth promises, if he becomes a Buddha, is to fulfill the promise of time. By virtue of a grand wish, you can borrow the power of heaven and earth to add to your body. When I become a Buddha, all sentient beings, those who are born in my country, are free from separateness. Their roots are silent, and if they do not decide to attain the equal enlightenment and realize the great nirvana, they will not attain the right enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, all sentient beings, who are born in my country, will attain the avataric freedom, the Paramitra. Xuanzang made 12 great wishes in a row. These wishes, not for nothing, is Xuanzang later must go to fulfill. Otherwise, the heaven and earth avenue would recoil and be able to directly take his life. 12 grand wishes have reached the limit of Xuanzang. To put it simply, he's out of credit, and 12 is the limit. 12 grand wishes to become a Buddha on the ground. The Buddha nature is fully open and the Dharma is gathered behind him. The Buddha's fortune was added to him alone. Here, he, Xuanzang, is the only true Buddha on earth, and can be called the Buddha. A hint of confidence finally appeared on Xuanzang's face. He in the state of Buddha dared to touch the ancestral dragon hard. Dude, that one's long gone. Lu Dongbin looked at Xuanzang with caring eyes. This one is not out of his mind. You've been reading here for half an hour, and people are waiting for you to build up your strength. What? Xuanzang's eyes instantly froze. Gone, just left after giving you a big sinus. Looked in quite a hurry. Figured I'd go home. Is Tarzan. Lu Dongbin said while looking at Xuanzang in pity. Oh, my god. 12 great wishes, granted in vain. Give it back Yule. Give one back without a squeak. Listen. Ouch. When I became a Buddha, all beings in the world were upright and pure. All of them were of the same kind. If there was any difference in appearance, if there was anything good or ugly, they did not attain the right enlightenment. Come on. I'll see how you return this wish. 12 whole ones, one sad one. Xuanzang stared blankly in the direction of Taishan. Gu, what are you doing? You wait for them, not me? Zhang Jiao can store it. Jing Ku can store it. But not me? I'm not so bad, am I? I'm not going to die if I take you on. Yo, brother true Buddha. Aggrieved on still? Lu Dongbin looked up from the sidelines and teased. Xuanzang's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly turned his head to stare at Lu Dongbin, then moved his neck. Behind it, the huge Buddha statue that covers the sky, also along with Xuanzang's movements, make exactly the same movements, as if the great sun across the sky general eyes, dead staring at the ground Lu Dongbin, under the terminal mountain. Xuanzang slowly down the mountain. Now he is no longer the little shaman look. The Buddha's fortune on earth was added, and there was also the power of heaven and earth borrowed by the 12 great wishes. Now Xuanzang has been the adult model, and is the world's only true Buddha, enjoying the Buddha's fortune. In a way, Xuanzang is kind of a god, the god of human Buddhism. Hiss this bald donkey down is really hard Lu Dongbin nose and face swollen after Xuanzang, the corners of the mouth every now and then twitching. He's just making fun of me. Why did he have to hit me so hard? However, it had to be said that the Xuanzang in the state of true Buddha today was indeed strong and terrifying. No, we have to think of a way to bugger off. Lu Dongbin rubbed his face and pondered in his mind. He just laughed a couple of times, but in return he got a fat beating, and was forced to take him down to Zhongnan Mountain to join the crusade against Ing Zhang. You're not going to get yourself killed, are you? Lu Dongbin had figured it out long ago. Ing Zhang? The old ancestor that is. Looking at the front of the blindfolded walkway did not say a word. Xuanzang. Lu Dongbin stopped in his tracks, stood on the mountain road called Xuanzang Sanzang Master. This mount I must go? If you go any further, you'll really be down at the end of the mountain. Xuanzang stopped and turned back, looking at Lu Dongbin suspiciously. Where else would you go if not to Tarzan? Isn't this their mission to come back to Earth? Venerable Master Sanzang, Lu Dongbin is not afraid of death, nor is he a cowering villain, but there has to be a name for the teacher. Lu Dongbin looked at Xuanzang and said, suppressing the ancestral dragon. This isn't considered a masterpiece? Lu Dongbin shook his head. Why the town? For heaven and earth? For the 10,000 people? Or for yourself? I'll be honest. Lao Dao, we're all on our own. Lu Dongbin spoke. He wanted to try and see if he could persuade this Xuanzang the Buddha. Own people? Xuanzang sniffed and frowned. This old Taoist monk cultivated stupid? One of our own. Lu nodded. Having just met Ing Zhang for only one time, he seemed to have figured out quite a few things. Does Venerable Sanzang think that there has been a right and a wrong in dynastic turnover throughout the ages? Lu Dongbin asked. The general trend is not right or wrong. Xuanzang hesitated and said. So who is right and who is wrong? The warrior who died defending his country? Or the warrior who overthrew the old dynasty? There is no right or wrong, only different positions. Lu Dongbin continued. We and the one from Taishan are just in different positions, but at the root of it, we are all our own people. Starting from the Yan Huang bloodline, the beginning emperor cuts down the sky, just as a dynasty changes. This is the real thing. The sky is dead. The yellow sky is standing. This is the struggle that has arisen between the great Qin of the first emperor and the heavenly court above. As far as we're concerned, it's just a matter of taking sides. But in all fairness, heaven and earth and the first emperor, who is one of their own? Lu Dongbin asked, looking at Xuanzang. Xuanzang opened his mouth. Compared to heaven and earth, they are closer to Ing Zhang. On the contrary, we are all from the same family. In terms of seniority, Xuanzang has to call Ing Zhang an ancestor. All of them are their own people who were born in the land of flower planting and have Yan Huang blood flowing in their bodies. But Xuanzang always felt that something was wrong. How could Ing Zhang change from a rival to an ancestor when he was talking? Nope. This newbie old Taoist is compelling him with crooked reasoning. Xuanzang glared at Lu Dongbin and spoke. Reasoning that is only about position, regardless of right or wrong, is asshole reasoning. But in terms of right and wrong, what is wrong? Wrong in destroying the entire Golden Mountain Temple? The Temple of the Golden Mountain is dead at the hands of both heaven and earth and the first emperor. Xuanzang heard the silence went down. Hard to say, so actually did not say wrong. Jinshan Temple is the product of Ing Zhang's sacrifice in his confrontation with heaven and earth. Venerable Sanzang, you are different from that heavenly body full of gods and Buddhas. You've been a human being, Lu Dongbin said seriously as he looked at Xuanzang. Unlike the rest of the gods and Buddhas, Xuanzang has been a human being, a Chinese. The beginning emperor had a saying that was right. In a time of great strife, the strong will be strong and the weak will die. There is no longer any right or wrong, but it is just the first emperor fighting with heaven and earth. You can, now, go to Taishan, but you can't stand for great justice, much less represent the living beings, but are only the lapdogs of heaven and earth, the vanguard of gods and Buddhas. The first emperor fought with heaven and earth. Do you want to continue to be the three Tibetan venerable master, or chandelier merit Buddha? Lu Dongbin looked at Xuanzang and asked word by word. Xuanzang, huh? How did this involve him? Should I continue to be a human being, or should I continue to be a Buddha? No, it's none of his business. Looking at Lu Dongbin, who forced himself to make a decision, Xuanzang always felt that there was something wrong somewhere, but when you think about it, nothing seems wrong. The first emperor has not endangered ordinary people, and even its conceptual thought of rebuilding Great Qin is not to make Great Qin into the last days, but 100 schools of thought. Lu Dongbin sees Xuanzang half a day without speaking. A wave of the hand. Righteousness, Lao Dao. I do things never only for all beings, not for heaven and earth. This time is no exception. If Chandan Gongda Buddha still wants to go to Taishan, then please go there on your own. The old Taoist can die for all beings, not for heaven and earth. Amitabha Buddha. What fellow Taoist said may not be entirely correct, but there is some truth to it. A hint of hesitation also appeared on Xuanzang's face. Seeing this scene, Lu Dongbin quietly sighed in relief in his heart. I can finally talk this bald ass down. Otherwise, if you really want to drag it to Tarzan, you won't even know how to die. But this heaven and earth transformation of the struggle cannot easily make a decision, or to look at it again. Xuanzang looked at Lu Dongbin and said, naturally. Lu Dongbin nodded his head repeatedly. As long as he wasn't going to Taishan Mountain to die right now, then anything was fine. If it wasn't for the fact that this Buddhist state was too terrifying after this bald as made 12 grand wishes, he, Lu Dongbin, would still be here preaching his ass off. Not far away, Qing Suzi, who was secretly listening to the conversation between the two, was filled with admiration. Worthy of the ancestor is this 3 or 2 sentences to Xuanzang, venerable master to Lu. Bah, to persuade to wake up. That's not right. If Lu Zhu has no ill will towards the first emperor, then why don't you even give me a chance to speak now? Qing Suzi scratched his head, somewhat unable to figure it out. Forget it, it's always a good thing. If the old ancestor can have this kind of ideological awareness, what's the worry that the plan won't work? With that in mind, Qing Suzi was filled with joy as he took out his phone and dialed Zhang Shan. Tarzan. There was a distortion in space, and Ing Zhang's figure instantly appeared above the Jade Emperor's peak. Your Majesty? Yan Hui was slightly stunned when he saw Ing Zhang appear. Didn't you just leave? How come you're back? Does your Majesty have any more orders? Yan Hui asked as he walked over to Ing Zhang. No. This trip, I met a monk. Ing Zhang's mouth was tinged with a smile. It wasn't Xuanzang that made him happy, but the reward at Terminal Hill. Monk? Yan Hui was even more puzzled. A monk is just a monk. Why is Ing Zhang laughing here? The monk who came down from above. Buddha? Yan Hui sniffed and frowned. He is not a little cutie either. Understood the meaning of Ing Zhang's words. A sky full of gods and Buddhas. Starting to descend? Yan Hui raised his head to look beyond the space of Taishan. That's something he didn't expect. It's only logical that it shouldn't be so. The 3 realms and 10 directions are not connected to each other. This is a rule that has existed since birth. The gods intervene on earth, and have never done so by selecting a spokesperson to pass down the Tao. Looking at it that way, they don't have much time. But what Yan Hui couldn't figure out was, since heaven and earth had the means to bring the gods and Buddhas down to the world, why did they revive them again? Coming from a reincarnation is not considered a direct boundary break. Ing Zhang looked at the slightly nervous Yan Hui and laughed. Even reincarnation is not to be underestimated. The strength of the ancient gods, we are not sure even now. Yan Hui's face remained serious, full of gods and Buddhas and whatnot. He, a Confucian saint, thought that he was no worse than them, even if the righteous gods could be touched. But with gods like the ancient gods, who had appeared along with them from the beginning of the birth of the heavens and the earth. No one knew how strong he was. Don't worry, the heavenly official's blessing is not for show. Ing Zhang waved his hand, signaling that Yan Hui need not worry. The heavenly officials are blessed with good fortune. This is considered to be where De Qin's life-preserving cards are now. This is also the reason why Ing Zhang acts in such a high-profile manner. If there was no such thing, the Great Qin expedition to heaven would have been done slowly, unlike what was happening now, where they directly unveiled themselves and openly confronted heaven and earth. Your Majesty, this is not something to be happy about. Seeing that the smile on Ing Zhang's face hadn't even tightened, Yan Hui couldn't help but helplessly say, "There's nothing to be happy about. People can fight it down. What's not to be happy about? Fighting with the sky is a joyous endeavor." Ing Zhang laughed. "What's more, I've come back this time because I want to establish a great path for Great Qin." As Ing Zhang waved his hand, the martial arts monument appeared on top of the Jade Emperor. The Tao rhythm that flowed on it, as well as the terrifying pressure, caused Yan Hui, a saint, to almost directly kneel on the ground. The Great Tao. Yan Hui stared blankly at Ing Zhang. He knew that Ing Zhang had a big secret on him, but this was too damn big. Just go out there for a little while and bring it right back to an avenue? Sure you're not kidding? The entire earth contains but a mere 3 great roads. In this way, the 3 great avenues held up a realm. Also, isn't this avenue created? This one of His Majesty's. Why does it look like it was picked up? The Tao rhythm contained on that stone tablet was very different from the aura on Ing Zhang's body. Now this avenue was not created by Ing Zhang. This monument is erected after this Jade Emperor's peak, and any martial artist who enters Mount Tai to cultivate will be able to enter the Tao of Wushu and go straight to the end of the Tao. Ing Zhang looked at the martial arts monument suspended in the air, his face incomparably satisfied. This is what he lacked in Qin. The 100,000 sharp soldiers, because the existence of 2 special, cannot cultivate the Tao, not to mention the Buddha, not to mention the bite of the word. Dancing sword and gun is more or less the same. These 100,000 sharp men, without a path forward, will only be able to stay put for the rest of their lives. But if this path is established, all these military heroes can be transferred to the martial arts path. Your Majesty, this might be an opportunity. Yan Hui looked at the martial arts monument and a plan was born in his mind. Speak. Ing Zhang signaled Yan Hui to speak on. A chance to make it known. Great Qin wants to establish a state, and His Majesty wants Qi. Can't even get away from it. Man, take this opportunity to announce the return of Great Qin to the world with the sight of the Li Dao. Not only can we test the attitude of the Dragon Kingdom, but we can also open the mouth as if it were a whale swallowing and absorbing the Dragon Kingdom's geniuses. Yan Hui looked at Ing Zhang and said, in his opinion, Great Qin has been gone for 2,000 years. The people of later generations have no sense of belonging to Great Qin at all. If they didn't do something to attract the attention of the world, it would be difficult for them to absorb the Dragon Kingdom directly. After all, 2,000 years had passed and countless dynasties had changed in between to form the current Dragon Kingdom. For ordinary people, it's a bit hard to get them to join Great Qin without using force to force them. Being in the Chao camp, that can't provide Qi for Great Qin, not to mention rallying the nation. Finished? Ing Zhang looked at Yan Hui with some doubt. Finished? Yan Hui nodded. Wasn't that good enough? Reunite the nation's fortunes for Great Qin. Mr. doesn't seem to know me very well, and he also doesn't seem to know the people of the later generations very well. Ing Zhang shook his head and lost his smile. If he wanted to absorb ordinary people into Great Qin, where would he need to go through so much trouble? Just stand there, and 8 people will come and throw themselves in. The phrase Qin Shi Huang, hit the money, can feed a lot of crooks. The name of his first emperor is still deeply rooted in people's hearts even after 2,000 years. Does your Majesty mean that when you reach the top, millions of people will follow? Yan Hui looked at Ing Zhang with slight skepticism. He didn't doubt Ing Zhang's status in the cultivation world. After all, it was a solid beating out. Old Heavenly Master, Ancestral Heavenly Master, the true immortal on earth Zhang Jiao. Ing Zhang was now a godlike existence in the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation world, but in the world of ordinary people, these things can be kept under wraps. Sir, would you like to bet with me once? Ing Zhang smiled as he waved his hand and put away the martial way stone tablet. How do I bet? Yan Hui rose with a hint of interest. Bet that if I do nothing, the people of the Dragon Kingdom will come and throw themselves in. Ing Zhang looked out at the heavens and earth. Ing Zhang's confidence caused Yan Hui to look at him a little sideways. Isn't that a little too confident? Do nothing. People won't even know you're back. Good. Yan Hui nodded and took it. The corner of Ing Zhang's mouth curled up into a smile. Confucian saints also have moments when they go astray. In the end, it is a reader, not always able to see through the world situation. At first, while still inside the bronze coffin in the underground palace, the Dragon Kingdom then sent to see a letter. This is also the reason why Zhang did not take the Dragon Kingdom first since he came out of the coffin. If His Majesty loses? I've been winning all my life. I never lose. Zhang laughed and said, Yan Hui. No, how can he answer that? You boss, you're awesome. Yan Hui shook his head helplessly. He wanted to see how this world would actively enter Zhang's arms. When the Dragon Kingdom enters Qin, the strife on Earth, too, will begin. Zhang gathered his smile and looked in the direction of the overseas. Your Majesty wants to unify the overseas countries first? Yan returned. Stirring up foreign affairs first, fighting with the heavens. Only one voice of Great Qin is enough in this world. Yan Hui nodded his head, not much bothered about this matter. Those people are not like the Dragon Kingdom in general. There is no bloodline involved. They are not of my race. Just suppress them with a thunderous force. The cultivation circles of the overseas countries combined couldn't come up with a single fifth realm expert. Not to mention him, Yan Hui and Zhang. Back then, the old heavenly master, Zhang Hexing, was able to overwhelm them. Just chanting, at the foot of Mount Tai. From the small days all the way quietly rushed all the way to Junkoikong. After a few days is finally arrived. Yoshi, looking at the map shows this should be the place. Iguchi Kazuyasu held the map in his hand, his face filled with excitement. When they welcome back this old ancestor on top of Tarzan on their small day, they can instantly dominate the globe and turn themselves into masters. 2 in 1. Iguchi-kun, are you sure this is the right place? Behind Iguchi Ichikan, a dozen samurai dressed in black tattooed and paid feather weaves looked around suspiciously. The neighborhood looked empty at a glance. Not like there were mountains. Never mind that. Spread out and look for the entrance. Iguchi Ichikan waved his hand without much explanation. Hi. The many warriors didn't dare to ask more questions, but could only nod their heads in response, and then dispersed. These people were all samurai of the Iguchi family, belonging to Iguchi Ikasu's private armament, and Kodomo had no part in it, so that even if they failed at that time, they would be able to put all the blame on Iguchi Ikasu. Lixil. The aide once again panicked and took the tablet and found Kong-san who was answering the phone. Commander, something's wrong. What is it? With the lesson from the last time, Jiang Shan directly hung up Chang Su-zi's call and hurriedly took the tablet and asked, someone has bypassed the blockade and broken into the boundaries of Taishan. The aide spoke quickly. Which old ancestor is it again? Jiang Shan's heart was relieved when he heard this, and it was nothing. It seems to be someone from the Little Day side. The aide said, outsiders? What are they doing in Tarzan? Kong-san looked at the tablet in his hand. Sure enough, under satellite surveillance, a dozen small-time samurai dressed in black tattooed and paid feather weaves were searching for something in the vicinity of Mount Tai. They want to find the entrance to Mount Tai? Jiang Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. Nowadays, because Mount Tai has been snatched away by Zhang, a barrier has been formed between it and this world, and ordinary people cannot even find the entrance. Not to mention not seeing the former towering, 5-mountain Mount Tai. What do these people think my Dragon Kingdom is? Have the local garrison regiment immediately set up defenses, and then have Dong Jun make a trip, dead or alive. Never let one of them go. Definitely don't let these short winter gourds disturb whichever one is on the mountain. Jiang Shan ordered as he put down the tablet in his hand. Zhang Jiao or Jingku is always one of us. They can't control it and it's not a good idea. But aren't you thinking too highly of yourself and your little life? Still think it's 200 years ago? We'll go too. At this moment, Mao Shan Lin Chang, Tai Sex Li Mu, and Shu Mountain's Zhang Jing, each and every one of them stood up. You guys are going too? Jiang Shan looked at a few people suspiciously. Of course. A few people nodded, with eager expressions on their faces. God knows how much they'd been holding back during this time. Suffocate them all fast. During this period of time, it's too suffocating, so it's just right to take it out on these people. Li Mu said as he moved his arms and legs. Since the incident at the beginning Emperor's Palace, we people have been acting like little Yakuza. We are really suffocating in our hearts. We don't have the same vigor as the old celestial masters who dared to face the first emperor head-on, but it's just the thing to do for a few small-time warriors. After holding their breath for so long, they were finally able to let it out. In the face of Zhang, the first emperor, they didn't even dare to look at him for more than a few moments. Zhang Jiao, these old ancestors, that is also an existence that can suppress them at will. Imperial Tomb Palace accident until now. Their group of people, like a setup, constantly edge OB. Do not say to participate in the war, not even the qualification to go to the battlefield, can only look at a big screen, this and that analysis. Before Zhang came out, they were considered the pillars of the cultivation world, but it's been a long time to live and become a little Yakuza. Either this old man is resurrected or that old man is reincarnated. Now that a couple of real Yakuza had finally arrived, how could they still hold back? It's just the right time to let off some steam. Several people quickly moved on and boarded a fighter plane bound for Tarzan. After a few people left, Jiang Shan didn't stay idle and called Qing Suzi back to continue the topic he had just talked about. You mean that Lu Zhu seems to be very biased in favor of the first emperor? Jiang Shan opened his mouth and asked. If that was the case, then the execution of the plan to recruit these old ancestors would go much smoother. Yes, I heard it with my own ears. Poor Taoist thinks that as long as we persuade a little. No, we don't even need to persuade. We only need to put out a signal. Lu Zhu will definitely be able to join in. You are not seeing that Xuanzang great master, are almost crippled by Lu Zhu fooled. Qing Suzi said with great interest. Jiang Shan thought for a moment and spoke. Alright, this matter is still yours to handle. I will give you the greatest authority. As long as this ancestor Lu agrees to join us and is willing to go and persuade the rest of the old ancestors to return, you will be given whatever you want. Good. Qing Suzi hung up the phone, adjusted his expression, and once again ran towards the small courtyard at the top of the terminal mountain. This time there was not only Lu Dongbin in that small courtyard, but also added a Xuanzang. If everything goes well, my dragon kingdom will be considered qualified to stand in front of that person for formal talks. Jiang Shan put down his cell phone and muttered under his breath. On the benefit side, the god-making and fortune-taking program has been launched. The huge faith of the entire dragon kingdom, and the chi luck it could bring, was incomparable to any other country on the entire planet. Strength, excluding modern armament, and thousands of strategic nuclear weapons. Now the power of the cultivation world. They have the certainty to recruit. There is pure Yang Lu Zhu, Xuanzang venerable. There was also a host of ancestors waiting for them to reach out to. Such strength is enough to put the dragon kingdom on the table for food as well. Well, this invasion by Little Day seems like an opportunity. Jiang Shan seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. The division is out. Muttering under his breath, Jiang Shan hurriedly reported to the top, and then took out his cell phone to contact Dong Jun. Hello? The rest of you are dead or alive. But that little baka in the lead wants to live. Remember, it's alive. After saying that, Jiang Shan hung up the phone. Just when I was worried that there was no reason to open up the frontier, the Little Day came to my door by itself. The corners of Jiang Shan's mouth hooked into a smile. Plans for the expansion of the frontier to increase Qi have been stalled, because they didn't have a proper reason to go to war, and now the Little Days, in person, have brought that reason to my door, just waiting to take these people down. Raise the sword and ask the sword for a small day country. When all the arrangements are made, it will be time for the Dragon Kingdom to meet with Great Qin. The vision of one people, one global village, is fully realized. As for the gods of heaven and earth, it is not for them to consider, but for Ing Zhang, the first emperor, to start. Mount Tai, Jade Emperor Peak. The two of them, Ing Zhang and Yan Hui, were discussing the handling of the overseas countries and the timing of the erection of the Marshall Way Stone Tablet. Of course, the main thing was the time of the erection of the Marshall Way Stone Tablet. The powers, both of them, are not in their eyes. If heaven and earth didn't intervene, sweeping the globe in January would be a breeze. Even if your majesty doesn't need to rely on setting up a great Dao to gain fame, Great Qin still needs a chance to make it known to the world, so that all things in heaven and earth will know that the Great Qin Empire of old has returned. Yan Hui said as he looked at Ing Zhang. To put it bluntly, it's a chance to show your face in front of all the people of heaven and earth. Opportunities to set up an avenue are rare, and it's a shame not to take advantage of them. What does Sir want to do? This time, Ing Zhang did not refuse. It depends on whether the Dragon Kingdom side is willing to cooperate. Yan Hui looked beyond Taishan. His plan needed the entire Dragon Kingdom to cooperate together. These people are? Yan Hui inadvertently glanced at Ikuiken and the others. If he didn't happen to look out, a little Yakuza like Iguchi Ichiken wouldn't have caught Yan Hui's attention at all. The figure of Iguchi Iken and the others made Yan Hui slightly puzzled. Nowadays, in this area around Taishan Mountain, it was considered rare for such a weak one to appear. The one who can walk to the foot of Mount Tai, that is not to become an ancestor. Islanders? Following Yan Hui's line of sight, Ing Zhang also spotted Iguchi Iko and the others. For these people to be able to walk here, it seems that His Majesty's presence has attracted attention from overseas. Yan Hui retracted his gaze and said, from the movements of Iguchi Iken and the others, it was clear that they were looking for the entrance to Tarzan. In other words, Ing Zhang is already known to all nations, even the island. It wants to reach out. Is it going to be dealt with? Yan Hui looked at Ing Zhang and inquired. After all, it wasn't one of their own, so there was no psychological burden to fight and kill at will. Confucian scholars, seemingly one by one to repair the righteousness, but for the foreigners, for thousands of years, whether it is on the mouth or pen that are never merciful. No need. These few people, let's see if the Dragon Kingdom can utilize them. Ing Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. In this instant alone, he thought of the usefulness of these people. Your Majesty wants to use these few people to open up the situation and provoke the first battle to unify the earth? Yen Hui's eyes moved slightly. Nowadays, the world seems to be at peace, but in reality, there are dark currents. But to fight against heaven and earth, there can be only one voice in this world. Gather the power of the entire earth, incorporate it into Great Qin, and cut down the heavens. Gathering the forces of the earth is always a fight. Sooner or later, war will come. Chinese people, no matter what they do, always emphasize a division. Throughout the ages, rites of passage have been deeply embedded in the Chinese bloodline. Even if it's a rebellion, it has to be under a banner. Otherwise, it always feels wrong. It all depends whether the Dragon Kingdom is firm enough. Ying Zhang laughed. In the letter sent into the Imperial Tomb's underground palace that day, the Dragon Kingdom had made a guarantee. Now's the chance. It's also time for the Dragon Kingdom to make a choice. Is your Majesty so sure that the Dragon Kingdom will be willing to go and provoke the beginning of unification in order to unite with Great Qin? Yan Hui looked at Ying Zhang, not understanding where this first emperor's confidence lay. Can the Dragon Kingdom act as a vanguard and fight a war for the sake of Great Qin? Even dare to go against heaven and earth? This is a decision that no country, ever, would make hastily. Yan Hui frowned and pondered for a long time, but could not think of a reason. He believed that sooner or later the Dragon Kingdom would be incorporated into Great Qin. There was no doubt about that. The strength of Ying Zhang, the first emperor, was there. What can the Dragon Kingdom do even if they don't want to? But now, before Ying Zhang has done anything, the Dragon Kingdom is consciously going to act as the vanguard? Wait a moment, sir, and you'll see. Ying Zhang didn't say much. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom, he sees it very clearly. Whether it's the change in the attitudes of various parties or the various mobilizations of the Dragon Kingdom, Ying Zhang has seen it all. It wouldn't be long before those people should come to Taishan in person, instead of sending a letter, as they usually did in the beginning. Yan Hui held the doubt in his heart and did not say much. You're the boss. If you say wait, wait. Under the mountain. Baka, a bunch of losers. At the foot of Tai, Eguchi Ichikan cursed at his family's samurai. It's been so long and we haven't even found an entrance. This was his chance for the Eguchi family to soar. Hi, it's our incompetence. But it really doesn't look like there's a mountain here. The many warriors didn't dare to retort and whispered with their heads lowered. If I say there is, you just have to find it. Eguchi Iko said angrily, not waiting for Eguchi Ikasu to curse. A neutral voice interrupts their words. Find what? Let your Taoist master help you find it? What person? Eguchi Ichikan's face changed as he looked over in the direction the voice came from. The many samurai also drew their long swords at their waists and became alert. Not far away, crouching Tiger Dong Jun, Maoshan contemporary sect master Lin Chang, Tai sect Li Mu, and Shushan Zhang Jing. The four joined forces. Word just came from above, that the leader wants to live. The rest dead or alive. Dong Jun moved his arms and legs, a cruel smile on his face. The last few days were really suffocating him. Unlike Lin Chang and the others, he was a martial artist by birth and later cultivated. The same breath was nurtured in his chest, a breath that had been falling apart under the successive blows of the past few days. Martial artists, they talk about going forward, and there are no gullies under the eyes of a tiger. But for those who appeared in the past few days, Dong Jun had to bow his head at every sight. He was, now, in desperate need of killing a few people to preserve his forward momentum. 1, 2, 3, 12, excluding the leader. A total of 12 people. 4 per person. None of them are allowed to grab heads. Li Mu reached out and nodded. Directly assigned. Baka. Eguchi Ikasu's face was furious. Thought he didn't understand Chinese? But 4 people dare to be so arrogant. These samurai behind him were the backbone of the Eguchi family for decades. Each one is a great swordsman. The first 4 belong to me. Dong Jun laughed loudly and bullied his way up. With his right foot on the ground, his entire body flew up high, towards the 4 warriors on the ground, and blasted out a punch. When my fist comes out, it's like the sun, Dong Jun roared, venting his pent-up anger that had accumulated over the days. The punch that fell from the sky was like a great sun falling across the sky. Its aura was irresistible. There is no tricky moves, just a simple punch. The katana in the hands of those 4 people instantly broken, crackling with the sound of broken bones flew out. When they fly out like fallen leaves, they are as lifeless as fallen leaves. Dong Jun had an unimpeded smile on his face. Sure enough, not counting those old ancestors, he is also very good. He, Dong Jun, is not bad. Seeing this, the 3 of them, Lin Chang, likewise immediately struck out, fearing that they would be robbed of their heads by Dong Jun. How? Eguchi Iken gulped at the sight. This wasn't quite what he thought it would be. Of the 12 clan warriors, no one could resist a single move. It didn't even buy him time to escape. The man who fought the first battle seems to be a martial artist, part-time cultivator of the Taoist arts, with Taoist true air supplemented by martial arts fists. If this person were to enter Great Qin and set foot in the martial arts, he would be able to travel by leaps and bounds in a single day. On top of the Jade Emperor, Yan Hui looked at the scuffle below and smiled. A fight of this magnitude could only be considered a scuffle in his and Ing Zhang's eyes. The only thing that could make Yan Hui look sideways was Dong Jun's unrelenting martial aura. Unfortunately, martial artists do not have the great Tao and cannot cultivate anything famous, so Dong Jun can only cultivate the Taoist true air on the side. It's time to see what the Dragon Kingdom chooses. Ing Zhang, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned about the battle at the bottom of the mountain and instead looked in the direction of Mount Li. If the Dragon Kingdom really wanted to meet with Great Qin, what was said in that letter that day was not a lie. This time around, they'll take the opportunity. If the Dragon Kingdom wants to be willing to take up the first battle of Great Qin's unification of the earth, I'll take a trip to Mount Li to talk about the martial arts program and the return of Great Qin. Yan Hui similarly looked towards Mount Li and picked up the conversation. If the Dragon Kingdom is really willing to take this lead, then we can just start finalizing the meeting plan. And Great Qin will absorb the Dragon Kingdom and come right out of the woodwork. No need. I'll go myself. Ing Zhang spoke. Yan Hui sniffed. Was that necessary? In the first battle, be clean enough to crush everything instantly as if it were a brilliant sun. My Qin is not heaven and earth. Letting Zhang Jiaojing Kuchong and the rest of them act as the head of the battlefield corrupts morale. Ing Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. He would not learn from heaven and earth. As the first battle of Great Qin's unification of the earth, it was to be crushed and cross the world. For this reason, he could set aside some time and even put off the sign-up system rewards. By now, the battle was over at the bottom of the hill, and all 12 samurai were dead. Only one, Iguchi Ikasu, was left standing in place trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Shan and Li Shan also received a phone report from Dong Jun. Caught? Sure it's an islander? Good. Bring it back. Zhang Shan hung up the phone with an excited expression on his face and looked at his assistant at the side. Immediately energized the world that the island nation has instructed a large number of outsiders to invade our territory without being reported. A breach of the peace, currently under our arrest, to be accounted for by the island. Demand an immediate response from the island. A sincere apology to us? And, can this condition be agreed upon by Little Day? The assistant sniffed. How could this be possible? Disagree? What I want is for them to not agree. Zhang Shan slammed the table. Hardened. Above him he has asked for full support. Of course he knew there was no way the small days could be compensated. But that's what Rokoku wants. Lick Sil. Inside the command room, Iguchi Iko was brought back by the 4 men of Dong Jun. What's the point of keeping him for this little day? Dong Jun asked as he casually tossed Iguchi Iko aside in a soothing mood. Then looked at Zhang Shan. He has a great use. Zhang Shan said softly as he looked toward the confused Ikuikan. From now on, no one is allowed to leave this command room at will, including you. Zhang Shan looked at the 4 Dongjuns and opened his mouth. In addition, all communication devices are to be turned in immediately, and under no circumstances are you to contact the outside world privately. If found, it will be punished as treason. As Zhang Shan's words fell, a team of heavily armed soldiers walked in and took away all the communication devices on several people. Old Jiang, what's the situation? Dong Jun was slightly confused. They went out for a trip, but only a few hours before and after. How come they came back and felt that the sky had changed? It was only then that Lin Chang and the 3 of them noticed that within the command room, besides the few of them, there were a dozen or so of their fellow practitioners who were also present. And these people were the heads of the middle and upper reaches of the sects and the cultivation world of the Dragon Kingdom. On top of that, there were several middle-aged men in military uniforms sitting at the very front. Just from the temperament alone, one could tell that these guys were definitely military bigwigs, not to mention the commanders of those military districts. What's the big move coming from above? Lin Chang asked with a frown. It's the equivalent of putting them under house arrest in this part of the world. Plus, with so many people suddenly in the command room, there's bound to be some kind of big move. Zhang Shan swept his eyes over several people, then knocked on the table and said, during this hour, I conferred with the top to decide on one thing. It's a matter of great importance, and you all shouldn't blame me for being unkind. If you hadn't been in contact with the beginning Emperor's plan, you wouldn't have been told this. Hearing this, the crowd quieted down and waited for Zhang Shan to continue. When we first learned what was in the beginning Emperor's underground palace, a letter was sent into the palace from above, by the old heavenly master, personally handed over to the first emperor. The contents of the letter are known only to those above except me. Originally, the contents of this letter, which is top secret, could not have been communicated to you under any circumstances. At this point Jiang Shan paused, and the crowd listened more attentively, especially the men in military uniform. These words of Jiang Shan were meant for them to hear, and Dong Jun, the four of them, more or less understood some of the situation in front of them. But now, things have changed, and the letter is simple. At that time, we didn't know much about the first emperor, and we didn't know that the first emperor was trying to change the heavens and the earth. Based on the consideration of the situation at that time, the first emperor recovered and might rebuild Great Qin, which would inevitably cause the situation to be turbulent, for which the above had made two promises. First, if the first emperor wants to rebuild the Great Qin, we, the Dragon Kingdom, are willing to cooperate with the first emperor to help rebuild it. The crowd nodded at that. There was no way around it. The Dragon Kingdom did not want to break the peace, but at that time, in that situation, when the ancestral dragon came out, no one could stop it, and it was only normal for the top to make such a decision. What can you do if you don't help? Even if you gather all the power of one country, you're no match for the one from Taishan. At that time, the above made calculations. Even if the dragon country's strategic nuclear weapons a brain point to throw out, but also not necessarily dry than others, it would be better to befriend them in this capacity of the sun's fellow clansmen in future lifetimes. Second, whatever Great Qin wants, as long as the Dragon Kingdom can do it, try to help Great Qin do it. Of course, this is without jeopardizing the people of the Dragon Kingdom. So this is now? Dong Jun scratched his head, not understanding what this had to do with the current situation. What's this room full of people for? Jiang Shan looked at Dong Jun and continued to speak. Things were moving too fast behind us, out of our expectations, so the letter was sent out, but there has been no contact to negotiate. As you can all see, the day the first emperor came out of his coffin, there was a god descending to bestow blessings, and after that, there was a reincarnation of the sages, and we knew so little before that we had limited information. As the power displayed by the first emperor grew stronger and stronger, and his ambitions encompassed heaven and earth, as well as the power of that earthly uniqueness, it was decided above that the Ancestor recognition program would be implemented. The crowd nodded their heads at the words. They were all involved in these latter events and understood that this was the general trend. The Ancestor recognition program is a given. How good it is to talk peacefully while the one from Taishan hasn't made a move yet. Do we have to wait for them to come over with a thunderous crackdown before we go on our knees? People want the Kyushu Earth. So what if the Dragon Kingdom doesn't agree? Might as well just make peace and commit to Qin. Anyway, it's our own old ancestor. No shame. After the Ancestor recognition program was finalized, our Dragon Kingdom has almost been divided into the Great Qin camp, bound to fight against heaven and earth. That's what led to the god-making program later on, as well as the planning of the Qi nation's fortunes. Dong Jun's four listened without any change in their faces. Instead, it was the dozen or so newly joined sect leaders, each with a different expression. No wonder they received orders a few days ago to build a statue of the first emperor and put it into the shrine of the Ancestor Hall, and to start writing myths and legends about the first emperor. Turns out it was all set in stone from above. Waiting for the people present to finish digesting the information, Jiang Shan then continued. So, we now have to set ourselves right. The Dragon Kingdom is on the side of Great Qin. Nowadays, the god-making program is being steadily publicized, while the Ancestor recognition program is also being carried out in tandem, so that the people of the Dragon Kingdom will subconsciously begin to accept Great Qin's return to the heavens and earth. When this is done, we'll go to Taishan and negotiate with the first emperor. The Dragon Kingdom and Great Qin will also meet at that time and ask for the world. That's right, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations. One thing has been set in stone for a long time, and that is that the Dragon Kingdom and Great Qin must meet. The general trend is not humanly possible, and that can't be changed. The people in the room nodded in unison. Everyone understands this. If you can't reach an agreement, you can't turn the other cheek. You still have to suffer. Ing Zhang's strength is there. So, for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom's ability to meet with Great Qin smoothly and in a way that protects the rights and interests of our people in the Dragon Kingdom, we must show enough sincerity. In the end, all that can be taken is the incense and faith, as well as the qi. The god-making program is all about incense and faith, and after its successful implementation, this will be the power of faith for 1.3 billion people, and qi fortune. It requires territorial expansion. It requires the Dragon Kingdom to occupy a large enough territory on Earth to have a large enough qi fortune. At the same time, Great Qin will fight with heaven and earth and will inevitably unify the earth first. So war is inevitable, and we must prepare for it, and show the first emperor our sincerity. And that's what we're doing right now. Sincerity has to be taken to the fullest. Jiang Shan slowly opened his mouth and spoke about the current situation. The Dragon Kingdom and Great Qin. Their dragon kingdom was the weaker party. So you have to show enough sincerity to negotiate. You even have to hand in a pitch. And fighting the first battle of unification. That's a great pitch. As Ing Zhang expected, the upper echelons of the dragon kingdom will surely seize this opportunity. There is no need to worry. This is not 200 years ago. We, the dragon kingdom, are not afraid of fighting. Even more so, we are not afraid of joining forces. Among that group of people in military uniforms, a man with somewhat gray hair stood up and said, "That's right, we're not afraid to fight, but we need a reason." Zhang Shan slapped the table and looked at Ikuiken. He's the byline. This first battle is on the island. The moment these words came out, Dong Jun and the four of them also finally understood. Keeping this Iguchi Kazuyasu alive for this division. We have telegraphed the world to demand compensation from the island, and I'm sure they won't agree. This time, without pulling any punches. As soon as the statement of the island's disagreement comes out, go to war immediately. This battle is a vote of honor and determination. The meeting above has already finished. The third and fourth group armies have been assembled and are ready to go, and the East Sea Fleet has sailed to the Tsushima Strait. These are the heads of the third and fourth army groups, heads of the sects. You are also needed to join the special operations this time, and several generals will tell you the specific arrangements. When Jiang Shan's words fell, those generals got up and looked at a few people to introduce themselves. Skipped, blocked. So, do we need to check in with Tarzan? After all, although we have this plan and that plan, we have never taken a position on that person. So what if they don't know what we think? Li Mu of the Tai sect got up and spoke. Jiang Shan smiled and contemplated for a few breaths, then nodded his head and said, "Well, it's right, since you brought it up, then you go, and give you a credit." Li Mu, huh? Me? Raimu asked dully. Yeah, that's you. No, me. There was a hint of disbelief in Li Mu's eyes. Man, what kind of Yakuza am I? You're letting me do this? I will inform the top and write another letter, which you will take with you and personally go up to Mount Tai and give it to the first emperor. Jiang Shan nodded in affirmation. Li Mu was still a little unsure. No, what gives him the right? Mount Tai, meet with Ing Zhang. Is that something he can go to? He's just making a suggestion. Well, it's decided. So let's start the detailed combat meeting. Jiang Shan knocked on the table and settled the matter once and for all. At the foot of Mount Tai, Li Mu clutched the letter in his hand, looking left and right, somewhat at a loss for words. What's with the foul mouth? The first emperor should still be good at talking, right? It shouldn't be possible to get me killed just because I'm an affiliated Dao lineage of the Zhang Yi sect, right? Li Mu muttered under his breath. The Tai sect had once been glorious, only to become affiliated with the Zhang Yi Dao after its decline. The first emperor shouldn't be clear about my relationship with Zhang Yi, so as long as I don't say anything myself I should be fine. Li Mu comforted himself in his heart. On top of the Jade Emperor, Yan Hui noticed Li Mu at the bottom of the hill. The Dragon Kingdom? It seems that your majesty guessed correctly. The Dragon Kingdom does have a return. Yan Hui murmured under his breath, but at the same time the heart is even more puzzled. Ing Zhang is like him, every day put aside this Taishan to stay, is how to know the dragon country point of mind. Let him come up. Ing Zhang's words rang out, not giving Yan Hui an answer. At the foot of the mountain, there was a ripple in space, and the mountain path that had originally disappeared reappeared. Li Mu's spirit trembled at the sight. Then he carefully stepped over the space barrier and stepped onto the Taishan land. Just after entering Mount Tai, without waiting for Li Mu to look around, there was a shaking in space, and by the time he came back to his senses, he had already appeared on top of the Jade Emperor's peak. The two of them, Ing Zhang and Yan Hui, were sitting on the top of a mountain not far away. Below the two men, there is a stone statue in a kneeling position is the true immortal on earth. Zhang Jiao, contemporary master of the Tai sect, Li Mu, pays homage to the first emperor and to the restoration sage. Once he saw the two big brothers in person, Li Mu didn't care so much and directly came to a triple kowtow. As the old saying goes, a man with many gifts is a man with a hand out. He should be able to make it down the mountain alive after this set. I'm sure. Doesn't this mean that he, Li Mu, said the only one in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment, who went up to Mount Tai and still came out alive? Get up! Ing Zhang raised his hand, signaling Li Mu to get up and speak. Your Majesty, the poor Taoist is here on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom this time. Your Majesty's return to heaven and earth should have been celebrated by all in heaven, and I, the Dragon Kingdom, am always ready to organize a grand return ceremony for Your Majesty, and for Great Qin. Your Majesty, you don't know, in your absence, the people outside are bullying us. As he spoke, Li Mu hardened his eyes and squeezed out a few tears from them. He wasn't wrong about that last statement. Seeded flowers up and down 5,000 years. When has it ever been beaten so badly by overseas? That's real bullying. Even now that he's back on his feet, that memory can't be erased in any way. When Yan Hui saw this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched. This little Taoist priest. A bit interesting. Get to the point. Ing Zhang raised an eyebrow and spoke. He knew that the Dragon Kingdom would send someone, which also meant that the Dragon Kingdom had completely made a choice. Okay. Li Mu nodded repeatedly, instantly collecting his emotions, and then presented the letter with both hands. Your Majesty, our Dragon Kingdom has made a decision and set 3 major plans. First, our Dragon Kingdom is willing to stand on the side of Great Qin and confront Song Tian, but I ask your Majesty to guarantee the rights and interests of our Dragon Kingdom subjects. Secondly, we will make every effort to implement His Majesty's legend in the Dragon Kingdom, casting idols for His Majesty and collecting incense and faith. You should need this, right? Thirdly, we will make every effort to contact those revived transmogrified old ancestors and try our best to convince them. After all, we are all one family, so we don't need to fight ourselves for the sake of outsiders. Of course, as a sign of sincerity, our Dragon Kingdom is willing to hand over a pitch to fight the first battle for the unification of Great Qin. For the rest of the details, when everything is accomplished, we, the Dragon Kingdom and Great Qin, will meet at Mount Tai. After Li Mu finished speaking, he lowered his head and waited for Ing Zhang's reply with apprehension. All of this is their unilateral vision of the Dragon Kingdom. In case people don't need it, or don't see it, then they didn't do it for nothing. Your Majesty, flowers are one family and unanimity is something that has been engraved into our bloodline for 5,000 years as Chinese. Li Mu looked up a little uneasily and added, above. A hint of surprise flashed in Yan Hui's eyes. The Dragon Kingdom is doing this too comprehensively, even helping Ing Zhang to start making gods? Is His Majesty so confident because he has known the movements of the Dragon Kingdom for a long time? Yan Hui secretly thought in his heart. If the Dragon Kingdom really did its best to integrate into Great Qin, then this unification of the globe wouldn't even take a month. And listen to Li Mu's words. As long as Ing Zhang nods now, on the part of the Dragon Kingdom, the first battle for unification would be fought immediately. Li Mu quietly waited for Ing Zhang's reply. Even if the Dragon Kingdom is well prepared, the decision is still in Ing Zhang's hands. This is the helplessness that comes with the power gap. I want to convince all the countries with my authority. Why do I have to worry about not having a minister to assist me? This is what Ing Zhang said when he unified the 6 kingdoms. Li Mu knew very well that if Ing Zhang wanted to unify the world, he would not worry about his ministers. Without the Dragon Kingdom, the rest of the countries, after realizing the terrifying strength of this patriarch, would also scramble to replace the Dragon Kingdom. Waving the sword to break the floating clouds, the vassals all came west. Under Li Mu's apprehensive gaze, Ing Zhang slowly walked down to the top of the mountain. In the past, swept away the 6 kingdoms and unified the world. Not since ancient times. What the 3 emperors were unable to do, the 5 emperors cannot compare. Destroy Han, kill Zhao, pacify Wei, cut down Chu, collect Yen, settle Qi, and unify the 6 kingdoms. Today, I want to use the laws of Great Qin to rule the people of the 10 directions, and to take the 10 directions of the 3 worlds as the land of Great Qin, to change the sky and the earth. This is the first time since the beginning of heaven and earth. The kingdoms of the world today are like the 6 kingdoms of those days. To make the nations of the world understand what it means to be a king's division, what is meant by the heavenly army is not far away. Shake the earth and come. Listening to Ing Zhang's words, Li Mu's head lowered even more, then softly asked, what does His Majesty mean? Ing Zhang walked over to Li Mu and raised his hand on his shoulder. This scared Li Mu enough that he almost fell to his knees. In the first battle, when righteously and crushed through with great power, Ing Zhang turned his head toward the stone statue of Zhang Jiao kneeling on the ground, then continued, I don't want to see such an outcome. The first battle for unification. When one battle is made, Ing Zhang looked at Li Mu as he recognized his status as a Chinese. Otherwise it wouldn't have pulled so much with the dragon. As long as the Dragon Kingdom is firmly on Qin's side, Ing Zhang won't do anything to force it. Of course, the necessary pitch is still there. You can't stand in line with just your mouth if you don't do something about it. Hearing this, Li Mu's eyes immediately lit up. This means that Ing Zhang has given a promise, and as long as they can take this pledge, we will be a real family from now on. But Li Mu, still a little worried, hesitated and opened his mouth. As you know, heaven and earth. Li Mu looked up at the sky. If there was a real fight, the Dragon Kingdom was not afraid of any country. But if heaven and earth intervened, it would be hard to say. After all, the Dragon Kingdom stood Team Great Qin. That is to fight with the sky. It is hard to guarantee that this will of heaven and earth will not be a whole lot of trouble, such as to the island country to revive a few sages. If heaven and earth stand in the way, I will save the heavens from falling. 100,000 sharp men. moving in an instant. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Mu's face. Does that mean that Great Qin will come down himself? Boy. Steady. Big Mac steady. Today's Ing Zhang, in the hearts of Li Mu and these people, is already above the heavens, as powerful as heaven and earth are. They are not as powerful as Ing Zhang's prestige on earth. Looking at the world, who can be compared to this one? Countries are just blowing themselves up and blowing through the earth, and this one is unharmed. The one true God on earth. This wait, not Zhang Jiao, Xuanzang such can be compared. With your words, I'm relieved. In January, no, within half a month Dragon Kingdom, will never fail to fulfill your Majesty's expectations, and show the island nation what it means to have heavenly soldiers not far away, shaking the earth, and what it means to be a king's division. Li Mu patted his chest and assured. 7 days. Ing Zhang opened his mouth and interrupted Li Mu. He didn't want to delay too long on this matter. Ha! Li Mu froze at his words. 7 days? Smaller days are better than small, but at least it's a country with Hawksbane behind it. Good. After thinking about it, Li Mu gritted his teeth and agreed. It's just 7 days. The power of a nation is pouring out. Can't take a bullet point? Besides, they don't have the ability to refuse. I'm not interested in reading this letter. Take this battle and then come talk to me personally. Ing Zhang slightly raised his hand, and the letter hovered in the air and fell back into Li Mu's hands. Without waiting for Li Mu to say anything else, the scene in front of him shifted, and he was already outside of Taishan. Awesome. Looking at the letter in his hand, Li Mu sighed. This kind of tactic, he had only heard of it in his life from the legendary Three Teachings Taoist ancestors. However, I, Li Mu, am now also the first cultivator in the world today to enter and exit Mount Tai, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Mu had a smile on his face. For that, he can go back and blow it for 6 months. No, if you don't like it, you can go to Tarzan too, on top of the Jade Emperor. Yan Hui pondered for a while before speaking. Wasn't your Majesty prepared to strike at the very beginning and take this battle by thunderous means? How come the Dragon Kingdom has to fight first again? Yan Hui looked at Ing Zhang suspiciously. What his teacher said back then was really not wrong. Accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. This emperor's mind. Unpredictable. I didn't say I wouldn't make a move either. Ing Zhang smiled and said. Then this is, to see the dragon country determination? Yan Hui understood a little. The familiar and inevitable path of the world's unification is being retraced by me once again. Yan Hui looked at Ing Zhang's back. This time, the first emperor is going to create, truly, an eternal nation, live with heaven and earth. Lixil. As soon as Li Mu returned, he was surrounded by a group of people. Well, what did the man say? What's going on in Taishan now? Have you seen the first emperor? A group of people were talking, but in the end, it was Jiang Shan who knocked on the table and stabilized the situation. Li Mu cleared his throat, then took out the letter from his arms. At this instant, the faces of the crowd sank. Jiang Shan also froze in place. What's the situation? The Tarzan guy doesn't want to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom? It shouldn't be. I took the letter last time. Why did I return it this time? Seeing that the crowd was a bit flustered, Li Mu didn't dare to hang on to his appetite at this time, and hurriedly opened his mouth and said, that person has promised that as long as we win the first victory within 7 days and start the era of great unification, we will be a family from now on. Your mom, is it fun to play with people? Dong Jun slapped the table and cursed as soon as he heard this. Jiang Shan was also finally relieved. Then this letter? Oh, that, the one said we'd meet in person to talk about it once we'd succeeded, and in the event of outside interference, Great Qin himself will come down to help us. Good. Jiang Shan's hanging heart was finally released. Before that, no matter how many plans they came up with, it was all one-sided. Now finally both sides are moving forward together. At this time, the island. It's chaos inside the Department of Homeland Security. Baka, someone tell me what's going on. Kokichi Tokugawa, the Emperor of Kodomo, glared angrily at Ippon Yamada, the Minister of Security. Hi, Your Imperial Majesty. Allow me to explain. Yamada Ippon replied with his head bowed. Explain what? The Dragon Country side directly telegraphed the world, asking us to make an apology and compensate for 10,000 tons of gold and countless resources of all kinds. I don't care what you, the Ministry of Security, sent people to the Dragon Kingdom to do, but how come you still left to handle? Do the warriors of my Great Day Empire even have the courage to commit harakiri? Why were they arrested alive? Tokugawa Kiichi opened his mouth to chide. Hi, Your Excellency, calm down. It's the security department that's not trained properly. However, I think that on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, it's just a bluff. They don't dare to start a war. Yamada Ippon lowered his head, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. He didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom would directly choose to go to war because of a small Junko-iken. At best, it's a punchline and international condemnation. They do it the old-fashioned way, by denying it to death and just dragging it out. I don't want there to be a next time for a situation like this. Tokugawa Kiichi also collected his anger. Apparently, he thought so too. Fight? How can you fight? This paragraph, writing a bit of trouble, moving to close the small dark room, very helpless, but also quietly deleted my words. I guess some parts of the front may not be fluent. That is deleted. Thank you for the big brothers of the reward. I wish big brothers. Eat not worry wear not worry. Do not live square live high rise. Everyday dashing night tender. Trading as the Yangtze River water. Life as well as flowers. Big wealth small wealth every day into a shun hundred shun hair. Separate thank you cards. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but it just won't send them out. Ippon Yamada lowered his head and pondered in his mind whether or not to continue sending people to the Dragon Kingdom. Iguchi Ikko had failed, but the plan to draw on that terrifying powerhouse from Taishan could still continue. With that in mind, Yamada Ippon spoke up. Your Majesty the Emperor, while Iguchi Ikasu certainly deserves to die, the plan is something I think we can follow through on. What plan? Tokugawa Kiichi wondered. According to the information returned by our intelligence officers in the Dragon Kingdom, that terrifying powerhouse from Taishan is inextricably linked to our Great Day Empire, Iguchi Iken. It was to verify this that he traveled to the Dragon Kingdom. Now that this loser is arrested, we can activate new people and continue to follow up on the plan. And once it works, we won't have to look the other way, Ippon Yamada said, looking in the direction of Hawk Jam. But right now, on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, the pressure is giving a lot. Tokugawa Kenichi's face was a bit hesitant. The Dragon Kingdom is not what it used to be, and the status of the P5 is not something to be blown out of proportion. Although Tokugawa Kiichi didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom would dare to go to war directly because of this incident, he also had to take international pressure into consideration. Your Excellency, if this matter is accomplished, what pressure is there to fear? What's more, it's nothing more than a few accusations. Do they dare to really fight? Even if it fails, it's just pushing a few people out to bow and apologize. What can be lost? Yamada Ippon opened his mouth and analyzed. If you fail, the big deal is to go out and hold a press conference, bow and apologize, and that's it. It's not like it's the first time this has happened to their lightweights. Listening to Yamada Ippon's words, Tokugawa hesitated for a moment and nodded his head through clenched teeth. Okay, I'll contact the Eagle Saw side and convene a joint online meeting. Blocking the pressure of the Dragon Kingdom for the time being is not a problem. They've reached a bottleneck in the development of their little life. Need an opportunity to push them to the next level. Otherwise you'll just be Eagle Jam's dog forever. Hi. This time I will select the best warriors to go, and will not let your excellency down. Yamada Ippon hurriedly made a guarantee. Tokugawa Kiichi didn't say much, just nodded and turned to leave the DHS. Lixil, Ginger Hill received an invitation to a joint online meeting. As the person in charge of the beginning Emperor program, he was also pushed out by the top to attend this meeting. The entire meeting, a meeting of the United Nations convened in the capacity of the P5, was organized by Little Day's request for Eagle Sauce to come forward. Countries large and small across the globe have joined in on short notice. We are not aware of the condemnation issued by the Dragon Country side. The island side has never sent anyone to the Dragon Country, and what is a breach of the peace is simply a bunch of nonsense. At the meeting, Ippon Yamada took the lead as the speaker. With Hawk Jam behind them, it's a rare time they get to be tough at a joint meeting. Now, we demand an apology from the Dragon Country for this rumor. Weak countries have no diplomacy, and these small countries have no idea what has actually happened to the Dragon Kingdom during this period of time, nor that the world, for that matter, is about to change. Each of these people appeared in the conference screen with a confused look on their faces. To this day they don't know what the meeting was called for. Countries that are not capable of launching satellites are not even aware of the Tarzan incident in the Dragon Kingdom. This is the island's response? We will immediately take strong measures against the island side's refusal to recognize and distort the facts, as well as its backhanded behavior, said Zhang Shan. Directly hung up the video conference. This would never have been possible before. But this time, the Dragon Kingdom was prepared early on. This meeting is also just a walk in the park. The plan begins. Act immediately, Zhang Shan ordered as he looked to the people in the command room. Everyone immediately left the command room and went to their respective posts to open the battle plan session. Ippon Yamada was filled with confusion. How is this? Hang on. No dude, you're serious. This situation is unique throughout history. Even if you're playing for real, you have to warn me twice first, right? You're just going to me? You can't. You're playing hard to get. Shouldn't be. Yamada said as cold sweat broke out on Ippon Yamada's forehead. No, what was Rokoka thinking? You're going to them over Ichikaniguchi? It's not like they've done any substantial damage. What's the big deal? The Eagle Sauce representative was also a bit puzzled at the moment. They haven't even used the words they've prepared yet, and you're just going to lift the table? This time, they stood up for the small days and even held a meeting in the name of the P5, just to feel the bottom of the Dragon Kingdom. Look at the specifics of the Tarzan incident. As a result, Longwood directly did not break off, came up without saying a word, and directly lifted the table. Call a council immediately. Representative Eagle Jam, with a sullen face, likewise exited the video conference, and immediately called a meeting of the top brass. The rest of them were even more confused. What the hell is this? We've been in here for less than a minute. We haven't said 5 sentences in total, and it's over. Can someone tell them what's going on? Eagle Sauce, inside the Pentagon. Someone please tell me why the Dragon Kingdom is so tough. Is it because of that terrifying powerhouse from Taishan? Intelligence Department. Did you find out exactly who that person from Taishan is and what relationship he has with the Dragon Kingdom? President Turn, the Eagle Jam, asked, looking with a sullen face to the crowd present. Brenda, the head of the Security Bureau, stood up. So far we found out that Taishan powerhouse was a ruler of the Dragon Kingdom 2,000 years ago, named Ing Zheng, known as the first emperor of Qin. 2,000 years ago? The crowd looked at Brenda in disbelief. That's right, 2,000 years ago. Based on the information we've learned, this one's strength, which has exceeded everyone's imagination, can only be described as divine. This is a king who cannot be described in words. Brenda's face was grave, and as he learned more, the fear of Ing Zheng grew in his heart. What is this king's relationship with the Dragon Kingdom? Turn asked with a frown. Not sure. Brenda shook her head. It was hard for him to find out more at this point in time. No matter what, we can't let the Dragon Kingdom get bigger. We'll have to step in this time too, Tun said thoughtfully. The strategy department had just calculated, in conjunction with the intelligence given by Brenda, that once the Eagle Sauce went up against this beginning emperor, even if they put everything they had into it, it would be very difficult for them to have a 10% chance of winning. This is hard for Eagle Jam, who is used to being a bully, to accept. Mobilize the first and second fleets immediately to reinforce the island. As an order went down, all the forces of Eagle Jam were mobilized. Even the heavens and earth began to show a slight change. Some strange sights began to appear in various parts of the island, with colorful light that landed on the island's land. An oddly shaped figure appeared in the various cities of the island. Some are even gods in island folklore. Mount Tai, Jade Emperor Peak. Ing Zheng steeply turned his head and looked in the direction of the island. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Heh, gods? All generals obey. Swish. On top of Mount Tai, the spirit of the 100,000 sharp warriors was shaken, and they all looked up at the Jade Emperor's peak in unison. The long spear in his hand pointed to the ground, making a neat solemn sound. The faces of the 100,000 sharpshooters were filled with wariness. It's been so long since they've been out that they haven't been able to move around much. The only other time was that day when Zhang Jiao's yellow scarf warrior. But that's only how many people. And before they could get over it, the Rexes hiccuped. The slow ones didn't even touch the head, let alone the head. Under the expectant gazes of 100,000 sharp soldiers, Ing Zheng stepped down from the Jade Emperor top, followed by Yen Hui. Follow me in my quest to destroy the gods. Promise. The 100,000 sharp warriors answered in unison, their battle intent coalescing and rising to the sky. Since entering Taishan after Qin, the first time to step out of Taishan, the divine power in Ing Zheng's body transformed into a Xian bird that covered the sky and lifted up 100,000 sharp warriors and exited Taishan Island. Emperor Tokugawa Kiichi looked at Yamada Ippon with a somber face. The Dragon Kingdom pulled out of the video conference and just chose to go to war? What did you say to irritate Rukoku? Baka, do you realize that once the war starts, we don't have the ability to hold off the Dragon Kingdom right now? Tokugawa Kikichi slapped Ippon Yamada across the face. This was not at all what he had previously envisioned. These years the island country although jumped out of the way, but their own strength a few pounds they know very well. If you really want to piss off the Dragon Kingdom, the current island nation is no match at all. It's long past 200 years today. Your Excellency, I propose that Minister Yamada step in and publicly apologize and, if necessary, commit harakiri. Seconded. I agree. The heads of the various departments present, one by one, opened their mouths. No one pleaded for Ippon Yamada. Someone has to be held accountable for doing something wrong. The plan was set by Tokugawa Kiichi and Yamada Ippon. You can't just let the pushing Mikado go out and make amends. Then the only person to die would be Ippon Yamada. Your Imperial Majesty, please wait. Yamada Ippon, sweating profusely, hastened to speak. If he let those people talk any longer, he might actually have to die for his sins. If you think about it, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be so tough for no reason. It must be that our plan to pull in that strong person from Taishan has made them jealous. It means we're doing, well, the right thing. Besides, the Dragon countryside might be bluffing. Right, there's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, all thunder and no rain, trying to scare us and force us to give up our plan to pull in that powerful person from Taishan. Yamada Ippon speaks rapidly as he tries to convince Tokugawa Kiichi. Hearing Yamada's words, Tokugawa Kiichi also hesitated slightly. Not that he wanted to punish upon Yamada. After all, it was he and Yamada who had settled this matter. Now that things have gone wrong, Yamada is being pushed out as a scapegoat. But his prestige as an emperor will also take a hit. Doesn't this mean that he, the emperor, has made a wrong decision and has to let his subordinates take the blame? It didn't matter if Yamada died or not. What mattered was that his prestige as an emperor couldn't be damaged. A bluff? Latest intel. The Dragon Kingdom's East China Sea Jiandue has sailed across the DM Straits. You're telling me it's just a bluff? Is it going to take a missile landing on Argua soil for you to realize the seriousness of the matter? At that moment a middle-aged man in army garb stood up and glared angrily at Yamada Ippon. How is it possible? So fast. Yamada's eyes widened. No, really? But at this time, he can't back down. Or else he really has to be pushed out to commit harakiri and be that scapegoat. So what? We, the island nation, are going to bow down to the Dragon Nation. Yamada Ippon spoke in a raw voice. The faces of the people present sank, and they were about to continue berating Yamada when, without waiting for them to open their mouths, a man from the intelligence department ran in while holding a stack of information in his hands. Your Imperial Majesty, something has happened. An extremely large number of huge figures that flash by have suddenly appeared in various cities at the moment. These shadows, by comparison, seem to be the gods of our island legends. That information was captured visions in various cities. Hearing the man's words, the crowd temporarily put their sights on the information about the suspected gods descending into the world. Kami? Tokugawa Kiichi froze at his words, thinking he had heard wrong. A god descends at this juncture? Inside the conference room, people looked at each other, somewhat unknown. After everyone had read the information, they all fell silent. The gods have descended. This shows that we made the right decision. With the gods aiding in the battle, the rise of my great day empire is this day. It's God's will. That's right. It's divine providence. Ippon Yamada rushed to speak. He didn't know the reason for the descent of these gods, but it was enough for him to convince those present. He doesn't want to die. As for the real reason for the appearance of these suspected godly figures, not important. Anything to keep him from being pushed out to give thanks. Listening to Yamada's words, a hint of belief was hidden on the faces of the crowd. Otherwise, how could there just happen to be these suspected godly visages appearing at this juncture? With Ing Zhang as a forewarning, their acceptance of heaven and earth visions had been greatly improved. If it is true that this is indeed the day of our rise to power, as Yamada-kun said, I propose that we immediately send someone to search for the god's shadow and determine the truth of this matter. Also, immediately enter a state of readiness and show the world the power of our great day empire. At this instant, many people's hearts began to burn with a blazing fire. All without the sight of what they had just directed at Yamada. They're invaders to the core. It's just that he's been conditioned over the years by eagle sauce to be an obedient dog. But once you have that much strength, it's hard to suppress your nature. Lixil. Jiang Shan was looking at various information and was making deployments. The aide trotted all the way over. Commander, we have a situation on the island. According to satellite footage, the island had a number of visionary vapors appear over the city half an hour ago. After comparing these shadows, the images of these shadows seem to be the gods of island legends. Gods? Jiang Shan stopped his hand movements at the words and turned his head to frown at his assistant. As far as an image comparison is concerned, that's true. But these vapors flicker on and off, and we're not sure what the specifics are. The aide nodded. This, Jiang Shan frowned. Isn't that a little bit too much? The first emperor came out of the world in such a great battle that heaven and earth did not allow those legendary gods to descend. Venerable Xuanzang, that is also a person to cultivate and ascend. They had only seen the gods that were rumored to be worshipped by the folk and Taoist sects, and they had only seen the Tian Guan Dadi, who had been summoned by Ing Zhang with a single word that day. Strange, those island legends of the gods. It is difficult to keep their own faith in the territory. But why I Dragon Country back then suffered all the humiliation, but also do not see the gods descended to save the country. Is it heaven and earth striking? Not that the gods can't come down to earth at will? Jiang Shan's brows tightened, and this turn of events made him a little worried. The Dragon Kingdom didn't count on the gods for this one before. Even if heaven and earth were to fight against Great Qin and their Dragon Kingdom, He only thought that it would be the same as before, reviving some of the sages. Can we have an estimate of the strength of these gods? Zhang Shan asked after a moment of hesitation. Not sure. The age shook his head bitterly. Where is he going to find out? The old heavenly master once said that there are only 365 positive gods of heaven and earth, and there are even more ancient gods. Zhang Shan suddenly remembered the words of the old heavenly master. 365 positive gods, none of them from the island side. This suggests that those gods are merely applying a lofty name, but in reality, they may be a piece of the island nation, a projectile land. I think the gods are no better than that. They should be similar to Zhang Zhao's stream. In this case, immediately inform Qing Suzi. Make sure he convinces Lu Zhu and Xianzong to rush to the battlefield. Zhang Shan opened his mouth after some thought. Since the last incident at Zhongnan Mountain, Lu Dongbin has been successfully recruited. Xuanzong is still in the swing phase. The strength of these two people, in Zhang Shan's opinion, was enough to be called a god when put in that fart of an island country. Right? Good. The assistant nodded and transmitted Zhang Shan's words. Then he took out his tablet and continued. Commander, there's been a change in Taishan as well. A sky-covering Xianbird flew out of Mount Tai, with 100,000 sharp warriors of Great Qin on it, and that one seems to have come down in person. It's just that we don't know for sure if that one is going to travel to the island himself. It can only be a guess. So soon? Zhang Shan's expression was shocked. He didn't expect Ding Zhang to come down from the mountain so early. Great Qin, which has been silent for some time, is finally going to show its face in front of the countries around the globe. At this point in time, the beginning emperor's descent from the mountain could only be because of the presence of those suspected gods on the island. I wonder what hundreds of countries around the world, large and small, will think when they see this first emperor. I am afraid that many small countries will bow down just by taking a look at that one's elegance. Great Qin is about to proclaim to the world just how heroic the first great unification of the Earth's palace was 2,000 years ago. This is 57 chapters. The last chapter was shut down again. I don't know when it will be released. I guess it will be deleted quite a bit, so you can wait for it to be released and read it together. Zhang Shan's expression relaxed. What's there to worry about when Tarzan himself has come down? A god? Kneel and kowtow as usual. Ing Zhang's strength had long been deep in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the existence of a ceiling on earth. Whether you are a god or not, go down to the realm and put your head down as a god. Rococo has to deal with just the regular armed forces, and Hawk Jam's fleet. That's a confidence Rococo still has. The first emperor himself. Our Dragon Kingdom cannot be a little force. Let King Suzi make sure to persuade Lu Zhu to be there. The island gods. Slaughtered god today. An inexplicable light flashed in Zhang Shan's eyes as he looked in the direction of the island country. Zhang Shan still had confidence in these old ancestors. Lu Dongbin, the pure Yang sword immortal, wasn't so bad that he couldn't handle those few wild gods. Understood. The assistant nodded. Then informed Qing Suzi of the Terminal Mountain once again. Terminal Mountain. It's still in that little compound at the top of the hill. A song came out of the small courtyard. Be a mama's boy. Be a sober mama's boy. Outside the door, the corners of Qing Suzi's mouth twitched. I don't know what happened, but this old ancestor seems to have fallen in love with this song, humming it all day long. Adjusting his expression, Qing Suzi pushed the door and walked in. Ancestor Lu, Venerable Xuanzong. Qing Suzi bowed low. Xuanzong closed his eyes and recited the sutra and paid no attention. He's annoyed as hell right now. He was worried about how to fulfill the 12 grand wishes he had made that day. Whether or not to suppress Ing Zhang is no longer his concern. How to return the wish is his biggest problem. You can't see that in the past. The Bodhisattva Earth Songwang made a promise. A grand wish of not becoming a Buddha until hell is empty. And now it's still staying down there. And Lu Dongbin was lying on a rocking chair aside, humming leisurely. Seeing that both of them ignored him, a trace of helplessness flashed across Qing Suzi's face. But immediately afterward, with a twinkle in his eye, he continued. Lu Zhu, that old ancestor from Taishan has come down again. There was a sudden silence in the small courtyard. The ditty came to a screeching halt. Lu Dongbin stiffened and turned his head to look at Qing Suzi. Even Xuanzong opened his eyes and looked over. Again? Lu asked carefully. That's not true. What is he afraid of now? I'm also from the Deqin side. Thinking about it, Lu Dongbin's expression became a bit more natural. Not only has that old ancestor descended from the mountain, but the entire Great Qin's 100,000 sharp warriors have all descended from the mountain. What? Lu Dongbin, who had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again. All the way down? What does that guy want? I heard it was for the island. Qing Suzi opened his mouth to explain. He was able to relax again, just as long as it wasn't any of his business. Xuanzong on the side opened his mouth. Some want to speak. but in the end did not say anything. On the island side, it seems that heaven and earth have stepped in and descended a batch of gods, and the meaning from above is that they want you to make a trip to calm the scene. Qing Suzi looked at Lu Dongbin and spoke carefully. Me? The town hall? Lu Dongbin sniffed his head full of questions. Right. Qing Suzi nodded. Sure it's me? Or is it going to the town hall? Lu Dongbin continued to pursue the question with an incredulous look on his face. Is there some kind of misunderstanding about him up there? Him? The town hall? What a way for him to hold down the fort. The Tarzan one is all entered. Take the head of the town. Listen to this. This is human talk. The island gods have descended. Even the patriarch of Tarzan has gone to ask you to hold down the fort. I can't hold it down. I can't hold it down. I'm that old ancestor. I've heard that the gods over there on the island are not very good. You shouldn't be bad, right? Qing Suzi seemed to have understood and asked cautiously. Is this a problem for the gods? Lu Dongbin looked at this junior of his family with black lines all over his head. What do you need me for when the Tarzan guy is gone? Town. I'll take the ING town. Do you want me to die, old ancestor? Ah. Qing Suzi sniffed and shook his head in a hurry. Then said, the one from Taishan. We're just guessing, speculating on the holy heart. But as you know, this emperor's heart is as deep as the sea. What if that one is not going to the island? Besides, our dragon kingdom has to have a card-carrying powerhouse. What does it say about you that you were told to go from above? This shows recognition of you. You are now the number one card face in our dragon kingdom. Saishuko went straight for a flurry of rainbow fart output. Lu Dongbin's face eased up. Is that so? Cough. Hearing this, Xuanzong, who had been silent on the side, coughed twice. First platoon? Not him? Exclusively enjoying the chi of the Buddha's way on earth. The power of the 12 grand wishes is added to his body, and he condenses the body of the true Buddha on earth. He's not worthy of Xuanzong? When did it become the turn of this Malu Taoist priest next to him to claim first place? However, Qing Suzi ignored it and continued to look at Lu Dongbin. Yes, think about it. The one from Taishan is indeed unrivaled on earth, but we also have to show it, right? Old ancestor, you show your face in front of that person, and later, TSK, isn't it? A hint of deep thought appeared on Lu Dongbin's face. It doesn't seem like a no? He wouldn't dare to fight with Ing Zhang, but if you go against the so-called gods of those small days, it's not just a matter of taking them on. His reputation as the pure Yang sword immortal wasn't blown out of proportion. It wasn't that he looked down on the gods. For the small days of that fart of a place, a Jin Dan can go over and be rumored to be an immortal. You are so damn good at making ramen that you can be given the title of ramen immortal. Moving around, this immortal, that god, it is simply degrading to the immortal gods. Even those gods and those legends are just blown out of proportion. The gods of heaven and earth are numbered. The island nation has no gods, but a bunch of mortals. Lu Dongbin waved his hand and got up. So what do you mean? Qing Suzi asked. Walk. As the words fell, Lu Dongbin took a step and his figure disappeared into the final mountain. The only two people left in the small courtyard were Xuanzong and Qing Shuzi, who looked at each other without words. The first row of faces. Is that what it says? Xuanzong got up and walked over to Qing Suzi. Ha? No, I made it up. Qing Suzi saw Xianzang's face was not right and gulped. Oh. Xuanzong nodded and walked over to Qing Suzi. The sunlight was blocked by Xuanzong's tall body, and the pupils of Qing Shuzi's eyes were dilated. Buddy, you Buddhist master, not so concerned about the false name. Duoma straight. An arcane bird that covered the sky crossed the sky. 100,000 soldiers are located at the top, each with a reddish-black murderous aura around them. And Ing Zhang is at the front looking down on the world. With De Qin's entrance, the dome of the sky changed color and the entire sky darkened. Below, the dragon fleet stared dazedly at the scene above the sky. Even though he had been informed earlier that the Taishan patriarch was coming in person, he was still shocked speechless when he really saw the scene with his own eyes. Not far away, the island's ragtag fleet, many small days look stagnant, not yet started the war, has already been up to the heart of the surrender. The beginning emperor is really here. The commander on the Dragon Kingdom fleet muttered with an uplifted look on his lips. Li Xian, eagle sauce. The eyes of all the nations of the globe converged for once, and they truly saw the great Qin. Unlike before, satellites nowadays can clearly capture the scene. Ing Zhang is trying to show the people of the 100 Kingdoms what the master of the earth looks like. Remember him as Ing Zhang. The Xian bird that covered the entire sea covered the entire sea. The sky and the earth were plunged into darkness. The countries looked at Ing Zhang and the 100,000 sharp soldiers on top of the Xian bird, unable to say a word for a while. There is weirdness and practitioners in this world, but whether it's spooky or not, or a practitioner, all of their tactics are still within the realm of common understanding. and still flesh and blood. With the power of technology in their hands, they still have a fighting chance. But today, let's not talk about how powerful Ing Zhang is. Just the sky-covering Xian bird, such a huge thing, could make one lose the heart of confrontation with just a single glance. What's going on in the world? What is that? That? A god? Can someone tell me what has happened in the past few days? What on earth is going on in the Dragon Kingdom? There are more than 200 countries in the world, of which only 10 have satellites. With the exception of the P5 and the island nation, the remaining 4 were all in a daze, not knowing what was going on. Their satellite technology is not sophisticated enough to know anything about Tarzan. But this time, the DM Straits. It's kind of an open battle, and countries with satellites have been watching. That's how they got to see this great Qin Empire that unified the world more than 2,000 years ago, and the master of the empire, Ing Zhang. We carry it? In the island nation, in the Homeland Security Defense Department, Tokugawa's eyes were dull as he watched the images relayed from the satellite. At this moment, he lost some of his confidence. Don't lose faith in our gods, Your Majesty the Emperor. Yamada Ippon's voice rang out. He couldn't let the battle spirit that had been so hard to gather dissipate. Otherwise, he, the minister, will have to be pushed out as a scapegoat again. It doesn't matter if you can beat it or not, and it doesn't matter how strong Ing Zhang is. Ippon Yamada was in no mood to dish this out right now. His only thought was to die together. He couldn't be left out there alone to take the blame. Yes, gods. Did the field officers find out clearly if those shadows are really gods? And how come no news has been sent back yet? Bunch of losers. 10 minutes. Those beings must be reached in 10 minutes. Otherwise, all of you will commit harakiri. Tokugawa Kazuki yelled back. Hi, don't worry, Your Excellency. I'll go there personally. Yamada Ippon answered in a loud voice, and then, regardless of whether Tokugawa had agreed or not, ran out of the conference room in a puff of smoke. The people present were in no mood to care if Yamada Ippon took advantage of the opportunity to escape at the moment, because it's late. Even if we push Yamada out now, I'm afraid it won't change anything. People's dragon country so big battle. Is it over the family fun? The arrow is in the air. Contrary to the island side, the joy on everyone's faces in the command room of Yosen. Previously, although I guessed that Ing Zhang had come down with 100,000 sharp soldiers, it was very likely that he had come to the battlefield in person because of the island gods. But speculation is only speculation after all, and now that it is certain, the hearts of the people are at ease. This is finally the battle where we show our power and surrender our sincerity. The first emperor swept in, but we can't just rely on Great Qin. 200 years. Let the world see our dragon kingdom struggle for 200 years. Zhang Shan adjusted his mood and spoke with a serious face. Notify the East Sea Fleet to open fire. With a command from Zhang Shan, the order was immediately received on the East Sea Fleet side. Departments acted quickly to get into a fighting position, suppressing his shock at the great Qin Xian bird above the sky dome. As an order was given, the ship's giant cannons and the ship's missiles opened fire. Heavy shipboard attack planes took off, and just at that moment, the torrent of steel kicked in. The precipitation of the Dragon Kingdom for 200 years was completely released at this moment. For this battle, the Dragon Kingdom sent 2 carriers along. As far as the island's paper-thin defense fleet is concerned, there is absolutely no resistance. The ships were closely connected to each other, and on the Azure Sea, the warships of the Dragon Kingdom sailed mightily like giant beasts, slicing through the waves and sending up splashes. The entire fleet began to attack. The guns on the battleship rumbled and roared, and shells shot out of the portholes and whistled at the enemy ships. Intense artillery fire rained down, and the sea blossomed with gunfire and flashes of fire. Kami-sama save me. No, Amaterasu Amikami is above. Save your followers. Countless people cried out among the island fleet. The missiles came whizzing in with violent explosions that instantly obliterated everything. The island frigate fleet, like papier-mâché, was instantly torn apart by the torrent of steel. In just a few moments, the entire fleet of island protectors was completely torn apart. Above the surface of the sea, pieces of island ships were everywhere. They didn't even manage to hold off a round of dragon attack. This is a technological weapon? It's somewhat interesting. Above the sky dome, Yen Hui sighed as he looked at the scene below. Such destructive power was enough to be comparable to a celestial in the 5th realm of cultivation. Even, in terms of destructive power, and killing alone, technological weapons that have surpassed celestial cultivators. Humans are always thirsty for progress and are also the best at dealing with their own kind. Ing Zhang said with a calm face. He never looked down on technology, because he clearly knew that these things had long surpassed the means of cultivators in terms of killing alone. Humans invented guns, cannons, nukes, and even interstellar weapons that were designed to kill people. It's no wonder that cultivators have declined. Yan Hui shook his head with a bitter smile. Cultivation bitter. 10 years of hard work is not enough to will be initiated. It is also 100 enemies. But the production line, which has been in constant operation for more than 10 years, can make as many guns as it can. Not everyone can reach the heights of Ing Zhang, and even he, Yan Hui, can be counted on one hand throughout history. That little red button, a quick press and the little slug whooshes out and could bury millions and millions of people in the next second. You've got a celestial to kill millions and millions of people, and that's still a long way off. Only when the sea accommodates all rivers can the world be as prosperous as it can be. Ing Zhang smiled. After Great Qin gained a foothold in the world, he wouldn't give up on science and technology either. But does your majesty really want to go down personally? Yan Hui looked in the direction of the island. Those so-called gods are nothing more than some cultivators who have occasionally sucked up the faith of incense, or of foreign beasts. It's not worth all the fuss you're making. Yan Hui opened his mouth and asked. The gods of the island were not even considered divine immortals in Yan Hui's eyes. Those are small-time people, blowing up and forcing a name on them, without the need for Great Qin to make a move. With the power of the technological weapons displayed in this naval battle, Yan Hui estimated that the Dragon Kingdom would have the ability to solve it. I like the feeling of crushing the mandate of heaven. I want to stomp the so-called mandate of heaven's lofty stance into the mortal soil. The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth hooked up into a smile as he raised his head to look at the sky. Those so-called island gods, weak as they were at least stumbling blocks that heaven and earth had made in order to stop Great Qin's advance. He just wanted to crush through and shatter the supremacy of heaven's will, in the hearts of mankind. When everyone, in their hearts, felt that heavenly destiny was nothing more than that, that is when Great Qin completely controls this world. If you don't see, most of the people in the cultivation community of the Dragon Kingdom, after experiencing events such as Zhang Jiao, have already become disenchanted with heaven and earth. Ing Zhang's eyes were fixed on the island. These so-called gods, who dared to show their heads, were directly killed by thunder. The world's fear of the gods, of heaven and earth, is completely shattered. Turning to honor the Great Qin and the first emperor alone. It's over. Didn't last half an hour. Kiichi Tokugawa murmured under his breath in the island's Ministry of Homeland Security. He figured the island guard fleet wouldn't be able to stop them for long. After all, they had come prepared this time, with their only 2 carriers deployed. But this is now a situation where it hasn't even been stopped for 10 minutes. Their Great Day Empire's island protecting fleet couldn't be this weak even if it was hastily assembled. The Hawk Jam fleet. Yes, we still have the Hawk Jam fleet. Tokugawa Kiichi suddenly thought of Hawk Jam's 1st and 2nd Jin fleet. With these 2 fleets around, trying to land on the island would definitely not be possible in a short period of time. But, the one in the sky. A general stood up weakly as spoke. Eagle Jam's 2 fleets can hold back the East Sea fleet for a while, but for the Great Qin above the dome of the sky, can it be held back? Tokugawa Kiichi's face instantly sank again. Baka, Maru, how did things suddenly turn out like this? Tokugawa Kiichi yelled as he slammed the table. He is now also finally awake some. This battle is not so simple. If they lose the Great Day Empire, then the end. How did this turn into a life and death battle? Didn't they just line up an Iguchi Iken to go? Do they have to play so big? Your Majesty the Emperor. The latest news has come back from Army Intelligence. Army Commander-in-Chief Ishida Inoue rose with a sullen face. Say, they might use He weapons to destroy the Eagle Jam fleet outright. All without a single strike from that powerhouse above the celestial dome. What? Asterisk. Tokugawa Kimi tensed up for a moment. How is it possible? Aren't they afraid of international public opinion? By what dare? When these words came out, the people present instantly panicked. Looking around the world, no one knows more about nuclear strikes than I do. Why? I've been shot twice, and that's exactly why they're so flustered. Once the news is true, then there's no need to fight at all. They could just hang a white flag and surrender. Your Majesty the Emperor, it's not completely out of the question. At most, 1 or 2 will be launched, to bombard the fleet only. They won't fall on our land. As long as we find the gods, we'll carry them. At that moment a few generals of the militant faction got up and with wild faces rose to speak. It's not like we haven't been through this before. So what can we do with 2 more? It's not like we're bombing them. It's like we're bombing the Eagle Sauce fleet. Asshole. Ishida Inoue looked angrily at a few people. You guys aren't afraid of death, but he is. What do you think he hit? Looking at the bickering crowd, Tokugawa Kiichi's head was bluntly spinning, but he was still sane enough to know that useless bickering would change nothing. Activate the weapons interception system immediately, stall at all costs, and make sure to hold off the first wave of the attack. Since the gods have descended, they won't abandon us. Tokugawa Kiichi, adjusting his emotions, immediately ordered. But just then, The inspector of the tactical department's interception system rushed into the conference room in a hurry. Your Excellency, it's not good. Coming. Baka. Speak up. What's coming? Tokugawa Kiichi said as he looked at the interception system monitor who suddenly barged into the conference room. Guide. Missiles. What? The people present instantly panicked when they heard this. Not caring about Tokugawa, the emperor, one by one, they scrambled towards the outside of the conference room, running as fast as they could towards the air raid shelter. The generals who had just been the most hardened were now running the fastest. Granted, that missile won't land on the island, but what if the fallout affects it? Baka. Wait for me. Tokugawa Kiichi then reacted and hurriedly yelled and scolded the crowd. The entire island, all the cities, resounded with piercing air raid sirens at that instant. All the populace looked confused and didn't know what was going on. Yan Hui watched that Dongfeng intercontinental missile, speedily skimming through the high altitude, with the will of Dongfeng Express. Mission accomplished, flying towards the Eagle Sauce fleet on the outskirts of the island country. This thing, it's a bit interesting. Yan Hui had an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. He could feel the terrifying power that thing contained. It's me who underestimated these countries today. Yan Hui opened his mouth and sighed. He had thought that cultivation had declined, and that today's world was so muddy that even if technology was strong, it would be difficult to hold up a piece of sky. But this nuke, it changed his opinion. The power contained in that was enough to compare to a celestial powerhouse going all out. This kind of weapon, of course, was certainly not as flexible as the celestials, but it was still terrifying enough. How many things like this are there in each country? Yan Hui looked at Ying Zhang and asked. A few tens of thousands of them, or more if you want. Yan Hui. No, how much? Is there a mistake? Throughout history, it's hard to tell if there are even 1,000 strong celestials, but tens of thousands of these? And you can add more whenever you want? He was a Confucian saint, and in terms of battle power alone, he was a shade stronger than the average Taoist immortal. But even so, he couldn't say how many he could carry. Never could carry tens of thousands of them anyway. At this moment, Yan Hui was considered to really understand what it meant that times had changed. No wonder His Majesty didn't choose to directly and forcefully occupy the earth after his emergence. That 100,000 sharpshooters can be blown out of the poop, just between the two men talking. That intercontinental tactical missile also came over the island. The interception system was activated, and countless missiles were shot out, trying to intercept them, but they were ineffective and couldn't be intercepted at all. At this time, Tokugawa Kiichi and the others had already taken refuge in the air raid shelter, looking at the outside surveillance, their faces as if they were deathly pale. No, you don't even say hello, you just launch it? Dude, it's just starting. What's with the table lifting? It doesn't play like that. Just as Tokugawa's group of executives were cursing in their hearts, Mount Fuji shook for a moment, as everyone on the island looked on in shock. A huge thing burrowed out of the mountainous terrain and rose up into the sky. The giant thing had 8 heads and 8 tails. Its head was like a dragon. Its eyes were as bright red as red acid sauce. Its back was covered with moss and trees. Its belly was ulcerated and bleeding, and 8 colored clouds often floated on top of its head, and its body was as huge as 8 mountain peaks in 8 valleys. 8. Orochi? Looking at the huge thing in the sky above, many people seemed to recognize that it was somewhat similar to their legendary Yamanano Orochi. A wave of hope welled up on the faces of Tokugawa and the others in the underground bomb shelter. That son of a Yamada is finally right about one thing. The gods of their Great Day Empire had truly revived. Divine beasts like the Yamanano Orochi really do exist. At this moment, all countries were a bit shocked. Is it possible that all the myths of the island are true? In the eyes of countless people who were puzzled and shocked, the giant thing suspected to be an octopus rose up into the sky and headed straight for the intercontinental missile. Immediately afterward, in front of the astonished eyes of the crowd, he swallowed that missile in one bite. Is it bad? On the Xian bird, Yan Hui was directly confused by this hand. In his senses, that so-called Orochi was only around the strength of a celestial. How dare you swallow an ICBM alive? Very brave. There's something wrong with this little snake's presence. Unlike the entity, on the dome of the island sky, the Orochi raised its head to the sky and swung its body as if to show off its power. In the next second, an explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth came. Immediately afterward, a dazzling ball of light appeared in the air, temporarily blinding the crowd. Above the sky, a rain of blood fell, with countless chunks of meat caught in the rain of blood. When the crowd regained their sight, they only saw that above the dome of the sky, the originally majestic 8-headed and 8-tailed Orochi was directly blown up without a large part of its body. This, no, can't be. Yagyu Orochi-sama, dead? Many of the island's general public are somewhat unable to accept this. isn't that their legendary beast? How can you lose on top of technological weapons? This is too weak, isn't it? However, the truth is not that the practice is too weak. Rather, the crowd's knowledge of technology is too low, even if they live in the modern world. But most people have only seen pistols blah 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 and machine guns by UBUBU, totally unable to feel what it means to be a missile. What do you mean by intercontinental tactical missile? So much so that, subconsciously, they all use the guns they know so well to compare the power of the legendary gods. But that thing? It's 200 years old. Times have changed. Dongfeng Intercontinental Ballistic Tactical Missile carrying a nuclear warhead. The blast radius is 100 kilometers, equivalent to 5,000,000 tons of TNT equivalent. The power released from just this instantaneous explosion was enough to rival a celestial powerhouse. Just this power. The flying stiffs transformed by those 100 or so celestial masters in the beginning Emperor's Earth Palace couldn't carry it at all. But the top is still incredibly afraid of those flying stiffs. Nothing more than not being able to use the thing at all. You put nuclear awe in your own territory. There is a bag that is not. And this Orochi, he gave it a direct swallow. How powerful can an equivalent of a celestial beings be? Exploding from the inside out. This wave of damage ate up all the direct. And it was lucky that it wasn't all blown to bits straight away. Miserable cries resounded through heaven and earth. Before the originally mighty Orochi could display his majesty, all that was left was a stump of a body that fell hard to the ground from above the sky. That feat of swallowing the Dongfeng Intercontinental Tactical Missile alive didn't make people think it was that strong, but instead showed the power of the Dragon's intercontinental missiles. In an underground bomb shelter, Tokugawa Kiichi and the others looked at that broadcast screen and were silent without saying a word. Why in the world? Said a trembling voice, uttering the question in everyone's mind. In this battle, they fought inexplicably and lost inexplicably. No, what's with all the sudden real work? If this were in the past, it would have taken half a month of just talking, all kinds of warnings, condemnations, and finally pulling the rug out from under them. But this time, the Dragon Kingdom directly lifted the table and gave them a dry spell. It's okay, we have other gods. Tokugawa Kiichi's tone trembled. His hope now could only be those nebulous gods and immortals. What are they going to block with just themselves? One shot from that East Wind Express at the mainland and they'd immediately have to raise the white flag. That's the sad thing about non-nuclear countries. Once a country that holds a nuclear strike, after lifting the table, doesn't pull any punches with you, you don't even get to play. Even if Eagle Jam wanted to back them up, they would have to consider whether or not the Dragon's East Wind Express would be delivered to their Eagle Jam. Is it worth it for an island to receive a courier for their Eagle Sauce? Obviously, it's not worth it. As Tokugawa and the others thought, the Hawk Jam 1st and 2nd fleets that stayed around the island began an emergency withdrawal. Retreat at once. Pull full speed. On the fleet, countless people acted in panic, turning their sailing direction quickly. The Dragon Kingdom is so crazy. They're playing for real. God forbid. I hope I don't get a second delivery. The commander of the fleet folded his hands in reverent prayer. Things have gone beyond their expectations. People are playing for real. Up comes the big move starter. Pulling? Testing? International condemnation? Get out of the way. Dongfeng Express. Mission accomplished. At this moment, the entire island began to panic. They were the most clueless, and none of them could yet understand what was happening. The Dragon Kingdom's East China Sea Fleet, on the other hand, began to push forward in full force at this time, preparing for a small landing. Those guys, they shouldn't be able to hide anymore. Above the Xian bird, Yan Hui looked at the island and said softly, the Dragon Kingdom landed and Great Qin took over. The fortunes of a country were directly incorporated into Great Qin. Heaven and earth will not sit idly by. If it was simply two countries at war, heaven and earth wouldn't even care about this place. But the Dragon Kingdom is for Great Qin. To put it bluntly, this is Great Qin plundering the national fortune. In that case, how could heaven and earth sit back and watch Great Qin, an anomaly, grow bigger? Listening to Yan Hui's words, Ying Zhang did not say a word, except that the Xian bird, which was hovering above the dome of the sky, lifted both of its wings and came directly over the island country. The huge body that covered the sky blocked out the sun in the sky. The whole island plunged into darkness. Countries are watching this nervously via satellite feed. Next, the strength that Great Qin was going to display determined their future plans, as well as their attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom. What's that? What on earth have we done on the island? What on earth has happened to the world? Numerous islanders looked up in uncertainty, looking toward the sky-covering basilisk with panic on their faces. So, is that person going to make a move too? The bomb shelter. Tokugawa Kiichi's face went gray. This powerful person they had been trying to rope in from the beginning seemed to have already reached a partnership with the Dragon Country officials. Otherwise, how could Rukoku be so perverse as to find a random reason and just call that first emperor of Taishan? Also personally pressed the battlefield for him. Damn Yamada. Damn the Ministry of Intelligence. Tokugawa Kiichi cursed under his breath. If it weren't for Yamada, why would their island go through what they are going through today? Now Hawk Jam retreats, not daring to tough it out. Their own frigate fleet was torn right through. A huge basilisk bird prowls above the sky. There was nothing left for them to do to stop the dragon landing. As the island crowd fell into a state of despair, those huge shadows that had flickered away earlier reappeared over the island. What is that? Those vapors from before? Is it Kamisama? The heaven and earth visions instantly attracted the attention of everyone. The island, which had been dead silent, instantly came alive again. That Xian bird above the sky dome certainly brought them great pressure. But the gods descending into the world gave them even greater confidence. God-sama has descended to the world, so whatever happened, it can be easily solved, right? Scared the hell out of me. Just thought it was going to be the end. Won't Koshu, that strange bird in the sky, and the fleet of the Dragon Kingdom, wait to bear the wrath of our gods of the great day. On the island's internet, countless people kept posting, pouring out all the fear they had just felt. Now that they were on their side, with the help of the gods, what was there to fear? Regardless of why the Dragon Kingdom had suddenly struck. Now, it was time for their island nation to strike back. The chiefs of the countries were also looking at the satellite broadcast screen with a grave expression. Especially Eagle Sauce. What is happening on the island today is beyond their expectations. They now neither want the Dragon Kingdom to win nor the Island Kingdom to win, because what the island is showing now threatens them. A dog has the strength to devour its master. That's something Eagle Sauce doesn't want. As the owners of the island, they knew exactly what pissed off the little day people were. Once turned over, it was as if they were vicious dogs, tearing at them as their masters. Check. Find out for me where those vapors from the island came from. And the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom had quite a few of these visions back in the day, didn't they? They have gods too? Why we didn't? Go and find out for me at once. Also, convene a council immediately to prepare for a nuclear strike. The island can't win this battle. And if it does, a full-scale nuclear launch will shatter those so-called gods. A hard look flashed in President Eagle Jam's eyes. The island dog, absolutely, positively cannot roll over. In just a few moments, the Eagle Sauce moved from the position of ally host to the opposite side of the island. At this time, over the island, a burst of haze flashed through, infusing into those shadows. These shadowy bodies hanging over the city gradually solidified and completely manifested themselves in the world. Ing Zhang allowed those shadows to solidify and did not stop them. Just his right hand slowly rested on the Tai sword at his waist. The Emperor's aura was raging and majestic, inducing the boundless seawater to surge and roar. The sea flowed backwards, and countless columns of water were drawn upwards to access the vault of heaven. Plot pulled back. These got it done. My problem, touched a lot of things I shouldn't have, led to changing and reviewing. Sorry, the last chapter is under review. Read it together when it comes out. My question. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at that first emperor of heaven and earth. Even the vision of the island god manifesting was covered by Ing Zhang's action of hitching his sword. The rendering of heaven and earth for the gods of the island was not as shocking as this first emperor's imperial aura rising to the heavens with a single movement of his thoughts. On the surface of the sea, the Dragon Kingdom's fleet stopped and watched from afar, not daring to come any closer. They were afraid that the aftermath of Ing Zhang's action would overturn their entire fleet. A god whose chi is mixed with faith? Yan Hui stood behind Ing Zhang, looking away from the gods that had just manifested on the island. These so-called gods are temporary creations of heaven and earth. This is a non-existent god that was softly manifested by heaven and earth descending down on the chi, and the mixed beliefs of the islanders. It was the same with the Orochi before. And Ing Zhang had already discovered the nature of these so-called island gods at that time. The strength of such a product is ultimately limited, and most of them are just a celestial being, with a few with huge faith that can touch the level of an immortal. But that's about it. Just a bunch of bastards. Ing Zhang had no interest in his eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of powerfully shattering heaven and earth as well as the god's position in the hearts of all living beings, he wouldn't even bother to make a move against such a bastard. Yan Hui sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. Bastard. But he wasn't wrong. Faith is a product of heaven and earth's destiny. Just between the two talking, that patch of island gods seemed to have adapted to the current situation. Turning into a stream of light, they rushed up to the sky and confronted Ing Zhang. The three people standing at the very front had a slightly stronger aura that could vaguely compare to the immortals of the Dao sect. At the top of the list is the oldest god in island lore, the main god in the Mikado of heaven, born from the reed, governs the center of the universe and the laws that govern the operation of all things. Of course, this was only the legend of the island's people, and heaven and earth did not recognize it, Or else this bastard would not have only the aura of an immortal powerhouse. Behind it stood a man and a woman. Izanagi, Izanami. One is called the father of mankind by the island, the other the mother of mankind. Apparently it's also just fiction. Beyond that, there were a host of bastard gods of celestial strength. Amaterasu Amikami, Shina Dobiku Kami, Koganuchi Kami, Oyamatsugumi Kami, and Kageo Nobisai Kami, the god of the wilderness, also known as Nobushi Kami, the fire god, Kagatsuchi, and the 8 thunder gods. The gods manifested themselves as if they were stars in the sky, densely covered over the island. Countless people below cheered loudly. Even though the visions brought by Ing Zhang were even more terrifying, they believed in their gods, the main god in the heaven zone, the oldest god of them all. Ah, could it be worse by the man in the dragon robe? The gods of the high heavenly planes are here. If you dare to take a step forward, die. The Lord God of Heaven's royal center looked at Ing Zhang indifferently. He didn't know how strong Great Qin was, nor did he know what kind of existence Ing Zhang was. He was born out of Qi and faith, and had the divinity of the legendary ancient gods, but also just divinity without the corresponding strength. Under the influence of divinity, all the gods of the island are in an exalted position. Noisy, Ing Zhang frowned, without seeing any movement. The body of this most ancient god in the island's legends was as if it was being held by a giant invisible hand. Immediately afterward, incomparable horror surfaced on that indifferent face. That mouth, torn raw by an inexplicable force. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the face of the main god in the heavens' royal palace was smashed right through by an unknown object. The heavens and the earth were silent, and the island below was dead silent. The island gods hanging in the sky looked at this scene incredulously. The main god in Tennogashin, dead? Then, the man said one word, and the oldest god of their island died? Who was that man in the dragon robe? How could it be so strong? That was the lord of the high heavenly planes, the main god in the heavens royalty, as if he were the emperor of heaven. Are you kidding me? This illusion? It must be an illusion. Izanagi and Izanami both murmured from their mouths. That's right, illusions? Think that's going to scare us? Ridiculous. The island's sun god Amaterasu laughed out loud, and immediately turned into a black flame and rushed towards Ing Zhang. That black flame, with the will to burn out everything in the world, set even space ablaze wherever it passed. At this sight, the gods breathed a sigh of relief. Amaterasu's flames, that is a terrifying fire that can burn even a god to the ground. Instead, Ing Zhang didn't even bother to look at it, and his right hand tapped the hilt of the sword at his waist. A sword light that caused heaven and earth to lose color cut across the sky. Boundless majesty caused countless people to resist kneeling in submission. The sword of Tai, the sword of Wei Dao, its power, which oppresses the world, subjugates all who see it. Island, dragon nation, eagle sauce. Anyone who saw this sword light instantly lost their concentration and fell to their knees. The king cannot see straight, and I don't know how much time has passed. That terrifying pressure finally dissipated. The crowd rushed to look, and the black flame that Amaterasu had transformed into had already disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. Fake it, that person. How can he be so strong that the main god of Tenno Onaka, Amaterasu Amikami, is dead? He didn't even make a move. Baka, it's that bastard who invited such a horrible existence. Don't get me killed. I don't want to die. I kneel. I submit. Why don't the gods in the sky kneel? Are they stupid? Can't they see the situation? Countless islanders below grouped together and chastised their own gods. It was as if they weren't the ones who had just cheered and cheered for their own gods. The islanders have aggression in their blood, but they have a deep slavishness in their bones, worshipping the strong and submitting to them. Before Ing Zhang's sword was unsheathed, just above the Tai sword intent, he broke down the psychological defenses of the people of the island. They don't want to resist now. They just want to submit to this beginning emperor. It even blames its own gods above the vault of heaven. Who the hell is he? He, the ancient god that came down from above? Heaven and earth? Do we still have a way forward to stop this one? In the sky dome, the many island gods were also filled with fear. At this moment, their figures began to become illusory once again. They began to wonder if they were gods or not. Why is the gap between you and Ing Zhang so huge? What's he's going to do? The island gods looked at Ing Zhang with fear on their faces, only to see Ing Zhang's right hand, which was resting on the hilt of the sword, steeply gripped the hilt. Then, slowly, he drew the taya at his waist. I, Ing Zhang, the first emperor of Qin, the first emperor of this world 2,000 years ago. Today, against heaven and earth, I have come back with great Qin, wanting to rule the whole world, to bring all the people back to Qin, to resolve the strife in the world, and to unite all the kingdoms. This sword of mine is called the unification of the world. Those who stand in my way will be princed with heaven and earth. In the eyes of countless people who were terrified, This sword fell towards the gods. This sword seemed to slice through heaven and earth, and all things were unstoppable. The sword blade swept through, and the gods fell. In an instant, these island gods, existences that were scorned by all nations, turned into flying ash and dissipated into heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, only the great Qin Shi bird was left standing proudly in heaven and earth. Ying Zheng hung in the air, and the crowd's eyes followed closely. All of you can come and ask for the sword Great Qin, and prevent our Qin from being unified. Just need to beat the Taie in my hands. All released and ready to watch. Ying Zheng's voice was not loud, but it could clearly reach everyone's ears. The people of the island below tilted their heads and looked up at the first emperor in the firmament. It was like a dream, as if the sky full of God's manifestation was all a bubble. The only thing that hangs over their island nation today is still the genjutsu that covers the sky. There is still only that first emperor from the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the people of the island nation, too, had experienced the feelings of the practitioners of the Dragon Nation. This first emperor is a great mountain that presses down on the heads of all things on earth. It was like a heavenly pillar holding up heaven and earth, and no one, not even the gods, could shake it in the slightest. The beliefs in the hearts of countless people began to quietly change. That fear of the gods of heaven and earth was gradually transferred to Ying Zheng. The world is foolish and has an extremely narrow vision, and that island god is already an invincible existence in the world in their eyes. But Ying Zheng's sword destroys all the gods, instantly overriding all things. With this sword, Ying Zheng achieved his goal. The word Ying Zheng is no different from heaven and earth in the eyes of the world. Eagle sauce. In the security bureau, a bunch of the big guys on the bus, patting the dust from their knees. Well, they just kneeled too. Even if it was just a satellite feed, they didn't resist the pressure of the thaumaturgical sword. Does he mean to unify the globe? Eagle Jam President Turn frowned at Brenda beside him. I suppose so. Brenda nodded. Can we block it? Turn looked to the rest of the department heads. The crowd looked at each other speechless, somewhat unsure of what to say. Being used to being overlords, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. We don't have enough information to make it hard to analyze. Brenda shook her head. Up to now, they only knew that Ying Zheng was strong, and that Great Qin, the kingdom that returned 2,000 years ago, was strong. But just how strong was it? They didn't have a number in their hearts. That beginning emperor never made more than one move in front of the world. Even the gods that appeared in that island country for unknown reasons couldn't withstand a light sword from someone else. How much of our nuclear stockpile do we have now? Turn asked with a sober face. Over 8,000. Brenda replied. Since the last council they had secretly restarted the nuclear weapons production line. Under the overtime rush, it had reached a huge 8,000 pieces. If it were us, facing those island gods, could we resolve the battle without casualties? Tun continued to ask. He needed a solid assessment of Eagle Jam's strength. Well, they can if they don't run. Brenda replied thoughtfully. Judging from the behavior of that Yamatatsuki Orochi, that archipelago nation god, was no better. At least the big killers they had in their hands were capable of doing damage to them. Of course, all that assumes that people don't run and just stand there stupidly and let you blow them up. With these 8,000 great treasures thrown over in one fell swoop, Brenda reckoned that it should be able to give those gods a drink. That is to say, we don't have any effective way to match those gods? Even the island gods don't have any way to resist, let alone that ancient king from the east. The faces of the people were very ugly. What do you mean it's okay to not run? People aren't stupid enough to stand there and let you blow them up. Unless they're all just like that Orochi. They're all just like that Orochi. They're all just like that Orochi. But as long as such a being moved, they were powerless. Turn hesitated for a long moment, looked up at the people in the room, and then spoke. Well, I propose that the ARC program be restarted. From now on, all project budgets are halted, and all funds, all of them, are injected into the ARC program. Hearing this, the eyes of the people present lit up. Then they all spoke up. I agree. Seconded. The ARC program is indeed the best fit at the moment. The so-called ARC program is to build a spaceship that is large enough. Inside were stored enough supplies for the upper classes to consume for centuries. If necessary, abandon Earth and fly to the universe. This plan has long been proposed by Hawksbane, but it was vetoed only at the beginning because of the huge drain on funds and the fact that they are the Earth's overlord. And in this case, the ARC program couldn't be more appropriate. If I can't beat them, I'll run. Ask Sword de Qin? Ask a pineapple. The proposal passes. Restart the ARC program immediately. Don't stop the nuclear weapon production line either. When we board the ARC, blow up everything when necessary. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Toon's eyes. In just 10 minutes or so, Hawk Jam had finalized all the plans to follow. The rest of the country, on the other hand, is in a tangle. Anyone with a little brain understands that Incursion is going to unify the world. But they couldn't fight and they couldn't run. Then what to do? Is it possible to just raise the white flag just because someone says so? That's ridiculous. It's not. Well, at least go through the motions. After a long period of entanglement, these countries made a unified decision without conferring with each other. That is to apply to the Dragon Kingdom for a visit and exchange. Incursion they can't reach, but the Dragon Kingdom can. At least by visiting Dragonland and having an exchange meeting, you can learn more about the situation and not be as confused as you are now. They can't see the world anymore. The situation is changing too damn fast. When did nuclear weapons, a strategic weapon of deterrence, become a mere decoration? At this time, the island side, countless people came back to their senses, kneeling down towards the sky above Incursion, shouting "Long live Great Qin" under their breath, messing up everything. At this moment, the charmed strength in the bones of the islanders was completely revealed. They didn't care what kind of decision the officials made. Anyway, Great Qin was awesome and they were convinced. Even many of the island's land forces had lowered their weapons in their hands. They really don't see any hope of winning, so why go and die for nothing? Inside an underground bomb shelter, a group of the upper echelons of the island watched the behavior of all the people, and each of them sat down disheveled. The moment the many gods flew away in ashes, they had anticipated this outcome. Can they not know what their own people are pissing about? Calling the Dragon Kingdom. We surrender. Let them schedule and negotiate. Tokugawa Kiichi uttered these words with a face like death. He knew he should have made it to the top as an emperor. It's said to be a negotiation, but in reality it's just going to be a submissive. A meeting to discuss how they're going to be submissive. Baka, how can we, the Great Day Empire? One of the radicals stood up and yelled towards Tokugawa Kazuna. Before the words were out of his mouth, however, gunfire rang out from the quiet shelter. Bang! The man looked at Tokugawa Kiichi incredulously, then fell straight to the ground. I don't care what you guys think, but don't get the rest of the innocent people killed because of your stupid ideas. Tokugawa Kiichi looked at the crowd menacingly. Surrendered. He'll live. No? What the is that guy in the sky doing? This shot scared everyone present, and after a moment, the people came back to their senses and hurriedly contacted the official Longguo and made a defeat and surrender circular. The crowd then followed Tokugawa Kiichi out of the air defense shelter, and under the watchful eyes of many island soldiers, they knelt down towards Incursion in the sky dome. With Tokugawa Kiichi and a bunch of the island's top brass giving in, the news of the surrender instantly spread throughout the island. All the soldiers dropped their weapons. The white flag was raised high, signifying that the island was a thing of the past, the true god on earth. Above the East China Sea Fleet, the commander received the telegram of the island's surrender, stood on the deck and looked at the figure on the dome of the sky, and could not help but sigh. He never thought this battle would be so easy. They haven't even landed here yet. The white flag has gone up over there. At the same time, this time, the fleet commander also understood why the above would make every effort to befriend Great Qin. This one's strength was beyond the limits of their imagination. Destroy the country? By the way, there were also cheers in the command room of Lixian Mountain. This victory is not just a cooperation for Great Qin, and the hatred that has been building up for generations. Next, it's the key moment. Jiangshan calmed down. With Incursion holding the fort, the recapture of the island is a foregone conclusion. They just need to send a mission over to receive it. But the talk of meeting with Great Qin is the top priority, and the candidate to represent the Dragon Kingdom is most likely him, Jiangshan, because from the beginning of the Beginner's Palace, it has been him as the chief director. No one knows the first emperor, who has rejoined heaven and earth, better than he does. And at this moment, Lu Dongbin, who was on his way to the island, stopped in midair in a daze. What? It's over. I at #%%. Lu Dongbin hung up Cheng Suzi's phone with a slightly speechless look on his face. He's in a hurry and wants to go over and show his face. It's not even ing there yet, and they've solved it. No, what do you take me for? Pure Yang Sword Immortal. Looking at the island, LV Dongbin hesitated, but continued to rush over. I didn't make it to the main event, but I think I'll be able to finish up and show my face over the island. With the surrender of the island nation, and the response made by the Dragon Nation, Incursion could clearly feel a huge power of incense coming in. These incense beliefs are not much purer, but they are better in quantity. A gigantic statue of a god, holding up the sky and the earth, appeared behind Incursion. Ancient god, true god, is still a little bit short. When I cover the faith incense of the whole earth, I think it will not be much different from the ancient gods. With a thought, Incursion dispersed the imaginary shadow behind him. Immortals, Buddhas and gods, all have real bodies, as if the great Buddha behind Xuanzang that day. Its body contained weather luck incense faith, and every move and style carried all sorts of terrifying might. Zhang has his own divine body, and if he takes one step further, he will be able to condense the ancient god and the true god, and the rules of heaven and earth will be in operation when he raises his hands and throws his feet. Your Majesty is not far from the ancient gods. Yan Hui silently watched the scene. He vaguely felt a hint of the power of rule authority above the idol that had just manifested. This means that Zhang is not far away from that step. At that time, even if an ancient god such as True Martial Emperor or 3 official emperors awakened to the world, they would not be able to help Great Qin. The island crowd below was uncertain, but their faces grew more and more frenzied. Zhang didn't have the heart to pay attention to these people. The Dragon Council would do a good job of receiving the territory. All he had to do was butt heads with the Dragon Kingdom, and then the Dragon Kingdom to take care of the minutiae. And above the Xian bird, a group of Qin's sharp warriors were lacking in interest. What happened to the promise to come out and fight? You've split them all with your sword. We're just watching the fun. When they saw that there were so many gods on the island, they were excited. We'll have to rush out at Zhang's command. It turned out that none of them had anything to do after the fight. When is this going to be a good time to let off some steam? They really can't hold it in any longer. Zhang turned back and landed on top of the basilisk. The thought then moved towards Mount Li, Great Qin and the Dragon Kingdom. It's also time for a formal meeting. And the 100,000 sharpshooters looked bored. Okay, this is going back. That is really no fight to do. At this time, the imperial tomb at Mount Li, Jin Yangzi, who hadn't shown up for a long time, had once again appeared in the underground palace, even got into it with Zhou Bei. You're the Taoist priest who opened the underground palace. You're famous now, even more famous than me, the Ghost King, the Dragon Kingdom, the cultivation world. You're wanted everywhere, especially those remnants of Longhu Mountain, looking for you all over the world. If you hadn't opened this Pandora's box, their old celestial master might not have died. Zhou Bei looked Jin Yangzi up and down. This Taoist priest is nothing special. But it was this mediocre Jin Yangzi who kicked off the prelude to the great controversy and opened the door to the tomb of the first emperor. What's the point of finding me? Those people are no match for us. Jin Yangzi sneered twice. Nowadays, the outside world was full of bigwigs, but other than those revived bigwigs, who was his true Yangzi's opponent? With Yuan Tiangang as a flying stiff, what can those people in Longhu Mountain do to him? How are you considering what I said? Now that the world has changed, and a world of great strife is upon us, you and I will surely be able to take our place if we join forces. Jin Yangzi looked towards Zhou Bei and said, what is it? Cooperation? Why would I want to cooperate with you? Zhou Bei's eyes narrowed slightly as he said. He met Jin Yangzi after he felt his way into the underground palace. The man came up and named him and wanted to work with him. Do you really think you're a big shot just because you have a flying stiff as your henchman? With your talent, combined with my Dao, all the zombies in this imperial tomb will be ours for the taking. Jin Yangzi looked at Zhou Bei and said, I can do it without you. Zhou Bei was proud. He was born with the gift, born with the ability to control the shenanigans of those he came in contact with. Before coming to the imperial tomb, he had tried it himself, and zombies were among them. Is that so? This imperial tomb is filled with human sages, the least of which is the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Once you fail, you'll walk out alive? What's more, with my help, not to mention the zombies in this imperial tomb, even that first emperor? It's not like we don't have a chance to control them. True Yangzi had a confident smile on his face. Zhou Bei, however, listened with a head full of questions. Dude, you're crazy. How dare you hit on that guy's idea? He wouldn't even dare. At the very beginning, Zhou Bei didn't understand Zhang's strength, so he dared to think about it. Now that is not even dare to think. I did not expect this day ran into a more crazy than him to come. What do you think? What makes me dare to enter the tomb of the first emperor again? And what makes me dare to cultivate this zombie-controlling technique? Seeing Zhou Bei's disbelief, Jin Yangzi waved his big hand and an ancient copper mirror appeared in his hand. It was something he had worked so hard to get and spread his family's money around to get. This is it? Zhou Bei frowned slightly. What use did this copper mirror have that could give Jin Yangzi so much confidence? King Qin's bone-shining mirror. A smile flashed across Jin Yangzi's face. This was the source of his confidence. What's the point? Zhou Bei still didn't understand. Uncultured. Jin Yangzi glanced at Zhou Bei, then continued. Legend has it that 2,000 years ago, the first emperor went to Jieshur harbor to seek immortality, and someone salvaged a floating corpse on the seashore, and this male corpse was an old man, tall and different from the norm, with an unassuming appearance, a beard longer than his chest, and white skin with flesh as firm as iron, wearing the clothes and crowns of the kings of the past. It's not known how long it's been floating in the sea, and it's even less known where it came from and why it died. But it still looks like it has a face like life, and there's no sign of anything that's been immersed in seawater for a long period of time. when a sea breeze blows, the ancient corpse's whiskers and eyebrows all fly, just like a living person. The first emperor thought that this ancient corpse was the remains of an immortal in the sea, and should be sacrificed and enshrined in order to seek the immortal's gift of immortality medicine. But others held the opposite view. There are many fengshi under him who believe that this is an ancient zombie, a demonic creature, which must have floated out of the eye of the sea in the South China Sea, and it is already ominous to see it. So how can we talk about worshipping and seeking medicine? That ancient corpse's salary and fire, knife and axe, are all indestructible, only the cave floor hides them. The first emperor then ordered 30,000 criminals chiseled through a barren mountain to bury the body, cast a bronze beast pressed on the zombie town mountain, and invited the king of Qin 8 mirrors and the king of Qin mirror embedded in the head of the beast, and finally sealed the mountain and returned. This Qin King bone shining mirror has the divine power to subdue corpses. It can suppress all zombies. Such a divine object, combined with your talent, my corpse refining Dao method, the world is ours. Jin Yangzi raised his head and looked proudly at Zhou Bei. He's not a cutie pie. After seeing the might of Ying Zhang, he still dared to have such a bold idea, but of course he had the means to correspond. When the first emperor raised corpses, he was inspired by this very thing. This Qin King illuminating bone mirror can even suppress the corpses of the ancient kings of that year. So I think it won't be difficult to suppress the first emperor. Is this thing really so divine? Zhou Bei frowned as he stared at the bronze mirror in Jin Yangzi's hand. There's nothing special about this mirror. Is it really as powerful as Jin Yangzi bragged? Or perhaps it was that Zhou Bei didn't believe that such a dangling thing was something that true Yangzi could get his hands on. Since ancient times, the bronze mirror is the representative of righteousness. One righteousness can suppress 100 evils. Also the mirror represents Yang, a symbol of daytime and a deterrent force against Yin. And this Qin Huang shining bone mirror is the king of the mirror. That the first emperor is no longer strong, but also cannot change the nature of his zombie. Jin Yangzi waved his hand and put away the Qin King bone mirror, afraid that Zhou Bei would want to grab it. How did you get your hands on this thing? Zhou Bei's heart was vaguely convinced for a few moments, but he was still puzzled as to how Jin Yangzi had gotten this divine item. According to the secret story dictated by Jin Yangzi, this mirror should be suppressing the corpse of an ancient king. That's out of your hands. Jin Yangzi shook his head without much explanation. As for the ability of this mirror, whether you believe it or not, let's go in and try it out. Jin Yangzi made a gesture of invitation. Zhou Bei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Good. If what Jin Yangzi said was true, this world would be theirs. This world of great strife is the world of their rise. The outside world didn't know how the underground palace was doing, and Zhang Shan and his group were scrambling to prepare for their meeting with Ying Zhang. After the basilisks left over the island, they came straight to Mount Li. After receiving the news, Zhang Shan and the others were instantly caught a bit off guard. They didn't expect Ying Zhang to come straight to Mount Li. Originally, they had planned to go to Mount Tai for talks in person. That one actually personally intends to come over to see the talks with me. It seems that our guesses were correct. The first emperor is one of our own after all, and also identifies with us as a Chinese race. Zhang Shan muttered under his breath. This is good news for them. Anything that's one of our own is much better to talk about. The sense of community is engraved in the bones of any species. Plus the same interests, then basically there will be no surprises. Are they all ready? And over at the information department, wait for my order and be ready to announce the return of the beginning emperor. Zhang Shan looked at his assistant and asked, it's all ready, as well as the video of the one from the island incident who obliterated the gods with a single sword is all edited, so it can be sent out at any time. The assistant nodded and said, aha. Zhang Shan gave a hum. Then he looked to the sky with a nervous expression, waiting for Ying Zhang to descend. This time, they are ready to officially announce the return of Great Qin and the recovery of Ying Zhang. After all, after this battle in the island country, even if they wanted to hide it from them, they couldn't. On the extranet, the video of Ying Zhang destroying the gods and the declaration of unification had long been spreading all over the place, and Dragon Nation has been doing the preliminaries all over the internet these days. The moment the video is actually released, most people will be able to quickly digest the shocking information. Incoming! Someone shouted. The crowd's spirits were shaken, and they hurriedly looked toward the distant sky. A sky-covering Xian bird vibrated its wings and came to cover the dome of the sky. An ineffable aura of pressure enveloped the entire Mount Li. Inside the underground palace, Jin Yangzi and Zhou Bei stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, their faces filled with panic. This aura. So, that one is back? The two men looked at each other incredulously. Didn't they say that the first emperor settled in Taishan with the Great Qin? How's this for going back to Lexil? It also favors this time of year. Yo, scared? Wasn't it quite good just now? Looking at the look of fear on Jin Yangzi's face, Zhou Bei couldn't help but speak out in tease. Humph. Before the big event, One should avoid its sharpness. Jin Yangzi snorted coldly. How can you take it seriously? It shouldn't be much of a problem though. The two of us are no different than two little bugs in that one's eyes. Will you pay attention to the bugs? Zhou Bei's face had relaxed by this time. They seemed to have figured out that in the eyes of a being like Ying Zhang, the two of them were no different from bugs. Why do people pay attention to you? What a ing narcissist. That's true. But, be careful. Jin Yangzi nodded, agreeing with Zhou Bei's meaning. But just in case, the two of them quietly hid, not daring to make any moves for the time being. An existence like Ying Zhang wouldn't pay any attention to them. But if they didn't know what to do and kept jumping around, then they would be noticed. The outskirts of Mount Li. Zhang Shan and the others nervously raised their heads to look up at the huge Xian bird. It wasn't the first time they had seen Ying Zhang, but it was a first contact, with countless people looking up. Ying Zhang stepped down from the top of the Xian bird. Yan Hui followed. When the two of them landed on the ground, that Xian bird lifted its wings and flew, setting off boundless winds and waves, and then returned to Mount Tai. His Majesty the First Emperor. Zhang Shan led a group of people to bow and salute, following the Qin etiquette. It was a good thing that there was no kneeling in Qin, otherwise it would have taken a long time for those of them to get used to it. There is no need to be polite. Ying Zhang slightly raised his hand, then slowly approached. The crowd straightened up, a slight sigh of relief in their hearts. This patriarch, it seems, is not so hard to reach. Your Majesty has come this time for the meeting between the two countries? Zhang Shan took a step forward and asked carefully. Aha. Ying Zhang nodded slightly. He didn't have any other emotions about these people. As long as you are not an enemy of Great Qin, you will not feel the thunderous and decisive approach of Ying Zhang. Zhang Shan and the others, in the end, were their own descendants, as well as Great Qin's own people. Regarding this matter, we have already made a complete plan. Please move indoors, Your Majesty. Zhang Shan was in a relieved mood for a minute, and then led the way in front, bringing Ying Zhang into a secret room. The rest of them all stayed outside and waited. These are things that are not for them to hear. Even Yan Hui did not enter that secret room. A few well-informed people knew that in that secret room, besides Ying Zhang and Zhang Shan, there were also bigwigs from above who had come over to show their sincerity. The conversations of these people belonged to the top secrets of the Dragon Kingdom, and not a single punctuation mark would be transmitted. The crowd waiting outside looked at Yan Hui, who stood motionless on the side, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. They were no strangers to Yan Hui, Confucian saint, the restored Saint Yanzi, but they wouldn't dare to strike up a conversation. Looking at the awkward looks of the crowd, Yan Hui raised his eyebrows a bit bored and his eyes looked in the direction of the beginning emperor's underground palace, His Majesty's mausoleum. Yan Hui muttered in his mouth. Then his eyes moved and walked towards the underground palace. The crowd watched Yan Hui's movements with some dismay, but no one dared to stop them. Is it okay to let him go to the underground palace? What do you care? He is the Prime Minister of Qin, going to the Imperial Tomb's underground palace. Where do we care? And rightly so. Those zombies in the Imperial Tomb. Some people worry that in that underground palace, 100 flying stiffs stray out. That's big trouble for the Dragon Kingdom. Are you not brain bad? People are Confucian saints. Did not listen to King Suzi. Taoist priest said, well, that is comparable to the immortal. Oh, no is stronger than the immortal. On those zombies, not enough saints. A slap. The crowd conferred with each other for a while, and finally decided to just pretend they hadn't seen anything. So much for the two representatives of Great Qin. The first emperor was talking about something in that secret room. The other went into the palace of the royal tomb. They were the only ones left waiting outside. I don't know how long it took, but Yan Hui walked out of the underground palace, and I don't know what he went in to do. And the chamber opened its doors at that moment. As everyone watched, Ying Zhang walked out. Zhang Shan followed behind with a smile on his face. Apparently the conversation went well. Otherwise, Zhang Shan wouldn't have such a big smile on that old face. Seeing this scene, the crowd was relieved. Your Majesty, how is it? Yan Hui walked over to Ying Zhang. Although he vaguely guessed the outcome, he still had to confirm it. All goes well, and in the future the Dragon Kingdom will be a vassal state of my Great Qin. 3 days later, the two countries will merge and announce it to the world, condensing my Great Qin's national fortune. The corner of Ying Zhang's mouth hooked up into a smile as he returned. In that case, the martial arts program can also be set at that time. Yan Hui nodded and said, you arrange the follow-up matters. After saying this, Ying Zhang disappeared into thin air. He had his own things to do. Sign up for rewards to boost your strength. Ying Zhang knew very well that everything in Great Qin nowadays was rooted in him. The first emperor. If he doesn't die, Great Qin will prosper forever. He's the centerpiece of Great Qin. Heaven and earth will not remain silent for long. And when it realizes that all these earthly means are useless to Ying Zhang, it will surely plan a new heavenly order. As for Ing Zhang, if he fails once in this process, his power will plummet. Therefore, he had to constantly improve his strength and maintain his position as the sole ruler on Earth all the time. Greetings to the first emperor. The rest of the people, seeing Ing Zhang leaving, hurriedly arched their hands and bowed, saying in a loud voice, Yan Hui. On the other hand, stayed where he was with a confused look on his face. He's here to handle the follow-up? No, he wasn't even in the conversation. He wasn't listening to anything. He's not giving any information. He's not dealing with anything. Sage Yan Zi, let's talk inside? Jiang Shan walked up to Yan Hui and inquired softly. There's no need to address the sage. Just call me Zi Yuan. Yan retrieved his thoughts and looked at Jiang Shan and smiled. No. Yan Zi inside please. Jiang Shan hurriedly shook his head, then made a gesture of invitation. Yan Hui smiled and didn't say anything more. Lifting his feet and walking into the conference room, Jiang Shan and the others entered after him. In the conference room, Dong Jun, Xing Suzi and the others also rushed back, facing Yan Hui, who was sitting on the first seat. The crowd was more or less formal. Ahem. Jiang Shan cleared his throat. Gentlemen, just now, our Dragon Kingdom officially joined Great Qin. Now that we are vassal states under Great Qin, the system will remain the same, the territory will remain the same, and everything will be as it was. From now on, our Dragon Kingdom is under the leadership of Great Qin, sweeping the world for Qin and fighting against the heavens. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts were at ease. This has been the best possible outcome, and it's even a benefit for the Dragon Kingdom. They have Ing Zhang, the only man on Earth, as their backing, sweeping across the world in the future. The status of their Dragon Kingdom would definitely only be below Great Qin and above all the other countries. Over at the information department, I've already notified them to immediately release the news of Great Qin's return and the first emperor's recovery. 3 days from now, we will hold a formal meeting ceremony with Great Qin, and then announce our merger to the world. The crowd nodded at the words. This kind of thing has been finalized above. They just listened to a result, where the right to express their opinions. After the Dragon Kingdom is merged into Great Qin, all sorts of tedious matters will have to be finalized by Yan Zi with us. Jiang Shan looked at Yan Hui and said, it should be. Yan Hui nodded, his mouth slightly bitter. It's a tedious chore. After the Dragon Kingdom joined Great Qin, the ranks of the various departments needed to be redrawn, and there needed to be a clearly defined rank for the officials of Great Qin versus those of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Great Qin now, he is a literati Confucian, can only be by his appearance. Seeing that Yan Hui had no objections, Jiang Shan continued on. At this time, the network of the Dragon Kingdom has exploded. The information department directly sent out a stream of posts, videos, and all sorts of information that had been prepared over the past few days. The major platforms are pushing the streams like crazy and even coming out with relevant boards. Qin, the first unified empire in Chinese history, is back. The first emperor has been revived and wants to rule the people of the 10 directions by the laws of Qin. The coffin boards of the old fathers, after all, were not held down. Fraud. Various videos of Ing Zhang's exit from the underground palace on that day have been circulating on the internet, shocking a section of the general public. I told you that Great Qin is not dead yet. What happened? I just went to work for a day, and you told me the old man was alive after work? Do you believe in him? Or do you believe that I am the first emperor of Qin? Upstairs, this is the official number. Old Ancestor is really lifting the coffin board. Oh, Old Ancestor, quickly unify the charging heads first. On one data cable, there are 18 heads. Isn't this a betrayal of you? Not waiting for the crowd to digest the news of Ing Zhang's recovery. Another video post of today's destruction of the island nation by Ing Zhang has begun to spread like wildfire. Ha? You've lost your life? No, I just slept and the old man just ate up my life? Asterisk. Is that a god? There are gods in this world. Then why did the 8 countries not have gods to help us back then? The little days this group of have gods to help them fight. Masa is awesome. Brother politics is awesome. Chopping up the gods of the small days with a single sword? No. Are you guys that nervous? There are gods in this world. And Zhang can still come back to life after being dead for 2,000 years. That's the point, alright. What's wrong with the world? And God and the return of the dead? Even if the Dragon Country officials had done enough warming up earlier. But most of the populace still feels a little giddy. This wave is just too much information. Another god and the resurrection of the dead had far surpassed their perceptions and even shattered their worldview. The shenanigans, before that, were a bit of a sideshow. The gods had come out, and they were still cut down by a sword by their revered old ancestor? A little life with a blood feud, just a few hours, straight down and raising the white flag. For a while the entire Dragon Kingdom was caught up in the discussion of the Great Qin and speculation about the world. but Ying Zhang, who was the center point of the topic, came back to the terminal mountain at this time. Nowadays, on top of the terminal mountain, all the Chuanjin disciples have moved away. Ever since the last time Ying Zheng came, Qing Suzi didn't dare to let his disciples continue to stay at the terminal mountain. Above the large Zhongnan mountain, only Xuanzang left in that small courtyard meditation chanting sutra. With Ying Zheng's arrival, the chanting in the small courtyard came to an abrupt end. Xuanzang opened his eyes and looked toward the door. He could feel Ying Zheng coming. This one came over again for what? Xuanzang muttered in his mouth. He's also been living here at Terminal Mountain for a few days now. There's nothing special about it. There's no reason for Ying Zheng, the first emperor, to come here. It can't be for him, can it? Since that last slap, Xuanzang had figured it out. In Ying Zheng's eyes, he is just a bigger minion. Just as Xuanzang was rambling, Ying Zheng pushed open the door and walked in slowly. Xuanzang? The moment he saw the gate open, Xuanzang's heart stuttered. It's not really for him, is it? He's sober now. Ah, didn't want any obedient feeding. Is it possible that you're here because of what happened last time? Can't be. The first emperor, not so petty, right? As the saying goes, the prime minister's belly can support the boat. The emperor that must not be open-minded. The sea. As he watched Ying Zheng keep approaching, Xianzang's eyelids couldn't control their fluttering. Finally, he couldn't help but get up and say, Your Majesty. As Xuanzang's voice rang out, Ying Zheng stopped in his tracks and looked at the Buddhist master with interest. Remember last time, this little bald guy wasn't this polite. That guy, the board's a manifest destiny faction, with a look of acting on behalf of the heavens. It's a pretty quick turnaround. Seeing that Ying Zheng did not say anything, Xianzang could only harden his head and continue. Your Majesty came here is it? Not subject to heaven's order. Qin Zulong now? Looking at the somewhat terrified Xuanzang, Ying Zheng opened his mouth and teased. When this came out, Xuanzang was a little embarrassed. What a town. After calming down these past few days, he could clearly feel the gap between himself and Ying Zheng. Even if the world's revived sages were assembled, they wouldn't necessarily be able to resist 3 moves. Even if he now had the earthly Buddhist sect's chi fortune to add to his body and was in prime condition, he couldn't. This one across the street, Hong luck, where is it comparable to his little bit of Buddhist chi plus? All is well, and the gods are to be avoided. Can't you see that the emperor has been doing everything smoothly since he came out of the coffin? A sweeping, overwhelming force. Even the Confucian saints have joined Great Qin. As a matter of fact, the relationship between Great Qin and Confucianism is not good. Ying Zheng and the Confucians are like water and fire. But now, Yan Hui, that Confucian saint, directly joined the Great Qin. Without the influence of Ying Zheng's huge fortune, Xianzang would not have believed it. Otherwise how could a Confucian saint join Great Qin so easily? The Dragon Kingdom is also following Ying Zheng's heart, and is constantly fitting in with Great Qin in the underworld. Hong luck is in the sky. In a sense, Ying Zheng is already the destiny of heaven, invisibly influencing the decisions of the world. As long as you haven't transcended, the underworld will always affect you, just like him Xuanzang now. Really think Lu Dongbin can fool him with a few words? He was at least a Buddhist Dharma teacher, and when it came to reasoning, he did not lose to Confucianism. He who was able to cultivate the right fruit and ascend to become a Buddha. Would his beliefs, his state of mind be so easily shaken? Your Majesty's great fortune is in the sky. It is no different from the fate of the heavens, although the little monk has cultivated a few points of the great way. But in the end, it cannot be transcended, but only like a chess piece, fluctuating. Xuanzang sighed. He Xiangtan Gongda Buddha. Who can become a Buddha? His mind is firm and indestructible, and he has already come out of his own way. But even so, in the face of the heavens, he still couldn't sway his decision. Heaven's order told him to subdue the ancestral dragon, so he came in obedience to heaven's order. But Ying Zheng, the ancestral dragon, was so fortunate that Lu Dongbin's words swayed him again. In a sense, his obedience to Ying Zheng is also considered to be obedience to heaven's destiny. This is the awesomeness of the divine providence. Silently puts you on a path to the top. The blessing is still there, and even your enemies must submit to your will. Your Majesty in heaven and earth are fighting for each other as chess executives, and we are in a chess game, but we are just pawns. If heaven and earth let me go forward, I cannot go back. His Majesty told me to move back, and I can't get in. Xuanzang shook his head. He is not demented. Otherwise he would not be able to penetrate the Buddhist scriptures and cultivate the right fruit. But because of that, he saw a little bit before anyone else did. That is, the most frightening thing about Ying Zheng is not his strength. Rather, it was a year of blessings and good fortune from the heavenly officials. During this period, to fight with Ying Zheng is to fight with heaven. Obedience to heaven is also contrary to heaven. They, the people, are nothing but pawns, expendable. You do see clearly. Ingzhang nodded slightly. The world is watching his strength. It had been slowly forgotten. The sight of the heavenly officials' blessing that day didn't even bother to think about my own behavior. Even Yan Hui, a saint, was like that. Yan Hui was afraid that he himself did not understand why he had to join Great Qin to preach Confucianism. This is the horror of Hong Luk Chi Tian. Influence the decisions of millions of people in an invisible way. One small toggle can change the fate of some people's lives. Those whose chi is not strong will be toyed with at will by fate. Yan Hui, LV Dongbin, Jiang Shan, millions of people in the Dragon Kingdom, including the island populace. All of them have received the influence of Ing Zhang's huge fortune. Unconsciously, she wanted to be on the same side as Ing Zhang. People like Zhang Jiao and Jing Ku, who had heaven and earth's chi fortune added to them, came out as pioneers and were able to counteract this effect. As Ing Zhang became stronger and stronger, the impact it brought became greater and greater. How many of the resurrected so many sages have defied the odds and traveled to Tarzan? They even unconsciously cleared Ing Zhang of all negative influences and classified him as one of their own. If there's no heavenly official to bless, even if those people know that they are no match for Ing Zhang, I am afraid that they will be like moths to a flame and head to Taishan to carry out their heavenly orders. It was as if, over the previous 2,000 years, countless cultivators had entered the imperial tomb, knowing that they would die, yet they still went in. I can't see it. If it wasn't for the Buddha sect's chi and heaven and earth's chi being added to it, I wouldn't be able to jump out of the chess game and see through heaven and earth. Xuanzang bowed his head slightly. They are people who, to put it bluntly, have no autonomy. Influenced by the mandate of heaven, they acted on its behalf. Those who were influenced by Ing Zhang, they acted against heaven. Either way, it's not of their own volition. Your Majesty, coming to this terminal mountain, is it for the chi luck on the little monk? Looking at Ing Zhang, who was close at hand, Xuanzang vaguely guessed something in his heart. An existence like Ing Zhang wouldn't have the leisure to come and chat with him so much. Although Xuanzang thinks that in addition to Ing Zhang in this world, he is also the number 2. But the gap is too big. It wasn't enough for someone like Ing Zhang to come and chat with him for a few moments. Xuanzang looked to Ing Zhang, waiting for this first emperor's answer. The only thing in his body that could make Ing Zhang look at him was that bit of luck. With the addition of chi luck, one is indeed different from the rest of the people. Seeing things clearly, Ing Zhang smiled and said, his return to the terminal mountain was indeed for the sake of the Buddhist chi on Xuanzang. The 3 most massive avenues for human practitioners are the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Confucian monks are in decline, but their chi still exists. Reading is also something that is seen in the bones of Chinese people. Now that Yan Hui, the Confucian saint, had entered Great Qin, a large portion of the rest of the world had merged with him. As for the Xuanzang in front of him, the Buddhist chi fortune that he carried was even more massive than that of Yan Hui. After all, Yan Hui is only one of the 4 Confucian saints. It does not yet represent the whole of Confucianism. But Xuanzang is not the same. Following the example of the Buddha of old, set up 12 great wishes, borrowed the entire earth's Buddhist chi. If it were not for the fact that Ing Zhang is blessed by the heavenly officials, Xianzang would have been able to fight with him by virtue of his huge Buddhist fortune. Your Majesty wants to gather the chi of the 3 religions, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and merge them into Great Qin? Ing Zhang's words had confirmed his suspicions. I don't just want the fortunes of the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, but also the 100 schools of thought in all living things. Ing Zhang said indifferently. Entering my Great Qin will ensure that you can cultivate your past, future, present and all 3 bodies to become Buddhas and do that of the Buddha. May I? If not for Xuanzang being burdened with the entire Buddhist chi, it wouldn't have been worth it for him to come and run in person. Now that everything was ready, he only needed to collect the chi of the various paths on earth, and the mortal faith chi would be handled by the Dragon Kingdom. And these powerful sages can only be stepped up by Ing Zhang. Although this little monk is not as good as him, he is only second to him on earth. Yan Hui, a Confucian saint, was slightly inferior in terms of chi alone. Only the coming of Ing Zhang can suppress this Chandrakirti Buddha. Listening to Ing Zhang's words, Xianzang showed a bitter smile on his face. The young monk has already stated before that I am nothing more than a pawn in heaven and earth, and in your Majesty, with no possibility of choice. The Buddhist chi in the body of the young monk is also exchanged for 12 grand wishes to heaven and earth, and is not owned by me. This chi is not his. It is only for him to use for the time being. Even this current state of true Buddha was given by heaven and earth, not something he cultivated. I obeyed heaven's destiny and made 12 grand wishes, and this fortune was given to me. If the young monk doesn't follow heaven's order, he will naturally be taken back as well. Xuanzang looked at Ing Zhang and said, it wasn't that he was deliberately pushing back and didn't want to join Great Qin. Rather, it is true. Today for Xuanzang, There is no difference between heaven and earth and Yin Zhang. They are all chess players. No good or bad, right or wrong, but different positions. If he really had to choose, he was free to do so, and choose whoever he wanted. It's just that what Yin Zhang sees is not him as a person, but the Qi in him. If he joined the Great Qin, this Buddhist Qi would immediately be withdrawn. Then the power that was exchanged by making 12 grand wishes will also dissipate together. I didn't ask you that much. Just nod your head. Yin Zhang looked at Xuanzang without saying too much. He didn't want to hear those reasons. He was in a hurry to get to the next stop. As for what luck to take back? Into the Great Qin. That is his Great Qin things. Heaven and earth, why dare to come to rob? Is it possible for the young monk to refuse? Xuanzang nodded with a bitter smile. What can he do? He just nods his head. He can't disobey heaven and earth, nor can he disobey Yin Zhang. But the world is not in front of us, and Yin Zhang is right in front of him. How to choose? He's not stupid. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Yin Zhang's eyes. This little monk didn't get that slap in vain last time. He knows what he's doing. Seeing that Yin Zhang didn't say anything, Xuanzang knew what he should do, then took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Poor monk Xuanzang. I would like to enter Great Qin, join the government, and live and die with Great Qin. As the words fell, an explosion came from above the sky. As with that day when Yan Hui entered the service, the heaven and earth were full of anomalies. Seems extremely angry at Xuanzang's choice. Without seeing Xuanzang's movements, the huge golden body of the Buddha once again appeared behind him, pressing down on the entire terminal mountain. It was just that unlike the last time when the golden light shone. This time, after the Buddha's golden body had manifested, it unexpectedly began to crumble and disintegrate. The Buddha's chi that had originally been placed on Xuanzang's body also began to be stripped out in a frantic manner. As Xuanzang fought in general, he was able to have the strength he had now, all borrowed from heaven and earth. It's as simple as heaven and earth wanting to take it back. How dare the gods meddle in my earth? At this moment, Yin Zhang's voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a bronze idol that stood on top of the sky steeply appeared between heaven and earth. That was the silhouette of Yin Zhang's ancient god's body. Its face converged with the image of all living beings, and its illusory body radiated endless majesty, only to see that the idol just slightly raised his hand and put it on top of Xuanzang's Buddha's golden body, and the golden body that had started to disintegrate instantly smoothed out. The Buddhist chi that had originally been stripped from Xuanzang's body returned to him. At this moment, Xuanzang looked at Yin Zhang beside him and only felt a sense of reassurance. This earthly monarch, as an enemy, you will feel despair, fear, but once such a being is your backbone, you can feel the greatest peace of mind in this world. Heaven and earth are no higher than that bronze idol. Your Majesty, 12 grand wishes are not that good to break. Xuanzang opened his mouth slightly. He knew that Yin Zhang was very strong and had great fortune, and that heaven and earth could not do anything about the first emperor for the time being. But not him, but a small Chandragupta Buddha. The chi on the body is given by heaven and earth, still owed the 12 grand wishes of heaven and earth. Take him as far as you want. Other means not to mention. Alone the 12 grand wishes of karma backlash can instantly waste Xuanzang. After all, that was a grand wish that he had personally made and had not honored, and it was within the rules for heaven and earth to move against him. I said, no one can take away what is Great Qin's. Yin Zhang was already calm. His face didn't change in the slightest. Even if he faced the might of heaven and earth directly, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. Alas, Xuanzang sighed and said nothing more. But from the look on his face, he knew that he didn't think that Yin Zhang could stop heaven and earth. During this period of time, Yin Zhang had variously trampled on the reverence of heaven's mandate in the hearts of the people. This led to the world's concept of heaven and earth becoming nothing more than an evaluation. But Xuanzang understood it well. Heaven and earth can't move Yin Zhang simply because of the limitations of various rules and regulations, because of the heavenly officials' blessing on Yin Zhang. Otherwise, the might of heaven and earth would be too much for an ancient god to handle. So how could Yin Zhang, who had not even reached the level of an ancient god, be able to stop it? This Buddhist chi of his was eventually going to be withdrawn. Xuanzang was well aware of it, yet there was nothing he could do about it. As he said at the beginning, he had no choice. He has to do whatever the chess player wants him. The chess piece. To do. At this time, the movement of the terminal mountain also attracted the attention of the world. At Mount Li, Yan Hui looked in the direction of the terminal mountain in astonishment. Is your Majesty so brave? How can you have a chance to win when facing heaven and earth head-on? Yan Hui murmured with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Yin Zhang is not such an arrogant person. How could he do such a thing? Heaven and earth could not help Great Qin. And that was not because heaven and earth were weak. Otherwise, Great Qin would have succeeded in changing the sky and the earth long ago. In addition to Yan Hui, those hidden sages are also looking in the direction of the terminal south mountain with some puzzlement. This patriarch is a bit impulsive. Or maybe inflated? This is not going to end well. Once Zhang didn't overpower heaven and earth, the invincibility on earth that had been molded during this time would be shattered. The momentum of a forward movement was gone in an instant. Even the chi that had been gathered during this time would be in tatters. This belief that the first emperor is unbeatable is, I fear, shattered today. The whole world is looking at one person. This unique man on earth in the eyes of the world. The first emperor of Qin. Fighting head-on with heaven and earth. They wanted to see if Zhang could still maintain his invincibility under the heavens. Yan Shang, His Majesty this. Zhang Shan walked to Yan Zi's side and asked carefully. He had watched Zhang come out of the underground palace and traveled all the way across the world. But even so, there was something inexplicably unsettling in his heart right now. Even if Zhang Shan didn't know what exactly happened at Terminal Mountain. However, in the bottom of his heart, a thought unconsciously popped up that the beginning emperor was afraid of losing. And there was no reason for his heart to be somewhat stifled by the feeling of being oppressed. That's what's on most people's minds. None of them understood what had happened at the Terminal Mountain. But their hearts were unconsciously somewhat fearful of the might of heaven and earth. Now under the mountain of the final mountain, the robbery cloud is divided into no 4 layers. Each layer of the robbery thunder is not the same. And today, Zhang is going to plant a seed outside our hearts. It's supposed to be, in the end, that one is just a zombie origin. With such roots, how could he reach that kind of level? Instantly, the giant hand was whacked apart. It is Yu Yan Hui. Big look at the heavenly people. Oh. This old man shook his head. This thought that world under before me, and then there is a stunningly talented person. And Jiangshan Lu Dongbin, those people are the same. I have to die. Anyone who watched the Terminal South Mountain, only feel a heart twitch. The whole person as if they were imposed on the stasis special movement is to get, just slightly lifting his hand. The heaven supporting idol in front of him was out of action, such as a mountain especially small and large fist, violently blasted out. Entering Little Qin and fighting with the sky is not a certain death of doubt. There is the thought that in that age of the end, Zhang came out against all odds and went to a lower level. Too little beyond our perception is making a slow return. It is on the basis of his low status again, but ultimately is the body of origin. He'll wear, the lower limit is also over his drought demon only. That scene caused several sages who were watching there to freeze. Just as Zhang was pondering, the robbing clouds coalesced under the dome of the sky, and terrifying thunderbolts flashed in the sky. For Zhang, I am still very bad. Unfortunately, facing heaven and earth directly, without just that little bit of strength, it's still far from enough. Yan Hui sighed. A trace of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the old man wearing a white robe. Is the beginning emperor not weak enough to that point anymore? Zhang's face remained indifferent and calm, as if he didn't care how strong heaven and earth were. Similarly, I've been with Zhang for so long that I don't have some understanding of his strength, which is definitely at the level of an ancient god. That giant hand is just an appetizer. Except for Tao Qiong. Of course, I'm sure you'll be able to do it with all your might. It was also only because of the Buddhist Qi under Qin Tuan. At the same time, the heart more on the matter of the implementation of the ARC program. In the compound, Zhang looked at this huge hand with the will of heaven and earth to have the ability to get on the matter, and had no intention of dodging. Earth is terrible. That appalling pressure came down from the sky, but it couldn't affect it by half. That beginning emperor is definitely just on the zombie side of things. I'm afraid that it's even the slightest bit stronger than these 887 righteous gods in the heavenly realm. All things belong to heaven and earth. His pressure, even if it was temporarily suppressed by Zhang before, but really let go of his hand. No one in the world can fight against heaven and earth, unless you also body of heaven and earth. Then what to take to resist the wrath of heaven? We only saw that Zhang was over a slight strike and dissolved the wrath of heaven and earth. Luck once over. Shao Qin is able to resist the anger of heaven and earth. It is still a matter of opinion. I was an impulse. A fourfold heavenly tribulation is something that even a positive god can carry. If Zhang had stood behind me at that time, I'm afraid heaven and earth would have been so happy that they would have used the excuse of rewarding Qin Tuan to take advantage of the loophole to hit Zhang hard. Well, although to be more specific, it is for the sake of the Qi of the whole Buddhist sect under me. Zhang is to show the world that the person I want to protect, heaven and earth also move is up. Terminal Mountain. It's fine. Just watch. Yan Hui shook his head and didn't say anything more. I'm 10 years old and I'm really suffering. If heaven and earth didn't have that kind of tactics, how could they have realized 887 positive gods, as well as the mysterious and unpredictable ancient gods below? This huge hand that was as white as ink carried the will of heaven and earth and pressed up. It is the same as Yan Hui, but Li Shan is a cheer. You've seen this dungeon. What's so common? Raising a drought demon is possible, but where is that one a drought demon nowadays? Because we see clearly. In other words, I owe it to heaven and earth. Tao Qiong, those people's eyes have no limit, is to know too little. and the leaders of the countries watching the satellite feed instantly fell to their knees. It was also the cultivation world, the foremost cultivator to break through the 7th realm and reach the 8th realm. But Ing Zhang, who was standing at the back, had his head back. At that moment, Chen Tuan inexplicably had a trace of a different emotion rising in his heart. His Majesty. In the end he still hides what forehand. Jiang Shan bitter thought also have come to the result. The old man frowned, as if he was trying to through how Ing Zhang could reach that level. It was the sense of oppression brought about by heaven and earth. The first emperor went so far as to face heaven and earth for my sake. A heaven and earth is also over so. Shao Qin, even if there is no heavenly official blessing, also can compete with heaven and earth. The unity of the 8 religions Qi was pang small, but there was still pang small enough for a person to face the wrath of heaven and earth head on. This is why Yan Hui is worried. But Ing Zhang's current performance has not yet exceeded my expectations. On this day, Zhang Jiao became immortal, the only true immortal on earth, absorbing the luck of heaven and earth. I have nothing to say. I can always refute the face of heaven and earth, right? Jiang Shan, however, was able to see through it and knew that the real terror was these robberies. Otherwise the world's true top first-class underdogs are the ones who will join little Qin. Your Majesty, the young monk is burdened with 12 grand wishes of karma that cannot be lifted by human power. Xuanzang looked at Ing Zhang, who was as calm as ever, and couldn't help but open his mouth again to remind him. Understand that Shao Qin is now able to gain a foothold in heaven and earth only because of the luck of the heavenly officials. Since before my time, there were even a few celestials left in the entire cultivation world, let alone cultivating into immortals. That is 2 knees in a row in one day, and it's also this kind of solid knee impacting the floor. In terms of strength, if Chen Tuan had not had the fortune of the entire Buddhist sect with him, I could have beaten 8 of them. Heaven and earth struck out at me as a reward. Thunder gathered rather than fell. Instead, this lacquered white robbery cloud changed for a while, forming a giant hand and pressing towards Chen Tuan. I am the foremost immortal on earth, Elder Yan Hui, known as Fuyo Zi, and honored as Mr. Shi, on Lotus Peak, in the valley of Zhangchao. Oh, my god, where's the bad flip? I've wandered all over Tarzan. What's so common? He understood how Yan Hui and these people felt. Before today passes, I will shatter the lowly in the world's eyes of heaven and earth. The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth hooked up into a smile as he murmured. President Eagle Jam's face didn't have words. Last time I definitely watched and just listening to the debriefing was bad. But that was enough to keep Chen Tuan from being somewhat moved. The power of the thunderbolt was even more terrifying than that of the thunderbolt on the day of Ing Zhang's coffin. It's just a matter of sleeping for 400 years and practicing in a dream. Above the top of the terminal mountain, the terrifying robberies of lightning coalesced more and more. Just by standing underneath this calamity thunderbolt, Xuanzang needed to put his best foot forward. Beads of sweat slid down from his forehead, and Xuanzang's legs couldn't help but tremble. I don't know how long it took, but a thunderclap resounded through the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, a thunder column descended from the sky, heading straight for Xuanzang. Madaka! A sword chant rang out, and the Taya sword was sheathed. A cold aura slashed through, and that Taya sword instantly cut down the thunder. Not waiting for Xuanzang to breathe a sigh of relief. That robbery cloud has opened gates to drain the dam in general. Countless falling thunder pouring out. Xuanzang's eyes widened as the scene made him lose the courage to resist just by looking at it. That thunder was like an ocean, covering the entire sky. One of them can kill him. Xuanzang at random. In the center of the sea of thunder, there was another purple divine thunderbolt being nurtured. The aura of killing on it even overshadowed Ing Zhang's aura. I'm afraid even Ing Zhang can't block this thunder. Alas, after all, they are only pawns. Xuanzang sighed in his heart. Those of them who are pawns have no choice. No matter what he chooses today, it's hard to escape death. If you choose heaven and earth, you will die by Ing Zhang's sword. Choose Ing Zhang, and you'll die in the thunder again. As he said at the beginning, there was no choice. Xuanzang slowly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Ing Zhang was strong, but not strong enough to face the might of heaven and earth. Xuanzang was well aware of this, so the only thing that greeted him next was death. When the purple heavenly divine thunder in the center of that thunder sea was successfully conceived, it would be the time for him to die. It's over. The purple heavenly divine thunder birthed by the 9 heavens tribulation. The ancient gods don't even dare to resist it. At Lotus Peak, Chen Tuan withdrew his sight, as if he had already determined that Ing Zhang would lose. But it was no wonder that he thought so. After all, that divine thunderbolt was created specifically to punish the gods. No matter how strong Ing Zhang is, he is still only the sole ruler on earth. In the 3 realms and 10 directions, it cannot yet be called unique. There are quite a few people who think the same way as Chen Tuan. Some extreme people even wished that Ing Zhang would die under the purple heavenly thunder. Did you detect the energy of that thunder? Can it kill that ancient king of China? In the Eagle Jam Security Bureau, Tun looked at the Sea of Thunder with some hope in his eyes. If Zheng can't carry it off, he's still in charge of this planet. As estimated by the remote analysis of the instrument, that thunder contains 2 to 3 times the energy of that first emperor. Brenda said as she walked over to Tun with an instrument panel. It was something they rushed out on the spot. In conjunction with the satellites in the sky, it is possible to rudimentarily measure the value of the energy contained within an object or organism and then estimate the strength. That means there's a good chance he'll die? Tun's eyes instantly lit up. It's too much pressure on them to have Zheng alive. Other than the people of the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that no one would want an existence like Zheng to appear on Earth. Not necessarily, just a rough estimate. Even if it's accurate, it's an estimated energy value that doesn't include combat defenses. All that mess. Brenda shook her head. This instrument couldn't measure combat power. So, Tun sniffed and opened his mouth to follow up. So, that patriarch may or may not be seriously injured, but it is unlikely that he will die. Brenda spoke. Serious injuries. Tun sniffed and fell into a deep thought. Serious injuries are enough. Don't you think that this is an opportunity? Brenda. A flash of madness flashed in Tun's eyes as he looked toward Brenda. Chance? Brenda wondered. That's right. There aren't many chances to get that guy hurt. If we miss this one, there's a good chance we'll really have no chance at all in Eagle Sauce. The thought grew stronger in Tun's mind as he came up with a brilliant plan. From Eagle Jam's previous assessment, there was almost nothing in this world that could injure Zheng. And now, there was a thunder that could seriously injure the beginning emperor. Isn't this their chance? Mr. President, you are trying to. Brenda seemed to understand what Tun was trying to do, her eyes wide and somewhat overwhelmed. That's right. Let's give it a push and take advantage of this opportunity to bring back this king of the ancients, who has returned from the earth. How many nukes can we launch out in 10 minutes? Tun asked, looking to Brenda. 2,000. Brenda gulped. Normally, there are only a dozen or so, but because of Zheng's presence, Eagle Jam went into semi-war readiness, and the number of nukes that could be launched at any time increased to 2,000. But what about the people of Dragonland? Brenda was a bit intolerant. 2,000 nukes, dropped in a covering manner, the entire pressurized continent plate, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, would become devastated. There will always be sacrifices, and this is a price we can afford to pay. It won't even be held accountable by the states. Tun spoke up. Only if we can make sure we take this opportunity to blow up Zheng, the rest of the world will choose to turn a blind eye to Eagle Jam's derangement. But what if it fails? Brenda remained a little hesitant. What he was really afraid of was not so much the killing of countless innocent lives. Instead, he didn't finish off Zheng. Once Zheng survived, then they, Eagle Sauce, would immediately suffer the monstrous wrath of this ancient king from the east, and the result was clear, they were absolutely defenseless. Is it likely? Tun shrugged. This could be considered our only chance. Even if there's only a 50% chance of success, it's worth the gamble. You don't really think the ARC program is 100% insurance, do you? It will take at least 10 years to build an ARC large enough. But can the one give us 10 years? Even if we surrender under false pretenses and quietly build the ARC, the end result will be nothing more than ending our lives in a vast universe. Are you willing to give up everything we have now? Listening to President Tun's words, Brenda nodded with a clench of her teeth. I'll go inform the Ministry of Strategy. When that purple thunder falls, we'll synchronize the launch of all nuclear weapons and bombard the Dragon Kingdom's terminal mountain. But, is there really no need for a meeting to discuss this matter? Brenda hesitated again. There's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that you can't miss a chance, but you can't miss it again. By the time we've finished conferring with those old guys in the council, it'll be too late. Now that I'm President Eaglejam with 65% control of nuclear weapons, I do what I say. Tun waved his hand, all for the sake of their supremacy. Seeing that Tun was so determined, Brenda couldn't say anything else and turned to leave the conference room, personally heading to the strategy department to give orders. At this time, on the final mountain, the sea of thunder churned, and that purple heavenly thunder was finally conceived. Carrying a boundless sea of thunder, it fell with a loud bang. The scene of the thunder sea rushing in, as if it were extinction, caused Xuanzang's entire body to lie directly on the ground. He'd like to maintain his image, but he can't. That thunder sea might was too terrifying, especially that purple heavenly thunder. Just a hint of breath leaked out. It pressed Xuanzang, the Buddha, to the ground and couldn't move. Xuanzang raised his head with difficulty, but saw that Zheng was still standing in front of him, without the slightest intention of avoiding. Your Majesty? Xuanzang murmured under his breath, his eyes full of disbelief. You're really not leaving? The first emperor is so powerful? That divine thunderbolt might has already surpassed Zheng's aura. If you take this on hard, you'll be crippled if not dead. For him a Xuanzong, it's worth it? At this moment, Xuanzong's heart was filled with incomprehension. He couldn't figure out what kind of backbone Ing Zhang had that he dared to go against the purple heavenly thunder. Under the world's attention, Ing Zhang just waved his sleeve and stopped Xinzang in front of him. The Qin Shi Luck transformed into a Xian bird and came out, and the Buddhist Shi Luck appeared as the golden body of Buddha, and Confucian Shi Luck presented a stone statue of a saint and fell. From afar, behind that terminal mountain, there were bronze idols holding up heaven and earth, the great Qin Xian bird that covered the sky, the golden Buddha that shone universally in the world, and stone statues of saints surrounded by the vastness of the world. At this moment, all of the Qigong encompassed by Great Qin was revealed. Take the karma for Xuanzang for this 12 grand wishes. Your Majesty, it cannot be blocked. Xuanzang shook his head and squeezed out a sound through his teeth. Although these chi fortunes were huge, they were still below heaven and earth. How to block the sea of heavenly punishment and thunder? Under the watchful eyes of millions of people, Ing Zhang just looks up and slightly opens his mouth. I, the first emperor of Great Qin, pardon the order that the Golden Spirit Cave in Great Emperor, the third grade 5 heirs relief water officer of the Lower Yuan, descends to the world to calibrate the sins and blessings of the world, and to eliminate disasters for the people. The water official relieves all disasters. Its sound was so loud that it resounded through heaven and earth. The hegemony was so overwhelming that one couldn't help but worship it. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this from Jiang Shan and the other group of cultivators who had experienced the first emperor's exit from the mausoleum. Brother, are you heaven and earth or the first emperor? Again? The 3 official emperors, among the ancient gods, were also ranked in the front row. Are you really going to be able to do that with all this huffing and puffing? Is the Suiguan emperor so generous? Under the lotus peak, Chen Tuan almost didn't fall off the stone bed when he heard Ing Zhang's pardon. Pardon the 3 great emperors? Is the first emperor so brave? Doesn't he know who the sanguine emperor is? In the end, the zombie origin, heel restriction, blinded the mind. Chen Tuan shook his head. He didn't know how Ing Zhang had gotten the heavenly official's blessing, but that's mostly just coincidence. Now this first emperor wants to do the same thing again and order the water officer emperor. That's not bull ********. The 3 official emperors, these 3 ancient gods, apart from heaven and earth, only that jade emperor god, the lord of gods and goddesses, who commanded the healing saints, had this qualification. The first emperor, at the top of the sky, is only the sole ruler of the earth, and by luck, I don't know what method, recruited the heavenly officials once, and now want to pardon the water officials. That is not possible at all. You are only the first emperor, not the Jade Emperor. The many sages of the revived Dragon Kingdom thought in the same way as Chen Tuan. If Ing Zhang can really command the 3 great emperors, what's the point of playing? When all the ancient gods of heaven and earth listen to him, how can heaven and earth compete with Ing Zhang? Even Yan Hui, a sage who had already joined the Great Qin, only felt a pang of worry. His Majesty can't really be bloated, can he? Zhongnan Mountain, near Xi'an. Right after Ing Zhang's voice rang out, the heavens and the earth were shaken, and everything seemed to have come to a standstill. The raging and rushing sea of thunder came to a screeching halt, stopping above the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth seemed to be dismayed by it. That doesn't make sense. No matter from what angle, it was impossible for Ing Zhang to order the 3 official great emperors to do so. The ancient gods were all anthropomorphized by the rules of heaven and earth, and they were part of heaven and earth. And Ing Zhang, an existence that acted against the heavens, could be said to be an ancient god's mortal enemy. It was shocking enough to be blessed by the heavenly officials last time, but this time, the water officials are here to eliminate karma by solving the jinx? Above the dome of the sky, a ripple appeared, followed by the manifestation of the water official emperor's silhouette. Slowly raising his hand and waving it, countless ice crystal-like dots of light fell. It covered Ing Zhang and Xianzang's bodies. Thousands of causes and effects were dissipated in an instant, including those 12 grand wishes that Xuanzang owes. Without cause and effect, Xuanzang would not owe heaven and earth. That day penalty would be unjustified, much less within the rules. The 9 heavenly thunder sea, churning for several breaths, receded like a tidal wave, as if it had never appeared. The sky and the earth were clear, the dark clouds were gone, and the piercing sunlight poured down on top of the terminal mountain. Still lying on the ground, Xuanzang only feel that everything is a little unreal. Fake, right? How can His Majesty command the 3 great emperors? Xuanzang stared blankly at Ing Zhang, who had stopped in front of him from the beginning to the end. He really couldn't figure it out now. Aren't heaven and earth and Ing Zhang mortal enemies? Ancient gods like the 3 official emperors were again the embodiment of a part of heaven and earth. Why do you take orders from Ing Zhang? Your sworn enemy? Heaven and earth. Broken? You're having a hard time with yourself? Xuanzang scratched his head. He couldn't see it. He still couldn't see it. The situation in heaven and earth is too chaotic. Sure enough, pawns like them could not even speculate on the mind of the chess player. Heaven and earth's long simmering strike was directly cut off by Ying at the root. The Shuiguan Emperor's shadow emerged in the sky, and the heaven and earth's robberies dissipated. Everything feels so surreal. When the water official is relieved, all calamities go away, and karma does not exist. Is he really the first emperor? Not the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor God? Lotus Peak. Chen Tuan only felt that his brain was a bit inadequate. Impossible. How could the three official emperors, the gods of antiquity, the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth, listen to the orders of the first emperor? Fake. Chen Tuan felt that the Tao he had cultivated over the past 1,000 years had turned into a pile of. That's the Shuiguan Emperor, not some Yakuza. Among the ancient gods of the three officials, the Great Emperor was second only to the Jade Emperor God. This can't really be the Jade Emperor God, descending to earth for a calamity, right? The first emperor is actually the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor of heaven? Chen Tuan murmured under his breath. The Jade Emperor, unlike many gods, was cultivated up through the tribulations, not born that way. The Jade Emperor, since his childhood, that is, he gave up his country to cultivate. After 3,200 kalpas, he was certified as a golden immortal, and his name was, the King of Pure and Natural Consciousness. After another 100,000 kalpas, he became the Jade Emperor, the god in charge of the heavenly realm. It took a total of 132,000 tribulations to become the Jade Emperor, and in order to be certified as the Jade Emperor for eternity, from time to time, he would have to go down to the mortal world to ensure that he would always stand in the forefront of the gods and suppress the 3 realms and 10 directions. Only this makes sense, right? Chen Tuan's face looked strange. Other than this, he really couldn't find any other reason. Yes, that's right, that must be it. Chen Tuan maintained his Tao heart. It only felt that he had explored the great secrets of heaven and earth. A glimpse of the secret sauce. At this point, the one who couldn't take it the best was Turn, who was far away in Eagle Jam. No more? Where's Brenda? Didn't he say how terrifying this divine thunder was, that even such an ancient king couldn't carry it? Quick, contact Brenda and terminate the nuclear launch program. Turn yelled frantically. It was just too different from what they had expected. It's too late, Mr. President. Brenda muttered as she appeared behind Turn at some point, a look of despair on her face. What does that mean? Turn turned his head hard to look at Brenda. The first wave of Triton ICBMs has been successfully launched. 36 rounds total. The rest have been called off, but the ones fired can't be stopped, Brenda replied, somewhat disoriented. Instead, Turn sat paralyzed on the ground for a moment, muttering it's over. 36 nuclear missiles. They don't expect to hurt Ying. It would only enrage this king of the ancients. Why did this happen? Didn't you say that the energy contained in that thunder was 2 to 3 times that of that first emperor? So what the hell is happening now? Turn snapped his head up and looked hard at Brenda. But Turn didn't listen either. I'm the president, I'm awesome, and 65% of the nukes control the launch. Contact the following. The Dragon Kingdom retreats into a state of tight readiness. All the missing east winds are pulled out for you. So poncy that it's enough to wipe out the country. What if it comes true? Turn's eyes were red. Okay, there's a problem. There's always no way out. He can't run. There's a mistake. The ARC program. There hasn't been a large ship developed yet. He can't get off the ship and leave right away. The first wave of 88 Octopus intercontinental nuclear missiles hadn't even reached Dragon airspace. At the foot of the terminal mountain, Ying Zhang looked toward the distant sky. If he didn't feel anything, it's enough to wash the floor once. But once it's fully launched, if Ying Zhang has a death, I'm afraid our entire Eagle Sauce will have to suffer the retaliation of Little Qin. There was another silence in the room at the aide's reply. All the people present were also staring at the smallest of eyes. Once Turn presses up, Hawk Jam has no more inroads to make. Update. Monitoring the Eagle Jam side. It appears that another batch of nukes has been launched, and the target direction is still you. It was waiting for the assistant to leave that an updated monitoring came back. I'm too busy to care what kind of madness is happening to Eagle Sauce right now, and how to carry through that bombardment is the top priority. Based on calculations, the target appears to be Terminal Mountain. You still hold 65% of Eagle Jam's nuclear access. Turn opened the white case he carried with him. No. Hot and quiet. Think of your Eagle Jam populace. On the president's cabinet. Brenda hastily reached out to stop Turn, while opening her mouth to appease. The first to receive the news was, naturally, the side of the Lixian operational command room. There's no red button on the outside, and once pressed, it immediately activates 65% of Hawk Jam's nuke silos, retreating for differential bombardment in accordance with predetermined bad targets. What's that supposed to do? To die together. 88 rounds? What a ing nerve. You may not have no chance. Turn suddenly stared viciously at Brenda. I doubt that Ing Zhang can handle the 88 rounds of octopus at will, but the previous sequel is not yet 8,000 less pieces. Kang San tapped the table to slow up the order. There's no hope yet. No hope yet. Turn was paying attention to Brenda, tossing the box outside his hand casually to the side, and rushing off under the screen as he went along, waiting up for the results. He doesn't have an octopus, and you don't have a slow east wind. Brenda raised a flicker of energy, knowing that this was Turn trying to dump on himself. That will surely anger Ing Zhang. In that case, it's still like a brain to fire it all out. What's Hawksbane trying to do? Start a war of destruction? And, I warned you, Mr. President, he wanted to see how Turn would end it. No, yelled Brenda in a small voice, only for everything to go wrong. He'll get you all killed. Turn Richards. Brenda glared angrily at Turn. Calling him by his first name was no longer half right out. Is it useless, Brenda? You are still the president now. It's using him same as refusing. Is he trying to get you guys killed? You are refusing. Liao Shanying had thought about it and directly agreed. Zhang Shan's assistant slowly and hurriedly ran back out of the conference room. We know so little about that first emperor and do not realize how strong his methods are. A parliament will be convened at that time and my president will definitely be jacked up. Something's wrong, Commander. Hawkjam has launched an octopus intercontinental nuke at you. We still don't have Little Qin. He eagle sauce no bottoming out? Yen Hui, who has always been calm, also sat down. We hit the big day and also overused a round of east wind. The crowd in the room popped up at the sound of it. But where can he carry this pot? Things have gone beyond my expectation, and I had counted on Ing Zhang surviving without a scratch. No, didn't calculate the nuclear bombing point? Zhang Shan immediately opened his mouth and asked, asterisk. Don't lie to you. Tun cursed angrily as he listened to Liao Shanying's words, and immediately afterward, with his heart in his mouth, he directly pressed on this red button. Have you seen that heaven and earth have nothing to do with it? You think you're the king of the world? The 88 nuclear missiles that hadn't been launched yet were collected is back, and within a few more minutes they would reach the territory of the Dragon Kingdom and bombard the terminal mountain directly. But 88 rounds is too few. It is possible to stop them all up. Holy, Eagle Sauce is afraid of death. Let me taste death. Eagle Sauce is pretty gutsy. How to survive the wrath of that Eastern King? Just as the crowd was shocked. That's for Ing Zhang? What else do I know about the pissiness of these legislators? You still want to do? Brenda's face changed slightly. Looking at not some crazy Brenda is forbidden, not some worried up. 88 rounds is a bomb. And so is 8,800. He had warned Tin before that the thunder would most likely not be able to hurt Ing Zhang. Total number of rounds monitored behind the eyes is 88. And will be reseeding into your airspace 1 minute from now, with full activation of the air defense and interception system behind the eyes. Why is it a desperate attempt to try it, when it will all provoke this one? The number of is under 8,000 rounds. This assistant looked at the hand outside the tablet under the latest data. Scared, no, some articulation is clear up. What are we hearing? Nukes coming in droves? When the time comes, he will definitely be used as a scapegoat and sent directly to the Dragon Kingdom in order to appease Ing Zhang's anger. How dare you take the initiative to mess with Ing Zhang? Brenda soothed with a big heart while moving quickly towards Turn. A rumbling sound emanated from the nuclear silos located throughout Eagle Jam, followed by the opening of the seals, and shot after shot rose up into the sky, heading straight for the Dragon Kingdom. The Xian bird, Buddha, saints, and the idols of Ing Zhang, which were condensed from the Qiluk in front of him, turned around together as Ing Zhang turned his head. Listen, Brenda, you are trying to die. Turn prayed as he advanced to distance himself from Brenda. I'm not sure I'm going to die yet, but if I gamble a hand, there's no chance I'll live up to it. Turn's not doomed yet, but we're still alive up there in Eagle Jam. 88 rounds of nuclear bombs. One is bad. The Dragon Kingdom fear will instantly fall apart. Strategic weapons is a joke. That launch button is something that every president of Eagle Jam carries around with him every day, just in case a nuclear counterattack is activated in a moment of crisis after a decapitation operation has been executed by an enemy nation. Who's ing afraid of who? Evacuate the inhabitants of the 10 cities on the far side of the terminal mountain at once now. And be slow. Now you're dumping. The aide spoke up. We all still have what's going on yet. And Eagle Sauce is staying. Call a council. Your Excellency. This matter is something he can decide over. Liao Shanying gathered her one-up mood. At the sky, 36 small black dots were enlarging. Emergency evacuations have taken place in the cities near Terminal Hill. However, due to the short period of time, there are still a number of people who have not been able to evacuate to safety. Picking this time in particular, Is it because you want to cooperate with heaven and earth to get rid of me? The corner of Ing Zhang's mouth hooked up with a hint of sneer. Hawk Sauce really couldn't wait. Seeing that he was slightly down, he couldn't help but strike immediately, and didn't even have the patience to wait for the result. Xuanzang also climbed up from the ground at this time, collecting his mind and looking along with Ing Zhang's line of sight. The development of human-killing weapons is really a bit surprising. Xuanzang sighed. This was the first time he had ever seen a nuclear weapon, and as if Yan Hui had that day, he had so much emotion about the thing. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. These 36 rounds of nuclear weapons, bombing down together. I'm afraid that even the immortals are not that well off. Your Majesty, I'll do it. Xuanzang looked at Ing Zhang and volunteered. Ing Zhang hardened heaven and earth for him, preserving the Buddha's chi in him, and even the karma of the 12 ambitions was removed. He had to throw in the towel and show it. Without the limitations of heaven and earth, it collects the Buddha's fortune on earth, and whitens the power of the 12 great wishes to augment it. Now Xuanzang, I'm afraid the Yan Hui is even stronger than a line, such as an immortal of Zhang Jiao's caliber. He was able to lift his hand and blast him to death. A mere 36 rounds of nuclear weapons. He, Xuanzang, could stop it. Are you okay? Ing Zhang glanced at Xuanzang, as if he had thought of something interesting, and asked with a smile, looking at Xuanzang so on the road. Ing Zhang is still a little pleased. After all, it has used up a 3 official emperors to save. If he didn't know how to do it, he wouldn't mind also following the example of heaven and earth and divesting his chi with Xuanzang. But looking at Xuanzang's attitude now, it was worth it. What's more, preserving Xuanzang is equivalent to notifying the world of the strongest people who have concerns that Great Qin can protect them and doesn't have to worry about the retaliation of heaven and earth. The pressure of heaven and earth had been suppressed to the freezing point, and even though strong-minded people began to reconsider the highs and lows of Ing Zhang and heaven and earth, it also collects the Buddha's chi, as well as Xuanzang, the true Buddha. The divine power of this water official to solve the problem was not in vain. As for those nuclear weapons, Ing Zhang didn't care about them at all. Your Majesty, do not underestimate the poor monk. Xuanzang didn't know what Ing Zhang was thinking. He had to show his hand now and let the world see what he, Xuanzang, was capable of. Looking at the world, if you don't make a move, I can be called invincible. Xuanzang slightly angled his head, his face full of confidence. In the face of heaven and earth and Ing Zhang, he had to bow his head and behave. But apart from that, he, Xuanzang, is the true Buddha of the world. He really thought that his 12 grand wishes for blessings, as well as the Buddha's chi all-in-one, was a joke. Even Yan Hui, the Confucian sage, had to move back a little. Looking at the confident Xuanzang, Ing Zhang still had a smile on his face but said nothing. 36 rounds of trident missiles, and Xuanzang can eat them. But those 3,000 pieces attached to the back can hold Xuanzang up. Not to mention Xuanzang, he himself was a bit overwhelmed. Nuclear weapons do not threaten Ing Zhang because their speed is too slow in Ing Zhang's eyes. There's no chance of running into Ing Zhang at all. But it's different now. If we don't stop it, I'm afraid the entire Dragon Kingdom will be lost. You can't hide. You can only take it hard. Never underestimate man's research into slaughter. And nuclear weapons are even more of a top-notch weapon for killing living things. Xuanzang on the side didn't understand what Ing Zhang was laughing at, but he was ready for it. Put your hands together and recite the sutras. A burst of golden light shone in the heavens and earth. A golden Buddha with a heavenly body appeared behind Xuanzang. The Buddha's body is entwined with incense, and his chi is draped in cleansing. As soon as the Buddha statue came out, the hearts of the people in the Dragon Kingdom only felt an inexplicable sense of peace. My Buddha is compassionate, and also has the wrath of the Vajra, so subdue the 4 devils. Xuanzang pinched the spell in his hand. The original compassionate face of the golden Buddha behind him instantly transformed into a ferocious, angry stare. 4 hands extend from its back, making a total of 8 arms. Immediately afterward an arm dropped down and held Xuanzang in the palm of his hand. As the Buddha on earth, I shall guard a domain of ultimate happiness. As Xuanzang's words fell, that huge Buddha statue brazenly struck out, reaching out into the void. It actually fished out a nuclear weapon from 10,000 miles away, followed by a push of the Buddha's closed hand, detonating that nuclear weapon in his hand. Enormous energy blossomed between the Buddha statue's palms. That Buddha statue closed its palms in death, not letting a single trace of the explosion come out. Seeing this scene, Xuanzang had a smile on his face, followed by the Buddha's arm continuously fishing out the 35 trident missiles all over. Then he closed his palms and let them explode in his palms. The huge surge of energy didn't affect the outside world in the slightest. Just one after another to carry 36 nuclear weapons explosion. Xuanzang, that golden Buddha statue body light dimmed a little. Upon closer inspection, those arms were already covered in tiny cracks. But it was also an easy solution to that nuclear bombing crisis. Not even a ring, to say the least. The smile on Ing Zhang's face, however, disappeared, and he seemed to shake his head somewhat helplessly. This little monk, he doesn't seem too smart, Ing Zhang muttered in his mouth. That's a lot of messing around, taking damage the hard way. Contrary to Ing Zhang, the gloomy mood of the people of Mount Li was swept away, and each of their faces showed a smile of surprise. Is Venerable Xuanzang this strong too? Then your majesty should be able to carry those 3,000 nuclear weapons washing the ground, right? Zhang Shan was relieved in his heart. Even Xuanzang could carry 36 rounds at will, so Ing Zhang, the first emperor, could carry 3,000 rounds at will, and it would be as easy as eating and drinking water. Just now, he was afraid that Ing Zhang wasn't going to take it on the chin and just dodged away. If that happens, the Dragon Kingdom will have to launch all the East Wind Expresses and have a two-way fight with Eagle Jam. But now it seems that this majesty, instead of treating their Dragon Kingdom as outsiders, is ready to take on this wave of nuclear weapons washing. On the final mountain, Xuanzang looks smug. Putting aside Ing Zhang, we can't find another person in the whole world who can smother a nuclear weapon as a firecracker in his hand. Not the Taoist ones, the Nubizi, not the Confucian one, Yan Hui, he, Xuanzang, one man at a time. Your Majesty. Xuanzang turned his head to Ing Zhang with a smile on his face. Without waiting for him to say something, as if sensing danger, Xuanzang hurriedly turned his head in the direction of Eagle Sauce again. At the sky, densely packed small black dots were gradually enlarging at a fast speed. No, not it. All of those? Xuanzang's eyes widened and he gulped. That much? Xuanzang now seemed to understand what Ing Zhang had just meant. Ing Zhang had long ago sensed the number of nukes coming from Eagle Jam's side. There's gotta be a couple thousand of them. Is this thing that easy to build? He's bored immobile. Can't you see that the Buddha statue is already covered in cracks on a couple of its arms? A few more hits and this golden body of his would shatter. 3,000 Trident intercontinental ballistic missiles were shot out of the sky toward the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. At this speed, in 10 minutes tops, he would land in this area of the terminal mountain. The laughter of the original Lixil crowd stopped and their hearts lifted once again. I have confidence in Ing Zhang, but this is a nuclear wash after all. This is the first time since nuclear weapons were developed that they have been put to use on such a large scale. As one of the owners of this weapon, Long Gui knew very well how terrifying these 3,000 nukes were. It was no exaggeration to say that even just a few hundred rounds falling would be enough to tear the Dragon Kingdom apart. This thing is devastatingly overpowered. Little Life didn't even carry 2 back in the day. That's still a small equivalent. Can't compare it to the trident that is Hawksbane today. Unfortunately, after all, it is a dead thing that can't help the first emperor. Lotus Peak. Chen Tuan just glanced at the nuclear bomb cluster and stopped paying attention. This thing is powerful beyond imagination, but it is ultimately dead, and it has to explode to be amazingly powerful. If Ing Zhang dies under a nuclear bomb, he, Chen Tuan, will rip off his head and give it to Eagle Sauce to kick as a ball. That's not funny. A dead thing, in front of Ing Zhang, didn't even have a chance to burst open. What's the point of being more powerful? Jiangnan Mountain. Xuanzang sweating profusely. Can't do it. Can't do it. It was too much. If this was all taken over, this golden Buddha of his could be blown to pieces. Your Majesty? Xuanzang turned his head to look at Ing Zhang and smiled twice. There's no need to worry. Heaven and earth can't help you. How can I let you die at the hands of something like this? Ing Zhang said calmly. He certainly wouldn't let Xuanzang die for nothing. It took a lot of effort on his part to keep it. It was a safety benchmark for all those who wanted to defect to Great Qin but were afraid of heaven and earth. Where to die? Xuanzang nodded, still a little panicked as he looked at the approaching cluster of nukes. The people who are most nervous at this time are not in the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it's in Eagle Jam. The conference room of the Security Bureau was at the moment crowded with parliamentarians as well as the heads of various departments. The launch of so many nukes was a big enough commotion that they came running as soon as they got the news. Turn the president is a thing of the past. The first thing these men did when they arrived was to jointly depose Turn and forcefully push him out of office. Brenda, Project Arc. How many people can the small craft for the experiment carry? Vice President Willows asked heavily. Everyone in the conference room perked up their ears at those words. It could be their lives at stake. If the nuclear swarm can't bring down Ing Zhang and destroy the Dragon Kingdom, then what will greet them will inevitably be a raging storm of retaliation. Not to mention Ing Zhang, they couldn't even withstand the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom. Then if thousands of Dongfeng Expresses were launched, they wouldn't be able to carry them without a guardian god like Ing Zhang. All the ARC programs have been their only way back. Not a single one. Brenda looked at the people present then spoke. He was just lying to Turn with that one. If it did, Turn wouldn't have been so insanely determined to push the button. At those words, the entire conference room fell silent. That means there's no way back for them. That ing asshole Turn. He had to drag us down with him to his own death. should have ripped his head off and shoved it up his ass. Alright, let's wait for the results first. Then we'll deliberate. Looking at the noisy crowd, Willows knocked on the table, and then looked at the satellite monitoring screen. Those 3,000 tridents had already entered the Dragon Kingdom's domain and were falling straight towards the terminal mountain. The crowd held their breath, waiting for the results. The outcome could very well be a matter of life and death for their eagle sauce. The top of Zhongnan Mountain. Xuanzang forced to calm down, looking at the overwhelming fall of nuclear bombs, nervous and gulping. Instead, Ying Zhang just slowly raised his hand and extended his index finger in the air to make a slight point. A ripple appeared and scattered in all directions. That heavenly trident was instantly fixed in mid-air. It was as if this piece of space had been stilled by Ying Zhang. Thousands of nuclear weapons, just hanging in the sky, unable to move. It's just a dead thing. If it explodes, the power is indeed not small. But such a thing is just a mortal object after all. Ying Zhang slowly spoke. It's not like he has no brains at all. Like Xuanzang. Or rather he understands how these nukes work. Only exploding nuclear weapons are incredibly powerful mass murderers. But in front of Ying Zhang, he had too many ways to keep this thing from exploding. Divine power covered out and easily managed to wrap and control the entire cluster of nukes, while cutting off the automatic navigation and positioning system on it, as well as the excitation program. This kind of small means Xuanzang can do. Watching Ying Zhang control thousands of nuclear bombs so easily, Xuanzang looked back at his golden body, slightly speechless. Doesn't that make him look like a dumbass? You told me this thing was so easy to deal with. It caused him to shoot 36 times in a row, almost shattering his golden body. How could he have known about this thing? And how it could be controlled like this? Lotus Peak. Chen Tuan did not have a trace of surprise on his face. He had already counted on it. How could the first emperor, whom heaven and earth could not help, fall under these gadgets? The crowded Lishan even erupted in cheers and thousands of nuclear weapons are like playthings before their majesties. Yan Hui also finally sat down. From the moment the heavenly tribulation appeared, his heart had never let go, and now he could finally truly breathe a sigh of relief. The era of Great Qin's rapid expansion is coming. Yan Hui looked in the direction of the eagle sauce and muttered under his breath. After this time, Great Qin will be as powerful as ever and will unify the world. In the entire earth, there is no more existence that can stop Great Qin's footsteps. Those who have concerns about the sages, with Xuanzang as an example, I am afraid that most will choose to join the Great Qin. After all, they live on earth. Compared to heaven and earth, it was still Great Qin that they were closer to. In this way, the internal problems are completely solved. Concentrate on foreign expansion and global unification. Immediately report to the top and apply for 3000 Dongfeng Express. It's not polite to come and go. Our Dragon Kingdom is a country of etiquette. Of course we should return the favor. Just 3036. No more, no less. Zhang Shan stood up at that moment and slammed the table towards his assistant. Understood. That assistant nodded and hurriedly went to contact the top to make a decision. At that moment there was dead silence in the Eagle Jam conference room. Everyone stared at the satellite image in stunned silence. Their tridents were immobilized in midair by Ying Zhang's finger. This is even more outrageous than they thought. Especially Brenda. He thought about the 3000 tridents and how they wouldn't do any harm to Ying Zhang. But I never thought that Ying Zhang could solve it so easily. Now talk about what to do to quell that first emperor's anger. Willows took a deep breath and forced down the panic in his heart, and his hand knocked on the table, drawing the crowd's attention to him. Then, what does that one want? At that moment an old white-haired man stood up in horror and pointed at the satellite image. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see that in the picture. Ying Zhang gently waved his hand, and those 3000 tridents moved again. Only the direction turned out to be their eagle sauce. Inside the conference room, a group of Hawk Jam executives panicked. They clearly saw control of the 3000 Triton nukes turning around and returning the same way. Damn turn. I'm going to shove his head up his ass. Willows couldn't care less about manners at this point, and opened his mouth with the hawk sauce nationalist. These Triton ICBMs, they know exactly what this thing is capable of. The Triton is so called because of the 3 nuclear warheads mounted on the head of its missiles. Effectively prevents any interception system. They built this thing themselves and were incapable of intercepting it. The number is too much, and even if it is intercepted, with the power of this thing, even if it explodes in mid-air, it can instantly destroy a city on the ground. I suddenly remembered that something came up at home. Mr. President, I'll go first. A counselor got up with a panicked look, and immediately afterward, he was about to leave the conference room. Regardless of whether or not Willows agreed with him, he knows full well that Hawk Jam is not capable of stopping so many nuclear-armed missiles. Staying here is a death sentence. It's not too late to run. And if you get on a plane in time and take off quickly to get out of Eagle Jam territory, you can still survive. With the lead, the rest followed suit. It doesn't even matter if Willows, the vice president, agrees or not. In another half hour, I'm afraid Eagle Sauce will be gone. So who cares about your soon-to-be end-of-the-line Willows? No one is going anywhere. Willows yelled as his face filled with anger. The guards at the entrance to the conference room acted instantly on command, herding everyone back. Mr. President, it's not too late to leave. One more moment and there won't be enough time. If you want to die, don't drag us along with you. We can't stop it with so many tridents. The crowd that had been rushed back spoke up, and the entire conference room fell into a noisy environment. Go? Where can I go? Without Eagle Jam, you're nothing. Do you think you can escape to another country and live comfortably? Without the country, the wealth of you people, in the eyes of others that is just gold thrown on the street. Anyone can pick it up. Willow slapped the table angrily. Hawksbane still exists, so wherever they go in this part of the world, they're in the upper echelons of society. But if Hawksauce is gone, these people are nothing. I'm getting away with it now, but I'm going to be poor for the rest of my life, Maybe, even die on the streets of a foreign country. Better than staying here and dying. The crowd, however, could not listen. It is better to die than to live. Who wants to die when you can live? We still have a chance. Understand? Use your pig brains. Willows looked at the group of counselors with hatred. These guys have gotten too comfortable even after the last few years of Eagle Jam being the overlord. One by one. It's like they don't have a brain. What are the chances? His Excellency the President doesn't think we can intercept that many Trident missiles, does he? The congressman who had led the way out looked at the cutie. Like, look at Willows. What level they themselves were at. The crowd knew in their hearts. With the current level of defense, intercepting a round or two is no problem. 3,000 rounds is a fool's errand. Even those shelters built deep underground are useless. 3,000 Trident ICBMs, each carrying 3 nuclear warheads. A total of 9,000 nuclear warheads. Those shelters will be like paperweights if they're blasted down. It's not a matter of 1 or 2 rounds. Stupid pigs. You've really been overfed these past few years. Willows couldn't help but curse before speaking again. Understand? If we surrender, we get to keep Eagle Sauce. An intact Eagle Jam is what the One wants more than an overthrown nation. I've done information gathering, but the One needs living subjects. Besides, we didn't fire those 3,000 tridents. It was turn. And if we offer enough goodwill and submit to the One, we can keep the Eagle Sauce, said Willows, and regardless of the crowd's reaction. Surrender? The crowd couldn't help but frown when they heard this word. What? Can't see that you guys have quite the backbone. Preferring to destroy your country rather than surrender? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Willows snorted and opened his mouth to mock. These people, they're really so used to being high and mighty that their brains are broken. You'd rather sacrifice the entire Eagle Jam than bow down yourself? No, we mean, can we take it? The crowd snapped and laughed twice. They're also adapting to the current status of Hawksauce. If you want to survive, you have to keep your head down and be human. Then show us your sincerity. We only have half an hour to convince that One. As soon as Willow's words were out of his mouth, the crowd instantly shut down, and Willows adjusted his expression as he came to the front of the video conference. On the big screen, Zhang Shan's face appeared. Honorable Delegate, I am Willows Brian, Interim President of Eagle Jam. I'm sorry for the distress caused by the stupid decisions of the last president. We, Eagle Sauce, have absolutely no intention of making an enemy of you. We have deposed the previous president. Turn, and we at Eagle Sauce will give an account of this accident that will satisfy you. Without waiting for Zhang Shan to speak, Willows crackled. Without waiting for Zhang Shan to say something, Willows continued. With regard to the disposition of the last president Turn, we will leave it in your hands and at your disposal. Also, we have had a council and agreed that unification is the most perfect and great idea for the planet. For the planet, we, the Hawksauce, strongly embrace the idea of unity and are willing to fight for it. As a sign of sincerity, I, Willows Brian, on behalf of Eagle Sauce, hereby declare that the Eagle Sauce Nation, unconditionally, joins the Great Qin, and goes through fire and water for the First Emperor. Resolutely support the unification program of the First Emperor. Abide by the statutes and regulations of Great Qin and fulfill your obligations as a vassal of Great Qin. Execute all decisions of the First Emperor and strictly abide by the laws of Great Qin. Loyal to the First Emperor, and responsive to the First Emperor's philosophy. Change the heavens and the earth for the unification of Great Qin for life. Be ready to sacrifice everything for Shi Huang and Great Qin, and never rebel against Qin. In the conference room, the many counselors looked at Willows in disbelief. No dude, are you that skilled? What the? You're practicing behind my back, aren't you? You've been wanting to surrender for a long time, haven't you? In the video conference, Kong-san was even more confused. How is it that this Eagle Sauce interim president's statement gets redder and redder the more you hear it? Dude, are you sure it's really President Eagle Sauce? Can we talk to any of you for once? Seeing that Zhang Shan didn't respond to himself, Willows could only continue. They really don't have much time. Zhang Shan looked deeply at Willows, then said, wait a moment. However, you should not get your hopes up. We have an old saying that says, a mortal sin can be waived, but a living sin cannot be escaped. And when you do something wrong, you have to be duly punished. After saying this, Zhang Shan stopped paying attention to Willows and instead hurriedly sent someone to contact Terminal Mountain. Honestly, before this, he was tempted to just blow up Eagle Jam, but this Willows is a little too uptight. This one came up before he could speak, and the direct declaration screwed up. However, even if Eagle Jam had just raised the white flag, he couldn't have made a decision. You still have to ask for permission to do so. On the final mountain, Qing Shi received the mission. Who called this his territory? Exhausted, he climbed to the top of the hill and carefully walked to the door of the small courtyard. Your Majesty? Pathfinder Qing Shi, I have been ordered to come and ask for your Majesty's advice. Eagle Jam's side says it surrendered and is willing to raise the country to join and serve you as a dog. The interim president, named Willows, would like to request an audience with you. You see? Qing Shi lowered his head and said everything in his head. That would have been expected of him. Otherwise that swarm of 3,000 nukes wouldn't have arrived at Eagle Jam half an hour later. It would have been instantaneous. Hawk Sauce is still sensible. So let's take advantage of today to incorporate the globe. The mouth murmured, taking advantage of having just suppressed heaven and earth and collected the chi of the Buddhists on earth. Unity on earth. Otherwise, those small countries will have to make some small moves, and it's annoying as hell. It would be better to take advantage of Eagle Sauce raising the white flag and forcing all 100 countries around the globe to make a decision at this moment. The last chapter was altered to bits by the review, so I'll see what I can do to change it back later, and now it seems to be blocked. Your Majesty? If you don't want to see it, I'll immediately go down and send word to blow up those Yakuza. Qing Shi saw that Ing Zhang hadn't responded and hesitated for a few breaths to open his mouth and said, it's not necessary. Tell Eagle Sauce that what I want is the unification of the world. It's the whole earth. All of it, into Great Qin. If they can do it, they will be spared a death. Ing Zhang's voice traveled out of the small courtyard. For some things, it's best to let Hawkwing be the villain. They don't need any reputation anyway, and it's only fitting that the forcing of this matter be left to them. Protagonist and Dragon Kingdom go and get banned. This has been changed countless times. That counts as a pitch. Eagle Sauce this few thousand rounds of nuclear weapons he did not put on the heart. As long as the future to the Great Qin honestly as a dog, he is not necessary to get the death of a country of people. But if he dares to do something small again, then don't blame him for being cold and inhumane. Understood. The Xiao Dao will go and send the message now. Qing Shi nodded, then turned around and left in quick steps. Although he was now considered a person of Great Qin, staying beside Ing Zhang, Qing Shi was still a bit intimidated. With the departure of Qing Shi, with a thought, the 3,000 Triton nukes instantaneously moved over the Eagle Sauce territory. A swarm of nuclear bombs hung in the sky, and at the touch of Ing Zhang's heart, they would fall instantly, destroying the entire Eagle Sauce Security Bureau. In the conference room, as those 3,000 nuclear bombs appeared above the sky, Willows and the others were directly stunned. I thought that Ing Zhang didn't want to receive their Eagle Sauce and was going to just destroy it. No, it can't be. Willows gulped. This was a bit out of his league. Wasn't that one's approach from start to finish all about unity? They're willing. You don't want to give away such a big Eagle Sauce for nothing? Damn it, that's what you call a way out? You got us all killed. *******, we would have had half an hour. The group of counselors instantly exploded and opened their mouths to accuse Willows. If they had just let them go, they would have at least had enough time to get out of Eagle Sauce. Well now, it's just a matter of staying here and waiting to die. Nope. No, these nukes aren't falling. Willows stared intently at the nukes hanging above the dome of the sky and spoke in a fast-talking voice. That's right, it should be a done deal. Otherwise the 3,000 nukes would have already fallen. Said Willows even looked at the video conference and waited for Zhang Shan's answer. The counselors have calmed down too. Indeed, as Willows had said, the nukes were simply imprisoned in the sky above by an inexplicable force and did not fall. Obviously, that leaves something to talk about. Upon discovering this scene, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be able to talk. It's just a matter of accomplishing some tasks and targets. They've raised the white flag. What else can't they do? As long as they can survive, they will give Ing Zhang whatever he wants. Silence fell in the conference room as the crowd anxiously waited for Jiang Shan's response. There was no telling how long it had been before Jiang Shan's face reappeared in the video conference. The crowd looked shocked and rushed around, signaling Willows to hurry up and strike up a conversation. Honorable representative of the Long Kingdom. I wonder what the first emperor means. Willows didn't need to be prodded. He was in a hurry. Looking at the anxious eagle sauce crowd, Jiang Shan cleared his throat and relayed Ing Zheng's words. His Majesty's word of mouth, I want the world to be united, and all the nations to enter the Qin. If Hawk Sauce can do this, he can be spared the death penalty. Otherwise, those 3,000 tridents will fall in an instant and wipe out the entire eagle sauce landscape. After saying this, Jiang Shan ignored the reactions of Willows and the others and directly hung up the video conference. Only a group of Eagle Jam legislators were left staring at each other in disbelief. What? What does this mean? Using our hawk sauce as a knife? That's nothing. It's expected. But there's no set time. It can't be within today, can it? This is nothing? Those small countries are not enough. The Hairy Bear, John Bull, Gallic Chicken. These nuclear countries. How can we force them to return to Qin? When push comes to shove, they don't dare to bombard any of the Dragon Kingdom's patriarchs, but they dare to bombard us. For a while the whole conference room was noisy again. Ing Zheng didn't give them a time limit, so they don't have any idea. Those 3,000 nukes are still hanging in the sky. These nuclear bombs are like the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. At any moment it will fall and decapitate them. It's not too difficult to force those countries to return to Great Qin. What's difficult is time. Willows knocked on the table to silence the crowd. The whole oppression by force thing is something they're familiar with. Even with the rest of the nuclear-armed states they are confident they will give them a dead heat. Besides, after Ing Zheng showed his unrivaled power that day, these countries had already prepared themselves psychologically. As long as they involve a little bit of Ing Zheng, it's not difficult to suppress these nuclear-armed countries. But this back and forth pulling, which consumes a lot of time. In case it drags on, who knows if that beginning emperor will not be pleased, and then directly drop a nuclear weapon to destroy the country. Why don't we take this time to run away? A counselor spoke cautiously. At these words, Willow's sharp eyes swept over in an instant. Haven't these idiots figured out the point yet? Run? Where can I run? Sooner or later, with the power that Great Qin has shown, it will be able to unify the earth. Where can they run to? Feeling the look in Willow's eyes, the councilman scowled and didn't say another word. Although we, Eagle Sauce, are unbeatable in the face of Great Qin, we are still the hegemon in the face of the rest of the countries except for the Dragon Kingdom. It's not hard to do this. There's no turning back for us. Willows spoke as she looked out the window at the sky. In 3 days, just 3 days, take the country. Any questions? Willows asked, looking to the crowd. 3 days? That's too short, isn't it? When the crowd heard this, their eyes instantly widened. 3 days is more than 3,000 just to move troops and travel to countries. Extraordinary times. Extraordinary means. Regular ordnance is useless. Willows swept the crowd and spoke. Immediately draw up a circular to inform the world that Eagle Sauce has officially joined Great Qin, calling on all nations to follow in the footsteps of the first emperor and accomplish the great cause of unification. 3 days from now, we will carry out a destructive nuclear strike against countries that have not joined Great Qin. Destroy at all costs the nations that stand in the way of unification. There was a hint of ruthlessness on Willow's face. At this point, don't blame him for breaking the convention and just going nuclear. Come up and zoom in. He didn't believe that those countries really dare to fight hard. It doesn't matter if they're Eagle Sauce. There's 3,000 of them hanging in the sky above. They have no way of retreating from each other. So if they say they'll bomb you, they'll bomb you. Also, prepare 200 Trident nuclear bombs and launch them immediately, targeting the territorial borders of each country. Show them that we Eagle Sauce are no joke. The crowd subconsciously wanted to retort at the words, but they swallowed after the words reached their mouths. In the old days, 200 nukes thrown straight out as a warning would have been unthinkable. But it's changing so fast now that nuclear weapons are becoming conventional weapons. Go at once. Seeing that the men had not yet moved, Willows bellowed. Numerous legislators immediately took action and prepared a circular to be sent to countries around the globe. At the same time, more than 200 Trident ICBMs instantly flew out of their silos and fell towards the borders of the countries. The great battle for the unification of mankind has begun. At this moment, more than 200 countries around the globe were blown away. The whole earth shuddered. More than 200 mushroom clouds rose, a scene that no leader of that country had ever seen before, directly to the countries dry full of confusion and uncertainty, especially the hairy bears. When did Eagle Jam get so raw? Dare to throw nukes at their doorstep. What the? You think he's a hairy bear? These nuclear-armed countries, after being dumbfounded, instantly put the whole country into a state of first-degree combat readiness. and the long-dormant nuclear weapons silos were opened at this moment. And the remaining 100 or so non-nuclear countries can only cringe and force a smile to ask for eagle sauce. Mr. President, all nuclear weapons warnings have been implemented with full precision. Currently the Woolly Bear Nation, the John Nation, the Gallic Nation, and other nuclear-armed nations have sent requests for meetings to chastise our side. In particular, the Mauve Bears, based on our detections, appear to be on nuclear weapons readiness, ready to launch nuclear bombs into our territory at any time. Inside the conference room, Brenda walked over to Willows and reported, "Well, has the global briefing been drawn up yet and sent to them immediately? Remember, the tone should be tough enough. Even if we don't join Great Qin now, it doesn't stop us from treating Great Qin as a backer. The wording must make them cringe." Furry Bear and John, these individual nations, sail their fleets directly into their waters with a full complement of Trident missiles and light them up. Let them understand that we at Hawk Jam are determined to join or die together. Willows said, banging on the table. The Eagle Jam can be considered a backwater right now. Anyone who doesn't listen, well, we'll all die together. Anyway, if they couldn't fulfill Ing Zheng's account, the 3,000 nuclear bombs hanging above the sky would fall instantly. Understood. Brenda nodded and immediately went down to execute it. All up and down the entire Eagle Sauce, all armed armaments were mobilized at this moment. They want to prove with their actions that this briefing is no joke. Same time, countries also received a global briefing from Eagle Sauce. Now they were even more confused. When did Eagle Jam join Qin? No, this isn't even joining Great Qin anymore. This is directly serving Great Qin as a dog. Look at the insanity. It's a total vicious dog that the owner let out to bite. Is that first emperor in the East really so powerful as this? Those small countries don't have much feeling. If you want me to obey, then obey. You're great you say so. But fellow P5 furry bears, John and Gull were able to understand the horror of it. To be able to train Eagle Jam to be so obedient, even willing to be a vicious dog that bites people, that only means that the one in the East is so powerful that Eagle Jam doesn't have a chance of winning. Otherwise, it could never have been so obedient. Don't they know this Eagle Sauce stuff yet? At this moment, the countries coincidentally held a joint online meeting on their own. This is not a situation that can be solved by their family today. Ing Zhang was also able to experience the feeling of heaven and earth. Orders spoken off the cuff are like heavenly orders, and Hawk Jam carries them out to the letter. Resolutely, on the final mountain, the heaven and earth visions had all dispersed, the Xian bird, and the idol Buddha had all disappeared. Everything is quiet again, but the network is crazy circulating all kinds of videos about the vision of the terminal South Mountain. Now that the officials are no longer hiding things from Ing Zhang, these videos are spreading all over the place. Ing Zhang, on the other hand, didn't care about any of this. Xuanzang has been saved and his purpose has been achieved. It was also time to go to the next signing location, and the global unification would be done well and quickly, I'm sure, by Hawkmaster, without him having to worry about it. Previously, Great Qin had already set the tone, and what Ing Zhang had to do was only to improve his own strength, and keep the Earth's unique strength ceiling on the line. Thinking about it, Ing Zhang intended to leave, but just lifted his foot, but then stopped and turned his head to look at Xuanzang. He did suddenly remember that Xuanzang had come down from above. One should know quite a bit about the upper world. Until now, Ing Zhang's knowledge of the upper world has only been limited to the 365 positive gods, and the number of ancient gods is unknown. What are your majesty's orders? Xuanzang saw Ing Zhang looking straight over and spoke with a slightly embarrassed face. After all, before also playing the reason for heaven, who knows this turn of the eye? Xuanzang is also a person of the Great Qin. In a world of great strife, this situation is really ever-changing. You have come from above. How much do you know about the top? Ing Zhang opened his mouth and asked. Regarding the heavenly realm, Great Qin could be said to know nothing about it, and the only thing it knew was those positive ancient gods. Which aspect is your majesty talking about? Xuanzang froze at his words. What is the geometry of the gods and Buddhas, and what are their powers? Ing Zhang said. The poor monk's strength isn't much up there. He's just a chandelier merit Buddha, so he doesn't know much. It's also just that the folk have rumored the poor monk to be somewhat powerful, even hanging on to the Buddha. Xuanzang hesitated, first opened his mouth to take a precaution. If Ing Zhang wanted to know what secret, he really could not say. He is just a simple Chandan merit Buddha. Not like what the folk rumor is that he is the second disciple of Buddha, the reincarnation of the golden cicada. If that was the case, it wouldn't have been his turn to go down this time. After all, the implementation of the mandate of heaven, that is a hard job. His background really want to be so thick, where it is possible to bitter down the world. A brief introduction to Spirit Mountain. That's fine, just tell me what you know. Ing Zhang waved his hand. Not knowing much was better than Great Qin knowing nothing at all. Xuanzang nodded, then said, the upper realm is actually somewhat disorganized as well, with the heavenly court based on the ancient gods of heaven and earth and the Jade Emperor god as its leader. It is the most orthodox and most powerful force in the upper realm. Beyond that is the Spirit Mountain where we Buddhists are alone. Well, there's also a small area for those strange gods in the west. Spirit Mountain, have 4 Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, 31 Bodhisattvas, 8 Vajrapani, and 500 Lohan. The rest of the Sheikh ministries, countless. Among them, among the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the strong ones can be directly comparable to the ancient gods, while the weak ones may not even be as good as a Luohan. For example, the Earth Store Bodhisattva below who superintends the souls of the dead. It's only a Bodhisattva, but in terms of strength and Buddhism, 10 of me would not be enough to beat him. And those 4 Buddhas, I've heard that they are above most of the ancient gods. Whether that's true or not poor monk doesn't know. Xuanzang thought about it. What he knew of Spirit Mountain. A high-end battle power was all that was left. Just the Spirit Mountain has such battle power. Great Qin, have a long way to go. The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth hooked up into a smile. Not fearful, but on the contrary, more excited. Spirit Mountain alone had, for Buddhas that might surpass the ancient gods, 36 Buddhas, and 31 Bodhisattvas, and there were quite a few in there that could be compared to the ancient gods. As for Great Qin, even Ing Zhang has only half a foot in the ancient god level. Changing heaven and earth is many times more difficult than this unification of the earth. De Qin has never been afraid of a strong opponent. This will reflect the gold content of the word Great Qin. Xuanzang looked at Ing Zhang whose eyes were full of wariness. When Great Qin is placed on earth, it can be said to be invincible. Placed in the heavenly realm, it was more or less inadequate. If it were not for the fact that the 3 worlds were not accessible and that Ing Zhang had the luck of the heavens, it would really be a bit of a fool's errand to change the heavens and the earth. Can the immortals and Buddhas in the heavens descend to the lower realms in large numbers? Ing Zhang looked at Xuanzang and continued to ask. It's hard. Xuanzang shook his head. Even if you come down, your strength will be weakened. Just like the poor monk, reincarnated. Even after making the 12 great wishes and borrowing the Buddha's fortune, he has not recovered to his peak strength. And it's unlikely that those ancient gods that can threaten your majesty, the Buddhas, will be easily reincarnated. Or maybe they don't have the means to reincarnate. There is no way to reincarnate? A trace of doubt flashed in Ing Zhang's eyes as he heard this. Perhaps this was the real reason why heaven and earth did not directly suppress him through the ancient gods. Gods and Buddhas. They are not like us. Your Majesty should know that the 365 righteous gods of the heavenly court, as well as those ancient gods, are all personifications of the powers of heaven and earth. Such a being, in the final analysis, is not a human being, not an animal or 6 animals, and not an evil spirit or Shura, and cannot enter the 6 paths. They are merely anthropomorphizations of the rules of heaven and earth, so naturally they cannot be reincarnated. In other words, the ancient gods and Buddhas that are stronger than His Majesty can't come down, and the gods and Buddhas that are weaker than His Majesty are useless even if they come down. Speaking of which, Xuanzang remains slightly embarrassed. He's the one that's weaker than Ing Zhang. Reincarnated, not respecting the fate of heaven is not enough, but also confusedly invested in the Great Qin. So, Ing Zhang was a bit surprised. No wonder heaven and earth had been so unmemorable, knowing full well that these people on earth were useless to him and were no match for him at all. They still had to send a steady stream of these little yakuza to look for trouble. It's not that heaven and earth don't want the stronger ones to come. Rather, the stronger ones can't come. Those existences cannot enter the 6 paths, so there is no way for them to appear on earth through rebirth. And the only ones who can come down are those who have practiced to become Buddhas, such as Xuanzang. Those in this category can be reborn back to earth from the human path among the 6 paths. But Xuanzang is no match for Ing Zhang. It's useless to come as many as you can. This is why Xuanzang knew that Spirit Mountain was countless times stronger than De Qin, but still would choose De Qin. Strong is of no use. On earth now it is Great Qin who has the final say. It's not without exceptions. Xuanzang added as if he had thought of something. Ing Zhang stopped thinking and looked at Xuanzang. Your Majesty should have heard of the Jade Emperor God, who endured 200 earthly tribulations before cultivating the great Tao and achieving the honorary position of Lord of the Gods. This should also be able to come down. Xuanzang looked up at the sky somewhat sheepishly. That one is the real tough guy. Any ancient gods have to step aside. The Jade Emperor was a real person who had practiced through the ages and walked up step by step. It was also because of this that the ancient gods could not reincarnate, but the Jade Emperor could. He'd almost forgotten about this ruthless man. Jade Emperor. Ing Zhang's eyes flashed a light and his mouth murmured. He admitted that this one really wasn't any worse than him. It was even said that without the system, Zhang wasn't sure if he could suppress this Lord of the Gods. Do you really think that the 100,003, 200 robberies are a joke? But if a single calamity had not passed, there would be no Jade Emperor today. The Jade Emperor was able to sit as the Lord of the Gods, and that was a step-by-step fight. If he can really come down, I would like to fight with him to see who is the only emperor in the 3 realms in 10 directions. Zhang threw off his dragon robe and looked at the sky with his arms crossed. If he didn't even have the courage to fight, he wouldn't be worthy of the word Shi Huang. Your Majesty's grandeur poor monk admires. Poor monk also only say maybe. That person is not the incarnation of heaven and earth. Generally do not care about the will of heaven and earth. Xuanzang answered. The Jade Emperor was different from the ancient gods and the other positive gods, and the fact that people were able to achieve their current status was not given by heaven and earth, but by their own striving. So for the most part, he doesn't have any providence. Jade Emperor, Buddha, many ancient gods. I still have a long way to go. Zhang murmured from his mouth. The Qin dynasty seems to be in the ascendant, and he is an undefeated myth in the world's mind. A being that can compete with heaven and earth. But Zhang himself knows it in his heart. He was walking on thin ice under his feet, and if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't make it to the other side. The only way to contend with that Jade Emperor was to keep climbing higher and higher, maintain the existing posture, and gather invincible aura all the way. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Do you think I can make it to the other side? Zhang looked at Xuanzang, questioning but full of certainty. Xuanzang has seen the upper world, but also the great Qin. He would like to hear what Xuanzang has to say. Can. Without any thought, Xuanzang directly blurted out. It wasn't that he slipped up. Rather, Xuanzang really saw hope in Zhang. Throughout history, there have been unknown people who have gone against the grain. Zhang is the only one of these people who has come this far. Even the 3 official emperors are called to drink, which if there is no point of shocking cards, Xuanzang is not believed. He didn't know what Zhang's secret was, but Zhang was definitely the first person since the birth of heaven and earth who had the hope of changing heaven and earth. You are confident. Zhang smiled, though he never thought that he would lose either. But it was a bit surprising that Xuanzang was so convinced. Your Majesty is now taking the whole earth as Qin soil, and the whole world is my Qin. So when you have integrated the world's Qi and have the whole earth's Qi to add to it, no one on earth will be able to do anything to your Majesty at that time. Xuanzang replied. Now that there is no one in the world who can stop Great Qin from being unified, it is already a matter of necessity to take in the earth's Qi, and the Great Tao Qi. Great Qin also has the Confucian Qi, the Buddhist Qi, and only needs to incorporate the Tao Qi again. Then the 3 religions can be united, and the only 3 great roads on earth will be strengthened. At that time, when your Majesty occupies the earth, heaven and earth will be powerless against you. Xuanzang seemed to be talking with interest, and without waiting for Zhang to speak, he turned and continued. This Dao sect's Qi fortune. The poor monk has a way to plan for your Majesty. Xuanzang volunteered. This matter of plotting Qi fortune was something that they in the Buddhist sect were familiar with. Professional counterparts. Just look at the earth today. Although some people are cursing it and the popularity doesn't seem to be good among the public. However, it has to be recognized that the breadth of Buddhist beliefs far exceeds that of Taoism and Confucianism. Of the 3 religions, only Buddhism has the most practitioners and followers. You can see from this that when it comes to scrambling, Buddhists have a knack for it. And Taoism is about doing nothing and not fighting for the sake of fighting. What I want is not to be partial. Listening to Xuanzang's words, Zhang faintly said, if he only wanted to rule the earth, why would he have to fight so hard with heaven and earth? A corner of the world? Ratbags. It's a joke to tell. The 3 realms and the 10 directions must be unified. And he, of course, must follow through with the concept of unification. He leads the 10,000 saints, dominates the universe, opens up the 10,000 heavens, creates 10,000 things, helps the living beings, weighs the 3 realms, and rules the 10,000 souls, and is the supreme god of the heavenly realm and the emperor of the 10,000 heavens. Zhang always remembers these. It is not necessary to fight the remaining martyrdom of several generations. He wants to be made in one life. Xuanzang piled up a smile on his face when he heard this. Your Majesty's luck is in the sky. Great Qin will be able to unify the 3 worlds. But this journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And the unity of the 3 religions' Qi is also indispensable to Great Qin. The poor monk only needs 10 days to collect the Dao sect's Qi into Qin. After saying that, Xuanzang quietly waited for Zhang's reply. He's got to find himself something to do, not to mention obtaining any rewards. At least let him have so many merits in Great Qin that he could stand on his feet. As of now, he can't help the others. The countries of the human world were simply no match for Great Qin, and there was no need for him to make a move, as the Dragon Kingdom and Eagle Sauce had already seized this merit. For the rest, He's not strong enough at this point. Only this plotting Taoist Qi Xuanzang can do. Of course, we must seize this merit before those Taoist sages enter Qin now. Otherwise, in a few days, where would it be his turn? I don't blame Xuanzang for thinking that way. But today the general situation on Earth is set. Not even heaven and earth can stop Great Qin from being unified. In time, some of those sages will switch to the Qin one after another. I only look at the results. Within 10 days the Taoist Qi can enter my Great Qin. I will restart a temple for you in Taishan. Yingzhang looked at Xuanzang, who was a bit eager to make a mark, and laughed lightly. Great Qin has always been rewarded on the basis of merit, with those who are capable going up and those who are mediocre going down. Xuanzang, to really be able to make some merit, Taishan set up a temple, enough to establish his future status. Your Majesty, rest assured, Xuanzang's method will be accomplished in 10 days. Xuanzang heard the words and quickly opened his mouth. The heart followed suit. If he had set up a temple in Taishan, not to say how high he could go in the future, at least he would have no worries about his retirement in the second half of his life. It's kind of like making a future for yourself. Yingzhang didn't say anything else. He raised his foot and took a step and disappeared into the final mountain. He's off to the next check-in location to collect those rewards. The situation in Great Qin today is different from the past. Free-range farming is the best situation for development. 100 schools of thought and a multitude of voices. Let them do their own thing. The first emperor, Yingzhang, is in charge of everything. Fate is moving forward. The great power is crushing through, and the whole earth has begun to gradually detach itself from the control of heaven and earth because of Yingzhang's appearance. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The territory around Mount Tai also began to slowly be eroded by Yingzhang's domain. As Great Qin gets stronger and stronger, the erosion to speed becomes faster and faster. In less than a month's time, the entire Dragon Kingdom will be covered by Yingzhang's domain. This is what truly belongs to Great Qin. Snatched solid control from heaven and earth. Eagle Sauce was also pressing the countries to swear to join Great Qin as fast as they could, while submitting their applications to the Dragon Kingdom at the same time. The Dragon Kingdom was even frantically building up momentum for Great Qin in the past few days. All the people, in these 2 days, have begun to accept the great change of the world, the return of the Great Qin, and the resurrection of the first emperor. Many people have even begun to gather in the vicinity of Tarzan, the originally empty city of Tian. All the citizens have arranged to return. Because of the proximity of Mount Tai, the price of housing is even more speculated to an outrageous height. Discussions about Yingzhang continue to be high on the internet, with people in the know constantly posting videos about him. It's changed. This is to unify the world and realize the idea of a global village. The extranet has blown up. What the hell? I heard that Eagle Sauce sent out a global notification to officially join Great Qin, and threatened all countries to join together, and those who don't obey will be directly blown up. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Seriously? I didn't hear about the dry fight with Eagle Jam. Did they directly wimp out so completely? The news is true. I heard that in order to prove that the Eagle Sauce side is not a joke, directly as a fireworks, released more than 200 Trident missiles, to those countries scared piss all fast. Upstairs, you're all out with this news. Latest news. Hawk Jam wimped out so fast because the old patriarchs have 3,000 nukes hanging over their territory, and if they don't listen, they'll just blow up and fly away. Long live the first emperor. I, the Little Day Empire, would like to be the vanguard and fight for Great Qin to realize the common prosperity of Earth, without the control of the Dragon Kingdom. These netizens are absorbing all the facts about Yingzhang on the internet. It's especially crazy on the small day side. Oh, and in the past 2 days the Dragon Kingdom has officially taken over the island nation, which has become a thing of the past and is now the province of Fuso. The internet is co-connected, and it has also allowed the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom to see how crazy the little days are in their adoration of Yingzhang. That day's sword was a real convincer of the little life. Lixil, Jiang Shan, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, looked at his assistant with an ugly face. What did you say? All the zombies in the royal tomb are gone? What are the guards for? All this commotion and not a single notice? Jiang Shan slapped the table. These 2 days he was so busy with his feet off the ground that he didn't even have time to sleep. All the plans are being carried out in an orderly manner. The island has been taken over. The God-making plan has been successful. And all that is needed later is to take over all the countries in a step-by-step manner. And then we will be able to present the grand scene of the unification of the earth. As a result, now their back home has been stolen. All the zombies in the imperial tomb have disappeared. The guards are not to be blamed for this matter. There hasn't been a single movement inside the imperial tomb in the past few days. The inside has been carefully scouted as well. And there are no signs of a half-dozen battles. But there's an extra tunnel that's 10 kilometers long. And judging from the marks, there are signs of man-made traces. But it's more of a zombie dig. Those zombies, it seems, were quietly taken away by someone digging a tunnel. The assistant opened his mouth to explain. What do you mean? Someone can control so many zombies? Zhang Shan's brows furrowed as he sniffed. In the underground palace of the imperial tomb, counting Zhang Daoling and the others who were suppressed by Ying Zhang, there were a total of 200 zombies. The weakest ones in here are flying stiffs. Such huge numbers, and terrifying strength. There is absolutely no that cultivator on earth who has this kind of ability. Only those sages who have been revived or reincarnated are feared to be able to do so. Immediately go and check to see if any cultivator is famous for controlling corpses in history, focusing on checking on the Maoshan ancestors, and those corpse catchers and whatnot. In addition, notify the whole country to enter a state of alert, and the local scouting bureaus to put down what they're doing and dig out these corpse thieves for me. They can't hide in such huge numbers. Zhang Shan rubbed his temples. Once this matter is not handled well, the Dragon Country chaos is not to. After all, the Dragon Country now has Qin as a backer. But more than 200 flying stiffs, destroy a city that is easy. By the way, don't report this matter to the first emperor beforehand. Let's deal with it ourselves first. Inside these vampires are Zhang Daoling and the others that Ying Zhang personally suppressed and raised the corpses. These people were suppressed by Ying Zhang, the first emperor himself, for 1,000 years to vent his anger. Now this was stolen only a few days ago, still under their guard. If Ying Zhang knew about this, wouldn't he doubt the ability of their dragon kingdom? As Zhang Shan's order was given, throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, all of the reconnaissance planes from all over the world were mobilized, and all of the major military districts even sent out regimental combat units to conduct carpet searches of the dozen or so cities throughout the vicinity of Mount Li. There were numerous zombies in the Imperial Tomb's underground palace, so as long as there was enough manpower, Zhang Shan was confident that he could find the zombie thieves within a day. Old Jiang, is there really no need to report this matter? Maoshan sect master Lin Chan walked into the conference room and asked with some concern. Let's take a look at it first. At least we have to find someone before reporting it to the first emperor. Zhang Shan sighed and said. He knew what Lin Chang was worried about. An existence that could control that many zombies would be at least a celestial, or even a celestial upwards. That can only be the resurrected or reincarnated sages. These are not people that the Dragon Kingdom can take down on its own at the moment. But Zhang Shan also didn't want to alarm Ying Zhang over such a trivial matter. A group of flying stiffs was no small disaster for the Dragon Kingdom, but for an existence like Ying Zhang, a snap of the fingers turned into dust. This matter is just a small matter to the first emperor, and we don't necessarily have to report it to the first emperor to deal with it. Zhang Shan said. It's a small matter to the first emperor, but I'm afraid we really can't solve it. Lin Chang shook his head with a bitter smile. The Dragon Kingdom's current high-powered weapons are enough to threaten the flying stiffs. The East Wind Express can even blow up an Orochi, but these things, they can't be used on the mainland. With this shot, 100 years of inches of grass will not grow, and the radiation will not dissipate for a long time, which is equivalent to the direct abolition of a piece of territory. And, once those flying stiffs are in the middle of the city all the time, it's even less fun. There's no way the Dragon Kingdom is going to blow up into the sky along with the populace. There's no way we can suppress over 200 flying stiffs without using those contraptions, and the one controlling them behind us. Zhang Shan nodded, then spoke. I understand, but isn't that sage still here? When we find those zombie traces, let's ask Yansheng to make a move. I'm afraid the first emperor doesn't have the energy to deal with such trivial matters right now. Hearing this, Lin Chang's heart was also a little more relieved. By the way, inside your Maoshan's ancestors, are there any zombie controlling and zombie catching ones that are famous? Zhang Shan opened his mouth and asked. Lin Chang came over. He had sent someone to inform him, just to ask for news. By the way, the search for the zombie horde was left to Maoshan. No, I've checked. Of the ancestors in my Maoshan corpse-catching lineage, there isn't a single one who can control 200 flying stiffs in one go. Lin Chang shook his head. Tracking zombies you Maoshan are familiar with. I'll leave this to you. Zhang Shan nodded and said. No problem. Lin Chang nodded. This was something they were considered to be specialized in. With enough people, it's a matter of minutes to turn out for that group of zombies. Zhang Shan waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Lin Chang left the conference room with a sense of humor and immediately instructed the Maoshan disciples to go to the cities of various countries and lead the scouting bureaus around the world into action. At this time, on the Kunlun Mountains, Ying Zhang was dressed in a black dragon robe and came on a Xian bird. He's been to hundreds of places in the last 2 days, got over 130 rewards. Most of them were things like the Celestial Master's degree and the Immortal Official's order. There are also some similarities, such as scattering beans into troops, waving a sword into a river, and some other 3 teachings divine powers. It's just that these things are not of much use to Zhang. Top rewards like the Tai sword and the 3 officials' blessing, however, did not appear once more. Kunlun Mountain. Let's hope it can give me a little surprise. Zhang landed on the top of Kunlun Mountain. This legendary mountain is known as the ancestor of all mountains, the home of the gods, the beginning of the world's dragon vein, and the place where immortals and gods are born and live. With a check-in location like this, the check-in rewards can't be too bad. System, sign in. Zhang muttered from his mouth. The familiar progress bar appeared. Zhang closed his eyes and waited patiently. This scene, which Zhang had experienced more than 100 times in the past 2 days, had long since lost its previous freshness. Under the Kunlun Mountains, 2 figures sped in, followed by a group of densely packed zombies behind them, emitting an extremely strong corpse stench. This one can really run. 2 days, we've been to hundreds of places. What are you doing? Seeing the scenery? Zhou Beg spat out a couple sentences with a pale face. These 2 people were none other than Zhou Bei and Jinyangzi, who had rolled away all the zombies from the underground palace. That Qin King's bone mirror does have the divine power to subdue corpses. With this thing to add to Zhou Bei's talent, and Jinyangzi's gong method, the 2 of them directly controlled all the zombies in the entire Imperial Tomb underground palace. Not only in the underground palace, those zombies in the ancient tombs that could not come to the surface were also dug out and controlled by the 2 men. In bits and pieces, the 2 were approaching 500 zombies under their command. It was just that the ones that could fight among them were still the 200 flying stiffs in the Imperial Tomb's underground palace. This way down, the 2 people's confidence skyrocketed. Even that Taoist ancestral heavenly master had to be immediately suppressed in front of the Qin King's bone-shining mirror. Taking in the zombies went smoothly beyond their expectations. The 2 of them, slightly inflated, now directly hitting Zhang with their ideas. For the past 2 days, search everywhere for signs of Zhang. And Zhang never hides his presence by traveling on a basilisk bird when he goes to sign in at various locations. The 2 of them rushed around and finally saw hope here in Kunlun. Faster. That one should still be on the Kunlun Mountains. According to past experience, this beginning emperor basically stays for a full hour every time he arrives at a place. Our chance, it's just around the corner. A blazing light flashed in Jinyangzi's eyes. The first emperor, the only man on earth, an existence that none of the gods of heaven and earth could plunder. Immediately this doctor belonged to the 2 of them. Can it really be done? In my heart, I'm still more or less a bit unsure. Zhou Beg's face was somewhat hesitant. The 2 days of rushing had cleared his head a little, not as inflated as he had been when he first came out of the dungeon. What are you afraid of? These 2 days you also saw, as long as the zombie, by this Qin Wang shining bone mirror alight, instantly cannot move. Even that ancestral heavenly master Zhang Daoling is no exception. No matter how terrifying that first emperor is, his essence is still a zombie. Since it's a zombie, you and I, how can we not take it down? Jinyangzi glanced at the group of corpses following behind him and said with confidence, that's true. Zhou Beg nodded. That Qin King's bone-shining mirror was real damn fierce. The 2 of them, once again determined, instantly raised their speed and rushed toward the top of the Kunlun Mountains. The closer he got to the top of the mountain, the bigger the smile on Jinyangzi's face grew. He was already beginning to think about how he would enjoy the world after controlling Zhang. Among the corpses behind the 2, Zhang Daoling's zombie trembled for a while, but eventually returned to calm and followed the duo with the corpses. Woe is, Qin Wang shines the bone mirror. How can it reappear on Earth? The remnant soul of Zhang Daoling that was sealed within the zombie's body side. On that day, Zhang stuffed his soul into the corpse and sealed it. Now he could feel everything in the outside world. But he could do nothing. One could only watch and let the Zhou Beg duo control his corpse. What worried him more was that he was really afraid that the Qin King's bone-shining mirror could control Zhang. Zhang Daoling was suppressed in the Imperial Tomb underground palace all these days. Not much is known about the changes in the outside world. His impression of Zhang still remains the same as the day he left the coffin. Although Zhang was strong at that time, he had not yet planted the idea of invincibility in Zhang Daoling's mind. He didn't know how many powerful people had fallen into Zhang's hands during this period of time, nor did they realize that heaven and earth had been suppressed by Zhang's aura. Zhang Daoling is now only worried that if this Qin King's bone mirror, together with Zhou Bei and Jinyangzi, really controls Zhang, then I am afraid that the world will be plunged into even greater turmoil. I don't blame him for thinking so. He's experienced it firsthand. Once that ancient mirror shone, the zombies in the underground palace could not move, including him, Zhang Daoling. There was no semblance of resistance. That Zhou Beg's talent was also astonishing. In conjunction with this, Zhang Daoling really couldn't get it right. When he entered the Imperial Tomb to suppress Zhang, he had also thought of looking for the Qin King's bone mirror to assist him, but after a lot of trouble, there was no news of half of it. I didn't expect to be casually found by a junior 2,000 years later. On this journey, Zhang Daoling was worried. Even though he was now sealed in the body of a zombie, his heart was still worried about the world. He figured it out. When I entered the imperial tomb to suppress the ancestral dragon, it was not for any heavenly destiny. It's for himself. He wants to keep the world safe. At this time, Zhou Bei's duo had already ascended halfway up the mountain with the corpses. It was not far from the top of Kunlun Mountain. It was a vast, corpse-heavy journey, not at all concealed, and the satellites of the Dragon Kingdom had noticed it. Lixil, Jiang Shan's assistant, calmly walked into the conference room. He's used to it now, and he's not as flustered as he was before when he was involved with Ying Zhang. Commander, found the corpses. The ones who stole the corpses are 2 men, and one of them is the globally wanted True Yangzi. The assistant handed the tablet in his hand to Jiang Shan. The image above was none other than above the Kunlun Mountains, where the 2 Yangzis were flying all the way up with the corpses. This is the Kunlun Mountains? A trace of surprise flashed in Jiang Shan's eyes. This group of people were running quite fast. They had reached the Kunlun Mountains. Go to Yin Shang to come here immediately. Jiang Shan put down the tablet and looked at his assistant. If they solve this on their own, they'll just have to use the East Wind Express. This bombardment, I'm afraid it's going to wipe out the Kunlun Mountains. That. The aide hesitated to speak. What happened? Jiang Shan heart-thumped. His assistant, everything else is good, is reporting information, with a mangy pimple-like, poke a move. The first emperor is also in the Kunlun Mountains, and we analyzed the itinerary of the 2 Yangzi and found that they were heading towards the first emperor. The first emperor is there too? These 2 dare to hit the beginning emperor? Jiang Shan sniffed with some surprise. Are these guys that brave? With the power of Ying Zhang nowadays, who else dares to take the initiative to provoke him? That's right, the assistant nodded in affirmation. Over at the information department, they pulled out the satellite surveillance records of the past few days to sift through them, and found some traces of them, and made a comparison with the places the first emperor went to in the past few days. These 2 people have been tracking the first emperor for the past 2 days. On the way, there were quite a few graves dug. They seemed to have the ability to control zombies. As the assistant spoke, he took out a stack of photographs, on which was exactly the trajectory of Makayoko's 2 men's movements in the past 2 days. Controlling zombies? What are they looking for the beginning emperor for? Jiang Shan was a bit puzzled. These 2 idiots don't think they can take on Ying Zhang by controlling the flying stiffs in the underground palace, do they? That would be really stupid. These flying stiffs are not as good as the island gods of that day, but even the gods of the island, who were manifested by heaven and earth, could not carry Ying Zhang's lightsword. That, Commander, His Majesty the First Emperor, seems, should, might, also be of zombie origin. The assistant smacked his lips and whispered a reminder to Jiang Shan. To be honest, he hadn't wanted to go and mention it. I don't see those myths and legends. The great king, the most taboo is to be mentioned the origin of the foot. But Jiang Shan, the commander of the brain offline, what can he do? Jiang Shan's eyes widened at the words and he looked at his assistant. He had almost forgotten that Ying Zhang was a zombie by birth, not some deity reincarnated and resurrected. It's the refining of the corpse back on earth. In these days, Ying Zhang's strong suppression has made many people forget that this first emperor is a zombie out of the coffin, and all they can remember in their heads is that the first emperor is powerful and overwhelms heaven and earth. Can you? No matter how powerful these 2 are, they can't possibly be compared to the first emperor. Those flying stiffs, the difference between them and the beginning emperor is simply heaven and earth. Even if those 2 have some secret method, they can't necessarily control the beginning emperor. Jiang Shan shook his head, only feeling that this was somewhat impossible. Well, it's hard to say, judging by the behavior of these 2. They're pretty confident, and in the underground palace, we have also surveyed it. There is not a single trace of fighting, indicating that those flying stiffs were all easily controlled by the 2 in a single glance. Right, there's also this. The assistant thought of something, picked up the tablet, and pulled up a picture taken by the satellite out. In the past few days, the 2 of them have been to quite a few other ancient tombs to control the zombies in addition to the Imperial Tomb Palace, and this is a picture of the scene. From the action up there, it looks like they're relying on an ancient bronze mirror. Bronze ancient mirror? Jiang Shan frowned slightly. I've had someone look at it, and it seems to be the legendary Qin King's bone shining mirror. The miscellany of the Western capital records that the King of Qin looked into the bone mirror and divided it into 2 mirrors, one for the child and the other for the mother. The mother mirror is square, 4 feet wide and 5 feet 9 inches high. The surface is clear, but when people shine a light on it, the shadow is seen in reverse. If you come by looking into your heart, you'll see the stomach and intestines. When a man has a disease within, he knows where it is, as when a woman has an evil heart. She is bold and open-hearted, Qin Shi Huang often used this mirror to illuminate the palace people. Bold and heartfelt people will be killed. The child mirror is round, palm-sized, has all the abilities of the mother mirror, and can also suppress zombies. The mother mirror was obtained by Han Gaozu Lu Bang after the one in Daqin, and its ultimate whereabouts are unknown. The Z mirror, according to the records of the cultivation world, was taken to suppress a zombie of the ancient king back then. This zombie, I believe, is what started the idea of the beginning emperor's necromancy to begin with. The assistant opened his mouth and introduced it. Based on this information, it is speculated that back then, the first emperor, most likely because of this zombie of the king of the ancients, had the idea of refining the corpse to live again for a second life. Is the Qin King bone shining mirror really so divine? Zhang Shan also hesitated at this moment. This thing sounds a bit powerful. Having suppressed a zombie of the king of the ancients back in the day, doesn't that mean that even Ying Zhang is very likely? Thinking of this, Zhang Shan's face became serious. Immediately mobilize all military forces around the Kunlun Mountains to rescue the first emperor. Also, prepare 20 rounds of East Wind Express, and when necessary, directly bomb Kunlun Mountain. Zhang Shan didn't care if Kunlun Mountain was Dragon Kingdom territory now. Also, go ask Yan Shang to go to the Kunlun Mountains immediately. In short, he couldn't bet on it, just in case that forced mirror really works. Anyway, a being like Ying Zhang is completely unafraid of nuclear bombardment, and Jin Yangzi and the group of zombies couldn't carry it. Once that forced bone mirror shows even the slightest hint of being able to restrain Ying Zhang, Kang San would then immediately order a delivery. Even if it couldn't blow up that pussy mirror, it would still blow up the two of them, Jin Yangzi and Zhou Bei, into the sky, the top of Kunlun Mountain. Ying Zhang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened his eyes. He sensed two very familiar scents approaching quickly. My breath? A trace of doubt flashed in Ying Zhang's eyes. Both of these auras were in the same lineage as him, or rather they came from within him. This made Ying Zhang a bit puzzled.